Lin Shen rushed to the front of the storage cabinet, smashed the storage cabinet directly, took out his own things, and rushed outside. When he passed the room of those experimental subjects, he directly opened the locks of the laboratory, interrupted the immortal silk that bound the experimental subjects, and then quickly left. There are almost no living people in the institute. The little beast has been tortured for so long and has long hated the people in the institute. How could it be that it would let them go? Lin Shen broke the container, rushed to the half-unconscious old guard, and carried him up. "Don't touch the danger," Lao Wei said in a daze. Even in this state, he still knew that the person coming was Lin Shen, and he was still reminding him that the saplings on his body were in danger. Lin Shen didn't care about that much, and carried the old guard and walked out. When he reached the container that trapped Dies had already stood up and stood aside. After Lin Shen broke through the container, Dies rushed out. "Follow me." Lin Shen shot at the container next to him, punching through containers one by one. Regardless of whether the test body inside can rush out, I try to destroy the containers as much as possible. Chapter 1054 Elimination of Seedlings. Various experimental subjects rushed into the blue sky, causing huge damage. The sky was in chaos, and Lu Siming immediately summoned people to rush to the institute to control the chaotic situation. He did not report the incident. Although he had not yet figured out the cause of such a serious accident, as long as the matter could be resolved, there was still room for mediation. If it is reported, even if Wu Qing is willing to help him, his status and prestige will inevitably be seriously affected in the future. So Lu Siming didn't plan to report it at all, just wanted to control the situation. "Sir, this matter is probably related to a Tian, otherwise why would it be so coincidental? He only entered the institute for such a little while, and the institute had such a big problem." Shi Yuqing had been waiting for Lu Siming outside. Seeing Lu Siming coming out with a group of people, he rushed over and said, "The current situation is urgent. First, solve the problem of the institute. You must control the escaped experimental subjects as soon as possible. Let's talk about the others later. Follow Lu Lan to the west to block the factory to avoid those experimental subjects destroying the factory." Lu Siming sneered at Shi Yuqing's words. How could a lower-ranking godman do such a thing? Lu Siming himself had already determined that it must be a problem with the number 9 experimental subject, which caused such a situation. He must immediately lead someone to control the number 9 experimental subject first, otherwise it will be a big trouble. He didn't give Shi Yuqing a chance to speak at all, so Lu Siming took him away. "Xiao Shi, don't think that you are the smartest, others are fools. Those who can enter the Star God Palace are all elites among the elites. Don't take yourself too high," Lu Lanyu said mockingly. Shi Yuqing was originally his subordinate and was temporarily called by Lu Siming to take charge of his work. Originally, this was nothing, but Shi Yuqing had actually passed him and reported the matter directly to Lu Siming, which made Lu Lan very dissatisfied. "Director, there is something wrong with the accident in the institute this time. It should be that Tian is doing it. If you take someone with me to the institute, I believe he should be still there now. Catching him will be a great achievement," Shi Yuqing said to Lu Lan. Lu Lan looked at Shi Yuqing as if he was looking at a fool. "Shi Yuqing, sir, you are really taking yourself seriously. Now that the experimental subject has escaped, you don't help control the situation, and you want me to go to the research institute with you to catch a Tian? Are you fucking an ill mind? What is a Tian? A little lower god, a 1-star priest, may he survive in that kind of place? He had been fucked by the experimental subject, and you still caught a lot. A Tian is not simple, he is very cunning." Shi Yuqing wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lu Lan. "Stop talking nonsense, controlling those experimental subjects is the main business," Lu Lan said and took people to the west, and wanted to start the defense project on the factory first, so as not to be mistakenly entered the factory by experiments and destroy the industrial workshop. This is an important source of economic resources for Billow Ocean. At least, you must seal Billow Ocean's exit. You cannot let those experimental subjects run out. Otherwise, people outside know that Billow Ocean has had such an accident, and it will not be easy for adults to do so. Seeing that Lu Lan could not speak, Shi Yuqing could only retreat and hope to block Billuocean's exit and not let a Tian escape. It's been blocked a long time ago, and you are still trying to be smart here. Lu Lan snorted coldly. What I'm talking about is not letting people go out, not just those experimental subjects, Shi Yuqing said again. Why are you so many fucking things? You can do whatever you want. Don't talk nonsense to me. Lu Lan was already impatient and directly scolded Shi Yuqing and took the people away. Shi Yuqing frowned and watched Lu Lan lead people towards the factory in the west, but did not follow. His eyes turned around and Shi Yuqing went in one direction. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and Dice did not leave the institute, but hid in the warehouse. Lin Shen was looking through Wei Wufu's experimental record book, which recorded some experimental reactions and emergencies of Wei Wufu, as well as some criticisms. Although it is not as detailed as looking at the real experimental records, you can also roughly guess what Wei Wufu is now. The reason why he didn't escape immediately was because they ran away from the beginning, which was too noticeable. After waiting for the experimental subjects to escape around, the people from Billuocean were transferred out of their posts to pursue them. That was their best chance to escape. Dieth, are there any problems with your body? What did they do on you? Lin Shen closed the record book and looked at Dith and asked. There is no record book of Dai's here, and he doesn't know Dai's situation, so he can only ask him himself. They give me 2 capsules every day, which should be medicines, one red and the other blue, early red and late blue. Although I don't know what medicine it is, it's useless to me. Dai said, pointing his fingertips, and the red and blue dots gathered towards his fingertips, condensed into a ball of red and a ball of blue. I broke down the 2 drugs into dust that is difficult to observe with instruments. They couldn't see these dusts. They just thought that the drugs did not achieve the expected results, and even added me the amount of the drug. Dai said with a smile. That's great. Lin Shen felt much more relieved when he heard Dai say this, but his face didn't look good. According to the contents of the experimental record book, Wei Wufu's situation is not optimistic. The roots of the ginseng seedlings have pierced throughout Wei Wufu's body, and have even penetrated into the bone marrow and brain. It is too difficult to remove the ginseng seedlings from Lao Wei's body. Old Wei, can you hear me? Lin Shen leaned close to Old Wei and called in a low voice. Yes. Lao Wei's voice was very weak and he was speechless. Obviously, his brain was seriously affected. There is no other way now. I have to remove the saplings from your body. You have to endure it. Lin Shen had no other way, so he could only destroy the saplings by force. However, this would cause great harm to Wei Wufu's body, and it might even kill him. But if you don't take action now, you may not even have the chance to take action in the future. Take hand. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen looked at Dai's, I need your help. Your dust ability can be accurately controlled and try to protect Lao Wei's flesh and blood body. I will do my best. Dai's nodded slightly, and a faint light appeared on his body. The lights attached to the saplings, wrapping the flesh and blood near the saplings. Lin Shen used his fingers as a gun, and he shot the saplings at the connection between the flesh and blood. The super basic sharpshooting characteristics immediately interrupted the saplings. Lin Shen was about to take the next step, but suddenly he heard a bang, the door of the warehouse was pushed open, and a god came in. Lin Shen frowned slightly. At this time, the Star Priest should have gone to round up and hunt down those experimental subjects. Why would anyone come here? Ah Tian. I know you're here, come out. Shi Yuqing stared at the mountains of goods in the warehouse like a sharp knife, and said coldly. Chapter 1055 The Difficult Character. Lin Shen does not think that he can deceive everyone 100%. He plans for others and accomplishes things in heaven. There is no absolute perfect plan in the world. He also thought about what to do if someone found out, and he had deduced it on paper many times. This situation is now a relatively good situation. Because he only saw a godman coming, and the badge on his clothes was 5 stars. Under normal circumstances, this kind of star-level priest should be a middle-level godman. And the only one who comes here means that Lin Shen and the others should not have been exposed so far. If it is really exposed, it is impossible for the only 5-star priest to come. Lin Shen and the others should not need the priests to hide themselves. There are many people coming, so they should catch people directly when they come up, and there is no need to hide. Lin Shen didn't know why this person discovered him, and why he came alone, whether he wanted to take the credit himself or others didn't believe him. It was certain that no one else came here to catch them now. These thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind instantly, and then he took out his sniper rifle without hesitation and shot Shi Yuqing directly through the gap between the goods. This shot was a space bullet-like attack, and it disappeared the moment the bullet was fired. When it appeared again, it had already hit Shi Yuqing's head, piercing a blood hole through his head. Looking at Shi Yuqing with a blood hole on his head, Lin Shen's face became even more solemn. Although such a strong force penetrated his head, Shi Yuqing's body did not move. Her legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, and her body was straight, and only her pierced head was leaning back, which looked something was wrong. Sure enough, Shi Yuqing's head could still move and slowly came back. During this process, the blood hole that was pierced in his head healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shi Yuqing had already determined the direction where Lin Shen was, and looked at the direction where Lin Shen was and said lightly, "You are indeed here, and as I thought, the bullets that your gun can shoot are indeed not only in such a slow state, but also in powerful practical combat capabilities. It's a pity that I am like you, both from the hardest gods competition, but I won the championship decades earlier than you. In the years when I participated in the hardest gods competition, I also ruled an era and was called the Immortal Demon King. You can't even kill me with such an attack." Lin Shen gave Dai's a look. Dai's understood what he meant in seconds and reached out to support Wei Wufu. Lin Shen walked out of the pile of goods, looked at Shi Yuqing and said, "You are the person in charge of monitoring me, right?" "Yes, you're very smart." Shi Yuqing was also looking at Lin Shen. In fact, this was just the first time that the two of them really met. He looked at Lin Shen countless times in the surveillance, as if he felt very familiar, like an old friend for many years. But the feeling of seeing a real person is different. There is also a strange feeling in the familiarity, which is very strange. I originally thought that you wanted to enjoy this credit alone, but now I think you are not that kind of person. No one should believe you, right? Lin Shen continued to look at Shi Yuqing. Continue. Shi Yuqing did not refute, but did not deny Lin Shen. You didn't even bring anyone, which means you were not valued in Ocean, and you might even be excluded. Since that's the case, why bother them and let us go? I'll give you a first-class star. Lin Shen didn't kill this person with one shot, and knew that this was a difficult guy and it was not that easy to solve. Not to mention whether they can fight. Even if they can fight, the battle is too fierce, or the delay is too long, it will alarm other priests in Ocean, and it will be impossible for them to escape. You can't give me what I want. Shi Yuqing said, and the light and shadow of the soul gradually appeared on her body. What do you want? Why not listen to it? Maybe I can help you. Lin Shen stared at Shi Yuqing's soul. It was an orange light and shadow that looked like an evil ghost, with disheveled hair. In addition to normal eyes, there was also a horizontal eye on the eyebrows. Snatching one's hands is the greatest help to me. Shi Yuqing's thoughts were like iron, and she was not moved by Lin Shen's words at all, and walked towards Lin Shen step by step. The demon-like soul light and shadow carried a strong oppressive force, as if the demon was coming. Lin Shen picked up the sniper rifle and fired continuously at Shi Yuqing. One round after another shot hit Shi Yuqing's body, directly piercing his body with the devil-like light and shadow, leaving bullet holes after bullet holes on him. But Shi Yuqing seemed to have no idea and continued to walk towards Lin Shen step by step, and the bullet holes on her body disappeared in a blink of an eye. Your power is indeed amazingly strong if you can penetrate my soul and body. Shi Yuqing stared at Lin Shen while walking, saying, "If I guess correctly, this power should not come from the magical sniper rifle in your hand, but your own distortion characteristics. The characteristic of the bullet disappearing should be the ability of the sniper rifle." How can I tell? Lin Shen still did not stop shooting, and shot Shi Yuqing one after another, hitting all the positions where the red dots of acupuncture points were flashing. But it was useless. Shi Yuqing's physical recovery ability was too strong. Even if he hit the weak point, his body could still recover immediately. The system of the institute is very rigorous, and Director Lin is also a careful person. It is impossible for you to bring your own things in the laboratory. After you enter the institute, you must have taken away everything on your body. You can escape and cause such a big turmoil. There is only one possibility. The invincible bullet you fired is your own, not the gun. Yuqing continued, your characteristics are very strong, but your level is too low, so you can only rely on this characteristics to release those experimental subjects out and cause chaos, so that you can escape in the chaos, and save your two fellow villagers. They are inside. Xuanzhong, a talent like you is still just a 5-star priest. I think life in Billow Ocean is not easy. Why do you have to fight for them again? Lin Shen took back the sniper rifle because this thing was useless to Yuqing. He could not kill Yuqing even if he hit another 1,000 times and 10,000 times. You underestimate the Star God Palace and the Star God official too much, and you underestimate me too much, but you can't blame you. After all, you are not a real god, but just an imposter from the ancient realm. It's normal that you can't understand, but that doesn't matter. Yuqing said, and punched her and directly hit Lin Shen. Chapter 1056 The Advantages of the Ancient World District People. Lin Shen had already worn his immortal suit back, and the light and shadow of his body rose, and the soul of the evil goddess enveloped his body. Lin Shen burst out his strength and his skills are fully opened. His strength attribute is actually not worse than that of the median god. In this regard, people from the ancient realm actually have advantages. Gods and man can be said to be born immortal, but in fact they are still somewhat different. Their bodies and abilities are both immortal. However, they do not have the basic transformation talents and life-based talents of the people in the ancient realm. Their distortion characteristics are equivalent to the law of immortality. So in some ways, the people in the ancient realm are even more powerful. Bang! The two fists intersected, and the evil goddess's soul on Lin Shen's body shook. Lin Shen's body involuntarily took a few steps back and hit the shelves behind, twisting and deforming the shelves, and then stopped his figure. The middle-level god, it's true that we can't be underestimated. Lin Shen looked at his fist, and there were cracks on the armor on it. His skills were fully opened, and with the blessing of the immortal suit, this man cracked his armor with just one punch. This power is indeed far from comparable to the lower gods. It seems that your invincible characteristics can only be used on specific things, and are not available at will. Yuqing was not complacent because of her superiority, and was still judging the various possibilities on Lin Shen. He was talking on his mouth, but his fist did not stop and punched Lin Shen again. The huge demonic light and shadow also swung his fist together with Yuqing, carrying unimaginable power. Although his power was extremely restrained, it seemed like an ordinary punch and did not bring any special effects. But the power contained in his punch can blow up ordinary planets at will. It's just because this is Billow Ocean, and everything here is made of extraordinary materials. If it is just ordinary metal and the fluctuations caused by the fist, it may be possible to scrape it directly. Bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and Lin Shen pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle with his backhand. Almost as the bullet disappeared, Lin Shen's figure also disappeared. The bullet made a space jump, while Lin Shen's body speed changed very quickly due to the 7-step sword. He avoided Yuqing's fist and appeared next to Yuqing like teleportation, pointing at his acupoints. Acupoints are useless as weaknesses, but the effective acupoints should still be available. Even if Yuqing is immortal and cannot kill him, as long as he clicks his acupoints and makes him unable to move, what's the difference between killing him? Lin Shen's speed suddenly increased, which was likely to make Yuqing unable to dodge. In addition, Yuqing has proved that Lin Shen's power could not really hurt his body, and maybe he would not hide at all. Unexpectedly, Yuqing not only dodged Lin Shen's finger, but also really dodged. His speed was extremely fast and his reaction was fast enough that Lin Shen's finger fell into nothing. The invisible finger force only wiped a scar on his waist. It turns out that your invincible characteristics can still be applied to finger strength. It should be more than that. There should be problems that I have not seen. You know that hurting me is useless, but you want to hurt me with finger strength instead of using a gun. I think your finger strength should also have some toxins. Your speed is also problematic. It should have something to do with your sniper rifle. Shiryuching said while attacking, as if he had the ability to see through Lin Shen, and he saw Lin Shen's background thoroughly. Lin Shen naturally knew that Shiryuching did not have the ability to see through, and this was all his judgment. He was not talking nonsense, but wanted to use this method to defeat Lin Shen's psychological defense line. In a real showdown, it is not just about ability, but also about psychological quality. It is also an important key to victory. A person with poor psychological tolerance is difficult to win in a high-level and high-intensity confrontation. Even if his strength is stronger than his opponent, he is easily defeated. Lin Shen is naturally not a psychologically fragile person. He kept firing sniper rifles in his hand, allowing his own speed to be continuously improved, so that he could deal with Shiryuching. Lin Shen had to admit that he underestimated the gods and the star priests. Everyone who can become a star priest is an elite among the gods, and no one is an easy character to deal with. They must have their own outstanding features. Lin Shen used the increased speed of the bullet space jump of the sniper rifle. Although he could ensure that he would not be hit by Shiryuching, it was also unlikely to suppress Shiryuching. If it is normal or on the court, Lin Shen doesn't mind fighting for endurance with him. But now, he has no time to get involved with the other party. He must deal with Shiryuching in front of him as soon as possible and escape from Billow Ocean as soon as possible. Lin Shen used the 7-step sword to accelerate again, came behind Shiryuching, and pointed at his back. There are no acupoints here. In fact, except for the first time, Lin Shen did not click on his acupoints. Because Lin Shen knew that he could not point it, instead of letting Shiryuching know where Lin Shen wanted to attack him, it would be better to make him unable to figure out which part of Lin Shen wanted to attack his body. Shiryuching couldn't dodge, but he had already blocked it with his backhand. No matter where Lin Shen's fingers attacked him, he would not let Lin Shen succeed. With such powerful physical ability, he is almost immortal, but how cautious he is, this gives Lin Shen a headache. But when he blocked it with his backhand, it was not Lin Shen's fingers that greeted him, and a red rope wrapped around his arm. The dead pink tangled up like a ghost, trying to tie Shiryuching's body. But it was soon discovered that the dead powder could not bind Shiryuching's body at all. The soul light on Shiryuching's body bloomed, and she kept the dead pink's body away, as if dragged by invisible force, and always kept a certain distance from Shiryuching's body. Not to mention binding him, she couldn't even touch it. There was a burst of thunder, and the red light on the body of death powder clashed with the soul light, causing constant shattering sounds. The destructive power of the dead pink light is indeed amazing. It actually damages the light of the soul, but the light on the soul seems to be endless, and only damages some of the skin. Taking advantage of the moment when Shiryuching and the dead fans were fighting, Lin Shen used the sand between his fingers to hit a hole on Shiryuching's body again. The next second, Shiryuching's soul hair stood upside down, and the horizontal eyes on her forehead opened, emitting a strange light. At this moment, Lin Shen and Death Fan's bodies seemed to be imprisoned and stopped there and could not move. Chapter 1057 The same? No, the same? Lin Shen and the dead fans couldn't escape the shackles of the mysterious power and their bodies were completely unable to move. Shiryuching ignored the trapped Lin Shen and the dead fans, and was trapped by his soul and ghost eyes. Even the middle-level gods were extremely difficult to escape, let alone just the lower-level gods and lower-level creatures. Shiryuching turned her head and looked deep in the warehouse, her eyes deep and sharp. Come out, you can't escape. Dais walked out from behind the pile of goods and faced Shiryuching directly. After entering the research institute for so many days, you can still be so safe. You are indeed beyond the ordinary people in the ancient realm. Shiryuching looked at Dais and said. The same is true for you. Dais said calmly at Shiryuching. When Lin Shen heard Dais's words, he was a little puzzled about what Dais's words meant. But when Shiryuching heard Dais's words, his eyes were slightly condensed. Don't compare me with you, you are not worthy. Shiryuching said coldly. It's also from the ancient realm, why can't we compare? Dais said calmly. As soon as these words were said, not only Shiryuching's face changed slightly, but Lin Shen was also a little surprised.
Do you think nonsense can save your life?
Shi Yuqing said disdainfully.
You think I'm talking nonsense, that's nonsense. Dais didn't argue.
Shi Yuqing's eyes changed a little. She stared at Dais for a long time before saying, "How did you see it?" "I don't know much about gods and people, and I don't know much about you, but the abilities you just used have exceeded the scope of the ability system of ghosts and gods. It is a pure rule power, not the power of ghosts and gods."
Dais said. Why do you think so? Don't I look like a ghost god system? Where is the flaw?
Shi Yuqing looked at his soul light and shadow and asked in confusion. You incorporate the power of rules into your soul, but it is not the power of ghosts and gods after all.
There is an essential difference between the two.
Others may not see the subtleties, but my ability is the dust in this world, so I can see some subtleties that others cannot see. You are very disguised, but you are not a real god. Like us, you are all from the ancient world, and you are also a Dharma king.
Dais said.
Shi Yuqing suddenly seemed to relax, and a smile appeared on her face. The person who can rush into the immortal court with his physical body is indeed extraordinary. I have been in the immortal court for so many years, and even when I faced the great priest, I have never seen the flaws. I didn't expect that you would see through it today.
But there is one thing you said wrong. Which point? Dais asked.
Although we all come from the ancient realm, we are not the same, nor do we come from the same ancient realm.
Shi Yuqing said. So what? Dais continued.
So, originally I just wanted to use your lives to exchange for my chances of promotion. Only by climbing higher and closer to the core of the immortal court can I have the opportunity to change the fate of the ancient realm. Speaking of this, Shi Yuqing sighed, you shouldn't be so smart, nor should you have such ability. In order to ensure that my identity secret will not be leaked, I can only kill you to silence you now. Although the achievements that dead people can get are smaller, there is no way. After all, only dead people who cannot speak will not leak the secret. Although we come from different ancient boundaries, our goals are the same. Why can't we cooperate? If you let us go, we can help each other in the future.
Dais said.
Shi Yuqing grinned as if she had heard something ridiculous, and she smiled contemptuously, you are still too shallow. The immortal court and the gods are thousands of times more sinister than you think. You have been exposed and it is impossible to continue to survive in the immortal court.
Being captured is only a matter of time. How can I let you leave with my secret? As long as we return to our planet, it will not be that easy for Billow Ocean to capture us.
Lin Shen said.
I said, what you think is too simple. Your planet is given by the immortal court. What's the difficulty of the immortal court trying to capture you?
Shi Yuqing didn't know that Lin Shen was different from ordinary gods and people, and he considered the truth. He didn't know that Lin Shen had the relationship with the Jade Emperor, so it was not that easy to get permission to go to his planet.
So, is it necessary to fight?
Dais frowned slightly. In order to complete the redemption of the ancient realm, sacrifice is inevitable. Since you are also here for this goal, you should sacrifice yourself to fulfill me.
Shi Yuqing said lightly.
We would rather accomplish this goal ourselves, said Dais.
Then there is nothing I can do. I can only send you on my way.
Shi Yuqing said, and punched Dais lightly. The soul light and shadow stared at Lin Shen and the dead fans, controlling them, but their bodies turned and waved their fists together with Shi Yuqing. Shi Yuqing tried his best to restrain his strength from the beginning. Lin Shen had thought that he did not want to destroy the things in the warehouse too seriously. But now I understand that he himself is not willing to expose his strength too much. The holy light on Dai's body bloomed, and the shell wrapped around his whole body. At the same time, the holy light actually condensed into a soul like a Buddha and a saint, covering his body. He also punched out, and the force of the fist and Shi Yuqing's fist were in conflict. There was no loud explosion between the two, but instead cancelled out each other like undercurrents. Dais groaned, and his body retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Shi Yuqing's body had not moved, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You are actually leaving a pure ghost in God system, and you can actually activate your soul at the lower level.
This is so strange. Lin Shen knew what he was wondering. There was no information about the immortal court in the ancient world, and it was impossible for him to have a ghost-like cultivation method. Then it is impossible for people from the ancient realm of ghosts and gods to rush into the immortal court, and they can activate their souls at the lower level, which is obviously not very scientific. Before Dice could speak, Shi Yuqing, who looked at Dai's soul, continued excitedly, "So that's it. You are really a genius. You can actually use your own beliefs as ghosts and gods and be promoted to immortality. The ghosts and gods you are visualizing are yourself. Naturally, you will come and waving it. No wonder you can activate your souls when you are at the lower level. This is really a work of genius. It's a pity. It's such a pity. If you weren't going to the gate of the immortal court. If you weren't discovered. If you didn't see through my identity. I really wouldn't be willing to kill you. Such a person should cause some trouble to the immortal court. It's just a pity, everything is too late. For that goal, you all have to die." Shi Yuqing's soul was tolerant and restrained, but in that horizontal eye, the light became more and more dazzling, and gradually turned into a blood-red color, as if blood was about to drip out. The soul on Dai's body turned into thousands of stars and flowed towards Shi Yuqing like a river of heaven. However, the eyes that seemed to be dripping blood just glanced at it, and the galaxy frozen in the air, turning into stagnant water and still motionless. Chapter 1058 Justice. I entered the immortal court with the body of the Dharma King, re-educated ghosts and gods, visualized the evil ghosts and souls of the Rakshasa, and used the evil ghosts and ghosts as the surface, and the immortal law as the inner part. The eyes of ghosts and gods are transformed into ghosts and gods. Once the eyes of ghosts and gods are opened, the sun, moon, stars, and all things in the world can be determined. Shi Yuqing looked at Dais and said lightly, "Although you are a genius, it's a pity that you are still shallow in entering the Tao. If you can enter the middle position, you may still have the power to fight with me." As he said that, Shi Yuqing ignored Dais, who was stationary, and walked straight towards the pile of goods. With a wave of his hand, he opened the pile of goods, revealing the confused inside, almost as if he was a semi-unconscious Wei Wufu. Shi Yuqing glanced at Wei Wufu, who was half lying and half leaning on the cargo box, and did not get close to the past. Anyone could see that Wei Wufu's situation was not very good. "It's time for you to go on the road. Although you come from different ancient areas, I will help you achieve your wish. If you use your sacrifice to become the senior management of the immortal court as soon as possible, you will be considered dead." Shi Yuqing said as he stretched out his hand, and a blue light flowed out from his palms, quickly condensed into a ghost-headed knife, and was about to walk over and cut off Lin Shen and the others' heads. "Stop!" A voice sounded from behind Shi Yuqing. Shi Yuqing turned around and looked at him, and saw that the half-dead Wei Wufu forced himself to stand up shakingly. Shi Yuqing originally wanted to deal with Wei Wufu in the end. Firstly, he was obviously not capable of fighting, and secondly, he was worried that he might be infected with something in the laboratory. Shi Yuqing dared not guarantee 100% that he would not be infected. "You are not right." Although Wei Wufu couldn't stand steadily and his face was very bad, his eyes gradually became firm and bright. Shi Yuqing felt that this person was ridiculous, but she asked unconsciously, "What's wrong with me?" "You, the goal is, the right, the life, the others shouldn't," Wei Wufu said. "It seems that my brain was broken in the experiment, and there was no normal logic for speaking." Shi Yuqing shook her head and said, "In the future, when I become the senior leader of the immortal court, or even become the master of the immortal court, I will not let such a thing happen again. On the road to success, there will inevitably be sacrifices. If this is also a sin, then let me bear these sins. As long as I can achieve the goal, so what if the sin is so serious?" "You were wrong." The light in Wei Wufu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his body seemed to have recovered a little. White particles overflowed from his body and turned into a white robe that wrapped around his body. "If you are wrong, just be wrong." Shi Yuqing argued with Wei Wufu again, and held the ghost-headed sword in both hands, and the terrifying power condensed on the blade. The blue light burned on the ghost-headed sword, and it slashed down with one knife, and the blue light turned into a roaring ghost, swallowing Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's body shaking, but his fist swung out without reservation, moving forward without hesitation or fear. Lin Shen tried his best to break free from the shackles of the soul and ghost eyes, but he could not get rid of it for a while. He watched Wei Wufu's fist, which was not very powerful, faced Shi Yuqing and slashed out the evil ghost. In anyone's opinion, Wei Wufu's behavior is like seeking death. But the next second, everyone's faces showed shock. Wei Wufu's fist actually smashed the ghost-like sword light. His shaking body not only did not fall down, but even showed no sign of retreating. Looking at Wei Wufu shakingly, Shi Yuqing felt a little shocked. His sword was already considered first class among the middle-level gods. Wei Wufu, who was already in such a state of body, was able to smash his sword light, which was really unexpected. Shi Yuqing's expression was a bit strange. In his ancient world area, he was a rare genius in billions of years, and almost no one could surpass him. But the three people I saw today were not worse than him, and even he was a little surprised in some places. I don't know which ancient world area can actually nurture so many amazing talents. You should be so destined, and it's no wonder I'm. Shi Yuqing waved his sword again and slashed at Wei Wufu, who was shaking. Wei Wufu swung his fist without hesitation. The seemingly not very powerful fist power broke Shi Yuqing's sword light again. The white robe on Wei Wufu's body fluttered, walked step by step, constantly slashing his fists, breaking the sword light that Shi Yuqing had slashed again and again. Lin Shen and Dais were both surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, Wei Wufu, who was seriously injured, could burst out with such terrifying combat power. The purple aura on Wei Wufu's body became stronger and stronger, and gradually condensed into a mysterious purple light and shadow, covering his body. Right is right, wrong is wrong. This world is originally black and white, and there is no so-called inseparable black and white. Justice cannot tolerate adulteration. Dai saw some clues. Shi Yuqing also saw the problem and did not continue to shoot the knife. She looked at Wei Wufu in disbelief and muttered to herself, "There is really someone in this world who can practice the law of justice." The law of justice has always been just a legend. No one in the world has truly practiced it. Even if he achieves something, he is only a superficial one and cannot be recognized by the immortal crown. Because humans are born with the inability to achieve absolute justice. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires and know how to adapt. This is the only point that has eliminated the way of justice. Shi Yuqing just heard that some creatures themselves have the laws of justice. It is difficult to say whether this law is strong or weak. If the person who uses it is a master of woming or uses it to do evil, then its power is so small that it can almost be ignored and cannot defeat any law power. But if the opponent does evil and attacks with a righteous heart, the power that the law of justice can burst out may be the strongest power in this world. Shi Yuqing used to think that this was just a legend. Even in the immortal court, I have never heard of anyone who can practice the law of justice. But today when I saw Wei Wufu, I realized that there are really such strange rules in this world. With his weak body, he was able to destroy his needy in power. The rumors were true. When the law of justice faced mistakes, the energy burst out beyond imagination. When Shi Yuqing saw Wei Wufu coming, she felt a little timid in her heart. He never fears right or wrong, but he also knows that what he does is absolutely not a good thing. This thought was fleeting, and Shi Yuqing's soul burst out again with divine light, and the light burst into his horizontal eyes, covering Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's body was shaking forward, but was also stopped by the ghost's eyes and could not take another step. Chapter 1059, 1 against 3. Success is the king and defeat is the enemy. The right and wrong are the most important thing. Winning is the right and wrong. Winning is the right and losing is the wrong. I will continue to win. Shi Yuqing waved the knife in his hand and was about to cut off Wei Wufu's head. Click. Shi Yuqing suddenly heard a light sound and her face changed drastically. A crack appeared on the blood-red horizontal eye of the soul light and shadow. How is it possible? Shi Yuqing couldn't believe that he used the law to merge the eyes of ghosts and gods into the Rakshasa ghosts and gods, and cracks actually appeared. That can only mean one thing: the power of the eye of ghosts and gods has been overdrawn. Shi Yuqing's eyes swept across the three of them, and they saw that their bodies were trembling violently, as if they were about to break through the shackles of the ghost's eyes. The power of the three people actually made it difficult for the ghost's eyes to suppress, which made Shi Yuqing unable to believe that they were all just lower level. How could they achieve this? Knowing that his power could not suppress the people in the ancient world of these three evil sects at the same time, Shi Yuqing cut out without hesitation and wanted to cut off Wei Wufu's head first. Wei Wufu's body was not able to escape the shackles of the ghost's eyes, so he could only watch the ghost-headed sword slashing towards his neck. However, in Wei Wufu's eyes, there was no trace of fear or retreat. Such bright and pure eyes made Shi Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but increase his strength in his hand, wanting to kill the owner of this eye with a knife. Before the sword touched Wei Wufu's neck, a bullet appeared out of thin air and hit the ghost head knife's blade, directly piercing the ghost head knife. The powerful force also led the trajectory of the blade to the deviation, and failed to kill the central Wei Wufu. Shi Yuqing turned around and saw that Lin Shen's body had recovered some of his movement ability, and he was holding a gun with one hand, and his muzzle was still breathing. Shi Yuqing didn't dare to delay anymore, and she swung her sword and wanted to kill her again, but suddenly there were stars in front of her, submerging him in it. Shi Yuqing burst out his power wildly, and the sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. The sword light roared like an evil ghost and slashed open the galaxy and slashed at Wei Wufu in front of him. Click! The eyes of ghosts and gods were completely cracked, and the light of ghost eyes that bound the three of them also dissipated, and all three of them regained their free bodies. Wei Wufu punched the ghost-headed sword, and the power of the law of justice burst out, colliding with the ghost-headed sword, and actually hit the ghost-headed sword aside. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen and Dais also rushed up, and the three of them besieged Shi Yuqing in a triangle. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out in the warehouse. Shi Yuqing fought against three. Although he did not have the effect of the ghost's eyes, he still did not lose the disadvantage. His speed and strength are above the three, and his combat ability and experience are not inferior, especially his strong self-healing ability, which makes it difficult for the three to pose too much threat to him. However, the power of Lin Shen and the other two was extremely strange. Wei Wufu's law of justice was strong when it was strong, and he was able to fight Shi Yuqing head-on. Dais's techniques are natural and unpredictable, and the ubiquitous dust also makes Shi Yuqing a headache. Lin Shen sniped with one hand, and his other hand kept shooting silent sand between his fingers. The immortal suit and the wave step made his body move faster and faster, and the evil goddess's soul light and shadow continued to bless him. The firepower of hypermagnetic recast, and hypermagnetic form is fully opened. In this chaotic battle, the more you fight, the braver you become. Shi Yuqing's body movements were changing, and various techniques and abilities emerged one after another, but he found that he had no good idea to deal with these three people. The cooperation of these three people and their strange abilities made him feel a little difficult to win, and he even began to feel powerless. Bang bang! Shi Yuqing led his right hand to lead the vast dust of Dais to Wei Wufu. The starlight collided with Wei Wufu's fist power, and both were eliminated. He grabbed Lin Shen's finger with his backhand, and kicked Lin Shen's lower abdomen like a phantom. A red light flew around, wrapping around Shi Yuqing's right leg, and the dead pink wrapped around his right leg. Shi Yuqing twisted Lin Shen's finger into a trick, and his other leg was about to kick his head. Wei Wufu rushed up and punched him in the foot, blocking him from the leg. Dais's fingers and palms were covered like phantoms in the sky, but Shi Yuqing raised his legs and swept them. The dead powder wrapped around his legs swept out like a whip, clearing all the phantoms of fingers and palms. The moment he fell down his leg, Shi Yuqing's other foot stepped on Deathfan's body, trying to tear Deathfan's body hard. But the dead pink's body was stretched out, but it became thinner like a rubber band, but it couldn't be pulled. Lin Shen's sniper rifle fired again and hit Shi Yuqing's leg, piercing his knee, making Shi Yuqing let out a muffled groan. The dead fans took the opportunity to wrap around again, wrapping Shi Yuqing's legs. Shi Yuqing's injury recovered in an instant. She raised her legs and turned around, stretched out Death Pink's body, and dodged away from Wei Wufu's fist again. Wei Wufu's fist brushed past him. Shi Yuqing stretched out his hand and led Wei Wufu's fist toward Lin Shen, who rushed over and pointed out. When the finger fists collided, Lin Shen's finger was not interrupted,
and the power on Wei Wufu's fist was not as strong as he imagined. The law of justice is too strange. His power is very strong when he targets Shi Yuqing, but if he changes his goal, the power of the law of justice is not that strong. This is entirely determined by the characteristics of the law itself, and it was not deliberately done by Wei Wufu. Shi Yuqing fought against 3-1, and the 3 people were still very uncomfortable.
Fortunately, the dead pink is getting tighter and tighter. Although it cannot completely restrain Shi Yuqing, it also restricts Shi Yuqing's ability to move to a certain extent.
Shi Yuqing no longer cared about dodging Lin Shen's finger sand every time, but the power of the finger sand pointed to his acupoints, which made him feel slightly numb and he couldn't hold it down. Seeing that Lin Shen's finger strength had no effect on him, Shi Yuqing no longer had any scruples and almost only attacked but not defended. His physical recovery ability is too strong, and he can withstand the attacks of 3 people in his life. Lin Shen and the other 2 were attacked by him, but their bodies could not bear it.
Bang!
Wei Wufu was kicked in the chest by Shi Yuqing, kicked him out directly, and smashed his body through the wall of the warehouse. Lin Shen and Dais used their fingers, palms, fists and legs, and attacked Shi Yuqing crazily. Shi Yuqing resisted with both hands and resolved all the attacks of the 2 people. At the same time, the light and shadow of the soul burst out, which shocked the 2 people. The 3 of them got up, stared at Shi Yuqing in the middle, looked at each other, and rushed up again.
It's the same how many times you come again. You can't hurt me, you only lose but not win.
Shi Yuqing took action again with a cold face. Several people deliberately restrained their strength and did not let their own strength be released to avoid attracting the attention of other star priests, and the same was true for Shi Yuqing. He was afraid that Lin Shen and the other 2 would leak his secret, and both sides wanted to kill the other party before the gods discovered them.
Chapter 1060 Discovery. Bang bang!
Dais and Wei Wufu were bombarded by Shi Yuqing again. The injuries they left on Shi Yuqing's body were healed in an instant, and it was useless at all.
Lin Shen, who stretched out his fingers toward Shi Yuqing, was also grabbed by Shi Yuqing's arm with his backhand.
Just when Shi Yuqing wanted to break Lin Shen's arm and tear his arm down, he suddenly saw a shadow of light and shadow rushing out from Lin Shen's body.
Shi Yuqing was shocked and retreated slightly.
Seeing clearly that the one who appeared in front of Lin Shen turned out to be a young girl who looked like a human, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The young girl is obviously a flesh and blood body.
Is it a human or a god? How could she come out of Lin Shen's body?
Lin Shen didn't care about so many things, so he let the destiny go directly merge with him, and at the same time summoned the inheritance fan. The combination of those who defied their destiny has enhanced Lin Shen's physical fitness again. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand and looked at Shi Yuqing and said, "We all come from the ancient world. We should have shared the same hatred of the enemy, so why should we kill each other?"
"I only believe in myself," Shi Yuqing said calmly.
"This is why you are only a 5-star priest until now." Lin Shen sighed and said, "You dare not have any friends in the immortal court, nor do you dare to get close to anyone. In this way, you will naturally not be truly accepted by the immortal court and other priests. After all, a person's power is limited, and cooperation can achieve the goal faster."
"No need."
Shi Yuqing no longer gave Lin Shen a chance to speak, rushed up again, grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand, and his soul stretched out his palm, grabbing Lin Shen's head like a god.
Whether in the ancient realm or in the immortal court, Shi Yuqing has always fought alone.
His talent and ability have indeed allowed him to go all the way, as if he could solve anything. Even though he encountered some setbacks in the immortal court, he firmly believed that he could solve it sooner or later. He doesn't want to work with anyone, nor does he trust anyone. Lin Shen threw out the folding fan directly and pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle. The folding fan flew in the air, turning into light wheels, and the light wheels were flying in the warehouse, attacking Shi Yuqing from different directions. Shi Yuqing reached out to hit the explosion wheel, but the strange deviation trajectory of the light wheels made it difficult for him to predict. However, Shi Yuqing's speed was much faster than that of the light wheel. Even if he could not predict the trajectory of the light wheel, he still caught up with the light wheel at speed and instantly exploded the light wheel. Lin Shen's figure also rushed to Shi Yuqing's side with the appearance of the space bullet. Shi Yuqing snorted coldly, and while moving her body, she swung her fist at Lin Shen's head. But just now I lifted my arm, but found it difficult to swing it out, and even my whole body was a little difficult to move. Wei Wufu and Dai stood on both sides of him, pulling the head and tail of the dead pink respectively. The dead pink body was entangled in Shi Yuqing, and because of Wei Wufu and Dai's restraint, Shi Yuqing's body paused. Lin Shen raised his palm and pointed it at Shi Yuqing's body like a pistol, and directly shot out the sand between his fingers as if he was shooting. Shi Yuqing's power burst out, and he grabbed one of the dead fans with both hands, pulled Wei Wufu and Dai's over, moved his body, avoiding the sand between Lin Shen's fingers shot out. But the next second, Shi Yuqing suddenly felt a pain in her back, and her body was instantly paralyzed, and she stood there unable to move. Shi Yuqing thought she had avoided the Shah of Fingers, but she didn't know that the Shah of Fingers was walking in an arc with the blessing of the gun-fighting technique, and it was not hitting his chest. The sand between his fingers was silent and unaware of it. He could only judge based on the trajectory. But this time, he was wrong. One of the 10 musts, and the sand between his fingers hits his acupoint again and directly hits it. No matter how strong his body is, it is useless. The three of them looked at each other and rushed forward to launch various attacks on Shi Yuqing, but no matter what kind of attack it would not have much effect on Shi Yuqing. His body could recover instantly, and the three of them used all their means, but they could not really give Shi Yuqing fatal injuries. Shi Yuqing didn't know what method Lin Shen used to limit his body, but as long as they couldn't kill him, he would definitely win in the end. In Shi Yuqing's opinion, Lin Shen and the others are left to escape now. Taking advantage of the chaos outside, this is their best chance to escape. Lin Shen and the others cannot waste too much time here, nor do they have the time and ability to kill him. He didn't win, but it couldn't be considered a loss. Shi Yuqing thought this was the worst result. Seeing that the attack did not work, Lin Shen suddenly felt a move in his heart, reached out and grabbed it, pulling out the dead powder wrapped around Shi Yuqing. In Shi Yuqing's shocked eyes, Lin Shen reached out and pinched his cheek, squeezed his mouth open, and then stuffed the dead pink head in. The dead fan immediately got in and directly into his belly. Shi Yuqing immediately felt a severe pain coming from her abdomen, and her face suddenly changed. He struggled hard, trying to get rid of the control of acupoints, but it was useless at all, and his body was completely unable to move. The dead powder was in his body, and he frantically swallowed his internal organs, and soon swallowed all of his internal organs. Shi Yuqing's vitality was obviously weakening. Lin Shen was happy to see this and knew there was a chance. Shi Yuqing's eyes became more and more horrified, and fear climbed onto his face. But at this point, there was no room for revolving, and the aura on his body became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Shi Yuqing's chest cracked and a red mouthpiece with a flashing red light came out of it. This time, Shi Yuqing's wound could not heal again. She stood there, her eyes exposed, but she no longer had a breath. Lin Shen and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shen went forward to search for his body, trying to find out if there was anything available on him before leaving. Soon a few space capsules were searched. Lin Shen opened the space capsule and poured out everything inside. One thing attracted his attention. This is... Lin Shen saw what it was clearly, and his eyes lit up immediately, and he grabbed the dead powder that wanted to swallow Shi Yuqing's body. Maybe, we don't have to escape. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and Dai and said. The thing Lin Shen was holding was a notebook that recorded many things about Shi Yuqing. This person actually has the habit of writing a diary, which Lin Shen and the others did not expect. Perhaps it is because a person is too lonely and too depressed in the immortal courtyard. Shi Yuqing wrote a lot of diaries, and the content in it is enough to prove that he comes from the ancient world area, not a god. Chapter 1061. We're all cheated. Lu Ximing is in a very depressed mood now. Bai Luotian has been severely damaged and the money losses are difficult to estimate. Not to mention, the money loss can be made up sooner or later. The key is the researchers who were massacred by the experimental subjects and the experimental projects that have not been completed. These are losses that cannot be calculated. It is not easy to restart those experimental projects and find so many star priests who are good at research again. Without the success of those researchers and new projects, the various products produced by Billow Ocean will soon be left behind by their opponents, which is the most terrifying thing.
The key is that there was a problem in the laboratory this time, and he still couldn't find the person responsible. At that time, the blame would be only taken by himself. What made Lin Shen even more uncomfortable was that the number 9 experimental subject escaped. He was so anxious to catch the experimental subject number 9, because it was the ultimate creature and the best thing in the institute. Unfortunately, he led so many people to besiege the number 9 experimental subject, but he still couldn't keep it. The body of the number 9 experimental body has been tossed for so long, and it has long been no longer in its heyday. It can even be said that it has weakened to the extreme. It is almost impossible to keep it. Lin Shen was thinking about how to explain to the other 9-star priests that this was not his own thing. After the number 9 experimental subject escaped, Lin Shen saw that the situation had almost stabilized, so he took people to the institute. The situation in the institute was shocking. Not only did most of the experimental subjects escape, but all kinds of instruments that were bought or studied by themselves were almost destroyed. Looking at the instruments that were like broken copper and iron, Lin Shen's heart was bleeding. The laboratory was hopeless, and Lin Shen took people to the warehouse, hoping that the property there was still there and not destroyed. Seeing the warehouse from afar, Lin Shen's heart sucked hard. The door of the warehouse is open, and you can see that the walls of the warehouse are damaged and several large holes appear. It's over. Lin Shen was wailing in his heart. If even such a little property was ruined, his life would be even more uncomfortable. He rushed into the warehouse in 2 steps, but the scene in the warehouse made Lin Shen slightly stunned. The goods in the warehouse were indeed destroyed, but there were actually 2 more people inside. No, to be precise, it should be a person and a corpse. Lin Shen naturally recognized that it was a Tian who Wu Qing had always asked him to pay close attention to. He was also familiar with the other corpse. It was Shi Yuqing who he found to monitor a Tian. Lin Shen originally thought that a Tian had been torn or eaten by the number 9 experimental subject. After all, even Director Lin and Zhang Jiahao died inside and were bitten into a corpse. How could a Tian, the experimental subject in the number 9 laboratory, be spared? I never thought that I would see a Tian here, let alone Shi Yuqing's body. The star priest who followed Lin Shen had surrounded them all. A Tian, why are you here? Lin Shen asked with a frown without immediately ordering to take him down. Sir Lu, look at this. Lin Shen reached out and threw Shi Yuqing's diary at Lin Shen. Lin Shen had a strange glow, and then he caught the diary. He opened it with some confusion and looked at it, his face suddenly showed an angry look. Although the diary has no name, it can be seen from the contents of the records that it was written by a spy undercover in Ocean. Most of the content recorded in it is ridicule and satire of God and man, as well as his many plans, as well as his thoughts after the plan is successful. Lin Shen originally thought that many problems arose in Ocean's factory and research institute were unexpected, but he did not expect that it was the work of this spy. Looking at the ridicule of him in the diary, Lin Shen's face was hot and he felt even more angry. After seeing it, Lin Shen saw the events recorded in his diary, and later found that there were plans for the institute, hoping to use the experimental subject to destroy the institute's plan. Look at the time when I wrote this plan, it was the time when Shi Yuqing monitored a Tian. Lin Shen naturally guessed who wrote the diary. He even thought that Shi Yuqing used a Tian to ask him about the surveillance authority of the institute, and was preparing for this plan. This bastard. Lin Shen had already determined that this experimental riot was done by Shi Yuqing, a traitor. Although I don't know how Shi Yuqing did it, it is exactly the same as the plan he wrote. Who else could it be if he didn't do it? You killed him? Lin Shen looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and asked. I was sent to laboratory number 9, it should be him who was in it? Lin Shen kicked Shi Yuqing's body hatefully, this damn ancient world person almost killed me. Fortunately, I escaped and knew the truth. We are all fooled by him. Lin Shen sighed, go back first to assist in the investigation. Lin Shen still had suspicion of Lin Shen, so naturally he could not believe him like this. After all, Lin Shen's ability to survive is a big doubt, and how could he kill Shi Yuqing? This is also a doubt.
Although Shi Yuqing is only a 5-star priest, his ability is very strong. He is a first-class person among the middle-level gods. No matter how strong the lower-level gods are, he cannot beat him. Besides, he hid so deeply, and was a person from the ancient world. Such a deep scheming was even more impossible to be killed by a lower-level god.
Lu Ximing asked the star priest to take Lin Shen back and then interrogated him personally. Tian, how did you survive the spy's plot? Lu Ximing pretended to be close and asked at Lin Shen.
If I hadn't had a special ability, I would have died in his plan long ago. Lin Shen said with a sigh.
Special ability? What special ability? Lu Ximing asked.
Pretend to death. Lin Shen replied seriously.
Pretend to death. Lu Ximing was stunned. Yes, if it weren't for the problem with the experimental subject, I pretended to be dead and escaped. I'd probably have been killed by the experimental subject number 9.
Fortunately, I have such a special ability that I heard some of the secrets he talked to the other 2 ancient realms, and I had the chance to sneak attack and kill him. Lin Shen sighed again and said, it's a pity that when I sneak attacked and killed him, the other 2 ancient realms ran away.
I was also traumatized and I didn't have the ability to chase them again. You've done well enough. Lu Ximing said with a smile on his face, can you let me take a look at your special ability to pretend to be dead?
This is my unique secret technique, and it is my life-saving trump card. It's okay, sir, but please help me keep the secret.
Never be known to others.
Lin Shen said and began to demonstrate how to pretend to be dead. He is greedy for life and fearless of death, and pretending to be dead is too simple for him.
Chapter 1062 Surprising News. Lu Ximing was a little surprised after seeing it.
Even he couldn't tell that Lin Shen was pretending to be dead. No matter how he looked, he was a dead person. At this time, Lu Ximing had already believed that Lin Shen was just a lower-level god, and he was arrested as an experimental subject. All the things on his body were searched, and it was impossible for these things to happen. It must be that bastard Shi Yuqing who has done so many things. No wonder he has always said that Tian is a spy and has done so many things. It turns out that he has always been thinking about the research institute. Although the diary does not record anything related to the 2 ancient human experiments, it is thought that it is because of the 2 ancient human experiments that he wants to implement this plan so much.
Tian, I'm really sorry for you.
It was all the things that made the damn dog thing, which made you suffer so much grievance.
You can stay here for a few days. After I explain it to the above, you will be picked up soon. And you have made a contribution this time and won the spy. Otherwise, he will continue to destroy it here. I don't know what to do. Rewards are bound to be indispensable. Lu Ximing patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, this Shi Yuqing must be the rebels of the Creation Clan.
Unfortunately, Shi Yuqing died, otherwise he should be able to dig up some news about the Creation Clan.
Creating gods?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would actually hear this name in such a place. He always thought that the creation of gods was the organization of his ancient realm area. It seems that it is not the case now. Even the star priests in the immortal court knew about the creation of gods, and they also thought that they regarded the creation of gods as a thorn in their eyes. It is normal for you not to know that the creation of the gods is normal. It is a traitor who escaped from the immortal court. It was an organization founded in the star domain outside the immortal court. It is an enemy of the immortal court everywhere. It is also a taboo to create the gods in the immortal court. They often secretly get some people out of the ancient realm area to be spies, and only they can do such things. Lu Ximing paused and said, since you have become a star priest, you must come into contact with the creation of the gods in the future, and you may even deal with them. This is inevitable. Can I still be a star priest? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Of course, you can. If you follow me in the future, I will cover you, and no one can touch your hair again. Lu Ximing said with a righteous face. Lin Shen was imprisoned for more than half a month, and after dozens of arraignments, he finally gained freedom. Lu Ximing personally took him out and gave him a 3-star badge. From now on, Lin Shen will become a 3-star priest.
This is the limit that the lower-level gods can reach.
If Lin Shen wants to go further, he can only be promoted to the middle-level gods, and then he may even be promoted to the star rank. Of course, if you can make unparalleled achievements, you may have the chance to be promoted unexpectedly, but that would be too difficult. Lu Ximing also gave Lin Shen the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Security, which is also the highest position that Lin Shen can hold at this level. The reason why Lu Ximing treats Lin Shen like this is certainly not because he admires Lin Shen, nor does he feel guilty about Lin Shen. It is mainly because Lin Shen discovered that Shi Yuqing was from the ancient realm, and it may also be a person from the creator of the gods. Lu Ximing pushed all the problems to Shi Yuqing, and this Shi Yuqing was recommended by another 9-star priest. With such a relationship, Lu Ximing dragged the 9-star priest down, minimizing the punishment he received this time. So Lin Shen, who discovered Shi Yuqing, was naturally a great hero. Of course, Lu Ximing had to reward him well. Even if it was for others to show him, he would not care about Lin Shen. What's more, Lu Ximing now regards Lin Shen as a lucky star. If it weren't for Lin Shen, if such a big thing happened this time, he would have to lose his skin even if he didn't die. After considering many considerations, Lu Ximing gave Lin Shen so many benefits. Although Lin Shen, the deputy minister, is just an idle position and has no actual power, he can get a lot of benefits, and he doesn't have to patrol every day, just sit in the office. Is Lu Ximing purely for his own good or has other thoughts? That is not something Lin Shen can know. Lin Shen, who had not left Ocean for half a month, finally returned to his planet again. As soon as he teleported in, a milky white tiger that had been more than 2 meters long rushed over and threw Lin Shen to the ground, sticking out his tongue and licking him on his face. Xiaojiu. Stop licking. Lin Shen was a little surprised. After not seeing each other for half a month, Bai Xiaojiu grew up a lot again. The other 3 little white tigers were also run over, but their size is not as big as little Wine, but they are almost the same as adult large dogs. After comforting the 4 little guys, he saw Dais and Wei Wufu standing aside. Old Wei, your injury is fine, right? Lin Shen stood up and looked at Wei Wufu and asked. The roots in Lao Wei's body have been completely removed. Dais answered for Wei Wufu. Otherwise, such a troublesome sentence would be very troublesome. Where are you? Lin Shen asked again. I plan to change my face and stay in the immortal court to develop. Dais pondered and said, fortunately, the fake identities that Shi Yuqing prepared for him, Lao Wei and I were able to leave Ocean without knowing it. Those identities can still be used now. Lao Wei and I plan to use these identities to stay in the immortal court. When you didn't come back, we had already visited the planet with the corresponding identity. Although it was ordinary, it was pretty good and was just right for us to develop. There are probably problems with these identities. Lin Shen frowned. What's the problem? Dais asked in confusion. I originally thought that Shi Yuqing came from other ancient realms, but recently I heard a news from Lu Ximing that Shi Yuqing might have come from the creation of gods. Lin Shen said. Creation of gods? Dais also showed a look of astonishment on his face. Like Lin Shen, he always thought that the creation of gods was the organization in their ancient realm area, but he did not expect that there was such an organization in the immortal court. Yes, it's the god-creating clan you think of. It's not just an organization in our ancient realm. Lin Shen himself told Dais and Lao Wei in a row. In other words, our ancient realm area is probably just a small branch of the creation clan? Dais said in contemplation. I was a little confused before. If Shi Yuqing was a man from the ancient realm, if he was just himself, how could he avoid the supervision of the immortal court, and how could he obtain the identity and become a star priest? If he was a person from the god-creating clan, everything would make sense. Dais understood Lin Shen's meaning. In other words, the fake identities on Shi Yuqing were also created by the creator of gods. If we use those fake identities, the people who created gods will come to us sooner or later, right? That's true. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Chapter 1063 Slightly Test the Water. If the creator clan comes to us, it may not be a bad thing. Dais thought for a while and said, the people in the ancient world originally wanted to survive in the cracks,
but they also had to survive in the cracks. This is very risky. Lin Shen understood what Dai's meant, but still felt that it was too risky. We can only take risks and have no other choice, Dai said calmly. Lin Shen knew that Dai's was right. If they didn't take risks, they could only hide or escape back to the ancient realm area. No matter which one was not what they wanted. I think, okay, Wei Wufu said. Since that's the case, we can only take one step at a time. Lin Shen had no choice but to agree to their plan. The three of them discussed some details in detail, decided on some response strategies for different situations, and then began to implement the plan. Dai and Wei Wufu used a fake identity of Shi Yuqing respectively. Although this identity was fake, it really existed in the Immortal Court. The identity origin and background are very clean, and the planet has been assigned. As long as a chip is implanted into the body, it can also be passed through the Xianting body's body verification system. It is easier for Wei Wufu to pretend. After all, Dai's is not a pure human, so it is a little troublesome. Fortunately, he does not have any other obvious characteristics. If the celestial race comes, it will be difficult to pretend to be a god. Just by using some means, they covered up the less obvious features on their bodies. From then on, Dai's and Lao Wei became one of the gods. Lin Shen gave them the teleportation authority of his planet, and if they needed it, they could teleport it at any time. The crystal beauty star is too dangerous, and another planet has the opportunity to hunt for deformities. Lao Wei and Dai's obviously did not plan to take this path. In the Immortal Court, hunting the deformed species is obviously not the best way to obtain resources. They also plan to participate in the competition, but they have not chosen which competition to participate in. Lin Shen himself had already decided which kind of competition to participate in. Now he has good resources, but it seems a bit difficult to raise alcohol, sex, wealth and energy, so he plans to let them make money to support themselves. Lin Shen signed up for Bai Xiaoqi to join the lower group of the pet competition, and asked Bai Xiaoqi to try the waters first to see what level of pets they are and whether they can earn some tiger food back by themselves. The reason why I chose Bai Xiaoqi is because Bai Xiaoqi is naturally timid. She is obviously a tiger, but she is cautious. Even when I am breastfeeding, she has to ask the other three brothers to go up and sip a few mouthfuls to try the poison. If it is okay, it will go up and drink it. The other three brothers are all too scary and they will fight with others when they go up. If they meet a too strong pet, they will not be able to beat them to death. At least there must be a buffer time so that Lin Shen can admit defeat on behalf of it. Pets are not spiritual souls, and they cannot see their attributes. They can only judge their abilities and attributes based on their daily experience. Lin Shen's work in Billuocean is too easy, which basically means he doesn't have to work. He is idle and just takes Bai Xiaoqi to participate in the competition. You are stingy, be careful. If you can beat me, you will fight me. If you can't beat me, you will run away. Lin Shen taught Bai Xiaoqi the way to survive, and he didn't know if it could understand it. The first level of participating in the pet competition is not to fight with other pets, but to pass the systematic test. Only if you can pass the test can you be qualified for the competition, otherwise you will not even have the qualification to participate. Most of the participating pets will be eliminated in this level. Generally, only tens of thousands of pets can pass the test and obtain the qualification to participate. Bai Xiaoqi came to the test field, and a robot also appeared at the same time and launched an attack on Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi had never seen such a thing before. After seeing it, he was shocked and quickly retreated to avoid the robot's attack. Lin Shen was a little stupid when watching outside the field. The robot was obviously not as good as Bai Xiaoqi in all aspects, but Xiaoqi just didn't dare to attack and was chased and ran around the field. Bai Xiaoqi's speed is okay, it must be the top speed attribute of 20,000 attributes. Lin Shen had never paid much attention to it before, and at this time he roughly judged that it must be the top speed attribute. Bai Xiaoqi was chased and ran all over the field, but the robot had no choice but to do anything about it, but it did not dare to fight back. He was chased and jumped up and down, which made Lin Shen laugh and cry. This is simply a mouse chasing the big cat. Bai Xiaoqi was a bit too timid. Fortunately, after a long time, Bai Xiaoqi finally realized that this big guy who looked a little scary seemed to have nothing to be afraid of. Even so, it still pretended to test it many times before finally daring to take action and carefully released another thunderous blow. With just one blow, Bai Xiaoqi's claws tore the robot's body apart. Bai Xiaoqi looked around carefully for a while and found that the robot had no ability to resist. He tore the robot's body apart in the past 2 strokes. Through the test, the system scored Bai Xiaoqi at 8.7, which is not low. It is difficult for ordinary pets to reach 8 points. According to past experience, you should be able to qualify for the competition with a score of 8 or above. If Bai Xiaoqi hadn't started running for so long, the score should have been higher. Lin Shen didn't know whether it was wrong or right to let this guy try the waters. He was too careful. If you want to get resources to make tiger food, you must at least enter the top 100 rankings. After all, they have too high requirements for tiger food, and ordinary resources cannot exchange much tiger food. After Bai Xiaoqi came out, Lin Shen gave it a small stove, which made Xiaoqi very happy and lay there and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Until the registration date was over, and when Lin Shen went to see it again, Bai Xiaoqi was indeed on the list. The opponent in the first round was a white crane with a ruby-like crane top on his head. The name of this pet is Hedinghong. It is obvious that it is the name given to it by the owner. I only know that it is a lower-level deformed species, but I don't know what abilities it has. The rating is not very high, only 9.1, which is a little higher than Bai Xiaoqi, but compared with those top pets with ratings of 9.8 or 9.9, it is much worse. It's great to meet a soft persimmon in the first round. Let the stingy first become familiar with the fighting atmosphere. Lin Shen thought in his heart. The owner of Hedinghong is the same as Lin Shen. The 8.7 rating makes the opponent a little weaker, but this happens to be our strategy. First get a low score, the opponent will be much weaker. Slowly rush forward and finally make a big splash. A man with a scar on his face looked at the battle table, with a bad expression on his face. If Lin Shen could see this man, he would definitely be very surprised because he was very familiar with this man. This scar man is clearly Tu Xiaodao, who had had several interactions with Lin Shen before. Chapter 1064. I just like your motivated look. Xiaodao, why are you participating in such a boring competition? What resources do you need? Give me the list and arrange it for you. A goddess wearing a star priest robe, who was still charming, came to Tu Xiaodao's back, reached out and pressed his shoulder and said softly. Tu Xiaodao sat on the sofa, reached out and pressed the hand of the actress priest who was put on his shoulder and smiled. I also want to exercise myself, I can't rely on you for everything. I just like you're so ambitious. If you have any need to tell me, I will support you with all my strength. The actress priest smiled. Sister, you have helped me so much. If you have to worry about this little thing, then I really feel that I am useless. Tu Xiaodao smiled and said, Don't worry, sister, I can handle it myself. Sister knows that as long as you want to do it, you will definitely do it, said the actress priest. Win the first game first, and then move towards the championship step by step. Tu Xiaodao no longer pays attention to his first round opponents and has begun to study the pets behind him. After 7 rounds, Hedinghong will encounter a pet with a score of 9.8, which is also a very famous pet. In the last pet competition, although the pet score was not the top one, it entered the top 10. Looking at Tu Xiaodao's appearance of concentrating on researching materials, the actress priest couldn't help but sigh, a man who focuses on work is so sexy. Lin Shen didn't know that Tu Xiaodao would be in the immortal court, nor did he know that Bai Xiaoqi's opponent in the first round would be his pet. When the first round of the match began, before Bai Xiaoqi entered the field, Lin Shen did not forget to remind him, when you should fight, run if you should run if you should. If you are not sure, it will be fine to run 2 more laps. Bai Xiaoqi didn't know if he understood it, so he roared at Lin Shen, and then was teleported into the competition field. Bai Xiaoqi's current body shape is similar to that of an adult golden retriever. It is not small, but not large. The opponent's crane head is a bit big. Although it looks like a crane, it looks like a jadeite, with huge wings spreading to 7 or 8 meters. It should be as easy as playing for a person. The crane head red came up and made a very imposing roar. Its wings fluttered into the sky. The slapped airflow stormed in the competition field, almost overturning the unprepared Bai Xiaoqi to the ground. Bai Xiaoqi was shocked at once. He didn't dare to fight He Dinghong head-on, and then ran away after tearing his hooves. Everyone who watched the game was stunned. They had seen pets that could not be beaten and ran away, but they had never seen ones that could be beaten and ran away. The crane head was red like a rainbow, flying rapidly in the sky. At the same time, the flapping wings swung out white light blades, like a rain of blades falling from the sky, slashing towards the white stinging who was running around in the competition field. The speed of He Dinghong is obviously top-notch, and the light blade it swung is also very destructive and very dense. Bai Xiaoqi was panicked and rolled and crawled around the field, looking very embarrassed. It was a mess, but the light blade emitted by the crane's red head was avoided by it, and its speed was really not slow. This should be a tiger, not a cat, right? Why are you so timid? Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. Although the crane red is not considered the top pet, it is also a deformed species of divine beast quality. With the training of the top beast trainer, its combat power can also be considered top-notch in the lower level. It is not comparable to ordinary pets. The tiger pet was not scared and could not move, which is already considered good. The actress priest said with a smile. The two pets chased and fled on the field, and the fight was so chaotic that it was completely different from other pet competitions. Bai Xiaoqi's performance surprised Lin Shen a little. He Dinghong's ability was clearly the top in the lower level. Bai Xiaoqi dealt with him. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was not injured. It was timid and made many mistakes when it ran away. Even so, it was still able to avoid all He Dinghong's attacks. This behavior surprised Lin Shen a little. After all, Bai Xiaoqi's combat ability is the weakest among the four brothers of Jusen Kai. Not to mention that compared with Bai Xiaojiu, even compared with Xiaosa and Xiao Kai, it is a little worse. Lin Shen originally thought that his qualifications were a little poor. After all, his size was the smallest among the four brothers, which may be due to his congenital deficiencies. But after watching it, Lin Shen found that Bai Xiaoqi was not innate enough, it looked weak, purely because it was too timid. At first, Tu Xiaodao felt that the battle should be over soon, but as he looked, he felt something was wrong. Although the white tiger pet ran around like a headless fly, the attack of the crane head red never hurt it. Being able to avoid the attack of He Dinghong proves that its speed is definitely the top in the lower level. The speed is good, and the strength should not be good, otherwise I would not have been running away all the time and I would not dare to face the battle head-on. Tu Xiaodao said in his heart. Others who watched the game also had the same idea. Only Lin Shen knew that Bai Xiaoqi was too cautious, but if it figured out that his opponent's strength was not as strong as it, then it would still be fierce and decisive. He Dinghong attacked for so long but couldn't do anything about Bai Xiaoqi. Lin Shen felt that it should be almost the same. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoqi's dodging became more and more organized, not as panicked as he was at the beginning, and the dodging was getting smaller and smaller. Before Bai Xiaoqi's response was over, He Dinghong couldn't help but rush down from the air, with a strong light all over her body, and at the same time, her claws flashed with a terrifying divine light, and grabbed Bai Xiaoqi's back. Bai Xiaoqi clearly had his back to the crane head Hong, but when the crane head Hong flew down, it suddenly jumped up, and its tail, which was like a steel whip behind it, suddenly threw it out. He Dinghong didn't expect such a move, and was immediately thrust on his face by his tail, and suddenly staggered. His head was dizzy when he was thrusting, and his spread wings tilted to one side, as if he was drunk. Bai Xiaoqi turned around and rushed forward. He Dinghong was so blushed that before he could react, Bai Xiaoqi bit his neck. What happened? Tu Xiaodao didn't react and stared at the crane head red who was bitten on the game field. I had the advantage the previous second, but why did it happen the next second? When he reacted and applied to admit defeat, it was already over. He Dinghong's neck had been bitten off by Bai Xiaoqi, and his head was so suffocated. Looking at the corpse teleported back, Tu Xiaodao felt very depressed, sincere. It's so sinister. He clearly has that strength. He pretended to be like that. Taking advantage of He Dinghong's carelessness, he gave a fatal blow. A pet can be so sinister. His master must be not a good thing. Tu Xiaodao never expected that he was originally fighting for 1 and 3,
but he was fucked to death in the first round. The pet competition was not held in Taishu World, so if you die, you will not be able to be resurrected. It's not your problem, it's that white tiger pet is too sinister. Don't be sad. I'll find you a stronger pet, which is definitely stronger than that white tiger.
I will definitely win it next time.
The actress priest comforted her softly. Sister, I think of that white tiger pet.
Tu Xiaodao said this. Chapter 1065 Tiandong Jiaz.
Bai Xiaoqi won the game, and Lin Shen was naturally very happy and added a meal to it alone. In the next few games, the opponent was not too strong, but Bai Xiaoqi still maintained his style. At first, he was chased by the eagle and ran away like a chicken. Later, after getting familiar with it, he launched a quick counterattack and directly took the opponent down. The pets who fought against Bai Xiaoqi were either killed or injured, 5 died in 6 rounds, and 1 was seriously injured. The owners of those pets were so angry that they hated Bai Xiaoqi, and even gave it a nickname of a sinister tiger. Because they have no fame, not many people follow and not many people know about it, and they have not caused any storms. Until a transaction post was posted in the Taishu trading area, someone paid 1 million Taishu coins to buy the white tiger, and the trading area was in full swing.
What is the concept of 1 million Taishu coin?
With so much money, you can buy the best upper-class divine beast pet, or even directly buy the divine soul pet, which is actually used to buy a lower-class pet. What a strong lower-level pet it is worth buying at such a high price. It was not until this time that someone began to pay attention to Bai Xiaoqi. Because the transaction was posted to buy Bai Xiaoqi, many people went to watch Bai Xiaoqi's game.
Not long after, the nickname of Bai Xiaoqi Inhu began to be widely circulated. This white tiger is so sinister.
Every time it pretends to lose, let the pets on the other side take care of them, and then find an opportunity to kill them directly.
It's so patient. A tiger has such a deep scheming.
Although the insidious tiger is a little bit sinister, it is indeed very strong. It can be seen that its speed and strength are top-notch.
No wonder some people are willing to buy a lower pet for 1 million. This pet is indeed a bit different.
Not to mention anything else, this IQ is definitely the top among the lower deformities. After Lin Shen learned about this news, he was really urged to sell it for money.
1 million Taishu coins are too many.
We have 3 such valuable pets. Lin Shen looked at Bai Xiaojiu and the others with his eyes, all of which were filled with thief light. Of course, Lin Shen would not really sell him for nothing, and he is really not short of money now. Even if you lack money, making money from Shanxing will last longer than selling stingy, and you won't make too slow. What's more, Lin Shen is still counting on Bai Xiaoqi to enter the top 10 and earn more resources. If you can win the first place, it is naturally the best. The reward for the first place in the pet competition is not the planet, but a distortion pill. The effects of the deformed pill are of no use to gods and men, but for deformed species, it is a good thing that is hard to find. This thing can increase the distortion rate of the deformed species. Of course, it is useless to just increase the distortion rate, but after the distortion rate increases, it will be attributed to the deformed species. That is to say, the deformed pill can actually strengthen the pet's attributes. If luck is good enough, it may even enhance the distortion characteristics. Lin Shen doesn't think that Bai Xiaoqi can win the first place, and it's good to be able to enter the top 10 and get the basic reward. The top 10 resources should be enough for the 4 brothers to be promoted to the median. Lin Shen discovered that the opponent in the next round was a strong pet with a score of 9.8. I searched on takesU.com and found that the opponent's previous pet competition also entered the top 10 in the lower group.
It's not easy to deal with.
Lin Shen checked the other party's information, watched the previous competition, and found that it was indeed a very powerful pet. Not only Lin Shen doesn't think Bai Xiaoqi can win, but other gods who are concerned about pet wars do not think Bai Xiaoqi can win. Tiandong Jiashi, a humanoid deformed species, a quality divine beast, needs speed, strength, and skills. It can be said that hexagons have no weaknesses.
The key is that Tiandong Jiashi's IQ is still very high and he will not be as fooled as those pets before.
It will not be so easy for Bai Xiaoqi to think about the same trick again. On the day of the competition, many people came to watch the competition on site. Those who were not able to watch the competition could only watch the competition through live broadcast on the internet. Ji Fengyun was talking to his Tiandong Jiashi at this time. A high-end product like Tiandong Jiashi has a high IQ that is no different from a god. In addition to his own excellence, Ji Fengyun was able to obtain a pet like Tiandong Jiashi, and the biggest reason why he was named Ji. The Ji family is also a large clan of the immortal court, which is not inferior to the Pan, Wen, Shen and Deng families, and even has it in some aspects. Among the younger generation of the Ji family, Ji Fengyun is not known for his strength, and he is not the focus of training for the family. But his ability is not bad at all. He won the beauty pageant championship, which even gave him a lot of resources. No one knows that Ji Fengyun is not only good-looking, but also outstanding in his own strength, and no one knows that Tiandong Jiashi is his pet. After joining the Star God Palace, the Star Lord himself cannot participate in various competitions at will, but the pets are not within this restriction. Tiandong, your opponent is a little troublesome, you have to spend some time. Ji Fengyun reminded Tiandong's soldiers. No matter how powerful it is just a beast. No matter how cunning it is useless in front of me. Tiandong armored soldiers, like heavenly soldiers and generals, stood there, with a blue light flashing in their eyes and said expressionlessly. Of course it is not your opponent, but that thing is very sinister. You always like to show your opponent as weak first, and wait for your opponent to attack and send a fatal blow. And your ability is unique, so you should pay attention to it. Ji Fengyun frowned slightly. If Tiandong Jiashi was not an ordinary pet, but a divine pet, he would have used methods to deal with him. No matter how high your IQ is, you are just a pet. You dare to question your owner's orders. This is just a death. I understand, I won't give it a chance, I will take its life within 3 seconds. Tiandong Jiashi said with an expressionless face. Its speed is not bad. Are you sure? Ji Fengyun asked. After going to fight, I will use thunder means to use the Tiandong God Fist with all my strength and kill it under the fist. After hearing what the Tiandong army soldier said, Ji Fengyun felt relieved. It seemed that the Tiandong army soldier did not underestimate the enemy. Ji Fengyun knew the power of Tiandong Divine Fist. As long as Tiandong armored soldiers do their best, the insidious white tiger may not even have a chance to dodge. After confirming that the Tiandong army did not underestimate the enemy, Ji Fengyun then took him into the arena with peace of mind. When Dong Jiashi and Bai Shaoqi entered the field that day, the atmosphere in the field suddenly reached a climax. No one expected that the Tiandong Arctics dared to appear and then directly swung their fists out. The divine light on the fist swept towards Bai Shaoqi like a storm, giving Bai Shaoqi no chance to dodge. Chapter 1066. Is it useless? It's Tiandong Divine Fist coming up. This is a determined intention to directly blow up the insidious tiger. Someone who knew the Tiandong arsenal suddenly became excited. As a pet that was able to enter the top 10 in the last session, Tiandong Jiashi is also widely known. The lethality of Tiandong Shinfu may not be the strongest in this level, but the destructive power can also be ranked in the first level. What really makes Tiandong Xingquan famous is that the Tiandong Xingquan combined with the distortion characteristics of Tiandong Jiashi, which will produce a tracking effect. The fist is out and never returns, and it is not over. Basically, as soon as the Tiandong Shin fist is released, the opponent can only choose to fight head-on. Otherwise, Tiandong Shinfu will punch one after another, and then the punching power will be endless and there will be no chance of fighting. To deal with Tiandong Shinfu, you must explode it at the first punch. But Bai Shaoqi still ran away as usual, not facing the Tiandong Jiashi head-on. Seeing this scene, some people who were still excited about this game felt a little boring. The Tiandong armor soldier came up with the Tiandong God Fist. The white tiger chose to escape. The winner was decided. You don't have to see what the result is. Beasts are beasts after all, and their IQ is limited if they have ideas. Compared with this kind of humanoid pet with high IQ, it is much worse. If you don't catch the first punch, there will be no chance next. Because of small losses, you can't be smart. People all think that the stingy is about to finish, and the facts are also moving in the direction they imagined. Bai Xiaoqi just dodged a few punches, and the punching power in the entire arena was already surging like a torrent, leaving Bai Xiaoqi with almost no room to dodge. The time was only 2 or 3 seconds before and Tiandong Jiashi said that he would deal with Bai Xiaoqi within 3 seconds, and he was not boasting, and his ability was really amazing. Lin Shen was also a little surprised to see that the Tiandongshan fist was quite similar to his stepwave fist. However, because the Tiandong Xinquan does not have continuous control ability, it is difficult to form a situation where the next wave pushes the previous wave and promotes the fire. But even so, the momentum was already very terrifying. The tidal fist force chased Bai Xiaoqi and would not stop until he swallowed it. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen was already planning to admit defeat and get Bai Xiaoqi back. Bai Xiaoqi is very strong, but the initiative has been lost, so it is easy for such a battle to happen. After all, it was only a few months old and was still a little guy. Lin Shen had no intention of letting it get involved in such a cruel battle now. But the next second, Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and his decision to admit defeat was also paused. Bai Xiaoqi's speed suddenly increased to a terrifying level, and he found a gap in the cracks and avoided the pursuit of fist power. Its body seemed to be whistling with wind, making Bai Xiaoqi's speed faster and faster. The tsunami-like fist power could not catch up with it. This speed is too fast. It has already broken through the limit of the lower level, right? It turns out that its characteristic is speed, no wonder it can run so well. It's a pity. No matter how fast the speed is, it's useless. If you are outside, you still have a chance to get away from the Tiandongshan fist. But this is inside the arena. The power of the Tiandongshan fist will soon fill the field. No matter how fast the speed is, there is no room for dodging. I have to say that the pets who can enter the top 10 are all a little bit of stuff, and Bai Xiaoqi is over. Although Tiandong Jiashi was unable to defeat Bai Xiaoqi within 3 seconds, his fist strength was getting stronger and stronger. As everyone expected, it would not take much time. The terrifying fist strength would flood the entire arena like the sea. By then, Bai Xiaoqi would have nowhere to hide. Bai Xiaoqi couldn't control so much. He was frightened by this momentum and increased his speed and dodged quickly, looking like a stray dog who was desperate. Seeing the terrifying fist force gathering, the space left for Bai Xiaoqi is almost gone, and it feels like rushing the dog into the alley. Lin Shen did not rush to admit defeat, because when he saw the speed of Bai Xiaoqi burst out, he suddenly thought of something. Among the 4 brothers, Bai Xiaoqi is the thinnest and most timid, but his defense is not low. When the 4 brothers were playing together before, the other 3 little white tigers were not abnormal, but strange white light often appeared on their bodies, and the white light made the stingy body very tough. It is not because Xiaojiu and others are ruthless to stimulate the stingy characteristics, but because they are too timid and afraid of pain, they are easily scared out of their traits. Lin Shen thought together before that white light had defensive ability and the distortion characteristics of Bai Xiaoqi. But the acceleration ability I just saw was obviously not the same thing. Is this guy a stingy guy a dual characteristic? Lin Shen said in his heart, wanting to observe again. A stingy personality, if you are not forced into a desperate situation, you really can't tell what its strength is. Since the acceleration is already so powerful, the defense characteristic should not be bad. Even if you cannot compete with Tiandong Arsenal, you should not be killed by a few punches. Lin Shen put his finger on the abstention button and was ready to abstain immediately. Bai Xiaoqi had been forced to the point where he could not retreat, and the tiger's face showed a very humanized look of horror. Seeing the terrifying fist power slapped like a huge wave, Bai Xiaoqi was so scared that he even forgot to fight head-on. Taoqian's fist power directly slapped its body. It's over. Someone sighed in his heart. I originally thought it would be a wonderful battle, but I didn't expect it to be just a farce. From beginning to end it was a chase, like a child playing house. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the energy shield was blown up and shaking. The continuous fist force, which was like a wave, was constantly chasing and bombarding Bai Xiaoqi's body, and the explosions produced were wave after wave, with no sign of stopping at all. It's much simpler than I thought. Ji Fengyun breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was too nervous before. Tiandong Jias are still very powerful, how could it be so easy to lose? The others also thought that Bai Xiaoqi was sure to lose, and he might even be killed by being bombarded.
I'm afraid it would be too late to admit defeat.
The Tiandong Jiashi also seemed to think that Bai Xiaoqi should have been beaten to death, so he stopped bombing the Tiandong Godfist. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, but everyone was surprised to find that a figure with white light slowly walked out in the smoke and dust.
It's okay.
Seeing the figure coming out of the white light, someone screamed in surprise.
After enduring so much terrifying punch, Bai Xiaoqi seemed to have nothing to do.
Her hair emitted a white light, as if bathing in the holy light. Not to mention being killed, even a single hair on his body fell off. No one can believe that the Tiandong army soldier who could make it into the top 10 in the last session could not hurt Bai Xiaoqi with such a fierce offensive. Tiandong Jiashi himself didn't believe it, and he suddenly punched Bai Xiaoqi again. This time everyone could see clearly that the terrifying Tiandong Godfist hit Bai Xiaoqi's body, and it was just like a breeze stroking, causing Bai Xiaoqi's hair to sway slightly.
Is it useless to do anything else? Chapter 1067 Champion Hot. Don't break the defense. Everyone was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Although Tiandong Xingquan is not a top-level destructive skill, it is also first class. It is really surprising that you can't even break the defense when you hit pets of the same level.
If the opposite side is a pet with Xuanwu bloodline and has defensive characteristics, it is normal. But this white tiger is obviously a speed pet, so how could it be so high in defense?
It is fast and has strong defense. What kind of fairy pet is this?
The Tiandong armor still did not give up and exploded the Tiandong Godfist again and again, but it was useless at all. Bai Xiaoqi stepped towards the Tiandong armor fist step by step with the wave of the Tiandong Godfist. Bai Xiaoqi now has overcome his fear and no longer shrinks. It took a few steps and exploded with a terrifying speed. In an instant, it crashed into the fist wave, and pounced on the Tiandong armored soldiers like a white evil ghost. The Tiandong Jiashi's speed is not slow, and his skills are good, but at the terrifying speed, he cannot avoid Bai Xiaoqi's attack and can only force his punches to resist. The fist claws were just in contact, and Tiandong Jiashi's hands and arms were cut off.
Bai Xiaoqi's sharp claws remained fast and swung to Tiandong Jiashi's chest. If this claw hits, Tiandong Jiashi's body will be immediately shattered. At the critical moment, the body of Tiandong Jiashi suddenly disappeared, and its owner Ji Fengyun chose to admit defeat in advance. I knock, the insidious tiger is so fierce? High defense, high speed, and high attack, the insidious tiger is too perfect. With this ability, you are so slutty there, just go up and slap it to death. This battle directly brought Bai Xiaoqi's fame, and the originally unknown pet suddenly became a favorite to win the championship. Although Lin Shenbao's name is Bai Xiaoqi, because most people call it Yingxinhe, the name Bai Xiaoqi is not commonly used. Tu Xiaodao wanted to be stingy.
The actress priest increased the reward price again and again, and had increased the bounty to 5 million. He even provided an effective message and gave 100,000 Taishu coins.
It was simply inhumane.
More and more people are paying attention to Bai Xiaoqi. In the next game, almost every game was full of violence.
Bai Xiaoqi's fighting style is still like goo.
At first, he mainly escapes, and only after he finds that his opponent is not very good will he launch a counterattack. This fighting style has gradually become popular. As a human being, once you have an erotic vision, you will get different results. Those who watched the game before thought Bai Xiaoqi was insidious, but after knowing that Bai Xiaoqi had absolute strength but did not choose to take the initiative, the wind direction began to change inexplicably.
What a sinister tiger! It's clearly a gentleman tiger. Let the opponent perform first, and then take action. Otherwise, I will take action directly, and the opponent will have no chance to perform at all.
Elegant, too elegant, this is called being polite first and then being soldier.
I'm so cute and polite. Bai Xiaoqi is so popular now.
I don't know how many nicknames such as Gentleman Tiger, Elegant Tiger, and Polite Tiger. More and more people are in love with this kind of pet and are asking where to catch this deformity, but unfortunately no one knows it. As Bai Xiaoqi won one after another, his fame became higher and higher. When he met the previous champion pet, the seven-clawed divine bird, in the 11th round, Bai Xiaoqi burst out his divine light again, and he rushed to the attack of the seven-clawed divine bird and pounced it from the sky without much effort. At that moment, Bai Xiaoqi had become a natural favorite for champions. Everyone thought that Bai Xiaoqi would definitely win the championship, and there was almost no suspense. Some people have even begun to give Bai Xiaoqi the title of the number one divine pet, and many people are already speculating whether Bai Xiaoqi will be the white tiger among the four ultimate creatures. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi looked very strange. They were hunting on the winning planet with Lin Shen. Lin Shen was surrounded by four brothers: wine, sex, wealth, and energy. King Lunzi and Long Xiuzi naturally recognized Bai Xiaoqi. They were thinking in their hearts, now people outside say that Bai Xiaoqi is the number one divine pet in the lower class, but they don't know that there are three pets as powerful as it, and Bai Xiaoqi can only rank fourth here. Lin Shen now knew that these four white tigers were much stronger than he thought and had very strong combat power, so he brought them all out as laborers. Although these four guys were getting bigger before, they still looked like a little-breasted tiger in Lin Shen's feeling, so Lin Shen had never let them come out to fight much before. Now that they know that they are actually very powerful, they can no longer let them eat and drink for free at home, and they have to work hard to earn money. Lin Shen felt very surprised when he watched the four white tigers scattering around happily. He had also met the little guy's parents at the beginning. Although their combat power was not weak, they seemed not as strong as wine, sex, wealth, and energy. Otherwise, Deng Adwa would not have looked down on these white tigers. No wonder Xiaojiao and their gene mutations? Lin Shen couldn't figure out how they were so strong. This area is full of lower-level creatures, so Lin Shen doesn't have to worry about them getting into trouble, so they let them hunt on their own. After a while, Xiaojiao brought back several distortion sources. Lin Shen looked at it and found that there was actually a mutant quality inside. Brother Atian, with these four divine pets, as long as you operate properly, you can win the championship of the pet competition for at least a few decades in the future. There is no need to worry about resources anymore. Long Xiuzi said. King Lunzi echoed, you can first cultivate one to the upper level, and then cultivate one to the middle level, and win all the championships in the 3 levels. The lower level champion is still easier to win. Most truly powerful pets will not stay in the lower level for too long. It is not that easy to win the middle level and upper level champions. Lin Shen said. Even if you can't win the championship, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the top 10 with the potential of these white tigers, and that's a lot of resources. Moreover, the lower level champions are sure to win, and the distortion pill is a good thing to make up for small wine. It's not impossible for the middle level champions to be promoted. King Lunzi said. They all knew that Xiaojiao was the strongest among the 4 white tigers, and her body was almost twice as big as the other 3 white tigers, as majestic as a bull. Let's talk about it later. Lin Shen looked at the 4 white tigers, but was thinking in his heart whether these 4 guys could be the blood descendants of the 4 ultimate creatures. While chatting, Lin Shen received a message from Lu Siming, asking him to go back to Billowation immediately. Chapter 1068 My Own. Lu Siming is in a very bad mood now. Wu Qing asked about Atian several times in recent times, and obviously he had no intention of letting Atian go. He mentioned it to Wu Qing several times intentionally or unintentionally that Atian should have no problem. The one with the problem was Shi Yuqing, but Wu Qing did not comment and just asked him to continue monitoring Atian. So Lu Siming is still monitoring Lin Shen. The reason why he gave Lin Shen such a free job is that he has such a consideration. However, Lu Siming has always seen Lin Shen's performance, and there is no problem at all. He does not fight or scramble, does whatever he wants to do, and does not meddle in other people's business. It's not enough to use such a useful person, which makes Lu Siming, who is very short of manpower recently, very depressed. Billowation suffered serious losses. In order to maintain Billowation's operation, he put a lot of resources into it to stabilize the situation. Recently, Lu Siming has been thinking about how to make money back as soon as possible, otherwise if this continues, Billowotion will be over sooner or later. Sir. Lin Shen walked in and saluted Lu Siming. Oh my god, come on, try this one I just got, it's a good thing. Lu Siming smiled and asked Lin Shen to sit down, took out a bottle of liquid from something unknown, and poured a cup for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't ask what it was, but picked it up and took a sip. Lu Ximing was even happier when he saw this, which showed that Lin Shen trusted him very much and regarded him as his own. Lin Shen naturally would not trust Lu Ximing, but he had the theory of evolution, so toxins and other things were useless to him.
Good thing, it can actually increase its power attribute.
Sir, what is this? Lin Shen only felt a strange energy spreading to his whole body, which actually increased his power attribute by 1 point.
This is Qingyuan liquid, which is extracted from an aberrant plant called Qingyuan grass.
Only one galaxy in the Zhongtian star region can be planted, and the yield is not too high, so it is also a rare object. Lu Ximing said, pouring another cup of Lin Shen.
Such an expensive thing.
Lin Shen was interrupted by Lu Ximing before he finished speaking.
Oh my god, I heard that you are from the Deng family in Zhongtian Star District, right? Lu Ximing said.
Yes. Lin Shen's identity proof was handled by Deng Quang for him, so it was naturally under the name of the Deng family. For outsiders, he was born in the Deng family. Lu Ximing smiled and said, I have also heard about your marriage with the Shen family.
Xinxing Xue is a great beauty, you are lucky.
Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and was about to deny it, but Lu Ximing did not give him this opportunity.
He continued, this Qingyuan grass was planted from the galaxy of the Shen family, and it cannot grow anywhere else.
If you have this relationship with the Shen family, we may still have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. You also know that this time our Billow suffered heavy losses, and the research institute is considered to be useless. It is difficult to rebuild and complete the research and development of new products in a short period of time.
We can only rely on some old products to support Billow Ocean's operation.
Recently, I want to go on a production line of Xinyuan Dan, but there is a main material inside.
Kinji Wanko? Lin Shen understood Lu Ximing's meaning. Tian, you are indeed a smart person. You have something to do. As long as you help me get the Kinji Wanko, I will let you upgrade to 3 levels in a row. Lu Ximing said.
Sir, I have nothing to do with the Shen family.
Lin Shen sighed.
Lu Ximing seemed to have not heard Lin Shen's words, stood up and walked to Lin Shen, patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, Tian, you are a smart person, I don't hide it from you. I have indeed targeted you before, and Shi Yuqing was indeed sent to monitor you.
Do you know why this is?
Old men naturally have their considerations.
Lin Shen said. That's because you are so excellent. Lu Ximing said, taking out a photo and put it in front of Lin Shen. Do you know this person? I seem to have seen it in the game before.
Lin Shen looked carefully and seemed to be an opponent he participated in the game. This person is Wu Xiaoming. He has a very famous reputation in the shooting competition. He met you when he first went to participate in the hardest Godman competition, but he was eliminated.
Wu Xiaoming and you have anything to do with me? Lin Shen asked in a daze.
Lu Ximing said lightly, he has nothing to do with me, but Master Wu is his biological uncle. It turned out that the great priest Wu Qing was targeting me.
Lin Shen suddenly realized. So you should understand that I have no choice.
Although I am both a 9-star priest, Wu Qing is now an acting priest, and I have to listen to his orders. Lu Ximing pushed everything on Wu Qing, as if he had nothing to do with him.
You are now a 3-star priest. It is rare for you to become a 3-star priest at your age and qualifications. But have you ever thought about it?
If Wu Qingjin takes off his agent's hat and becomes a real great priest, then it will be too easy for him to be a 3-star priest. You can transfer you anywhere at any time. Lu Ximing said earnestly, but if you can become a 7-star priest, even if he is a great priest, it will not be so easy to move you. After all, if you want to mobilize a 7-star priest, you need to pass the discussion of the 9-star meeting. More than half of the 9-star priests agree to the 7-star priest.
I am just a lower-level god now.
Lin Shen knew in his heart that the 7-star priest needed to have the rank of the upper-level god to be promoted. Usually, it takes a long time for you to be promoted to a 7-star priest.
But now you have this opportunity.
If you do the production of the Divine Yuan Dan for Billow Ocean, I strongly recommend you to become a 6-star priest.
This is the limit of my ability.
Then I will get you the title of a researcher, and then find someone to do a few experimental projects. You don't have to do anything, and the results are all yours. With these foundations, applying to become a 7-star priest is very likely to pass.
Lu Ximing drew a big cake. Sir, the Shen family and I.
Lin Shen knew that being able to become a 7-star priest would be much safer, but even Lu Ximing couldn't get a lot of Qingyuan grass, so how could he do it? Not to mention that he is not Deng Anhua. Even if he is Deng Anhua and becomes the son-in-law of the Shen family probably wouldn't give Lu Ximing a lot of Qingyuan grass for him. Don't worry, you should consider first, and then give me a reply after thinking it through.
You are my person. Now that I am protecting you, Master Wu can't do anything to you.
Lu Ximing looked loyal.
Lin Shen understood what he meant.
Now Lu Ximing could cover him, but if he couldn't help Lu Ximing, he wouldn't be his own person, and Lu Ximing would naturally not cover him anymore.
Chapter 1069 Lin Shen's Plan.
After leaving Billowocean and returning to his planet, Lin Shen's smile gradually calmed down.
Lu Ximing and Wu Qing.
A trace of gloom flashed through Lin Shen's eyes.
He had never thought of helping Lu Ximing get the Qinji Wanko. Even if he got it, would a profit-oriented person like Lu Ximing offend Wu Qing, who was about to become a great priest for him?
Even if you don't have to think about it, Lin Shen knows that it is impossible. Now he still has value in use. Lu Ximing can speak kindly to him, but once he has no value in use, Lu Ximing's speed of abandoning him will definitely be so fast that he can't even see the taillights of the car. But if you are not satisfied with Lu Ximing now, it means being an enemy of Lu Ximing. I am afraid that Wu Qing will not need to take action. Lu Ximing will first mess with him.
If he doesn't mess with him until he is obedient, he will never give up.
Since he asked Lin Shen to tell Qinji Wanko about it, he had already made plans. What he wanted was not Lin Shen's obedience, not thinking. If Lin Shen does not agree, Lu Ximing may use all means until Lin Shen surrenders. Lin Shen knew that the current situation was very troublesome. He had no value in use before. Lu Ximing looked down on him, so he naturally had no mood to pay attention to him. Now that he had something to use, he would never let him go. What he was most worried about was not Lu Ximing, but what Lin Shen really worried about was Wu Qing. He suspected that Wu Qing was not targeting him because of Wu Xiaoming's incident. Since he joined the Star God Palace in the South District, Wu Qing seemed to be testing him, as if he had doubts about him. Lin Shen has always been worried about Dai's escape from the prison, and it is definitely testing him. Hearing Wu Qing targeting him from Lu Ximing again made Lin Shen even more suspicious.
Wu Qing guessed his identity and was always looking for evidence. This is what Lin Shen really worried about. The Star God Palace in the South District may not be able to stay any longer. I have to find a way to escape from the Star God Palace in the South District. Lin Shen frowned in thought. According to the laws of the Immortal Court, once you become a Star Priest, you will never be able to leave the Star God Palace again. Forced resignation will be regarded as a violation of the laws of the Immortal Court. At the least, it will be thrown into the heavenly prison, and at the worst, it can be killed directly. At that time, the power of the planets he owns will be stripped of. Either there is nowhere to hide, or the Star Priest will be caught in the jar. In order to save Dais and Lao Wei, Lin Shen had to choose to come to the Star God Palace in the South District. It's not that easy to leave now. In fact, Lin Shen has also studied it before. If you want to leave the Star God Palace in the South District, there is only one way to go, that is, to transfer to other Star God Palaces. However, this road is also difficult to walk. Although the 6 Star God Palaces belong to the Immortal Court, each department is independent. It is extremely difficult for the Star God to change to the sect. Even if other Star God Palaces want people, it depends on whether the Star God Palace in the South District is willing to release people. If the Star God Palace in the South District is unwilling to release people, Lin Shen will not be able to transfer to other Star God Palaces. It seems that there is no way to go, but Lin Shen still has a glimmer of hope. Under normal circumstances, as long as the Star God Palace in the South District is not released, Lin Shen will not be able to transfer to other Star God Palaces, but there is an exception. The Zhongtian Star District is the central core of the Immortal Court, and the Jade Emperor is also the common leader of the Immortal Court and the head of the 6 Great Emperors. If the Jade Emperor directly ordered the transfer of people, even if the Star God Palace in the South District is unwilling to release people, it can only release people. Even if others have a connection with the heavens, they cannot ask the Jade Emperor God to help transfer work, but Lin Shen is different. The Jade Emperor God is his guardian immortal spirit, and maybe there is a chance. Of course, Lin Shen didn't really go to find the Jade Emperor, nor did he intend to try to summon the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen planned to try his luck in the Star God Palace in Zhongtian Star District. During this period, Lin Shen did not gain nothing. He has figured out that each Star God Palace has an independent intelligent brain system, and all the instructions of the Star God Palace are issued through this set of intelligent brain systems. Even the instructions of the emperors in each district are the instructions obtained by the great priests through the intelligent brain system. Unfortunately, this is the southern district. Lin Shen has been in contact with the intelligent brain system of the Xingshan Palace in the southern district, and it cannot affect it. Now that Lin Shen wants to enter the Zhongtian Star God Palace and get in touch with the intelligent brain system of the Zhongtian Star God Palace, he may be able to use that intelligent brain system to give the Southern District Star God Palace a command in the name of the Jade Emperor. Having had experience in controlling Xiaoxiao before, Lin Shen felt that the feasibility of this plan was still very high, and if it was not successful, he would not suffer any losses. Lin Shen doesn't know what kind of person Wu Qing is and how he will deal with him, but Lu Siming is a hungry wolf that he will never be fed. He may gnaw all his bones at any time and cannot stay here any longer. Lin Shen did not tell Lu Siming that it was not Deng Anhua's business. Instead, he used this as an excuse to ask Lu Siming for leave, saying that he wanted to go back to the Deng family to do something. Lu Siming thought Lin Shen had figured it out and wanted to go back to help him with the Qingji Wanko business, so he agreed happily and made a falsification for Lin Shen very readily. Lin Shen first contacted Deng Quang and first used Deng Quang's relationship to teleport to the Deng family. Star God Palace has the right to check the teleportation trajectory. Lu Siming wanted to check where he teleported, so it was easy to do it, so Lin Shen could not let him discover clues. He had to go to the Deng family first for the first time. Fortunately, Lu Siming only has the right to view the information transmitted in the southern area. As long as he arrives at the Zhongtian Star Zone, which planet Lin Shen will teleport to, it will not be possible for Lu Siming to check it at will. It is not ruled out that Lu Siming has a relationship in the Zhongtian Star Temple, so he can find someone to find out his teleportation trajectory. It's okay to be a star priest. How could you choose to go to the Nanqing district? It should be in the Zhongtian Star District, so that our brothers can take some care of each other. Deng Quangxin spoke out loudly. When he came to pick up Lin Shen, he directly expressed his complaints. Brother Deng, I'm in trouble. I have to ask you to do my best. Lin Shen said sincerely. What trouble? Don't worry, I'll be with your second brother in everything. Deng Quan said. I offended people in Nanqing district. Lin Shen told Deng Quang about Wu Qing and Lu Siming. After listening carefully, Deng Quang frowned very tightly. The previous great priest in the South District still had some friendship with our Deng family, but he died when he left the immortal court to go to the star field outside. Now the acting great priest in the South District Wu Qing has nothing to do with our Deng family. According to what you said, Lu Siming wants to use your hand to get the Qingyuan grass from the Shen family. If you don't achieve your goal, you will definitely not give up. Your situation in the Star God Palace in the South District is very bad, and you must leave quickly. I think so too. I want to be transferred to the Zhongtian Star Temple. Lin Shen said. Many senior priests in Zhongtian Star Divine Palace have some friendship with our Deng family, and even the great priests may sell me some face to the Deng family, but even if the great priests want to transfer you to Zhongtian Star Divine Palace, I'm afraid that Wu Qing and Lu Siming will not let anyone go. Deng Quang knew that under this situation, it was impossible for Lin Shen to transfer him. I know. Lin Shen looked at Deng Quang and said, so I want to ask Brother Deng to take me to the Zhongtian Star God Palace quietly. I have a way to get the Zhongtian Star God Palace to transfer me over. Wu Qing and the others can't let anyone go. What can you do? Wu Qing and Lu Siming will not let you go. Let's do this. I'll ask someone to talk to Wu Qing. After all, it's just a matter between children.
I think Wu Qing won't insist on stubbornly. It should not be difficult to resolve it. Before the matter is resolved, you will stay with me and no one can touch you.
Deng Quan said. Brother Deng, I really have a way. As long as you take me quietly to the Zhongtian Star Temple and let me stay there for 2 days. If my method doesn't work, I'll listen to you.
Lin Shen said hurriedly.
Chapter 1070 Dragon Girl.
Deng Quan personally took Lin Shen to the Zhongtian Star Temple, using the excuse to find a 9-star priest to discuss his previous business.
Deng Quan went to talk to the 9-star priest and let him turn around in the Zhongtian Star Palace.
This is the outer hall of the Zhongtian Star Temple, the open day of the Star Temple. People outside the Star Temple can also come here to worship or pray for blessings.
Apart from the open day, other than the star priests in the Zhongtian Star District, ordinary people cannot enter.
Lin Shen could only turn around the outer hall, and the inner hall would definitely not be allowed to enter, but for Lin Shen, this was enough.
There is an intelligent brain system in the outer hall.
Lin Shen only needs to contact the intelligent brain system of the Zhongtian Star Temple in a place where no one is present, so he can try his ideas. The architectural style of the Zhongtian Star Temple is very ancient, without modern high-rise buildings, just ancient corridor-style buildings. It is said to be an outer hall, but it actually includes several sub-halls and a huge square. Because it was not an open day, there were almost no people in the outer hall, and only some star priests were cleaning the square, and the doors of the main hall and the side hall were open. Seeing the star priest praying in the hall, Lin Shen went to a side hall without anyone. The parting hall is not enshrined with the Jade Emperor, but a statue of the god of wealth holding a large gold ingot in both hands. During the open day, there are many people coming here to worship and pray for blessings, and the incense is the most prosperous. Today, Lin Shen was the only one. Lin Shen turned around and looked outside. The Star Master who was cleaning the square was not nearby.
He walked to an instrument with a screen next to him and activated the instrument.
This instrument is usually used for explanations or ceremonies, and there is also the same thing in the Star God Palace in the South District.
For Lin Shen, this thing is naturally not unfamiliar.
After activating the instrument, a holographic image was projected immediately, appearing vividly like a real person. The image projected was a girl. When the girl saw Lin Shen, she suddenly bowed to Lin Shen. Dragon Girl pays homage to the master. Lin Shen was originally a little nervous, but when he saw the girl's reaction, he felt relieved that this matter would definitely be done.
Get up.
Lin Shen glanced outside, afraid that the star priest would find out, so he quickly asked the Dragon Girl to stand up.
What are the master's instructions? The Dragon Girl asked respectfully after standing up. Dragon Girl, can you help me with a transfer order? Transfer a star priest from the Longevity Star Priest to the Zhongtian Star Palace? Lin Shen asked. The Dragon Girl said in a dilemma after hearing this, Master, that's not within my authority. I am only responsible for the explanation and rituals of the Temple of Wealth.
Lin Shen was immediately disappointed when he heard this. He originally thought that the intelligent brains in the Star God Palace were all connected, but he did not expect that there were still divisions of authority. Master, if you need to transfer the position of Star Priest, you can go to the main hall to operate.
Long Nu said again.
Lin Shen also thought of it, but there are several Star Priests praying in the hall now, and he can't do anything in front of so many Star Priests in the past. If the smart brain comes out and bows to him, or calls him Master, things will be very important. What authority do you have in addition to explanations and rituals? Lin Shen stood at the door and looked outside. Seeing that no one in the Star Priest in the hall came out, he had to wait patiently and not go out. Master, I still have the right to wealth, said the Dragon Girl. What's the use of wealth and authority? Lin Shen was a little surprised and thought to himself, this is just an intelligent brain program.
Could it be that it can really give people wealth and fortune?
The Dragon Girl immediately replied, I can give them money to those who come here to pray.
The money is divided into 1 to 10 coins.
The more money you get, the higher the distribution ratio you may get when the materials are allocated. For example, when buying a lottery, the lottery system will randomly give a certain chance of winning.
The higher the wealth, the greater the prize you win. What you mean is that anyone who wins the lottery is controllable?
Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. Xianting also has lottery tickets, but he always thought that lottery is controlled by the central intelligent brain and no one can do anything. Now it seems that the lottery winning is not random, but is distributed artificially. But the distribution model is different from what he thought before, and the god of wealth is still controlling whether he can win the prize.
If you can get 10 yuan in fortune, can you win the jackpot all the time? Lin Shen looked at the dragon girl and asked, can you give me $10 of fortune?
Of course, but if you need to win the lottery, you just need to issue an order to the lottery system and you can win the lottery directly, without that trouble. Long Nu is worthy of being a high-level intelligent brain, and she actually saw Lin Shen's thoughts. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he could ask for money directly, so why should he do it? Thinking of this, Lin Shen was excited. It seemed that he had always underestimated the role of the Jade Emperor, the immortal spirit. In the Zhongtian Star Temple, he has this fairy guardian and can do whatever he wants. Just as I was thinking about how to make good use of this ability in the future, I heard the sound of ringing the bell coming from outside. Lin Shen looked outside and found that the star priests praying in the hall had already walked out of the hall. Lin Shen quickly closed the intelligent brain system of the God of Wealth Temple and slowly walked towards the hall from outside. Most of the star priests outside ignored him, and some people glanced at him without saying anything. After all, this is just an outer hall, and it is common for some special visitors to come in during non-open days, so there is nothing to make a fuss about. Lin Shen came to the hall and saw the majestic statue enshrined outside the door, which was the famous Jade Emperor. Lin Shen originally thought that there should be no one in the hall, but when he entered the hall, he saw a star priest sitting on the side of the hall, with a table in front of him, with some strange things placed on it.
Guest, meeting each other means fate. Why don't I calculate a fortune for you?
The Star Lord looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile.
Is there such a person in the Star God Palace?
Lin Shen saw that the Star God robe worn by the Star God official had turned white, and the badge on his chest was so sharp that the stars could not be seen. He had white hair, extremely long beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. He always thought that only near the temple of his mother star could there be such people. He did not expect that there would be such people in places like Star God Palace.
But thinking about it, the fortune-telling of the Star Lord should still have some effect. After all, the entire immortal court is under the control of the intelligent brain.
Maybe this old Star Lord has some authority and can view the information in the intelligent brain, so naturally every calculation is accurate.
Chapter 1071. It's simpler than fortune-telling.
Lin Shen has no intention of fortune-telling now, but with this person in the hall, he can't do his own thing.
After a little hesitation, Lin Shen walked over and sat opposite the old star priest and asked, how much does it cost to calculate a fortune?
Let the flow. The old star priest took out a card swiping machine and placed it in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen took out his card and swiped over 100 taishu coins. The wealth can reach the gods, so he paid 100 taishu coins directly. In addition to listening to some nice words, so as not to cause trouble to the old star priest, he just wanted to let the star priest leave quickly after calculating. When the old star priest saw the 100 taishu coins that Lin Shen had swept in, he had no reaction at all. He just asked with a smile, guest, what do you want to ask? I want to transfer my job recently, so you can help me calculate whether my transfer work can be done. Lin Shen said casually, but he was thinking in his heart, I gave it to you 100 yuan, you have to say a few nice auspicious words to me. After hearing this, the old star priest picked up a turtle shell next to the table, stretched out his right hand from the sleeve, and had 3 copper coins between his fingers. He put 3 copper coins into the turtle shell, then held the turtle shell in both hands and shook it a few times. When he stopped, the old star priest's face became a little strange. Lin Shen looked at the tortoise shell in the hand of the old star priest and felt a little strange. Lin Shen has also seen his method of telling fortunes about copper coins and turtle shells in his hometown. At this time, the copper coins in the turtle shell should fall from the hole of the turtle shell. However, the turtle shell in the old star priest clearly opened its mouth facing downwards, but the copper coins inside did not fall out of the hole. Lin Shen thought that the technique of the Star God Palace was different from that of his hometown, but he saw the old Star Lord shook his hands again. He could hear the sound of copper coins rolling and colliding inside, and he was sure that the copper coins were inside. When the old star priest stopped again, the whole of the turtle shell was facing downwards, but no copper coins were dropped. The old star priest's face became more and more strange. He couldn't help but raise the turtle shell and leaned over to take a look. That's right, the copper coins are inside and they are not stuck, so how could they not fall out? Shi Zhongqing's mind was full of questions. He had never encountered such a thing in his life. He shook again, trying to pour out the copper coins inside, but he couldn't do it. The 3 copper coins seemed to be stuck to the turtle shell. Shi Zhongqing put down the turtle shell and reached out to dig it inside. As a result, he easily touched out 3 copper coins, which was not stuck on it. What's wrong? Lin Shen saw something was wrong and asked at Shi Zhongqing. Wait. Shi Zhongqing looked at Lin Shen deeply, then put the copper coin in the turtle shell, shook it a few times again, and when he wanted to pour out the copper coin, he found that he still couldn't. After trying it a few more times, no matter how Shi Zhongqing shook it, the copper coins inside could not be poured out, but he reached in and took it out easily. Shi Zhongqing put down the turtle shell, looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, "Guest's surname?" "A Tian." Lin Shen directly reported his name. "It doesn't matter if the guest doesn't want to leave a name. I just want to know your original surname." Shi Zhongqing shook her head and looked at Lin Shen and asked again, "Guest, are your surname Zhang?" Lin Shen shook his head and said, "My surname is not Zhang, and it has nothing to do with someone with Zhang." "That's strange." Shi Zhongqing looked at Lin Shen with some disbelief, but with his experience, it could be seen that Lin Shen was not lying. "Why is it strange if I don't have my surname Zhang?" Lin Shen asked curiously. Shi Zhongqing did not answer Lin Shen's question and said in a deep thought, "I can't calculate this hexagram, but I have already bought the money and there is no reason to withdraw it, otherwise it will be very unlucky." "So, don't you want to transfer your job?" "I'll help you transfer your job." Lin Shen was a little funny when he heard it. He couldn't even do good deeds, but he even wanted to help him transfer his job. No matter how he heard this, he felt that it was not reliable. Shi Zhongqing was so experienced. He could see Lin Shen's distrust at a glance. He smiled and said, "Are you a Star Lord? What department do you want to be transferred to?" "I have been in the Star God Palace for so many years and I still have some connections. I am the Star Priest from the South District." Lin Shen did not explain, but he said it very clearly. "Do you want to transfer from the Changqing Star Temple to the Zhongtian Star Temple?" Shi Zhongqing was slightly surprised, but she was not surprised. "No, can it work?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course it can be done, it's much easier than fortune-telling." Shi Zhongqing laughed, "Why do you want to transfer away from the palace of the Longevity Star?" "I offended people. I want to transfer them away, but they may not be so easy to release them." Lin Shen said half-truly. "Simple, I have collected your money, and this matter must be handled for you. What is your name registered in the Star God Palace?" Shi Zhongqing asked. "A Tian is my name." Lin Shen replied. Shi Zhongqing nodded, took out a device that looked like a tablet computer, and asked while slashing around, "Who have you offended?" "Wu Qing, the acting priest in the southern area." Lin Shen didn't know whether this old star priest was fooling him or whether he was really capable. But there is no harm in trying it out, and he can't do anything to himself. With this old star priest here, it is impossible to use the intelligent brain here. Shi Zhongqing paused her fingers that were slashing the tablet, looked up at Lin Shen and said, "No wonder you were so anxious to transfer, but you actually offended the great priest." "Can this be done?" Lin Shen asked calmly. "Yes, I've collected your money, and it will definitely help you." Shi Zhongqing lowered her head and continued to scratch the tablet, not knowing what he was doing. Lin Shen was anxious, but he had no choice but to wait here. I don't know how long it can be delayed by Deng Quang. If this old star priest doesn't leave, there will be no chance today. Lin Shen didn't believe that this old star priest could transfer him from the southern area, and was thinking about what to do. I don't know if Deng Quang can bring him here again tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, he looked outside the hall and saw Deng Quang and a 9-star priest walking towards him. It seems that today is really not possible. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. After the two walked into the temple, Deng Quang saw Lin Shen and was about to say hello, but his eyes saw Shi Zhongqing behind the table.
Great Master? Deng Quang looked at Shi Zhongqing and said in surprise.
The 9-star priest beside him also saluted Shi Zhongqing. Lin Shen looked at Shi Zhongqing and a little surprised.
Unexpectedly, this old star priest would be Shi Zhongqing, the great priest from Zhongtian Star District. Chapter 1072 The Decision of the Great Master.
Deng Quang and the 9-star priest Shui Jingyuan guessed what they saw Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing together.
After saying hello, Deng Quang asked Lin Shen with a smile, "Have you been divined by the great priest? What is the result?" "Forget it, I don't know what the result is," Lin Shen said. Deng Quang looked at Shi Zhongqing and asked, "Master, what did my brother ask? What did the result?"
Shi Zhongqing smiled slightly. "You little brother is destined to be with me, Zongxingsing Temple.
Let's stay in Zongxingsing Temple to work in the future."
Deng Quang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked back and forth at Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing in surprise. The Deng family and Shi Zhongqing have some relationships, but their relationship is not deep, and at most it can only be considered a business intersection. Deng Quang is now a little doubtful whether Lin Shen has anything to do with Shi Zhongqing, and what he said is whether he is looking for Shi Zhongqing's relationship.
Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental?
Although Shi Zhongqing has a hobby of fortune-telling, his level is really average.
In private, Shi Zhongqing has a nickname that is not accurate in 10 hexagrams.
Usually, Shi Zhongqing would occasionally come here to tell fortunes during the open day.
Now it is not an open day. How could Shi Zhongqing come here to tell fortunes for Lin Shen? Things are obviously not that simple.
It is a blessing for a Tian to be favored by the great priest, Deng Quang said with the flow.
If Shi Zhongqing is willing to come forward, I think the Changsheng Star Temple will give you some face. Wu Qing would not refute Shi Zhongqing's face because of a doubt.
Shui Jingyuan said anxiously, "Great Master, a Tian is an excellent star master in the Changsheng Star Temple.
He may not be able to release people there.
This matter should be discussed for a long time." Deng Quang and Shui Jingyuan mentioned Lin Shen just now. Deng Quang originally thought that Shui Jingyuan should be helpful with his friendship with Shui Jingyuan. But who knew that after hearing this, Shui Jingyuan told Deng Quang that this matter was very difficult, so he would think of other solutions. It's not that Shui Jingyuan doesn't sell Deng Quang's friendship, but because Shui Jingyuan knows the situation of the Changsheng Star Temple better than others. After the great priest of the Changsheng Star Temple disappeared, Wu Qing became the acting great priest. Shui Jingyuan and Wu Qing joined Star God Palace in the same class.
Their relationship was quite good before. They had many confrontations in the game, which can be considered as if they were not fighting or not. He knew very well that Wu Qing,
that person, didn't care about the eyes and opinions of outsiders, nor did he care about what others thought. As long as it is something he believes, you must figure it out clearly. Maybe others would think that Wu Qing targeted a Tian because of Wu Xiaoming's affairs. However, with Shui Jingyuan's understanding of Wu Qing, he would never target a Tian because of Wu Xiaoming's incident, so there must be something wrong with a Tian, so he was targeted by Wu Qing. If such a person with problems is transferred to the Zhongtian Star Temple, it will obviously be detrimental to the Zhongtian Star Temple. So Shui Jingyuan rejected Deng Quang from the beginning. When he heard Shi Zhongqing say this, he quickly said to stop him. He wanted to stop the matter first, and then privately asked Shi Zhongqing to explain the situation. Shi Zhongqing has been a great priest in the Star God Palace for so many years. It can be said that he is the oldest among the 6 great priests now and has the longest reign. Moreover, Shi Zhongqing has the best temper. Even if his subordinates raise any objection, they will generally consider it carefully, unlike other great priests who are as inhumane as other great priests. Shui Jingyuan thought that Shi Zhongqing would definitely understand what he meant when she said that. But today it seems a little different. Shi Zhongqing said with a smile, "It should be said that a Tian can come to my Zhongtian Star Temple, which is our blessing."
Great Master.
Shui Jingyuan was shocked when she heard this, thinking that Shi Zhongqing had not heard what he said clearly and wanted to say something else. Shi Zhongqing interrupted Shui Jingyuan, "Jingyuan, the position of the owner of the Star Hall is still vacant. After a Tian is transferred here, let him go to the Star Hall. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Shui Jingyuan's face change drastically, but even Deng Quang, who was not very good, showed a look of astonishment on his face. Deng Quang just heard Shui Jingyuan say that just now, and cursed his ancestors all 18 generations in his heart. With his friendship with Shui Jingyuan, it would be fine if Shui Jingyuan didn't help, but he was still there to stop him. If this was not the Star God Palace, Deng Quang would have wanted to draw his sword and fight with Shui Jingyuan. But now when Deng Quang heard Shi Zhongqing's words, he was really a little scared.
What is that place in the castle?
Even Deng Quang, who is not a star priest, knows that the Star Hall is a place where the Great Priest communicates with the immortal court emperor. Each of the 6 major star temples has a cabin. The owners of cabins of all generations are strong competitors of the Great Priests, and most of them will become the Great Priests. Shi Zhongqing actually said that Lin Shen would go to the Star Hall, which means that Lin Shen would become his successor. This really scared Deng Quang a bit, and Shui Jingyuan was even more frightened and her emotional management was completely out of control.
The Great Priest, no.
At this time, Shui Jingyuan no longer cared about some tactful words. If a problematic Star God Palace becomes the owner of the Star Hall, if something happens, the Star Priest of the Zhongtian Star will become a laughingstock, and it may also cause unimaginable disasters. Shi Zhongqing is very different today than usual.
She didn't let Shui Jingyuan continue to talk about it.
She waved her hand and interrupted him. I have decided on this matter.
No need to say much.
You can go through the process now and transfer a Tian from the Palace of the Longevity Star, the faster the better. It's all right to say this, Shui Jingyuan knew that he couldn't say anything anymore. If he continues to talk in front of outsiders, he will be disobeying the Great Priest. Shui Jingyuan could only respond first, intending to wait for Deng Quang and Lin Shen to explain the situation privately to Shi Zhongqing after they left.
Deng Quang and Lin Shen were both overjoyed.
Deng Quang originally thought that this matter was impossible, but he didn't expect that it would be a turn for the most part. With Shi Zhongqing coming forward, Lin Shen can not only be transferred here, but may even become the owner of the Star Hall, which is the cradle of the Great Priest. Thinking about Lin Shen's possible future as a priest, Deng Quang was happy for him, and at the same time was a little surprised. He didn't know what the relationship between Lin Shen and Shi Zhongqing was. Shi Zhongqing treated Lin Shen like this. Tian, you go back to the Changsheng Star Temple first and take the normal process, otherwise it will be inconsistent. Don't worry, whether the Changsheng Star Temple agrees or disagrees, I will definitely transfer you here, no one can stop it. Shi Zhongqing's words made everyone who listened to it. Shi Zhongqing, who has always been gentle, actually made such a promise to an outsider. Shui Jingyuan has begun to doubt whether he has not woken up today.
Chapter 1073 Shi Zhongqing.
Lin Shen was very surprised in his heart. Why did the Great Priest Shi Zhongqing take care of him like this?
Could it be that he had any plans waiting for him?
Lin Shen's experience told him that there is no good thing about pie falling from the sky, nor is there love for no reason. Lin Shen felt that something must be wrong here when the Great Priest who met for the first time expressed such goodwill to him for no reason.
Second brother Deng, is your friendship with Shi Zhongqing so good?
Lin Shen couldn't figure out what Shi Zhongqing was trying to do, and thought Shi Zhongqing had a friendship with Deng Quang.
Deng Quang was stunned when he heard this. Didn't you have anything to do with Shi Zhongqing?
You said there was a way, but I thought your way was to find Shi Zhongqing.
Deng Quang reacted and felt something was wrong. Did you have no friendship with the Great Priest Shi Zhongqing? This is the first time I have seen him.
Before you come, I didn't know that he was Shi Zhongqing's Great Priest.
Lin Shen said. It's wrong, this is wrong. Deng Quang frowned and said, Shi Zhongqing was very hot when she was young.
It can be said that she could not tolerate any sand in her eyes. Anyone who violated the immortal court law will impose the heaviest punishment and will not give anyone favor, even if his relatives and friends are no exception. At that time, he had a nickname called the Living King of Hell.
But these are all what I heard from the older generation.
When I remember, Shi Zhongqing's temperament was no longer the same.
She became very kind and didn't care too much.
She just lived through everything. She always turned a blind eye to some things that were not very bad. I think it would be unlikely to let him offend the god of the eternal star because of you.
There must be some reason here.
You tell me all the details of your meeting with Shi Zhongqing, the more detailed the better. While recalling, Lin Shen said in detail what happened when he saw Shi Zhongqing, and added all the details he could think of.
After hearing this, Deng Quang pondered and said, "When Shi Zhongqing told you about fortune, the copper coins in the turtle shell could not be released? I don't know if he used any technique or did it on purpose."
From time to time, he shook it several times, but it did not fall out. At that time, I was a little surprised and thought that the copper coin divination technique in the Star God Palace was different from that in our place.
Lin Shen said. "It seems that the problem lies here.
I have never heard of such things as copper coins that cannot be dropped. Based on normal circumstances, perhaps Shi Zhongqing knew about you for a long time. If you want to include you in the Zhongtian Star God Palace, divination is just a means and excuse for him." Deng Quang paused and said, "Shi Zhongqing is interested in divination after he gets old, but divination has never been accurate.
There are nicknames of 9 out of 10 divinations.
I am afraid that even he himself will not believe his divination result."
Then why did he do this? Is it targeting me or the Deng family?
Lin Shen said in a deep thought. It's hard to say, Shi Zhongqing can't guess that person, but there must be something wrong with this matter. Deng Quang said, the southern area is the tiger's den, and the middle sky is the dragon's pond.
This is difficult to deal with. No matter what, I can't stay in the Star God Palace in the South District. No matter what Shi Zhongqing wants to do, since he is willing to come forward to transfer me, then I will come over. Taking one step at a time is better than sitting in the South District and waiting for death.
Lin Shen still decided to come to the Star God Palace in the Middle Heaven. Even if Shi Zhongqing wants to do anything to him, he still has the Jade Emperor to rely on in the Zhongtian Star God Palace, and he is better than in the southern area.
Okay.
Deng Quang also felt that it would be better to come over, at least the Deng family still has some influence in the Zhongtian Star Zone.
If there is anything, I can help you a little bit.
In the south area, the Deng family really can't get involved. When Lin Shen and Deng Quang were discussing each other, Shui Jingyuan and Shi Zhongqing were also talking about this. Shui Jingyuan told the reasons and consequences he knew. Great priest, although Wu Qing is not a gentleman, he is definitely not a villain who takes personal revenge. He is targeting a Tian like this, so he must have something wrong or suspicious about a Tian. How can such a person come to us Zhongtian Star Master, and how can we be the director of the Star Hall? After hearing this, Shi Zhongqing was not surprised. She just smiled and said, I still understand the situation of a Tian, and he should have no problem. Just like you said, with the personality of Wu Qing, if a Tian really has a problem, do you think Wu Qing will let him leave the Star God Palace in the South District? Shui Jingyuan was slightly stunned when she heard this. What you said makes sense, but even if you don't have real evidence, Wu Qing can't target him for no reason.
He must have doubts.
Whether he has any questions or doubts, he must be brought to us. Shi Zhongqing said seriously.
Why?
Shui Jingyuan was very puzzled, wondering what Shi Zhongqing liked Lin Shen.
If it is Deng Quan's face, Shui Jingyuan doesn't believe it.
Shi Zhongqing cannot do such a thing because of human favors. This Tian is a natural master. Shi Zhongqing said slowly.
A natural master? What does it mean?
Shui Jingyuan looked at Shi Zhongqing in a daze, thinking he was joking. He had never heard of this thing as a great priest. After all, the great priest is just a position, not a talent or other, so how can it be born? Even if he is a descendant of a great priest, he may not be able to become a great priest.
This matter cannot be said. You just need to know that this person is very important to our Zhongtian Star God Palace.
No matter what means you use, you must dig him from the southern area. Shi Zhongqing said calmly. According to what Shi Zhongqing said, Lin Shen first returned to the Star God Palace in the South District and waited for the order of the Star God Palace in the Zhongtian Star God Palace. Not long after he went back, he received a message from Lu Siming, asking him to go to Ocean as soon as possible. Lu Siming is now a little impatient. He is determined to win Qing Yuan Chao. Bai Luotian suffered heavy losses, and he now plans to reap the blood from the divine Yuan pill. Lin Shen had no choice but to go to Ocean. He had not come for a day, so he had to obey Lu Siming's arrangements.
Brother Atian, you are finally back. How is my request to you?
Lu Siming was too lazy to cover up, and he looked like he was profit-oriented.
This matter is very difficult to deal with. Lin Shen did not say anything, and planned to delay it for 1 day. Until the transfer order was brought down, it would be left alone. It's hard to deal with.
The production line of Xingyuan Dan will be launched soon.
Xingyuan grass must be in place, otherwise you and I will have trouble. Brother, you can only help me with this matter.
As long as you help me, what I said before will definitely count, and you will be promoted to a 6-star priest immediately.
The scientific research project will also start immediately.
At most, no more than half a year, and you will definitely become a 7-star priest.
Lu Siming is half a threat and half a temptation, and he uses all kinds of tricks. Chapter 1074 Break.
Sir, I have entrusted Brother Deng to help contact the Shen family. I can only wait for the result first.
Lin Shen said.
This matter has to be done quickly. The production line will be assembled soon, and the other raw materials have almost been purchased.
Xingyuan grass must be in place within 10 days, otherwise Bai Luotian's losses will be too great.
Brother, you have to help your brother, otherwise your brother will really not be able to make a living. Lu Siming shouted at the old brother, but the meaning of the words was to set a 10-day deadline for Lin Shen, which was still the kind that could not be refuted.
Sir, I will do my best.
When I go back, I will urge my second brother. Lin Shen said in embarrassment. It's not about doing your best, but you must get the Qingyuan grass within 10 days, otherwise you and I will be done.
Lu Siming said seriously.
Lin Shen had no choice but to agree first, hoping that the order from Zhongtian Star Temple could come within 10 days. Lin Shen knew in his heart that it was useless to come over the order and he had to negotiate with Wu Qing, otherwise he would not be able to get rid of the order. Therefore, it mainly depends on the negotiations between the two sides.
Only when the negotiations are completed can the transfer order come.
When they returned to Jing Meishing, they found that Wei Wufu and Dai Si were both there, which surprised Lin Shen. These two people were both cultivating madmen.
If they were not practicing on their planet, how could they come here at the same time?
Dais directly explained the purpose of the trip. We found some fun things on Yinshan Star.
Are you interested in going to take a look? What fun stuff? Lin Shen asked curiously.
Although Yinshangsing is Lin Shen's planet, Lin Shen has never been there except for 2 firsts. He is really not familiar with it and does not know what fun things Dai said are. There are a large number of ghost beasts on the Yinshan Star, which are very powerful. It is difficult for ordinary lower-level gods to survive there.
However, we found that Lao Wei's power can restrain those ghost beasts. With Lao Wei, Yin Yan usually dare not approach them.
So Lao Wei and I turned around on the Yinshan Star, and then we found that there was a palace built on the Yinshan Star. There was a stone tablet outside the palace, and there was a divine art engraved on the steel called the Great Art of the Underworld.
We checked and found that this Great Art of the Underworld is the secret of the Yin family.
It was once one of the 10 great magical skills, but with the extinction of the Yin family, the Great Art of the Underworld has long been lost. Dais explained the situation and invited Lin Shen to see the stone tablet and palace, which was probably related to the extinct Yin family. I have also heard of Dafa of the Underworld.
It seems to be very evil.
The reason why the Yin family was exterminated was that it was related to Dafa of the Underworld.
But I have some things recently.
I am afraid I can't go there for the time being. Lin Shen told him about his transfer of work and Lu Siming's request to him to get Qinji Wanko. After hearing this, Dai said, Lu Siming dared to go directly to the production line and purchased other raw materials, which shows that he has the ability to get the Qingyuan grass.
If you want to pay for the Qingyuan grass, you just want to pay for it or pay less. I think so too, so I definitely can handle this matter. I just hope that Shi Zhongqing can negotiate successfully as soon as possible and transfer me to the Zhongtian Star Zone.
Lin Shen said.
It shouldn't be that easy.
Once the Zhongtian Star God Palace negotiates with this side, Lu Siming will definitely get the news first, and you will be in trouble then.
Dais directly pointed out Lin Shen's problem. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and said, I have thought about this problem, but what can I do now? I can only take one step at a time.
I hope Lu Siming will not make things difficult for Shi Zhongqing's sake.
It shouldn't be that simple, you should make plans early, said Dies. Lin Shen nodded. If Lu Siming really wanted to mess with him, he would have to take the risk. The three of them chatted for a while and decided to wait until Lin Shen went to Zhongtian Star Temple to find time to explore the palace on Yinshan Star. As usual, Lin Shen, in addition to going to the security department, he took Bai Xiaoqi to participate in the competition. Now Bai Xiaoqi is at its peak. Almost no one knows Bai Xiaoqi's name if he likes to watch pet competitions. The champion basically didn't run away.
The last few rounds of the competition were just a formality, and no lower-ranking pet could compete with Bai Xiaoqi. After only 2 days of such a peaceful life, Lu Siming called Lin Shen again. This time, Lu Siming's face was obviously very ugly, and it could even be said to be gloomy.
Ah Tian, you are really capable.
Lu Siming stared at Lin Shen coldly and said.
Sir, what do you mean? Lin Shen asked in surprise. What does it mean? Then I'm going to ask you.
If you want to transfer to the Zhongtian Star God Palace, don't come to discuss it with me, keep me in the dark and let the Zhongtian Star God Palace come forward.
This is really great. Lu Siming's eyes became colder. The Zhongtian Star Palace wants to transfer me to it? Why didn't I know that such a thing? Lin Shen looked shocked, as if he had only realized it seriously.
Lu Siming didn't like Lin Shen's trick at all, and snorted coldly, "Stop acting in front of me."
When I was acting, you didn't know which woman you were in.
Where you want to go is your freedom, and whether or not you are criticized is the above thing, but if you are under my command for 1 day, you are my subordinates, and the work you should do must be completed. Seeing that Lin Shen could not get over it, he could only sigh and said, "Sir, I misunderstood too deeply."
Poof. Lu Siming just snorted coldly, and then said, "You should also know what Billow-ocean is going on now. I don't have idle people here. Today you can go patrol the Henningsing."
Lin Shen's face changed slightly after hearing this, and he also knew what kind of place Henningsing was like.
The cold movie star is a planet under Billow-ocean.
The planet was originally just a 9th-class star, with poor resources on it, and no one wants it for free. Later, Han Movie Star was regarded as a garbage dump, and many waste materials and garbage from Billow-ocean Research Institute were dumped onto Han Movie Star. The entire cold movie star was over-contaminated, and the deformed species there mutated. Coupled with the cross-infection of various bacteria, viruses, toxins, etc., the cold movie star's environment has become quite harsh. Even if the superior gods go there, there will most likely be problems with the body to varying degrees, let alone the inferior gods. After many incidents happened to Henningsing, the transmission device leading there had been turned off. Apart from dumping garbage there through the transmission device, no one has been there again in the past 100 years. Now that Lu Siming wants him to patrol the Henningsing, he is clearly going to kill him. And Lu Siming let him go today, and he was determined to deal with him and would not give him any chance. Lu Siming directly called 2 8-star priests to come over and send Lin Shen to patrol the Henningsing.
Chapter 1075 Cold Shadow Star. Lucy clearly wants my life.
He wants to leave my life with Henningsing before the negotiations between the two sides are completed. Lin Shen's eyes were gloomy.
It was too late to leave now. 2 8-star priests rushed Lin Shen to the teleportation station, watching Lin Shen enter the teleportation device heading to Henningsing.
Until the teleportation device completed the teleportation device and confirmed that Lin Shen had gone to Henningsing, he went back to Lu Siming to report it.
Since it cannot be used by me, how can I keep such a problematic person alive and leave Billow-ocean? Lu Siming just said coldly.
Although he didn't know if Lin Shen had any problems, since he could not use it for him and could not get any benefits from Lin Shen, he could sell Lin Shen to Wu Qing a favor and solve the problems. Naturally, he could not let Lin Shen go. He takes the money he should take, and he receives the benefits he should collect, but he will do what he should do, otherwise Wu Qing would not always reuse him. Once the Han Movie Star enters, it is probably difficult for the upper gods to come out alive. Even if they can come out alive, they will have various problems in their bodies. In Lu Siming's view, Lin Shen, the lower god, is dead and it is impossible for him to come out again from the Han Movie Star. As for the Zhongtian star zone, it is not a star zone after all, and it is not the order of the Jade Emperor. So what can I do if I ignore them, let alone Wu Qing is holding on in front? The scene in front of Lin Shen changed, and the scene he saw in his eyes surprised him slightly, but his face was not as ugly as before. The reason why he had no intention of resisting was that he was easily taken into the Han movie star because Lin Shen had decided to come here when he heard Lu Siming talk about Han movie star. The cold movie star may be a Jedi to others, but for Lin Shen, this may be his best shelter. He has the theory of evolution and his ability to adapt to the environment is unique. As long as the environment here cannot kill him directly, he can survive here. Instead of being targeted by Lu Siming and Wu Qing outside, it would be better to wait here for Shi Zhongqing and others to finish the procedure and transfer him to the Zhongtian star zone. The scene you see deep in the forest is a huge mountain of garbage. This garbage mountain is taller than any mountain you have ever seen in the forest. The whole mountain looks like it is piled up by various garbage. Even though Lin Shen had already closed his breath, his body still felt like a stinky smell was shrouded in his body, which made him want to shed tears, and his skin was so painful. Various radiant lights intertwined, making everything about the cold movie star coated with a layer of illusion. The gorgeous colors made the garbage mountain look like a magical feeling of hell. The teleportation station is on the top of the garbage mountain. All kinds of garbage directly transported in fell out of the conveying device and rolled down the mountain. When the garbage pile reaches a certain level, part of the mountain will collapse, and the garbage will run to the area under the mountain like avalanches, like a garbage dump. Lin Shen's direct skills are fully opened, and he is combined with the destiny. The immortal suit also inspires the soul light and shadow of the angered goddess, protecting her body from outside. Even so, Lin Shen still felt a strange feeling coming from his body, as if there were thousands of insects crawling inside his bones and muscles. Lin Shen looked around and saw various strange microorganisms in the air, like a demonic insect crawling out of hell. These microorganisms smaller than dust look weird and ugly, and they look basically different. They are all kinds of strange things, which makes Lin Shen feel like he is in the sea of alien insects. If a person with intensive phobia is afraid that he would have already died of illness and was disgusted to death. Although Lin Shen does not have intensive phobia, he also feels goosebumps on his body. He quickly distracted himself and did not deliberately stare into the microscopic world, which made him feel better. However, the feeling of thousands of insects in the body squirming did not disappear at all, but instead became more and more itchy, as if there were bugs crawling in the blood vessels. The theory of evolution has begun to run wildly without Lin Shen's drive. Lin Shen glanced over and did not see the deformed figure, so he felt a little relieved. In such a harsh environment, the deformed species that can survive here are definitely not comparable to ordinary deformed species. He raised his legs and was about to leave the garbage mountain first, find a place where he could hide, and wait for the time to pass. But as soon as one of his legs was lifted up, he felt the other leg that supported his body weakened, his brain was dizzy, and his body fell uncontrollably, and he fell head on the garbage mountain and rolled down from the top of the mountain. Shui Jingyuan was talking to Wu Qing. Although he felt that a Tian had a problem, Shi Zhongqing decided to transfer a Tian to Zhongtian Star Temple, so he had to do so. Jingyuan, you should know my character. If a Tian had no problem, I would not let anyone go. Wu Qing said as he looked at Shui Jingyuan's holographic image. I know your character very well. We will pay close attention to a Tian's problem, but this person is of some use to my Zhongtian Star Zone, so I can only trouble you. Shui Jingyuan said. Is it because of the Deng family? If it is because of the Deng family, you don't have to do this. He is not Deng Adwa of the Deng family at all. Wu Qing said. It has nothing to do with the Deng family. Shui Jingyuan said. Then why do you want this person? Or do you come to me personally to ask for someone? Wu Qing asked with interest. This is not convenient to disclose. In short, don't worry. You should also know my character. When he arrived at the Zhongtian Star God Palace, as long as he had problems, I would not give him any chance. Shui Jingyuan originally thought that it would not be difficult to get a low-level star official. But when he was following the process, Wu Qing refused, so he had to come to Wu Qing to ask for someone by himself. Even so, Wu Qing did not give up immediately, which made Shui Jingyuan realize that a Tian might have a big problem.
Since you have made such a promise, I can't say it if I don't let anyone go.
Wu Qing smiled and said to Shui Jingyuan, "You wait a moment, I'll call the person over first and confirm his own wishes. Even if I'm willing to let someone go, it depends on whether he wants to go to the Zhongtian Star Temple. After all, he has the right to refuse."
Okay. Shui Jingyuan agreed immediately. He knew that Lin Shen would definitely not refuse.
It was Lin Shen who wanted to go to the Zhongtian Star Palace. Wu Qing dialed a number and obtained communication with Lu Siming, and the three people communicated at the same time.
Lu Siming, Tian is on your side now. Call him over. I have something to ask him.
Wu Qing said lightly. "Master, this is probably a bit troublesome. He is now on a patrol mission."
Lu Siming was embarrassed.
"Change someone to replace him and call him over,"
Wu Qing said. "I'm afraid it won't work.
It's not easy for other priests to go to where he patrols,"
Lu Siming said. "What does it mean?"
Shui Jingyuan immediately realized that something was wrong.
"What the hell is going on?"
Wu Qing also asked. The place where Tian went to patrol was Hanningsing. As soon as Lu Siming said this, Shui Jingyuan's face immediately changed.
Obviously, he also knew what Hanningsing was like.
"You actually asked a 3-star priest to patrol the cold movie star.
You are murdering."
Shui Jingyuan was furious. "Shui priest, it's wrong for you to speak like this. He was willing to go there himself.
I didn't force him.
At that time, I also advised him that the place was dangerous and told him not to go, but he just refused to listen."
"What can I do?"
Lu Siming said with his eyes narrowed.
He thought there was no evidence of death, so he could say anything. "Lao Shui, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that people can't take it away."
Wu Qing said lightly.
"You?"
Shui Jingyuan suddenly realized that Wu Qing probably had never thought about letting go.
Without Wu Qing's instructions, how could Lu Siming dare to do this? How long has he been to Hanningsing?
Shui Jingyuan asked, pressing the anger in his heart.
"It's been 2 or 3 days. Lu Siming said casually.
When Shui Jingyuan heard him say this, he knew that Lin Shen must have finished. Not to mention the lower gods, the upper gods stayed with the cold movie star for 2 or 3 days. Even if he could come out alive, he would be a half-dead waste, and he might have contagious problems.
Chapter 1076 The Adventure of the Cold Movie Star.
Shui Jingyuan was angry and a little helpless. Tian had entered the cold movie star for 2 or 3 days, and it was impossible for him to come out alive. Even if he could come out alive, Shui Jingyuan would not dare to let him come to Zhongtian Star Palace. Who knows if he has been with cold movie star for so long, and if he has carried any fatal things on his body. If it is contagious, then it will be a big trouble. Shui Jingyuan had no choice but to find Shi Zhongqing. "Master, Tian may not be able to come."
Wu Qing refused to let anyone go?
Shi Zhongqing frowned slightly. Wu Qing said that he could let people go, but people couldn't come. Shui Jingyuan said helplessly, "Before I went to find Wu Qing, Lu Siming asked Tian to patrol the Hanningsing." Shi Zhongqing's eyes showed murderous intent. "Wu Qing, Lu Siming, those 2 dogs are murdering." Shui Jingyuan looked at Shi Zhongqing in shock. He hadn't seen Shi Zhongqing's face like this in many years. Even when many spies were found in Zhongtian Star Temple last time, one of them was a disciple whom Shi Zhongqing had trained for many years. The expression on Shi Zhongqing's face did not change much. For the sake of Tian, Shi Zhongqing actually showed murderous intent, which made Shui Jingyuan unimaginable what kind of relationship Tian and Shi Zhongqing were.
"It's over, and there's no way."
Shui Jingyuan was afraid that Shi Zhongqing would do anything horrible when he was young, and hurriedly persuaded him.
Shi Zhongqing's murderous intent was restrained and she snorted coldly, "You finish the program first." "What procedure?"
Shui Jingyuan didn't react at the first time. After reacting, he stared at Shi Zhongqing in a daze and said, "Tian has been in Hanningsing Star for 2 or 3 days, so he must be dead."
"You know the place like Hanningsing Star.
Even if he is bigger than the sky and comes out alive, no one knows whether he is carrying any unknown things on him.
If he really wants to bring them back, I'm afraid he can't die in the immortal court. You can finish the program. This is also an opportunity.
In this case, Wu Qing shouldn't be stubborn,
Shi Zhongqing said.
When Shui Jingyuan looked at Shi Zhongqing's expression, he knew that he was not joking. He really couldn't figure out why Shi Zhongqing thought that a Tian could come out safely.
However, Shui Jingyuan didn't dare to say anything more, and Shi Zhongqing's expression looked a little scary.
I hope they won't do anything again, otherwise I would have to break the precepts I have kept for so many years. Hearing Shi Zhongqing's words, Shui Jingyuan's body trembled for no reason. Shi Zhongqing has been like a good old man for so many years, which has made him forget how terrifying Shi Zhongqing was back then. At this moment, he remembered the fear of the past again. Shui Jingyuan could only negotiate with Wu Qing again, hoping that Wu Qing and the others would not make any trouble and could complete the process smoothly. When Wu Qing heard Shui Jingyuan say that he still had to finish a Tian's procedure, he frowned and said, "Jingyuan, why do you need a Tian in the Tianqing temple? How do I know that it was the order given by the great priest?" He said, "A Tian was born to be a person from my Zhongtian Star God Palace, and died to my Zhongtian Star God Palace. To be honest, did you work with Lu Siming to act for me before, hiding a Tian privately and unwilling to give me the person? I want to ask you, what is special about that Tian, that you are so desperate to hold on to me?" Shui Jingyuan said deliberately. "You and I have been friends for many years, don't you know my character? I won't lie on such things. If I don't want to hand over people to you, it's the same whether he or she enters the Han movie star." Wu Qing said. "I believe you, but our great priest doesn't believe it. You are very embarrassed by what you did. You are not a human inside or outside." Shui Jingyuan sighed and said, "Anyway, everyone has already joined the Han movie star, so you can pass his file to me. I can give you an explanation when I go back, otherwise this matter will not be over." Wu Qing didn't believe that Lin Shen could come out alive, so he pondered for a while and said, "Since that's the case, I won't make you embarrassed, so just follow the rules." "Old Wu, what's going on with that Tian? Why do you have to kill him?" Shui Jingyuan asked again. "It's nothing, I just think he may be a spy from the ancient realm," Wu Qing said. "Even if he is really a spy is worthy of your like this?" Shui Jingyuan shook her head with a wry smile. "You don't understand." Wu Qing didn't explain too much. Shui Jingyuan completed the procedures according to the procedures and mentioned a Tian's file to the Zhongtian Star Temple. Lin Shen was already a member of the Zhongtian Star Temple at this time and had nothing to do with the Changsheng Star Temple. When Lu Siming was going through the procedures, he sneered in his heart, "What's the use of being a dead person? I don't believe that Tian can still come out of the cold movie star alive." Lin Shen was not in a coma, but he was like an ordinary person having a high fever, and he was so angry that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He was in a daze. The theory of evolution is running wildly, and it seems that there are countless bugs with flames crawling in the body. There is a strange squirming feeling inside blood vessels, muscles, and even bones. In the first 2 days, Lin Shen sucked up more and more, and hallucinations appeared in his mind, as if he had seen Tianxuan, his child was born, and his elder sister, second brother, third brother and fourth brother were all back. The whole family happily gathered together to drink cold beer and eat hot pot. The hot pot is so hot that it gets hotter the more I eat. I don't know where the chili peppers are produced. Lin Shen itself is about to get out of fire. Fortunately, there was cold beer in hand. Lin Shen sucked it desperately at the bottle and swallowed it desperately, greedily giving his stomach a more cool feeling. You can't say that the cold beer works. After a few sips, the cold breath suddenly spread throughout his body, making him feel much better, as he was about to spit out of fire. What brand of beer is this? It tastes good and has a little sweet aftertaste. Lin Shen sucked hard at the bottle greedily, wanting to be more cool. Even if I subconsciously know that this is an illusion, I hope it will feel better. Lin Shen, who had already had hallucinations in a daze, did not realize that this was not entirely an hallucination. If Lin Shen was awake at this time, he would definitely be frightened by his behavior. At this time, his body was lying under a strange beast covered in golden hair, sucking the milk of the strange beast like a young beast. This strange beast is even bigger than a tiger, but it looks exactly the same as the experimental subject number 9 that Lin Shen had seen. His eyes with golden rings flashed with complex emotions, staring at Lin Shen, who was sucking its milk in a daze.
This strange beast is the experimental subject number 9.
It was in the laboratory because it was conducted by Director Lin in various experiments. At that time, it was already weak and had various problems. When Lu Siming led his men to besiege it, he had no choice but to escape. Lu Siming thought it had escaped into the starry sky, but he didn't expect it to return to the cold movie star.
Chapter 1077 Experimental Body Number 9.
That's right, the 9 experimental subject is a deformed species bred by the cold movie star, but it is not the ultimate creature born. The original number 9 experimental subject was just an ordinary mutated inferior deformed species, not even a divine beast. However, because the Institute kept dumping experimental garbage and waste towards the Han movie star, many of the deformed species of Han movie star died, and a few of the survived mutations occurred to varying degrees. The experimental subject number 9 grew into the ultimate creature during the repeated mutations, and its level was constantly improving. Unfortunately, when it evolved to the middle level, the Changxing Star Temple discovered the problem of the cold movie star and cleaned up the cold movie star. It was captured during that cleanup, and the Changxing Star Temple also paid a heavy price. Even if it is just a median level 9 experimental subject, the combat power that can be burst out is not comparable to that of ordinary gods and gods. During that battle, several 9-star priests and dozens of 7-star priests died, and even more injured were found. Even the real master of the Changxing Star Divine Palace was injured and caught the experimental body number 9 back. At that time, Biluotian was managed by the great priest himself. Lu Siming took over Biluotian only after Wu Qin took over. Laboratory number 9 was also founded by the great priest, and studied the experimental subject of number 9, hoping to crack the secret of laboratory number 9's evolution into the ultimate creature. If the research can be successful, the ultimate creature can be created in batches. Unfortunately, until the great priest disappeared, there was no big progress in research. On the contrary, the 9 experimental subject actually made a breakthrough in various experiments and entered the upper level, forcing the great priest to use special fairy silk to bind the 9 experimental subject, making it difficult for it to escape. He also injected some medicine into it to control its physical state so that it could not burst out with real power. Lin Shen interrupted the immortal silk, and the experimental subject number 9 found an opportunity to escape. He used his own ability to make the staff of the teleportation station hallucinate, and returned to the cold movie star without knowing it. The environment of the cold movie star has become even worse than when it left. The creatures that can survive here have basically undergone many mutations, but no ultimate creatures appear again. Many upper distorted beasts appear. But what is really terrifying is not those upper distorted beasts with huge sizes and few mathematics, but the microorganisms of the cold movie star. After rounds of mutation, these microorganisms have been constantly swallowing and evolving each other, and have evolved to an extremely terrifying level. Lin Shen began to see strange microorganisms everywhere in the air. At that time, he had not realized that those strange microorganisms were very terrifying deformities. Those microbial malformations have them from the lower level to the upper level, and at least they are all mutated qualities, and there are also many qualities of divine beasts. Lin Shen didn't realize at first that he was already in a terrifying ocean of deformities. Not to mention that Lin Shen can't stand it, even if he changes to the superior gods, he can't stand it. Fortunately, the characteristics of the microbial malformation species are quite special and will not directly destroy Lin Shen's body, which prevents him from being killed directly, but is only eroded by various strange characteristics. The 9 experimental subject was able to use hallucination ability to escape back to the cold movie star, but no clues were left yet. Even Lu Siming and the others found no clues, which shows how high its IQ is.
When it discovered Lin Shen, it recognized Lin Shen at a glance.
The number 9 experimental subject had no intention of killing Lin Shen at all. It knew that Lin Shen saved it, but it also knew that Lin Shen was forced to save himself and did not come specifically to save it. So the experimental subject number 9 had no intention of saving Lin Shen, but just watched the microorganisms covering Lin Shen's body, and various characteristics constantly eroding his body. Originally, the experimental subject number 9 thought Lin Shen would die soon. Except for the original creatures of the cold movie star, who had already been able to coexist with these microorganisms, no foreign creature could survive here. The superior gods came here and their bodies were invaded and parasitized by microorganisms. Even if they did not die on the spot, it would be a matter of time. After looking at the number 9 experimental subject for a while, he saw that Lin Shen's body had been invaded by many microorganisms, but it was still not dead. He was a little curious and came to Lin Shen's side, stretching out his claws to push Lin Shen's body, trying to see if there was something special on his body so that he could persist until now. Who knew that its claws had just been placed on Lin Shen's body, and Lin Shen turned over and rolled directly onto its body, grabbed its breastfeeding organ and sucked it. The number 9 experimental subject suddenly trembled, and his legs became weak and he lay down. Looking at Lin Shen sucking milk in its arms, the 9 experimental phase's eyes gradually became gentle. The Institute conducted various inhumane experiments on it, but they did not know that the experimental subject number 9 is a unilateral reproductive organism, and in fact it has already been nurturing offspring. It's just that the experiment caused too much harm to it, and every day I inject medicine liquid to control its physical condition, making its fertility process extremely slow. After returning to the cold movie star, the body of the 9 experimental subject recovered rapidly, and the embryo began to develop rapidly. It had begun to secrete milk, and was about to give birth to the next descendants. At this time, the number 9 experimental subject was affected by the endocrine hormones of the body, and maternal love had already spread. Otherwise, Lin Shen would not have been moved by drinking its milk. The 9 experimental subject is really unique. It should have evolved to coexist with various microorganisms, with all the microorganisms on it, and evolved into the state of the ultimate organism together with it. However, because of the intervention of the Institute, the microorganisms in its body were dead, which instead allowed it to evolve into a unique physique. Even the upper-level microorganisms could not survive in its body. Its blood and even sweat can kill the upper microorganisms. The milk it secretes has special characteristics, and it is no different from drinking it when it is poisonous to drink it. But after Lin Shen drank milk, he killed a lot of microorganisms that invaded his body like he had taken insecticides, but he himself did not have much problem. These microorganisms have extremely high levels. The killed microorganisms and the milk of the experimental subject number 9 are absorbed by the constantly moving theory of evolution and transformed into strengthening the body's energy. Due to the strong energy, Lin Shen's body gradually undergoes strange changes. The chains of light from the order extended out of his body and entangled together, gradually forming a light cocoon that wrapped Lin Shen's body inside. Chapter 1078 Nirvana Again. Driven by powerful energy, Lin Shen's body actually reincarnated. However, the Nirvana light cocoon produced by Nirvana this time is actually composed of the chain of order light. The Samsung system is constantly operating in Lin Shen's body, and the law matrix is activated. The terrifying energy surges into the law matrix, making the distance between the particles and the matrix closer and closer, and finally connected together, gradually becoming lines, and lines connecting them into surfaces. Countless particles are connected together to form a chain-like structure, which is transformed into a chain of order. The chain of order light is the rule basis of the universe, and generally only appears with the immortal crown. At this time, it actually evolved from Lin Shen's body, combined with the formation of the Nirvana light cocoon, wrapping Lin Shen's body and starting another Nirvana. If it is normal, Lin Shen has been promoted to immortality and become the Dharma King from the moment the light chain appears. But now these chains of order light only wrapped around Lin Shen's body, pushing him to reenact his Nirvana, without urging the laws of the universe, and without the arrival of the immortal crown. Lin Shen's body undergoes a completely reborn change in the light cocoon, and with the Samsung system as the core, it transforms again. The number 9 experimental body retreated aside and looked at the light cocoon transformed by Lin Shen, emitting strange fluctuations of the law. This fluctuation made the 9 experimental subject feel a little confused. The fluctuation is somewhat similar to its ghost characteristics, but it is also a little different. It actually makes the 9 experimental subject unable to tell what kind of power it is. With the evolution of nirvana, light flames gradually rose above the nirvana light cocoon, and the light flames enveloped the light cocoon, and the shape was constantly changing.
Sometimes it seems like it is like a human shape, sometimes it does not look like a human shape, like a cloud cluster.
As time passed day by day, Lu Ximing felt a little uneasy. After looking at the time, it has been 14 days since Lin Shen entered the cold movie star.
Calculate the time, there is only 1 day left before the patrol cycle.
If Lin Shen is still alive, he should return to the teleportation station tomorrow and wait for the teleportation device to turn on and send back. Lu Ximing didn't believe that Lin Shen could come out alive, but because Zhongtian Star Temple insisted on completing the procedure, Lu Ximing felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he had not seen Lin Shen's body with his own eyes. I guess at this time, his body has not even been left with a shit. Lu Ximing felt that he was too careful and was a little over-concerned. Although I thought so in my heart, when it was time, Lu Ximing decided to go to the teleportation station to take a look. If Lin Shen really comes out, no matter whether he is injured or infected with anything on his body, he will not let Lin Shen walk out of the blue sky alive. The death hatred has been settled. No matter whether Lin Shen has any problems or not, he must die and cannot give him any chance, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. When he arrived at the teleportation station, Lu Ximing asked someone to bring a chair over and sat there waiting.
He didn't dare to teleport to Hanningsing to see the results. Just wait.
If Lin Shen did not teleport back at the specified time, then everything would be easy.
Time passed minute by minute, until the last second was over.
Lu Ximing's eyes kept staring at the teleportation device, but did not notice any movement in the teleportation device. After waiting for a while, the teleportation device still didn't move. Lu Ximing thought to himself, it's really a bit more suspicious as he grows older.
I actually suspect that the boy can come back alive. It's really a worry.
However, Lu Ximing had no intention of leaving, and stipulated that the patrolman would have less than half an hour left. He had to wait until the time was over before he could feel completely at ease. Seeing the time pass quickly and the transmission device is still not moving, Lu Ximing's heart gradually relaxed a lot. It turns out that I'm dead inside. Seeing that time was about to end, Lu Ximing was about to get up, but suddenly he saw a light on the teleportation device. Lu Ximing paused for a moment, staring at the teleportation device. He couldn't believe that Lin Shen could survive until now. But apart from Lin Shen, there is no other god on Hanningsing, and he is the only one who can activate the teleportation device there. Lu Ximing narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers a few times, which was a sign that he wanted to kill. A strong light flashed, the teleportation device was turned on, and Lu Ximing saw a figure walking out from inside. Although I had known for a long time that the person who came out must be Lin Shen, Lu Ximing was still a little shocked when he saw Lin Shen walking out of the teleportation device in an immortal suit and was unscathed. He couldn't imagine how Lin Shen survived the place like Hanningsing, which was even more terrifying than hell, and it seemed that he was alive. This person has been polluted and cannot be allowed to go out, otherwise the star priest in Billow-Ocean will be infected and must be removed immediately.
Lu Ximing looked at Lin Shen, but this was said to the ordinary Lu Lan. Lu Lan is his confidant and a relative. He naturally needs such a person to do such a thing. Of course, Lu Ximing has already thought about it. If he can fool him, it is naturally the best. If he can't fool him, the Zhongtian Star God Palace must investigate and can only push Lu Lan to the thunder. After all, the law of the immortal court is there, and he is unwilling to do it with his own hands. Lu Lan naturally didn't expect that Lu Ximing had such a plan in his heart and executed the order without hesitation. Lu Lan's soul flashed and turned into a ferocious beast. A strong purple light enveloped his body. It was a kind of soul-lightened shadow that looked like a giant ape, with bare feet and iron rings on her ankles. As she walked, the killing aura rushed up to the night, like a monster sucking souls in the battlefield. The soul Zhu Yan is a powerful soul with the laws of war. Only those who practice the magical art of heavenly soldiers can condense the soul. Having extremely strong combat capabilities can strengthen the laws of gods and man in all aspects. When dealing with a lower-level god-man, Lu Lan had no intention of using his spirit at all. He could slap him to death with just one slap. Lu Lan slapped Lin Shen, not even giving him a chance to speak. Xu Yan, the soul of the soul, slapped Lin Shen with Lu Lan's movements. The strong purple light instantly pressed over Lin Shen's head like the divine light of the world. Lu Siming watched from the side. Another purpose of his request to Lu Lan to take action was to see why Lin Shen could get out of the cold movie star alive. Lin Shen looked at the terrifying divine light that was pressing, but just raised an arm, his palm was like a pistol, and shot Lu Lan and Zhu Yan. The sand between the fingers flew out silently, and a terrifying light burst out in the moment of contact with the purple light. Chapter 1079 Thunderous Strength. Lin Shen completed the third nirvana in the cold movie star and his body completely returned to normal, and found that this nirvana had been greatly enhanced. User, Super Nirvana Creature, Evolutionable. Strength, 29432. Speed, 18754. Hardness, 17462. Toughness, 18524. Basic variability, 100%. Life theory activity limit, 3200. Basic transformation talent, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic recast, hyperplasmic form. Fate base, a fan of fate, inheritance. Nirvana attribute, none. Distortion characteristics, Superbase sharpshooter. Distorted soul, superbasic soul. Superbased soul, my life is based on the soul, but not the god, and your life is based on the soul. Lin Shen discovered that this time Nirvana actually added 10,000 attributes to his four-dimensional attributes. His current basic attributes are basically equivalent to those of the top-level lower-level gods, and his power is far beyond that. After the Superbase form is opened, all attributes doubled, which is almost the same as the median god. If it merges with the reverse life, the attributes will explode, and the median god will be difficult to match the attributes, and the upper gods can be able to fight. Moreover, Lin Shen also has a distorted soul, which is an ability that only the middle-level gods possess. Lin Shen estimated that although he could not be promoted to immortality, his attributes and abilities had actually reached the level of immortality, and even stronger, but he was not immortal in name. He himself was also very confused. Such attributes and abilities, even the law matrix that had been transformed into the order light chain, were enough for him to be promoted to immortality, but for some reason, he just couldn't be promoted. Trying to inspire the soul, a illusion-like light rose from his body, burning like a raging flame, but did not form any ghosts and gods. Lin Shen has never heard of such a soul. Theoretically, the soul should be the appearance of a ghost or god. Even if it is not a ghost or god, it should be a substance. It was like a river, a mountain, a sun, or something, but his soul really had no form, like fire and clouds, covering his body, swaying and changing as he formed. Lin Shen didn't have time to figure out what was going on with his soul, because he saw the experimental subject number 9 standing next to him. Because the size of the number 9 experimental subject was many times larger than before, he failed to recognize it immediately, and was shocked and retreated vigilantly in a defensive posture. But I found that the giant beast was just looking at him, without any intention of attacking, and his eyes were very strange. After a few glances, Lin Shen immediately saw that the giant beast in front of him was exactly the same as the experimental body number 9 he had seen before, but was many times larger. 9 experimental subject, is it you? Lin Shen asked in his heart when he saw that there was no hostility in the other party's eyes and there was still some indescribable meaning. Seeing that the giant beast actually nodded, Lin Shen was immediately delighted. The other party did not attack when there was a problem with his physical condition, and could understand his words at this time. He obviously had extremely high wisdom. He should know that he had saved it before, so this problem would be easy to solve. Lin Shen first stopped the power in his body to show that he was not hostile, and then said to the 9 experimental subject, "You and I are connected with each other. I am also persecuted by those people now. Speaking of which, we should be friends, right?" Seeing the number 9 experimental subject nodding again, Lin Shen was immediately delighted. Experiment number 9 is the ultimate creature at the top. If it reaches a united front with Lin Shen's safety will be guaranteed. Unfortunately, although the IQ of the number 9 experimental subject is very high, due to the body structure, it cannot make a voice similar to a human, and it cannot communicate with Lin Shen in language. Lin Shen looked at the time and found that 11 days had passed, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that it had been so long. It felt like it had only been a short time, and at most it was only 1 or 2 days. He didn't expect that it would take so long this time. The number 9 experimental subject turned around and wanted to leave, but turned around and signaled to Lin Shen, as if he was asking Lin Shen to follow it. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and then followed the steps of the number 9 experimental subject. This planet is a huge garbage dump, where all kinds of garbage from Billowation are dumped here, making the environment of the entire planet extremely harsh, with rotten liquid everywhere, emitting a dazzling stench. After Lin Shen resurrected Nirvana, his attributes were already very strong, but when he turned on the Superbase form, he still could not keep up with the speed of the experimental subject number 9. Only when the experimental subject number 9 was significantly slowed down, Lin Shen could barely keep up. On this planet full of radiation and pollution, Lin Shen suddenly saw an oasis-like area. After a closer look, it was not an oasis, but a lotus leaf that could not be seen at the end. The green lotus leaves are connected into the ocean, and the roots are rooted in the black rotten leaves. It is clearly in such a harsh environment, but it looks as crystal clear as jasper, making people unable to help but marvel at the magic of the Creator and the tenacity of life. In this kind of evil, such a beautiful and holy life can be born. After getting closer, I found that these leaves were much larger than ordinary lotus leaves, and each leaf was much larger than the size of the experimental subject number 9. The number 9 experimental subject jumped up and walked on the lotus leaves. Lin Shen also stepped on it, feeling a little strange. Only then did he realize that these leaves were really hard like jade, and there was no problem with bearing their weight. And it is also very tough, and the stems and leaves are shaking when they step on them, but they will not break. Not long after walking, I saw a huge lotus flower appearing in front of me. The number 9 experimental body jumped up and landed inside the lotus flower. Lin Shen also jumped in and found that the experimental subject number 9 actually regarded this huge lotus as its residence and was lying inside the lotus at this time. The petals of the lotus are as crystal as jade, emitting a hazy halo. Inside the lotus, you can't feel the dazzling stench at all, but instead have a faint fragrance. Lin Shen tried to breathe, and a refreshing fragrance rushed into his nose, revitalizing his spirit, and the sweat in his body also opened comfortably, expelling the turbid air from his body. What is even more surprising is that the gravity of the cold movie star itself is very strong, but in this lotus, it seems that there is no gravity, and its body can float with a slight movement. The experimental subject 9, lying there, roared at Lin Shen, as if he was saying something to Lin Shen, but unfortunately Lin Shen could not understand its meaning. At this moment, Lin Shen felt that his IQ was crushed by the number 9 experimental system. The number 9 could understand human language, but he could not understand the number 9 experimental system. What do you want to do? Lin Shen could only ask. The number 9 experimental body stretched out its claws, and a little light condensed from the tip of the claws, and it stroked a few times in the air. In Lin Shen's shocked eyes, the light from the tip of the claw actually drew a few human words in the air. I need your help. Chapter 1080 Protecting Production. Lin Shen was shocked by the IQ of the number 9 experimental subject, and soon he figured out what the number 9 experimental subject wanted him to do. The number 9 experimental subject is pregnant, but when it gives birth, the body will become very weak. At that time, other deformities may take the opportunity to kill it, so it needs Lin Shen to protect its safety when it gives birth. With your ability, before you give birth, you should be able to kill all the deformed species that can threaten you, right? Lin Shen pondered. Hide, can't be found. The number 9 experimental body continued to write with its claws. What kind of strength are those deformed species? My abilities are limited and I may not be able to protect you. I can only do my best. Lin Shen said. You can. After writing the last few words in the experimental subject number 9, he put down his paws, lay there and closed his eyes, and stopped talking to Lin Shen. It was also forced to do so, otherwise it would not have asked Lin Shen to protect it. Although it was born in the cold movie star, it was no longer considered a creature due to its long absence and due to the experimental relationship. The key is that its power can also restrain the deformed species here, which makes other deformed species on the cold movie star have great hostility towards the experimental subject number 9. The number 9 experimental subject killed some,
but unfortunately the other part hid, and the number 9 experimental subject couldn't find them all and killed them. At this time, they could only seek help from Lin Shen. Of course, the best result is that those deformed species are afraid to come, but the possibility is still relatively low. Those deformed species have regarded the number 9 experimental subject as a life and death enemy, and will definitely not miss this opportunity. Lin Shen didn't know when the number 9 experimental subject gave birth, and there were only a few days left before the patrol ended. He must rush back at the end of the patrol, otherwise if Lu Siming caught this problem, he might make things difficult for him. Fortunately, the number 9 experimental subject told him that it was about to be produced. Lin Shen found that in this lotus, there were no microorganisms everywhere on the cold movie star. In fact, there were very few microorganisms in this lotus leaf area. It is estimated that this plant itself has some kind of expulsion effect on microorganisms, just as mosquitoes don't like the smell of certain plants. After only 2 days, Lin Shen could feel that the breath of the number 9 experimental subject became very chaotic, and he almost stopped communicating with him. He lay there all day with his eyes closed. If it weren't for the breath, Lin Shen would have thought it was about to die. Lin Shen suddenly heard some strange noise and quickly saw through the gap between the petals. He saw some strange figures appearing on the huge leaves in the distance. Their bodies look similar to the experimental subject number 9, both of which look like weasels, but their appearances are very different. Some deformities have many scorpions-like tails, while others have 2 or even 3 heads. Some have their mouths cracked to the ears, rows of teeth growing on their faces, some have eyes covered, and most of them have various hyperplasia, which looks like an evil and ugly feeling, which makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. They sneaked quietly on the leaves, probably because they didn't want to be discovered by the number 9 experimental subject. They are here. Lin Shen looked at the experimental subject number 9 and said to it in a low voice. However, the number 9 experimental subject just lay there with his eyes closed, and his face looked painful. It was obvious that when he gave birth, his breath was extremely chaotic and became very weak. Those bastards really know how to pick time. Lin Shen took out his sniper rifle and aimed at the deformed species outside from the gap in the petals. He almost had no hesitation and pulled the trigger directly. Now that they can kill one, it is better to be besieged later. Judging from their speed, there are at least dozens of them. Bang! The moment the gunshot was fired, the bullet appeared in front of a deformed forehead. The deformed species actually reacted, and a divine light burst out from its body, turning into a strange shadow of a ferocious beast, which looked like a carving but not a carving, or a rat, and the black light soared into the sky. But the soul was unable to withstand the bombardment of the bullet, and the soul was penetrated along with its head. Seeing the monster's head being pierced, Lin Shen continued to shoot without hesitation, and shot another deformed species. The deformity was prepared for it, and when the bullet appeared in front of it, its head actually cracked from the middle, split into 2, avoiding the bullet shooting. Fuck, so fast, that's the superior creature. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Although his attributes are already very strong, he is not sure whether he can protect the safety of the number 9 experimental subject against so many superior creatures. Lin Shen stared at him and found something that shocked him even more. The deformed species that had been pierced through his head did not die. He dragged half of his head, rushing towards the lotus like crazy. Other deformities also knew that they had been exposed and turned into afterimages and flew over. Damn it! Lin Shen threw down his sniper rifle, opened his skills and rushed out with the desperate person. His attributes doubled and doubled, which was almost the same as the superior god. He used his hands as a gun, swung and shot again and again. The silent sand between the fingers shot out continuously, flying along the strange arc, with an incredible speed. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the deformed species fell down, either the head was blown out or the heart was pierced. Lin Shen originally thought it would be difficult for him to stop the attacks of these deformed species, but he was a little surprised to find out. After those deformed species were hit by the sand between his fingers, not only were their bodies penetrated, but their souls were actually dispersed directly. The body is pierced, which is not a fatal injury for those deformed species. Even if the head is completely blown up, they can still move freely. Moreover, many microorganisms will crawl out of the wound. Those microorganisms are entangled together and quickly build a broken organ and will soon recover as before. These deformed species are too strange. They may no longer be called separate living bodies, but rather a life-gathering body. Their bodies are composed of countless miniature deformities, but these microorganisms are born in a unified manner and mutate a strange and bizarre creature. Therefore, damaging their bodies is not of much use to these deformities. However, the souls of the deformed species were dispersed, which caused a severe blow to their strength. The deformed species that rushed from all directions for a time were actually shocked by Lin Shen floating above the lotus. They were shocked by their hands and slowly stopped their attack. The souls were broken, making them unable to use the power of the souls anymore, and their abilities were significantly reduced.
Chapter 1081. Take it away. Is this the function of the super basic soul?
Lin Shen was ecstatic. He was able to break other people's souls, and this ability was stronger than he expected. If all souls can be defeated, it means that all souls will lose their effect in front of him. In this case, his super high attribute can play a huge role, and he can directly crush the same level by relying on his attributes. When Lin Shen was happy, he saw mysterious lights and shadows burst out from those deformed species one by one. The lights and shadows actually turned into translucent entities, staring at Lin Shen with covetous eyes.
Shen's soul.
Lin Shen's eyes were solid.
What should come is coming.
If you deal with the median deformed species and break their souls, their combat effectiveness will plummet. However, the upper deformed species have condensed the spirit.
The spirit of the spirit has transformed into shape and is almost an immortal body.
It does not require the power of the spirit and can burst out with extremely strong combat power. Seeing hundreds of divine spirits coming around, and those deformed species themselves were hiding far behind, Lin Shen could only smile bitterly and prepare to burst out his strength to fight with all his strength. After he merges with the destiny, his attributes should not be weaker than the spirit.
In one-on-one situation, he may not lose.
But there are hundreds of magic spirits here, and Lin Shen can only take one step at a time. With the screams of the deformed species, hundreds of divine spirits rushed towards Lin Shen with all kinds of ghostly brilliance, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. Lin Shen fired continuously with both hands, hoping to use the power of the super basic soul to see if he could break these bodies of the divine souls.
Bang bang! Bang bang!
The Superbase magic shoot combined with the Superbase soul power did penetrate the body of the divine soul, but the divine soul is not the light and shadow transformed by the power of ghosts and gods.
It is itself a physical body.
The pierced body is quickly and automatically repaired, and it does not cause too much damage.
It's so fatal.
Lin Shen's fingers were fists, and his body flashed quickly. The waves of the waves were blasted out one after another, spreading towards the surroundings like a sea of scattered seas, mixed with silent sand between the fingers. Such terrifying power is difficult to withstand the siege of hundreds of divine spirits. Among the terrifying divine lights, the fist force is torn apart, and the sand between the fingers cannot cause much effect. Seeing the overwhelming force falling down, Lin Shen was thinking about how to break through the siege, but a golden light rose from his head. The divine light that fell from the sky was directly dispersed by the golden light and broke instantly, like an egg hitting a stone. The hundreds of souls who rushed up all stopped rushing forward in horror and looked at Lin Shen's head in horror. Lin Shen also looked up and saw that the experimental subject number 9 was suspended above his head. The golden light emitted from his body was divided into 4, turning into 4 spirits like ghosts and gods. Lin Shen has seen many souls, but he has never seen a god or deformed species that can have 2 souls. Lin Shen was greatly surprised when the experimental subject number 9 transformed into 4 souls with 1 body. It was not until this time that those deformed species reacted, and they didn't even want their spirits and wanted to turn around and escape. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Lin Shen only saw the golden light blooming from above his head, illuminating the world like golden sunlight. In just a moment, the divine spirits and deformed species that were exposed to the golden light turned into ashes in the golden light, and eventually even the ashes disappeared. Lin Shen stood under the number 9 experimental subject and did not dare to move, for fear that he would encounter the terrifying golden light as soon as he moved, and ended up like those deformed species and spiritual spirits. In just a moment, all the deformed species were wiped out, and there was not even a single hair left. The light on the body of the number 9 experimental body dissipated and slowly fell down. He stood among the lotus, stretched out his claws and wrote in the air, "I'm going to give birth, you go out first." After Lin Shen came out of the lotus, he suddenly realized that the number 9 experimental subject did not really want him to protect it. He just deliberately messed up his breath and used it as bait to attract those deformed species, and caught them all before giving birth.
This IQ is amazing.
Lin Shen sighed in his heart. From a distance, I looked at the huge lotus flower, and the golden light rose inside, like a volcano erupting golden magma. In this case, the number 9 experimental subject has officially given birth. The golden light source on the lotus lasted for more than 10 hours, and painful roars kept coming from it. As the sound gradually became weak and weak, the golden light gradually dimmed. After the golden light completely disappeared, Lin Shen finally heard a cry like a baby coming from the lotus. Lin Shen did not dare to get close to the lotus. At this sensitive time point, Lin Shen was afraid that he would get close to the lotus, which would cause misunderstandings from the number 9 experimental subject.
"Are you okay? Is there anything I need to help?" Lin Shen asked from afar. "Come here." Golden lights flew out of the lotus and formed 2 words in the air. Lin Shen then got up and approached the lotus, and flew into it. Inside the lotus, the number 9 experimental body was lying on the side, and a small beast covered in fluff was lying beside him. Lin Shen was a little puzzled that the shape of the little beast looked similar to the experimental subject number 9, but the fine fluff on his body showed a black color, which was completely different from the golden hair of the experimental subject number 9. At this time, the little beast was lying under the body of the number 9 experiment, sucking milk desperately. Although it was just born, the aura fluctuations on its body were already very scary. It was probably a natural upper deformity species. The 9 experimental unit looked at its cub, and it seemed that the brilliance of maternal nature was shining, with a peaceful expression with loving heart. "Is there anything I can help?" After waiting for a while, Lin Shen said before seeing the gaze of the number 9 experimental subject moving away from the cub and looking at him. "Take it away." The 9 experimental subject wrote a few words in the air. "Where to take it?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. "Take it out of here, take care of it and grow up, and let it learn to survive in your world," the 9 technique wrote. "What about you?" Lin Shen was delighted. The meaning of this number 9 experimental subject was to ask him to take away the cubs. This is a superior deformed species, and it may also be the ultimate creature, almost already in existence on the ceiling of combat power. Just look at the fact that the number 9 experimental subject is about to be produced, and can kill so many superior deformed species in one blow. You can imagine how terrifying its descendants will be. But Lin Shen didn't quite understand why the number 9 experimental subject asked him to take his cub away. It shouldn't be trapped in such a place all its life. It should have a broader world, but it is too dangerous to go out by itself, and I can only entrust it to you. The words flashed with golden light flashed out from the claws of the number 9 experimental subject, which made Lin Shen understand why the number 9 experimental subject asked him to take away the cubs. Lin Shen realized that it was a test that the previous number 9 experimental subject had in protecting the production, which should have been considered a test, and at that time it had already made such plans. Chapter 1082, The Crime Should Be Punished. Seeing that the period of teleportation was approaching, Lin Shen stood in front of the teleportation device and put a small black beast like a weasel into his pocket. I looked back and didn't see the figure of the number 9 experimental subject, and my mood was a little complicated. The number 9 experimental subject is the first ultra-high IQ deformity he has ever seen. Most ordinary deformity types rely on instinct to act. The number 9 experimental subject not only restrains its instinct, but also can judge the situation. The immortal court is the immortal court of gods and man. No matter how powerful the deformed species is, it is difficult to compete with the immortal court. As strong as the experimental subject number 9, he knows that it is difficult to transcend the immortal court. If its descendants grew up in the cold movie star, then sooner or later one day, they will either be killed by gods or be captured like it as an experimental subject. So it chose a path that other deformities could not choose, so that Lin Shen could take away its descendants.
Seeing the little beast in his pocket struggling to crawl out of his pocket, his head was exposed, and his black eyes looked in the direction of the lotus ground. Lin Shen, who was about to teleport away, stopped. As a descendant of the number 9 experimental subject, the little beast has just been born and has shown a very high IQ. Although it was eager to return to the 9 experimental subject, it did not rush out and just watched that way. Until the patrol return time was about to end, and no figure of the number 9 experimental subject appeared, Lin Shen had to say to the little beast, "It's time to leave, we will come back in the future." The little beast then retracted back into the pocket, like a child retracted into the quilt. Lin Shen stepped into the teleportation device and teleported back to Billow Ocean. As soon as he left Billow Ocean, he saw Lu Siming sitting outside and looking at him with an unkind look. Lin Shen realized that something was wrong. Until Lu Siming said that and Lu Lan took action, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's heart. Lu Siming was so anxious to kill him, which only means one thing. If he didn't kill him now, there would probably be no chance in the future. Lin Shen realized that Shi Zhongqing had already completed the process and transferred him to the Zhongtian Star Palace. As long as he leaves Billow Ocean, there will be no way out for him in the future. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen knew that he had to survive the darkest moment before dawn, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. The moment Lu Lan took action, Lin Shen raised his palm without hesitation, and the sand between his fingers shot out at Lu Lan. The sand between the fingers collided with the purple light, and suddenly burst out with an illusion-like brilliance, which was the power attached to the super basic soul. Bang! In the unbelievable eyes of the star priests, Lu Lan's Zhuyan's soul was directly blown up, turning into purple lights in the sky, like fireworks that exploded. No one could have thought that Lin Shen, a lower-level god, could actually blow up Zhuyan's soul, and even Lu Siming's face showed a look of astonishment. Lu Lan's face changed drastically. After the power of Sha between her fingers exploded Zhuyan's soul, she still flew towards his head with constant speed. The speed was too fast and the distance was too close. Lu Lan was shocked and had no time to make regular dodging movements, so she could only quickly shrink her head and squat. The sand between his fingers rubbed his scalp and flew over, making a deep groove on the hair above his head. The crown of his head was broken, and his hair fell down, turning into a large and middle part. Lu Siming, if you kill the Star Priest, aren't you afraid of the rules of the Immortal Court? Lin Shen said coldly to Lu Siming. You have been polluted. For the safety of other Star Priests, you can only be sacrificed. Lu Siming said lightly. If you say I'm contaminated, I'm contaminated? Lin Shen asked expressionlessly. Yes, in this Billow Ocean, I will say whatever I say. After saying that, Lu Siming shouted coldly, Lu Lan, don't kill the pollution source. Lu Lan's soul was shattered and his strength was greatly damaged, but the spirit of the superior god was still there. When Lu Siming shouted, Lu Lan finally reacted and summoned her soul in anger. But this spiritual soul is not his own spiritual soul, but a spiritual soul pet derived from a deformed species. A dragon spirit flew out and pounced towards Lin Shen with terrifying pressure. In the open dragon's mouth, it seemed like a star vortex was rotating, producing a powerful suction force, as if it was about to suck everything into its dragon's mouth. With Lin Shen's power, it was difficult to compete with the gravity. His body involuntarily headed towards the dragon's mouth, and his feet plowed the ground out of 2 deep grooves. Lin Shen was about to merge with the destiny and let his attributes directly reach the level of being able to compete with the superior gods, but suddenly a black light flashed on his waist. Before he could see what was going on, the black light rushed into the mouth of Sanglong Divine Soul. The originally unparalleled Sanglong Divine Soul closed his mouth as if he had eaten a fly, and the terrifying suction suddenly disappeared. The next second, I saw the translucent body of Sanglong Divine Soul turned into black smoke and scattered all over the ground, as if it had suddenly turned into smoke and dust. A black light flew out of the black smoke and rushed towards Lu Lan. Lu Lan was shocked and angry, and quickly summoned his soul. But the black light was too fast. Before Lu Lan's spiritual soul could be summoned, it directly penetrated his chest. All this happened so quickly that even Lu Siming had no time to react. After the black light penetrated Lu Lan's chest, it turned like lightning in the air, flew back to Lin Shen's side, and landed on Lin Shen's shoulder.
Only then did everyone see clearly that the black light falling on Lin Shen's shoulder turned out to be a small beast with black body. It was squatting there as big as a palm, with its big tail curled in front of him and swaying slightly. A big hole appeared on Lu Lan's chest, the heart, bones and flesh there disappeared, and a strange black gas radiated from the wound. The next second, Lu Lan showed an extremely horrified expression on her face, and her body turned into black and gray in an instant and scattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked. Except for Lu Siming, the other star priests subconsciously retreated. Lu Lan is a superior god. Even if her body suffers severe damage, she should not die so easily. But the little beast's only attack made Lu Lan die, which was too terrifying. There was a little more fear in everyone's eyes when they looked at the little beast. Lin Shen didn't expect that the little beast, which had just been born for a few days and had not even broken breasts, had such terrifying strength and was worthy of being the descendant of the ultimate creature. You have indeed been contaminated and have been manipulated by abnormal forms. You should be punished for killing your colleagues. Lu Siming slowly stood up and stared at Lin Shen coldly. Without giving Lin Shen a chance to defend himself, Lu Siming directly summoned a divine pet and shouted coldly, "Why are you still standing there? For the safety of the many star priests in Billow Ocean, we will kill the pollution source with me." The star priests reacted and quickly summoned the divine spirit pet. For a moment, more than a dozen divine spirit pets broke out of the air, and surrounded Lin Shen in the sky and the earth. Chapter 1083. It's okay not to say it. Lin Shen knew that he had to pass this level and silently merged with the destiny, ready to do a big fight. The little beast on his shoulder grinned at the Shen puppet, as if warning them not to get close. Kill! Lu Siming ordered without hesitation, and more than a dozen divine pets burst out with shocking divine lights, and at the same time, they issued the strongest blow to Lin Shen. The terrifying divine light almost destroyed the space, and pieces of space collapsed. But at this moment, a little gold ignited in front of the forest. The golden halo emitted actually blocked all the terrifying divine light. Not only did the divine light not destroy the little golden light, but instead turned into fuel for golden light, making the golden light more and more intense, spreading along a strange trajectory in the air, forming a golden rune. The Supreme Kai Tian Talisman. Lu Siming seemed to recognize the golden light talisman, and his face turned very ugly. The next second, the golden light talisman in the sky turned into countless golden light powder and scattered down. A figure wearing the golden star priest's robe also appeared in the colorful golden light. Shi Zhongqing, the great priest. Everyone recognized who the person was. When it was Lin Shen, he couldn't recognize it at first sight. Shi Zhongqing, whom he had seen before, was wearing a shabby star priest uniform, and the badge on his chest was almost flat, and he didn't look like a big priest at all. I have to say that people rely on clothes and Buddha rely on gold clothes. At this time, Shi Zhongqing's golden robe and gold crown not only looked more elegant, but even the folds on his face seemed not so ugly. He became much younger because of his whiteness. Why do you want to kill the star priest of my Zhongtian star priest? Shi Zhongqing didn't look at Lin Shen, but just squinted her eyes swept across the faces of the star priests, and finally fell on Lu Siming's face. All the star priests subconsciously avoided Shi Zhongqing's gaze and did not dare to look at him. As the head of Bailuotian, Lu Siming could not retreat at this time, so he could only grit his teeth and looked at Shi Zhongqing. This person has been polluted and is even controlled by abnormal types. He killed his colleagues. For the safety of my immortal court and many star priests, he can only be eliminated. Are you polluted? Shi Zhongqing turned around and asked Lin Shen. No. Lin Shen shook his head immediately. Have you been controlled by the deformity? Shi Zhongqing asked again. No. Lin Shen shook his head again and replied. After hearing Lin Shen's answer, Shi Zhongqing turned around and looked at Lu Siming again. He was not polluted or controlled. You actually want to kill an innocent star priest, or the star priest of my Zhongtian star god palace. According to the immortal court rules, the crime should be punished. Will he say there be no? What evidence does he have? A star priest couldn't help but argue. Shi Zhongqing didn't even look at it, and waved her sleeves directly, and the golden light turned into a talisman and instantly hit the star priest.
The golden light flashed, and the 8-star priest actually changed from a god to a trembling native dog in an instant.
Everyone was shocked and angry.
Lu Ximing said angrily, "Shi Zhongqing, even if you are a great priest, you cannot attack other star priests for no reason. The immortal court has the laws of the immortal court.
Don't say that he is not guilty. Even if he is guilty, you have to provide evidence. Do you say he is contaminated and controlled? Is there any evidence?" Shi Zhongqing asked lightly. Lu Ximing was speechless, but he reacted very quickly and immediately said, "This is the Star God Palace in the South District. It's not your turn to the people in the Star God Palace to take care of this matter. I will report to my South District Grand Priest, and there must be an explanation no matter what.
No need to be so troublesome, Wu Qing will come by himself." Shi Zhongqing waved her sleeves again, and golden talismans flew out of her sleeves.
"You dare!" Lu Ximing and others were shocked and panicked to resist.
But the talisman that contains supreme subtlety, as if it is the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, cannot they resist it? All kinds of divine power were suppressed by a small talisman, and they were directly suppressed on them, instantly turning them into beasts all over the ground. However, the golden talisman that flew towards Lu Ximing was blocked by a jade talisman that appeared out of thin air.
The golden talisman was sealed on the jade talisman.
The jade talisman turned into a toad and fell on the ground, shocking Lu Ximing behind the jade talisman into a cold sweat.
The Master Shi is so majestic, but he is a little dizzy. He admits the wrong party. This is Billowocean in the southern area, not the Lingxiao Palace in Zhongtian.
A figure walked from outside the sky, and in a few steps he had already walked in front of Shi Zhongqing.
Lin Shen recognized this person at a glance. This person was Wu Qing, the acting priest in the South District.
Lin Shen was a little nervous, wondering if Shi Zhongqing would fight with Wu Qing to the end for him. Shi Zhongqing's old face had no expression, but she squinted her eyes and said lightly, "The Master Wu means that in your southern area, you can kill the Star Master at will, or the Star Master in my Zhongtian Star Palace. I would also like to ask the Master Shi to be careful. The Immortal Court has the laws of the Immortal Court. We Star Priests act according to the laws, so we will naturally have our basis for doing things. We will explain to the Fairy Court. You, the Master Shi, don't need to worry too much." Wu Qing said lightly. "The person you are going to kill is the Star Priest of my Zhongtian Palace." Shi Zhongqing said. "He is still in my Immortal Palace, so we naturally have the obligation to safeguard the interests of the Immortal Court and the vast number of Star Priests." Wu Qing did not give in at all. Shi Zhongqing laughed. "In this way, in order to maintain the interests of the Immortal Court and the vast number of Star Priests can kill them if they want to kill, right? Master Shi, you are so unreasonable, it is really not the style that a master should have."
Wu Qing said. "It's right, it's better not to say it.
For the benefit of the Immortal Court and the vast number of Star Priests, then kill it." As he said that, Shi Zhongqing waved his hand, and the golden light seemed to emerge from the sky, and in an instant it seemed to turn the entire Billowocean into a star universe. Wu Qing's face changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhongqing really dared to take action here. The divine light surged on his body, and a soul like a god king rose. He grabbed the stars and the moon with both hands, and instantly held the thousands of stars transformed by the golden light in his palm. But the next second, Wu Qing's face became extremely ugly. The stars in the sky were all taken by him, but Lu Ximing behind him fell into Shi Zhongqing's hands at some point. Shi Zhongqing stretched out one hand from her sleeve and held it flat in the sky. There was a villain in her palm, which was Lu Ximing. At this time, Lu Ximing's body not only became smaller, but also lightning flashes on his body locked his body like chains, making no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape Shi Zhongqing's palm. Wu Qing watched Shi Zhongqing's palms close together, and endless lightning bombarded him, about to destroy Lu Ximing. "Shi Zhongqing, you really dare." Wu Qing was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Shi Zhongqing would really dare to take action. The soul like a god king burst out with the power to destroy the world, trying to defeat Shi Zhongqing and save Lu Ximing. However, the boundless terrifying power came to Shi Zhongqing, but it dissipated like a breeze, and even a corner of Shi Zhongqing's clothes could not be lifted up. Shi Zhongqing looked at Wu Qing, her palms slowly closed, and turned them into ashes in the screams and whine of Lu Siming. Whoever touches the people in my Zhongtian palace will die, and the same is true for the heavenly king. Shi Zhongqing patted the dust on her hands and said carelessly.
Chapter 1084 Joint Trial.
Shi Zhongqing, you are doing your own arbitrarily in my Changsheng Star Divine Palace.
I will kill the Star Divine official. I will initiate a joint trial. You are ready to go to the god-killing platform and accept the judgment of the 6 emperors.
Wu Qing's eyes were cold and stern. Although Shi Zhongqing killed his most profitable right-hand man Lu Siming, who was stealing the sky and changing the sun, made Wu Qing's face look bad, but a hint of joy flashed in Wu Qing's eyes. Shi Zhongqing was very crazy and arrogant. He regarded the Changsheng Star Temple as a joke and ignored him, Wu Qing, the acting priest, as heir. He looked very strong, but his killing of Lu Siming was his biggest failure. The immortal court rules are strict, and even the great priests cannot do whatever they want. Even Wu Qing himself is unwilling to kill Lin Shen by himself, but let his subordinates do things.
Lu Siming was even more reluctant to kill Lin Shen himself.
It was only after Lin Shen killed Lu Lan that he dared to end himself. As a great priest, Shi Zhongqing does have more privileges than ordinary star priests, but it is impossible to exempt all guilt. He killed the 9-star priest Lu Siming in the Changsheng Star Temple, which was enough for Wu Qing to initiate a joint trial on him. With Shi Zhongqing's behavior, he would probably be judged guilty by 6 emperors. Even if he could escape death, his position as the great priest would be lost, and he would even be kicked out of the Star Temple. Of course, the greatest possibility is to be convicted of death or be directly imprisoned in heaven.
Wu Qing couldn't understand how dare Shi Zhongqing kills him?
Killing the 9-star priest in the South District Star God Palace in the South District is not only a cross-border but also a serious crime of death. If it were an ordinary priest, he would not even have a chance to survive, and he would be 100% dead. No matter how strong Shi Zhongqing's relationship is and how strong he is, it is useless in the face of joint trials, because it was a trial given by the 6 emperors himself. No one or the Star Lord has the ability to change the outcome of the trial, and it is impossible to even have the influence. As long as more than half of the emperors are found guilty of Shi Zhongqing will be finished. Shi Zhongqing ignored Wu Qing, pulled Lin Shen's arm and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." After saying that, the golden light on Shi Zhongqing's body rose like stars, and took Lin Shen directly through time and space, and came to the Zhongtian Star Palace. Lin Shen looked at Shi Zhongqing and felt a little complicated. He had been a star priest for so long and still knew a little about the rules of the Star God Palace. Shi Zhongqing killed the 9-star priest Lu Siming in the Changsheng Star Temple. This is not a trivial matter. Shi Zhongqing actually dared to do this for him, which really touched Lin Shen, and at the same time he was a little confused. Shi Zhongqing was not close to him, but just because of a promise of collecting such a little money, did he achieve this? Master, Wu Qing said that he would start a joint trial.
I can verify it for you at that time. Lin Shen said. You don't have to worry about this.
Those garbage will be killed by themselves.
If you kill them, you will be killed. No one will be able to judge them.
Shi Zhongqing said with a smile, just prepare and take office in 2 days. From now on, you will be the owner of the Star Hall in my Zhongtian Palace.
I am a 3-star priest, and I'm afraid it's difficult to take on such a heavy responsibility.
Lin Shen thought that Shi Zhongqing was just talking casually the last time, but he didn't expect that he was actually here.
What position is the owner of the Star Hall? Although it is not considered a real powered department, who can't give the owner of the Star Hall a little bit of thin air?
After all, being on the position of the host of the cathedral is almost equivalent to being the successor of the great priest. Young people are virtues for being modest, but being too modest means being proud. If you break the 3-star priest of the superior gods and souls with one blow, how many can you find out among the 6-star gods? How many can you find out in the entire immortal court? If you don't have the ability to take on this important task, who else can take responsibility? Or do you look down on the position of the owner of the Star Hall, look down on the Zhongtian Star God Palace, and don't want to share the burden for me? Shi Zhongqing said. I must do my best to be so proud of the great priest. Lin Shen then realized that Shi Zhongqing had been paying attention to him and did not arrive at that point.
That's right.
Shi Zhongqing smiled again on her face. Let's go, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the Zhongtian Star God Palace first. Lin Shen still had many doubts in his heart. With his understanding of the immortal court rules, it seemed different from what Shi Zhongqing said. It was really hard to imagine how he escaped from the joint trial. Although Wu Qing was also a little confused. How could Shi Zhongqing make such a major mistake for a Tian after so many years? But he repeatedly deduced it many times. Shi Zhongqing would never have the possibility of turning the tables this time.
Are he betting that I am suspicious and dare not start a joint trial?
Wu Qing thought for a long time, but in the end he still felt that he could not miss this opportunity. The Zhongtian Star Temple has been controlled by Shi Zhongqing for too long, so it should have been replaced by the Great Priest.
This is undoubtedly the best opportunity to overthrow Shi Zhongqing.
Wu Qing took a shower, changed his clothes and burned incense, and then went to the Changqing Star Hall. He wanted to communicate with the Antarctic Emperor Changqing and requested a joint trial. If it is a star priest in the southern region, the life and death of the great priest can be decided by the words of the Emperor of the Antarctic Eternal Life. Unfortunately, Shi Zhongqing is the great priest in Zhongtian Star Temple. If you want to judge him, you can only convict a great priest across regions by launching a joint trial and the Six Emperors' judgment. As Shi Zhongqing expected, when he submitted all the video evidence, the stars in the sky of the Star Sea in the Star Hall eventually evolved into an answer, agreeing to start the joint trial he proposed to judge Shi Zhongqing, the great priest of the Zhongtian Palace. Almost the moment Xingsuhai gave the answer, the entire Xingsuhai burst out with strong starlight, and a beam of light rushed straight from the Xingsuhai Hall and shot into the void. At the same time, in the casinos of the other 5 major star areas, the stars in the sea of stars kept flashing, and eventually turned into terrifying starlight and soared into the sky and shot into the void. The 6 starlights passed through the endless void and met in the center of the immortal courtyard. The moment they collided together, tearing the void apart, and an ancient and mysterious divine platform slowly emerged from the void. There was a stone tablet on the divine platform, covered with dirty blood, and 3 big characters slaying the divine platform were engraved on it. As soon as the god-slaying platform came out, it immediately alarmed the entire immortal courtyard. The big bosses from all sides looked at the place where the god-slaying platform appeared in surprise. In the history of the immortal court, the god-slaying platform has not appeared too many times, but every time it appears, it will almost trigger a drastic change in the immortal court. Most of the time, the appearance of the god-slaying platform means that one or even several great priests will be convicted. Generally speaking, the god-slaying platform will only be activated when the great priest is judged. If you are not sure, no one will take such a great risk to start a joint trial. Although there are exceptions, it is the very rare among the very few. Even in the long life of gods and humans, it is difficult to see once.
Chapter 1085 Judgment. The god-slaying platform completely moved out of the void.
There was a statue of the gods in each of the 6 directions of the gods. Those statues were almost exactly the same as the statues of the emperor worshipped in the main hall of the 6 Stars God Palace, but each statue here was as high as a god, like a god looking down at the universe. In front of them, the gods were not even ants, as small as dust.
The god-slaying platform is clearly located in the center of the universe, but you can clearly see the god-slaying platform in any corner of the universe.
As the space on a small platform on the side of the god-slaying platform twisted, a figure appeared on the small platform, and it was Wu Qing who started the joint trial. At the same time, the space on the small platform on the other side was also distorted, and Shi Zhongqing was also teleported over and stood on the small platform.
Wu Qing, Shi Zhongqing. They appeared on the god-slaying platform. Are they going to judge them?
You are stupid. You didn't see that the Shi Tai on the left is the defendant, the plaintiff on the right is the joint trial initiated by Wu Qing.
The person to be tried is Shi Zhongqing. So that's it. This is the first time I have seen the god-slaying platform. I don't know if there is such a priority. It's no wonder you. The god-slaying platform hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. You were not born at that time. How could the great priest Shi Zhongqing be judged?
He is the oldest priest now, and he is also the great priest in Zhongtian Star District.
He is highly respected. Who knows people but not people? Too many people are hypocritical.
In private, thieves and prostitutes must be absolutely sure that Wu Qing dares to initiate a joint trial.
He must have been caught.
He must have been able to capture evidence that Shi Zhongqing has violated the law. Otherwise, he would not dare to initiate a joint trial if he gave him 10,000 courage. I don't believe that Master Shi is such a good person. He will do anything that will be detrimental to his virtue.
I don't believe it either. Shi de Guan is so good.
An ordinary person like me who has no background. When the child was born, he went to the Star God Palace to bless him on the open day, and asked Shi de Guan to give my child a name.
There were many people in the Immortal Court talking about it.
There were many people in the Zhongtian Star District, and they were still very sure of Shi Zhongqing's character.
Lin Shen looked at Shi Zhongqing on the god-slaying platform with a complicated expression.
Before being teleported to the god-slaying platform, Shi Zhongqing told him that he would be at ease to look at it. Justice is in the hearts of the people, and the 6 emperors will not punish innocent people randomly. Lin Shen didn't believe it very much, but Shi Zhongqing was so confident that he had to watch here first.
He was outside the door of the Star Hall.
If something was wrong after a while and if Shi Zhongqing was convicted, he could only take a risk and contact the Jade Emperor in the Star Hall to see if he could save Shi Zhongqing. Under the gaze of everyone, the 6 emperor statues, as high as thousands of feet, gradually lit up, and they were staring at the 2 people on the god-slaying platform like a demon in the starry sky. The trial begins, and the plaintiff presents evidence. A shining handwriting appeared on the stone tablet of the god-slaying platform.
Wu Qingming was ready in the morning and took out the video of the time.
Without him taking action, the video was released on the stone tablet. The video taken out by Wu Qing was the only part where Shi Zhongqing came and stood in front of Lin Shen and took action against Lu Siming and the others. Turning the star priests into beasts, crushing Lu Siming to death in front of Wu Qing, and those arrogant words. After hearing this, the star priests of the Zhongtian Star God Palace felt their blood boiling. They felt that it was their lifelong blessing to have a great priest like Shi Zhongqing. There was nothing wrong with choosing Zhongtian Star God Palace. However, in the ears of the star priests in other 5 zones, they felt that Shi Zhongqing was really too domineering. Today he killed the 9-star priest at the Star God Palace in the South District. Maybe he could go to their Star God Palace to kill their Star God Palace. If Shi Zhongqing is not convicted today, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants in the future? How will the star priests in other Star God Palaces deal with themselves? Except for the star priest of the Zhongtian Star Priest, most other star priests hope to convict Shi Zhongqing at this time.
Defendant, you can defend yourself or provide evidence.
After the video of the stone tablet was played, some words appeared on the stone tablet. There is nothing to defend against, this video is the best evidence. Shi Zhongqing said calmly. As soon as this statement was spoken, not only others were shocked, but even Lin Shen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Shi Zhongqing was so sure that he should have some countermeasures, but who knew that he had no countermeasures at all, and even had no quibbling.
Shi Zhongqing wants to confess her guilt, right? Lin Shen's expression was extremely strange.
Others also began to discuss, thinking that Shi Zhongqing could not produce evidence, but was afraid that she would be doomed again. Just the charge of killing the 9-star priest, his position as the great priest cannot be saved, and he will even be sent to the heavenly prison. What's more, Shi Zhongqing turned so many priests into beasts, and in the end he even shouted that even the heavenly king was coming. The title of Heavenly King Laozi is a common name for the 6 emperors in the Immortal Court. People in the South District say that the Heavenly King Laozi generally refers to the Antarctic Emperor. People in the Middle Tianqing District say that the Heavenly King Laozi generally refers to the Jade Emperor, which is a bit different. If Shi Zhongqing said this, wouldn't it be like scolding the Jade Emperor he worshipped together? He is so arrogant and so arrogant, I am afraid that even the emperor in his district will convict him and will not protect him. Wu Qing frowned slightly. He thought Shi Zhongqing would definitely have some means to quibble, and he also prepared many backup plans. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhongqing didn't even have a word of refutation and just admitted it like this. If we judged it based on the videos he gave, then Shi Zhongqing could almost be said to be dead. The great priest who was judged in history, killing a 9-star priest for no reason is enough to be sentenced to death.
Can the plaintiff have any evidence to supplement?
New handwriting appeared on the stone tablet again. Wu Qing was silent for a moment before speaking, no. He also prepared some things, but those things were used to deal with changes. Now in this situation, the overall situation has been decided, and it may cause trouble if it comes out, so Wu Qing didn't say anything else.
Do both sides still have any objections to all the evidence?
New handwriting appeared on the stone tablet again. Wu Qing didn't speak first, but just stared at Shi Zhongqing. He didn't believe that Shi Zhongqing would admit his guilt so easily.
If there were any means, this was the last chance.
If he doesn't use it now, even if he has the means of enlightenment, he will not have time to use it later. Wu Qing felt that Shi Zhongqing should have some action, and it was impossible for him to really wait for the verdict, so he would be dead.
No.
Out of Wu Qing's expectations, Shi Zhongqing looked at him and said 2 words lightly.
Wu Qing frowned.
He felt something was wrong. How could an old guy like Shi Zhongqing have no argument and just plead guilty like this?
Chapter 1086 passed unanimously.
But the facts were right in front of him, and Shi Zhongqing said the word no and he would never have any chance to make a statement. Even if he had anything to say in the future, the 6 emperors would not listen to him again.
But, why? Wu Qing couldn't figure it out.
If he couldn't figure it out, he would feel bad.
Plaintiff, do you have any objection to the evidence?
Wu Qing did not speak, and new handwriting appeared on the stone tablet to remind him. Wu Qing had thought about all the possibilities repeatedly, but still didn't understand. Now that things have come to this point, he has no possibility of retreating. If he missed this opportunity, he and the god of Changxing Star will not be able to raise his head in front of others in the future.
No.
Wu Qing still felt a little uncomfortable, but he still gave a positive answer.
The 2 sides have no objection to the evidence. The trial begins.
After the last line of words flashed on the stone tablet, suddenly there was no light, and the entire god-slaying platform was darkened. Only 2 stone platforms emitted light, illuminating the figures of Wu Qing and Shi Zhongqing. In the black starry sky, 6,000-foot emperors looked like unattainable sacred mountains in the dark, with only a pair of eyes, flashing with strange light, as if something was flowing in the eyes. Old Shi has been living for most of his life. After his old man capsized his ship, he is afraid he will even have to pay his life.
The great priest from the East District sighed.
The country is easy to change, but the nature is difficult to change. Shi Zhongqing, the old guy, has recovered his nature before he grows up.
He is really a desperate act. The great priest in the West District also shook his head.
Not only ordinary gods, but even these great priests felt that Shi Zhongqing would definitely die this time. In other star god palaces, they wantonly killed the 9-star priest and scolded their own Jade Emperor.
Who can protect him?
Time passed by minute, and the 12 pairs of eyes of the 6 emperor statues were still flashing in the starry sky. This was a sign that was still in the judgment. Finally, the eyes of the 6 statues of the gods stopped flashing one by one, and the entire god-slaying platform lit up again. There were almost 2 major death crimes on the stone tablet at the same time. Although nothing unexpected happened, it still made people frightened. Everyone was nervously staring at the 6 statues of the great emperors. Now it was time for the 6 emperors to vote. If 4 or more of the 6 emperors were convicted of Shi Zhongqing, then Shi Zhongqing would be over. Buzz! The statue of the emperor in the South District lit up, and the whole body exuded a mysterious brilliance.
This means that the emperor in the South District passed a resolution and sentenced Shi Zhongqing to death. No one was surprised. Shi Zhongqing killed the star priest in the South District, and how could the emperor in the South District fail to pass the resolution? Buzz! The statue of the emperor in the East District also lit up and passed the resolution. Lin Shen had already entered the Star Hall at this time and wanted to contact the Jade Emperor through the intelligent Brainstar C. Although he has not officially taken over as the owner of the Star Hall, Shi Zhongqing has given him all the authority of the Star Hall. However, the general owner of the Star Hall does not have the authority to activate the Star Sea, and only the great priests have this authority.
Even if an ordinary priest opens the Sea of Stars, he cannot communicate with the Emperor. Lin Shen couldn't care about so much. He couldn't watch Shi Zhongqing being judged. After all, Shi Zhongqing fell to such a point because she wanted to save him. The Sea of Stars was opened by Lin Shen, and the entire star hall seemed to have become a micro-shaped universe. Lin Shen was suspended in the center of the middle universe, watching countless galaxies flowing around. Xingsuai, please help me communicate with the Jade Emperor.
Lin Shen issued an order to Ji Wang. Do you want to save Shi Zhongqing's great priest?
The stars moved and turned into a line of words in the Sea of Stars.
Yes.
Lin Shen replied immediately.
The time is too long now, so we can't delay anymore.
Then watch it here. Xingsuai's stars evolved into a line of words again, and then they actually switched to the picture of the god-slaying platform.
What does this mean?
Lin Shen stared at the scene of the god-slaying platform in a daze.
Xingsuai actually asked him to watch it.
Wouldn't that mean that he didn't need to save Shi Zhongqing at all? Shi Zhongqing has been a great priest for so many years.
I have never seen any storms. He said it was okay, then it was definitely okay. I was too concerned.
Lin Shen was also worried and was confused. Only then did he realize that if Shi Zhongqing was not sure, how could he sit and wait for death? But Lin Shen still couldn't figure out what kind of means Shi Zhongqing could turn defeat into victory at this time. Buzz! The statue of the Emperor in the North District also lit up, which means that a vote has passed the resolution to be sentenced to death. Everyone saw the statue of the Emperor in the West District. If the Emperor in the West District also passed the resolution, the death penalty would have been completed. Whether the Emperor in the Zhongtian District and the Emperor in the Hota District passed it or not, this resolution would have taken effect. It should be now, right? If there are 3-3, the resolution will be denied. Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, but he heard a buzzing sound, and the statue of the Emperor in the West District also lit up. The moment when the statue of the Emperor in the West District lighted up, Wu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and his frown also let go.
There is no accident anymore.
If the 4 votes pass the decision, the trial will be a foregone conclusion.
Even if the Jade Emperor is the co-leader of the Immortal Court, the result of the trial cannot be overturned during the joint trial.
Shi Zhongqing, you are seeking death by yourself.
No one else's fault. Wu Qing was secretly happy.
I originally wanted to kill Lin Shen, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Once Shi Zhongqing dies, the most important thing is to re-elect the great priest in the Zhongtian Palace, so there will be room for operation. The people they support have a great chance to ascend to the position of great priests, and they will be much more convenient to act in the future. Shi Zhongqing has been a great priest for so long, and he has always been indifferent to the oil and salt. They have long wanted to get Shi Zhongqing down, but Shi Zhongqing was too careful and did not give them any chance.
It's finally over.
Wu Qing said in his heart. Many star priests celebrated each other with their palms, and only the star priests in the Zhongtian Star Palace were mostly sad, and they could not accept this result. Of course, there were also a few star priests who couldn't even close their mouths at this time, and hid in the dark and laughed wildly. When the statue of the Emperor in Hota District also lit up, everyone felt that this matter was a foregone conclusion and Shi Zhongqing must have been finished. Everyone looked at the statue of the Emperor in Zhongtian Star District. Although even if Zhongtian Star District voted against it, it would no longer affect the judgment result, most people still wanted to know what the Jade Emperor had. Under the great expectations, the statue of the Emperor in Zhongtian District also lit up with a buzzing sound. The 6 statues of the great emperors were fully Liang and passed the resolution of the death penalty unanimously. Shi Zhongqing had no chance of survival.
Even Lin Shen felt something was wrong and widened his eyes. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1087 The death penalty is inevitable. Xingsuai, didn't you just say it's enough to just look at it? What's the situation now?
Lin Shen was anxious and wanted Xingsuai to contact the Jade Emperor quickly to see if there was any possibility of saving.
Is there anything wrong? Xingsuai asked back. What's wrong? Now everyone is sentenced to death, 6 votes passed, unanimous votes, what's wrong?
Lin Shen was depressed and had a heart of cursing.
There's nothing wrong, isn't that the case? Xing Suhai said ignorantly. There is nothing wrong with this? Contact me quickly. Lin Shen was a little anxious. Then I'll be sure again. What you want to save is Shi Zhongqing, right? Xing Suhai asked slowly. That's right. Lin Shen replied immediately, just wanting to make Xingsuai faster. That's right. What you want to save is Shi Zhongqing. Isn't everything normal now? Is there anything wrong? Xing Suhai said. I want to save Shi Zhongqing. Now they have passed the unanimous vote. I am about to execute death punishment. Lin Shen said as he seemed to realize something. His mind buzzed and his eyes widened in disbelief. What did you mean just now? Do you mean, the one who was executed was not Shi's master? Lin Shen couldn't believe that the facts would be what he guessed, but Xing Suai soon gave a positive answer. The entire immortal court thought that Shi Zhong's love was over and he was about to be executed. Wu Qing could not hide the excitement in his heart, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the most beautiful thing he has done in the undercover immortal court for so many years, besides being promoted to the acting priest. After getting rid of Shi Zhongqing, the people arranged by the cultivation clan in the Zhongtian Star Temple had a great chance to ascend to the position of the great priest, one step closer to overthrowing the rule of the immortal court. When Shi Zhongqing dies, Lin Shen will also be unable to escape. It shouldn't be absolutely necessary. You shouldn't come to the immortal court, and you shouldn't be an enemy of the God clan. Wu Qing was happy in his heart. If it weren't for the god-killing platform, if it weren't for the entire immortal court looking at him, he wouldn't be able to control himself and laugh to the sky. He knew that Tian was Lin Shen, and had known Lin Shen's true identity for a long time. He didn't care much at first. He just took a step at leisure and held Lin Shen's life in his hand first. If he could use it, he would clean up him if he couldn't. Who would have thought that Shi Zhongqing was involved in Lin Shen and even brought down Shi Zhongqing? Everything was so perfect. Master Shi, you shouldn't be so confused. Wu Qing sighed and said to Shi Zhongqing with a pretentious expression. Shi Zhongqing just said lightly, when people get old, they will inevitably be confused, but I am not that old yet. As for you, you should be prepared. Wu Qing smiled and didn't take Shi Zhongqing's words to heart. It had reached this point. It was useless to say anything Shi Zhongqing had. Before that, Wu Qing had some doubts in his heart, and now there is no need to pay attention to it. The light on the body of the 6 emperor statues rose, and the 2 stone platforms were also bright and bright. Everyone knows that the following is that the sinner will be sent to the god-killing platform for execution. Suddenly, the light of a stone platform went out and turned black, and the people on the stone platform disappeared. What's going on? What's going on? Those who were following the god-slaying platform were stunned and stared blankly at the stone tablet on the god-slaying platform. The blackened stone platform is not the stone platform where Shi Zhongqing is, but the stone platform where Wu Qing is. Shi Zhongqing was still standing on his stone platform. The light of the stone platform was still the same. On the contrary, after Wu Qing's stone platform was extinguished, his people appeared in front of the stone tablet and were chained by chains of order lights. The whole person was hung in front of the stone tablet in the posture of a 5-horse dismemberment. I made a mistake. The person who was to be tortured was Shi Zhongqing. He is the defendant. I am the plaintiff. Wu Qing struggled hard, resisting the urge to curse, and shouted loudly at the 6 statues of the great emperor. Everyone was like Wu Qing. They thought that the god-killing platform had confused the plaintiff and the defendant, and mistakenly sent the plaintiff to the criminal platform. However, for billions of years, the god-slaying platform has never made any mistakes. Some people who are more sober have their expressions become very complicated at this time. The other great priests from the star area frowned and looked at Shi Zhongqing. I wonder what method the old guy used to actually send the plaintiff to the punishment stage. This was something that had never happened before. That's right. After joint trial, the plaintiff instructed his subordinates to deliberately kill the star priest and falsely accused the grand priest. The crime was unforgivable and the death penalty was executed immediately.
The stone tablet was bright and there was no emotion at the same time, like a machine-like voice.
I have never done it. I am not convinced.
The evidence is here. It was Shi Zhongqing who killed the star priest. It was not me. Why was he sentenced me to be guilty? Why was he not guilty? Wu Qing was shocked and angry. He never expected that it would be such a result, and there was no precedent before.
You can't accept it.
The empty and ethereal mechanical voice sounded again on the stone tablet. The death penalty is inevitable. As the sound fell, lightning burst out on the stone tablet, and strange lightning came from the chain of order light and spread into Wu Qing's body.
In just a moment, Wu Qingdian's entire body felt like he had polio and convulsed continuously.
As strong as Wu Qing, he had no ability to resist on the god-slaying platform, and was directly bombarded by lightning and lost his physical control ability.
This kind of thunder and lightning is comparable to the power of lightning.
It directly washed away Wu Qing's cultivation and knocked him to the mortal world. A strange picture appeared on the stone tablet. A faceless god stood in hand with a big knife, slashing at Wu Qing, who was hanging in front of the stone tablet and being bombarded by lightning. The image was obviously nothingness, but after the knife was cut, it was like a knife in the two-dimensional world, breaking through to the three-dimensional world, and jumped out of the image and slashed on Wu Qing's head. With a click, Wu Qing's head separated from his body and flew down the audience, blood squirting everywhere. Because he had been purged by lightning and cleared out all his abilities and strength, Wu Qing died immediately after being cut off his head, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, and the look of astonishment on their faces seemed to be frozen.
No one thought it would be like this a few seconds ago.
Shi Zhongqing was not dead, but Wu Qing died, which made it difficult for them to accept for a while. It is obvious that Shi Zhongqing is the defendant, and it is obvious that all the evidence points to Shi Zhongqing. Why was Wu Qing the one who was tortured, and why was he the one who died? That old guy, what did he do? All the star priests looked at Shi Zhongqing, who was already old on the stage, and felt deeply afraid. Shi Zhongqing, who looked calm at this moment, was not calm in her heart. It turns out that he is him, just like what I thought.
Chapter 1088 The New Owner. This joint trial caused great controversy in the Immortal Court.
Because from the only video evidence, Shi Zhongqing should have been executed, but Wu Qing was executed, which is really hard to understand. Many gods, especially the senior officials of the Star God Palace, are studying what is the reason for this judgment. Joint trials have always been fair, but if there is an injustice, it is equivalent to breaking the rules. In the past, everyone was competing in the rules. If there was a problem with the rules, many of the strategies set before would have to be overturned, otherwise they would suffer a big loss. So many people have studied it over and over again, but they have not found out the real reason for the 6 emperors' punishments, which makes them afraid of Shi Zhongqing. Before they find out the truth of the matter, no one should dare to start a joint trial against Shi Zhongqing again. A galaxy outside the Immortal Court, on a planet where birds sing and flowers are thinking. Class leader, Wu Qing died so bizarrely. I'm afraid that it was because the Immortal Court discovered his true identity, so he was sentenced like this. A man in red came to the lake and looked at the man wearing a straw hat and fishing on the big rock by the lake. After so many years of hard work, Wu Qing climbed to that position, only half a step away from the position of the great priest, but unexpectedly fell on Lin Shen. The man in blue on the other side said hatefully, if it weren't for Lin Shen's affairs, Wu Qing wouldn't have gone this way. That guy ruined our major affairs, and he could not be let go of him no matter what. Clan leader, I suggest that Lin Shen's identity should be revealed in the Immortal Court, so that he can be the target of public criticism and no place to die. Yes, we paid such a great price to help Wu Qing reach that position, but he ruined it.
You can't just let it go. The man in red also said.
The fishing hat men did not speak until they stopped talking.
The hat men spoke slowly. What are the benefits of killing Lin Shen?
He has always been against our creation of gods.
Our group leader in his ancient realm area also died in his hands.
He clearly wanted to be an enemy of our creation of gods and kill him to prevent future troubles and avoid causing greater losses, said the man in red. The so-called troubles are just things that have not happened. It is not worth it to pay for things that have not happened. It is only possible to breathe a sigh of relief by killing Lin Shen.
Moreover, this tone may not be able to be released.
Shi Zhongqing protects him like that. If we disclose his identity now, it will only make Shi Zhongqing have more associations and speculations. As you said, Shi Zhongqing dared to go to the joint trial like this, probably because he discovered Wu Qing's identity and knew that our creator clan played a role in it. In this case, would he suspect that he would doubt us more or Lin Shen more? What the patriarch said is that we are not thinking well. The man in red and the man in blue bowed and said, "It is better to use it than to kill. The one in your hand is called a trump card. Instead of wasting resources and taking risks to kill Lin Shen, it is better to let Lin Shen be used by us. He was born in the ancient world, and this point alone has an irreconcilable contradiction with the immortal court. In the end, he can only stand on our side." Now Shi Zhongqing attaches great importance to him, making him the owner of the Star Hall. He is likely to take over the position of the great priest in the future. Wu Qing has not completed the task, and maybe he can help us complete it. The words are right, but this person is a bit strange. Even we don't know how he came out of the ancient realm. Such a person is afraid it's hard to control. The man in blue pondered. That depends on Xiao Wang's methods. Let Xiao Wang do it. He is best at this kind of thing. The leader of the Godkai tribe said lightly. Do you want to awaken Xiao Wang? Apart from Wu Qing, he is the closest person to the position of the great priest. If something happens again? The man in red said with some concern. With Shi Zhongxiang, Xiao Wang will never be able to ascend to the position of the great priest. Instead of being able to do this, it is better to take a gamble. You are also aware of Xiao Wang's methods and scheming, and he will definitely be able to do it. As the leader of the Godkai clan mentioned the fishing rod and caught a golden carp. Since Lin Shen came to the immortal court, he has not had such a comfortable life. In the Zhongtian Star God Palace, he could almost do whatever he wanted, and Shi Zhongqing directly promoted him to the 6-star priest. This is Shi Zhongqing's limit of power. If you want to be promoted to the 7-star priest, you must pass the star constellation C and ask the emperor to review it. Without certain hard indicators, you can't even submit it. Lin Shen can control Xingsuhai himself to submit it to himself, but there is no need to do that. Now he has the identity of the owner of the Star Hall, and it is actually not very important to be a few star priests. In the current Zhongtian Star God Palace, anyone who sees him must give in to him. After all, he may be the future great priest. Shi Zhongqing gave him very high authority. Lin Shen himself had even higher authority, and there was almost no secret to him in the entire Zhongtian Star God Palace. Lin Shen looked at various magical secrets collected by the Zhongtian Star Divine Palace, which actually contain 10 magical skills. Unfortunately, most of the versions collected here are not very complete, and even if they are all, they are useless. The 10 major magical skills generally have requirements for bloodlines. If you have magical skills or no bloodlines, you cannot practice them. Lin Shen has nothing to do every day. The owner of the Star Hall sounds very noble, but in fact he is just a guardian. Apart from the great priest, he is the only one who can open the door to the cabin. Unless the great priest wants to enter the cabin to communicate with the emperor, Lin Shen has nothing to do. Even if the great priest wants to communicate with the emperor, he only needs to be responsible for opening and closing the door. Rather than being the owner of the museum, he is an apprentice, just watching how the great priest uses the Xingsu Si to communicate with the emperor, preparing for becoming a great priest in the future. This ability is exactly what Lin Shen doesn't need to learn the least. The great priest has to ask Xingsuhai for politeness. Lin Shen can give orders to Xingsuhai, and there is no need to be so troublesome. Ah Tian, you have a good rest recently. I'm afraid you won't be idle in a few days. Shi Zhongqing said to Lin Shen with a smile. Is there anything major going to happen in a few days? Lin Shen asked in confusion. It's not a big deal. The owner of the Star Hall takes office. According to the previous rules, the owners of the other 5 Star Halls will come to congratulate him. Shi Zhongqing said. They won't come empty-handed, are they? Lin Shen said. I don't know if you are empty-handed or not, but according to the previous practice, they will come to discuss with you to see how strong you, the owner of the Star Hall, are, and whether you are qualified to be the owner of the hall.
Shi Zhongqing said with a smile. I am the owner of the museum. What does it have to do with them? Why should they judge me?
Lin Shen said speechlessly. After all, people who are likely to become great priests in the future, so it is normal to have an understanding between each other. Your performance may affect the relationship and intimacy between the Zhongtian Star God Palace and other Star God Palaces in the future.
Be good at performing. Shi Zhongqing patted Lin Shen's shoulder and left with a smile. Chapter 1089 Yin-Yang Realm Monument. Lin Shen probably knew what was going on.
The great priests of the other 5-star god palaces also wanted to know what kind of person they might become the great priest of the Zhongtian in the future.
Is it possible to become friends or partners, or may become enemies?
Whether it is to become a friend or an enemy, there is a prerequisite, that is, Lin Shen himself must be strong enough. This strength refers not only to strength, but also to the ability to deal with people and things. Lin Shen checked the information online and found that the owners of the other 5 casinos were all very scary. The current owner of Hosaturn Hall is already very old, because the great priest in Hotu Palace is second only to Shi Zhongqing, and it is not many years away. The years of being a great priest have been very long. So this Star Hall owner is so old that people are about to forget his glorious history. I just heard that in his era, this Star Hall owner was almost synonymous with invincibility at the same level. Now that such a long time has passed, no one knows how strong this Star Hall owner is.
He and other Star Hall owners are not of the same era as the same age.
Legend has it that with his strength, even the great priests of other star gods are hard to match.
Jiangxi Mountain.
Lin Shen looked at the name several times and wrote down him. If such a character is determined to cause trouble for him, it may not be easy to deal with. Fortunately, Jiangxishan has not attended the banquets of other Star Hall owners for many years, so he probably won't come to his place. The owners of the Star Halls in the North, East and West districts are also strong people among the strong people. In the Star God Palace where geniuses and champions gather, there is naturally no mediocre person who can sit in the position of the Star Hall. Anyone's resume can blind Lin Shen's eyes. The champions of various competitions are just the most insignificant achievements in their resumes. However, they had no conflict with Lin Shen. At most, they just followed the process and were the owner of the Star Hall in the Southern District. Lin Shen studied it carefully, afraid that he would cause something to happen to him. Lin Shen and the South District Star Priest were formed. The acting priests in the South District died because of him, and the South District Star Priests may have hated him to death. The owner of the casino in the South District has also been newly selected for a few years, because the owner of the casino was Wu Qing. After Wu Qing became the acting priest, he chose another host of the cafeteria. The reason why Wu Qing was an acting priest and did not really become a priest is that the previous priest of the Southern District was just missing and could not be confirmed to die, so he just let Wu Qing act on his behalf for the time being. The new Star Hall owner selected by Wu Qing is named Ji Shisan. Both Ji Fengyun, who Lin Shen knew before, came from the Ji family. Unlike Ji Fengyun, who won the beauty pageant championship, Ji Shisan is the real pride of the Ji family. The Ji family has the Great Emperor Sutra among the 10 great magical abilities, and the Great Emperor Sutra cannot be learned by having the bloodline of the Ji family. In fact, there has been no one in the Ji family who can practice the Great Emperor's Sutra for hundreds of millions of years until Ji Shisan was born. When he was born, he attracted a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. 9 true dragons and 5 gods descended from the void, so that when Ji Shisan was born, there was a 9-dragon tattoo on his back. On his hands, feet and forehead, there were 5 god seals. After birth, he could practice the Great Emperor Sutra. It can be said that his ability to become the owner of a casino is what everyone hopes for. Lin Shen saw that someone on the internet said that Ji Shisan was promoted by Wu Qing. Lin Shen was afraid that Ji Shisan would take this opportunity to cause trouble for him and attack him. It is said that although Ji Shisan is only a few years older than Ji Fengyun, he is already a median god and a 7-star priest. Some people also say that Ji Shisan is already a superior god, but it is not revealed. Of course, Lin Shen was not afraid of how he could do what he would do to him on the ground of the Zhongtian Star God Palace. If he lost too badly, there would be no glory on his face in Zhongtian Star God Palace. Lin Shen is going to see the situation first. If Jisher-san is too much, he will not introduce some means to use. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lin Shen found Dais and Wei Wufu, intending to see what was going on in the palace on Yinshan Star.
Dais and Wei Wufu were on Yinshan Star.
When Lin Shen teleported over, they were waiting next to him.
How is the situation? Are there any new discoveries?
Lin Shen asked Dais.
So there have been some new discoveries. In that palace, you can hear someone talking. Dais said. What are you talking about?
Lin Shen said curiously. Yinshangsing is now his planet. If there are really other people on it, he has to find a way to figure out who it is. If it is an enemy, you naturally have to find a way to get rid of it so as not to cause any disaster in the future.
If it can be used for yourself, Lin Shen wouldn't mind more free labor.
I can't hear it very clearly, it seems to be saying, "Come, happy."
Dais said seriously.
But when Lin Shen heard this, he didn't feel very serious, but Daichuanxi's appearance made him feel as if he was talking seriously.
You guys have a rest first, and take me there later.
Lin Shen knew that they had never entered the palace and planned to go and take a look.
Old Wei, do you want to rest? Dais looked at Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu got up and left.
Lin Shen and Dais hurriedly followed. Yinshan Xingshan was continuous, with one mountain connected to another. The mountains were covered with gray clouds and mist, which looked extremely mean. Those ghost beasts that look like reliefs on the mountain walls seem to rush down from the mountain walls and choose people to eat them at any time. In fact, when Lin Shen and the other two walked out, ghost beasts of various shapes had broken through the walls on the nearby mountain walls, quickly passing through the ground in the clouds and mist, wanting to come and devour the three of them. Wei Wufu put on a white robe, and purple air rushed up in the night. The vast law of justice eliminated the clouds and mists from 10 steps. The ghost beast in the clouds and mist made waves of ghosts and howling sounds, but none of them rushed out of Yunwu to fight with them. Lin Shen felt a little scared when he listened to the movements in the clouds and mists. He didn't know how many terrifying ghost beasts were hidden in it, but just listening to the sound, the feeling was so large that it was unimaginable. He touched his pocket, and the little beast born to the number 9 experimental body was lying inside and sleeping, so Lin Shen was a little relieved.
Don't worry, Lao Wei's power of justice is ingenious and unmistakable.
It is the nemesis of these ghost beasts. Even the upper ghost beasts will not conflict with Lao Wei at will. Dai said with a smile when he saw Lin Shen's appearance as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Shen had heard them say a long time ago, but he was still a little worried when he saw some ghost beasts appearing in the clouds and mists ahead.
Fortunately, Lao Wei's power of justice is really magical, and there are really no ghost beasts attacking them along the way.
The three of them arrived at the place smoothly. Lin Shen saw the palace and a stone tablet standing in front of the palace. The stone tablet really has 4 big words, "The Great Law of the Underworld," written on it. On the other side, the stone tablet has 4 words, Yin and Yang Realm Steel.
No matter how Lin Shen looks at the gloomy palaces in the clouds and mists, they all look a bit like the legendary Hall of Yama. Chapter 1090, The Bridge That I Can't Cross.
Dais had copied the Dafa of the Underworld before, and Lin Shen had already read it. Lin Shen also specially read the version collected in the Zhongtian Palace. This is undoubtedly the Dafa of the Underworld, and it is a relatively complete version. Many of the contents are not found in the version collected in the Zhongtian Palace. But it was a long time since the Yen family's extermination. I have never heard of where the Yen family has remnants of tribes. How could such a palace and stone tablet be produced in Yinshangsing? The great method of the underworld requires visualization of the underworld. I heard that most people can easily become madmen after practicing this thing. People from the Yen family cannot practice it, so the great method of the underworld has not appeared for a long time, and it is almost forgotten completely. Lin Shen and the other two had their own paths, and they did not intend to practice this magical skill of unknown origin. After passing the stone tablet, I looked at the palace among the clouds and mists, and it seemed that I could reach the palace by flying for a while. However, after walking for a long time, the three of them were unable to reach the palace. Instead, a stone bridge appeared in front of them. It seems like a river on both sides of the stone bridge, but the river cannot be seen, and the river is filled with turbulent clouds and mist.
Is this Naiha Bridge?
Lin Shen had heard of this bridge from Dai's, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. This bridge looks not big, but after getting on the bridge, no matter how you walk, you can't reach the other end of the bridge. Dai's looked at a big black pot on the bridge's head and said, "There is clouds and mist rolling in that black pot, and there seems to be liquid under the clouds and mist."
Lao Wei and I suspect that the black pot is the mythical Mengpa soup. Lao Wei said that in the myths and legends of your mother star, you must drink Mengpa soup to cross the Naiha Bridge.
I don't know if it's the same here, we didn't dare to try it.
Have you tried to go around from other places?
Lin Shen looked at the big black pot at the bridge and asked in a pondering manner. Everyone who can try it, no matter where you go, you will fall into the vast sea of clouds and you will not reach the palace at all. Dai shook his head and said, "You guys are here, I'll go up and take a look."
Lin Shen said as he climbed the Naiha Bridge and walked forward along the Naiha Bridge.
This Naiha Bridge looks at a length of only a few dozen meters at most, and can pass through it in the blink of an eye with the speed of the forest. But he walked on the bridge for a long time and felt that the bridge seemed to be getting longer and longer. There was always a distance of dozens of meters in front of him, and he could never walk opposite him.
Looking back, I found that I had just walked out a few meters away.
Old Wei and Dai stood at the bridge and looked at him. Lin Shen rushed on the bridge at full speed, but still failed to reach the opposite side. He turned around and walked out in a few steps, and returned to the old guard.
"Evil," Lao Wei said. "It's really evil." Lin Shen walked to the black pot and looked down at the pot.
I saw the black smoke churning inside, and I could vaguely see the liquid like ink under the black smoke. It looks like it is not very attractive, but if you smell it carefully, it seems to have a scent of meat and a scent of beef soup.
Does it really take to drink the soup in this black pot to reach the other side? The legendary Mengpa soup will forget the past after drinking it. After crossing the Naiha Bridge, you will be reincarnated as a human being.
That thing cannot be drunk. This place is so strange that even if Lin Shen has the theory of evolution and is almost a body without poison, he dare not drink the unknown liquid here casually. Dai's and Lao Wei were even more afraid to drink. If they dared to drink, they would have drunk a long time ago and would not have to wait for Lin Shen to come. Just when the three of them were worried, they suddenly heard the sound of cheerful musical instruments, which made them stunned. Ding, dating, ding, dating, dating. The cheerful music came from the opposite side of Naiha Bridge, and the sound became louder and louder, but the fog on the opposite side was too big and I couldn't tell for a while.
What was going on?
The three of them stared at Naiha Bridge for a while and vaguely saw a team appearing above the bridge. The team was wearing red robes, and the few people in front were holding various instruments in their hands and playing there. Some people were holding signs in the back, which read "Red Double Joy" on them. Soon the three of them saw that there was a large red sedan chair behind them.
What is that?
Dai's had never seen a sedan chair and was a little confused about what it was. Lin Shen said with a strange expression, "That is a sedan chair. On our mother planet, it was a means of transportation for marriage in ancient times, which was used to carry the bride."
So, there are indeed people in the palace, and they are going to hold a wedding today?
Dai's looked at the slowly moving team on the bridge and asked with a strange look, "Is this marrying the bride or sending the bride?"
"I don't know."
Lin Shen had only heard of some of them, but had never seen them at all.
How could he know whether this was a welcome or a gift?
The two looked at Lao Wei, and Lao Wei shook his head. Obviously he didn't know either.
"Anyway, it's good that someone is there. We can ask, what exactly do they come from?" Dai said.
Lin Shen nodded, and the three of them stood aside, watching the team gradually coming from the bridge. Because the fog was too heavy, they couldn't see clearly what those people looked like. But this strange atmosphere made Lin Shen feel a little scared. When he was a child, he also read some ghost stories. At this time, his mind was filled with ghost brides, ghost kings marrying their wives. As he thought about it, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little curious. If the ghost king really got married, then would there be a beautiful beauty in this sedan chair who looked as beautiful as the female star named Joey Wong in the old movie?
If there is really a beautiful woman who was forcibly married and taken into a concubine by the ghost king, should he help him?
Just as they were thinking, the team was about to reach the bridgehead here. The three of them finally saw clearly what the few people playing musical instruments looked like in front of them.
After seeing this, my heart couldn't help but tremble. These are not people at all, nor are they gods, but paper-made paper people. These paper men all have snow-white faces, but two big red cheeks are painted on their cheeks, their eyes have sockets but no pupils, and their heads are shaking and their playing can be both funny and weird. When Lin Shen was a child, he was afraid of listening to such stories. He was not afraid of monsters and aliens, but he was afraid of such things. You can't say you're afraid, you just feel uncomfortable. Damn it, it's not really the Ghost King who got married, right? Did the people from the Yin family become ghosts?
Lin Shen naturally didn't believe in things like ghosts and gods. Judging from everything he has been in contact with, all the ghosts and gods are just another kind of creature.
Beep, beep.
The Paperman team continued to move forward, and soon the entire team walked down the bridge. You can see that the entire team was made of paper. These people, the sedan chair, and even the musical instruments in their hands, were made of paper of different colors. The three of them retreated for a while, originally thinking that they would let the team pass by so as not to cause trouble. But who knew that as soon as they retreated, the team turned around and walked towards them. Be careful, this is coming for us. Lin Shen gathered his strength and was ready to take action at any time. The three of them were all accumulating their strength and ready to take action at any time, but the team stopped when they were about to reach them. The music stopped and the sedan chair fell down. A paper-breaking man next to the sedan chair looked like a matchmaker and smiled even more scary than a ghost to Lin Shen and the other two, and then reached out to lift the curtain of the sedan chair.
Chapter 1091, Grab a Bride.
Lin Shen and the others didn't know what these strange things were and why they did it.
Why did they lift the curtain of the sedan chair in front of us? Do they mean to marry the bride in the sedan chair to one of us?
While Lin Shen was thinking, the paper matchmaker had already lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Lin Shen and the other two were shocked to find that the sedan chair was empty and there was nothing at all. Just when he was confused, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were shocked when they saw a person suddenly appearing out of thin air in the empty sedan chair. Because the man who appeared out of thin air in the sedan chair was sitting upright in the sedan chair, with red lips and white teeth, and looked like Panin, and was so handsome that he looked like Dies no matter how he looked. Fuck, either like, or Dies. Lin Shen turned his head and saw that Dies standing with them was missing. He turned around and looked at the Dies in the sedan chair, but saw that the paper matchmaker had already put down the curtain of the sedan chair, turned around and walked towards the Naiha bridge.
Stop!
Wei Wufu burst out with the power of justice, and the purple light on his body rushed up and rushed towards the team. The two paper men walking at the end turned their heads, and black light and shadow rose from their bodies, making gusts of cold wind, facing Wei Wufu's power of justice. These two paper people have the strength of the median deformity. However, the strength of the median deformity type is not enough to see Wei Wufu, who triggered the justice state. The power of justice is strong when it encounters evil, and at the same time, it seems to have a restraining effect on the deformed species on Yinshan Star. With one punch, the power of the two paper men, together with their souls, was directly beaten by Lao Wei. The glorious purple light hit the two paper men, and immediately burned their bodies and turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Shen used his hands together, and made a blow of sand between his fingers, piercing through the heads of several paper men. However, after those paper men were pierced through the heads, they still walked like a gaze. Turning his head, summoning evil spirits and pounced on Lin Shen and Lao Wei. Shen Soul, the upper deformed species. Lin Shen burst out with all his strength, directly greeting him with the wave fist, and at the same time threw the little beast in his pocket out. The step wave fist, carrying the power that was like a tsunami, pounced on the divine soul layer by layer. The power bursting from the divine soul collided with the power of the fist, and immediately triggered a terrifying explosion. For a moment, strong wind swept through, sweeping the surrounding wind in fog. The little beast pounced on a paperman, and its sharp claws directly tore the paperman's body apart and turned into waste paper all over the floor. It pounced forward until it could not meet other paper people. It seemed that its body was imprisoned, and it was only spinning in place, making it difficult to move forward. It turned out that the wedding team had already walked onto the Naiha bridge.
The little beast could not move forward on the bridge and had been wandering in the same place. However, the team quickly crossed the Naiha bridge and disappeared into the vast clouds. After Lin Shen and Lao Wei caught up with the bridge, they could not get through the Naiha bridge as before, so they had to stop. Has Dais been robbed of a kiss? Lin Shen looked at Lao Wei and asked with a strange look. Okay, yes. Lao Wei's expression was also very strange. Have you ever encountered this situation before? Lin Shen knew that he had asked nonsense after asking. If this had happened before, Dais would have been gone long ago. Wei Wufu shook his head and chased forward for a distance. He couldn't rush over at all. He raised his fist and slammed at the Naiha bridge under his feet. Although the power of justice bursting out on his body was fierce, it did not cause any damage to the Naiha bridge. This won't work. Let's exit first and then find a way. Lin Shen put the little beast into his pocket and pulled Wei Wufu out of the Naiha bridge. Wei Wufu hit several punches in a row, but he couldn't do anything about Naihikyo, so he could only retreat with Lin Shen. Lin squatted on the ground and picked up a few things that fell on the ground. Two of them are distortion sources, which are dropped by the two median deformed paper people, and there is also a translucent crystal nucleus with the light and shadow of an evil ghost inside. Lin Shen had seen it in the trading area of Taishu World before. This is the Divine Soul Core. The upper deformed species have a certain chance of condensing and excluding the body before death. Generally speaking, only the superior gods can activate the Divine Soul Core and turn it into a Divine Soul Pet to use it. Lin Shen tried it and could activate his Law Matrix, but Lin Shen was a little disappointed and could not activate this Divine Soul Core. Lin Shen tried to activate two distortion sources, and this time it was successfully activated. The two distortion sources transformed into two paper hats, which appeared in front of Lin Shen. Median Mutation Distortion Artifact, Ghost Paper Hat. Different, none. Requirements for use, Soul System Law. Deformity rate, 17%. Hardness, 28767. Toughness, 28765. Distortion characteristics, possessed by ghosts. The properties of the two ghost paper hats are similar, the requirements are the same, and the distortion characteristics are the same. Lin Shen's heart moved, put one of the ghost paper hats on his head, and then tried to activate it. The Law Matrix can easily activate the ghost paper hat, and the ghost paper hat suddenly burst out with a faint green light, dyeing Lin Shen's face green. Not just his face, Lin Shen's entire body looked like a gloomy green light, like an evil ghost who had just escaped from hell. Old Wei, wait a moment. After Lin Shen said that, he walked towards the Naiha bridge. After walking for a few steps, he found that he had reached the middle of the bridge. It was completely different from the previous one. He didn't think how long the Naiha bridge was. Lin Shen was overjoyed and quickly turned around and returned to Lao Wei. He handed another paper hat to Lao Wei, wear this and see if it can be activated. If it can be activated, you can cross the bridge. Lao Wei took the paper hat and used his own power of justice to activate the paper hat. However, after his power of justice entered the paper hat immediately started to burn. Lao Wei couldn't even extinguish the fire on the paper hat. In a blink of an eye, the paper hat burned to ashes. Old Wei, your power is too extreme. You are also a nemesis of the soul-type attribute. This method is not good. Lin Shen paused and said, you are here to help me, I will go in and find Dais first. As Lin Shen was about to rush to the Naiha bridge, Wei Wufu grabbed his arm, rare, I. Lin Shen understood what he meant, took his hand and walked towards Naiha bridge to see if he could take Lao Wei in with him. Lao Wei's power of justice is very useful here, so it is naturally the best to be able to bring him in. Lin Shen pulled Lao Wei forward, feeling a little nervous, wondering if something abnormal would happen. What made the two of them happy was that with Lin Shen leading the way with a paper hat, Naiha bridge did not find any abnormality. The two soon walked to the middle of the bridge and walked into the fog. The power of justice on Lao Wei's body had completely restrained, and the fog completely blocked their sight, and they could hardly see their 5 fingers with their hands. Lin Shen walked down the Naiha bridge. After walking a few steps, the fog in front of him suddenly dissipated, and you could see the nearby environment.
Lin Shen looked at it briefly and found that they had walked down the Naiha bridge and went to the other side of the bridge. It was completely different from what they saw on the other side. On the bridge, it turned out to be a huge ancient city, surrounded by brightly lit and extremely lively. The palace stands in the center of this ancient city and is the tallest building in the city. Chapter 1092 Return. There are colorful lights, rows of lanterns hanging on the long street, and there are also various types of lanterns on the small buildings on the street. On the streets on both sides, all kinds of shops are decorated with lights and various items are placed in the shops. There are many Lin Shen who have never seen or heard of. What's strange is that there is not even a single person on such a bustling city street, and there is almost no sound. The two walked forward along the street, while looking around vigilantly to prevent any strange things from rushing out suddenly. The strange thing has not been seen for the time being, only saw various fruits, snacks, meat in the shops on both sides, and even small suckling pigs with aromatic aromas that were roasted. Lin Shen also saw some gold shops. There were piles of gold ingots and gold bars on the tables in those gold shops, which were placed casually, without fear of being stolen. Food and gold ingots on the street can be seen everywhere. This scene should have made people feel excited, but at this time, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu only felt that everything here was so weird. But they didn't care much and rushed quickly towards the direction where the palace was. Although the palace was very close, at their speed, not to mention a city, even at both ends of a planet could arrive in an instant. But they sprinted all their might on the long street, but the long street seemed to have no end and could not finish it. I won't really come to the ghost town, right? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Everything here is beyond his perception. Those paper people are deformed species. Even if the IQ is relatively high, they usually act according to instinct and will not build cities like humans or gods. However, if we say that this ancient city was built by humans or gods, it seems a bit different. Everything here is obviously very ignorant, but it is unmannerable. It's not working. Lao Wei stopped and looked at the shops around him. Lin Shen also knew that it would be useless to go on like this. If they delayed their time, maybe Dies would have entered the bridal chamber. If Dies was stolen from a beautiful female ghost, it would be a big loss to enter the bridal chamber. But if the one who snatched Dies was a deformed species like the Black Mountain Old Demon, if he entered the bridal chamber, Lin Shen doubted whether Dies still had the belief to survive. We must think of a way to find Dies as soon as possible. Lin Shen was pondering himself when he saw the power of justice in Wei Wufu burst out, and the purple light blasted towards the shop next to him. Although this move is reckless, there is no way to do this in this situation. I have to do something. The purple light bombarded the store full of gold ingots and gold bars. The gold ingots and gold bars that were shining under the light actually started to burn in the purple light. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it was not real gold at all, but actually a stack of ingots and gold bars. At this time, he was burned by Lao Wei's power, and in a moment it turned into a raging fire, burning black and gray scattered everywhere. Dang! Dang! When Wei Wufu was about to continue to cause damage, he heard the sound of iron chains coming from the deep corner of the street. Wei Wufu stopped and looked deep into the long street, and Lin Shen also looked over. I saw one of them tall, wearing a morning hat, wearing a robe, holding a morning stick in his hand, and holding an iron chain in his hand. Every time he took a step, the iron chain in his hand had to be pulled up, and there seemed to be something like 1,000 pounds behind him. He walked step by step, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw that behind the iron chain, there was a black coffin tied. The coffin was dragged, making a tooth-sourcing friction sound with the stone floor. As the distance was closer, Lin Shen saw clearly that under the filial hat, there was a paperman's face, pale, with no eyes. With such a scene, even Lin Shen felt a little creepy. Ghost, ghost, ghost. The filial son's paperman pulled the coffin and made a strange sound like a soul in his mouth. Lin Shen had goosebumps on his body. He remembered that when he was a child, he heard a ghost story from his third brother. It is said that in ancient times, humans did not have the concept of death, and people at that time were not afraid of the dead. In the eyes of humans at that time, the dead people fell asleep and slept for a long sleep. They felt that the person must be too tired, so they didn't want to get up and kept sleeping there. Until a father and son went out hunting together and encountered a very powerful beast.
the father died in the battle. The son looked at his father lying on the ground and felt inexplicable emotions in his heart. He rushed to his father's body, pushed his body with his hands, and shouted, "Go Wu go Wu go." He hopes that his father can stand up and return home with him. But no matter how he called, his father would never stand up and go home with him. In the end, my son had no choice but to return to his tribal home alone. But when he was sleeping at night, his son suddenly saw a figure swaying outside the cave, and a sound of "Go! Go! Go!" was heard. Seeing that the figure was so familiar, my son rushed over excitedly. When he got closer, he saw clearly that it was his father. But at this time, my father's body was still wounded by a beast, his flesh was blooming, and there were blood marks on his face, which looked very scary. But the son didn't care about that and welcomed his father back. But since my father came back, there have been constant connections in the tribe that people died bizarrely. Not long after, those dead people will be resurrected like that father, saying "Go back. Go! Go!" to come back. It's been too long, and Lin Shen can't remember what's next, but only remembers the first ghost in the world, as if it's from this. At this time, the paperman kept thinking about Ghost, and Lin Shen suspected that what he was talking about was actually Return. Lin Shen has always been good at random thoughts, but Wei Wufu never thought so much. He rushed up and punched, and the power of justice carried a strong purple light, and rushed towards the paperman pulling the coffin like the sun. The paperman stared at Wei Wufu coldly, raised the morning stick in his hand, and at the same time, an evil ghost in white clothes and white hat appeared on his body. On the white hat, the word impermanence is written. By Wu Chang's soul? Lin Shen was shocked. Boom! The purple light collided with the morning stick, and the light shone everywhere. Wei Wufu's power of justice failed to exert its counterproductive effect. Instead, he was shocked by the power of the morning stick and took several steps to stop his body. Wei Wufu's eyes narrowed, and his body rushed up again, his fingers, palms, fists and feet poured out like a tide, like a fighter plane on Earth. The paperman held the chain in one hand and waved the morning stick in the other, and actually blocked all Wei Wufu's attacks. The white light filled with the stick made Wei Wufu's power of justice break up, making it difficult to get close to him. If Wei Wufu's combat skills and consciousness were not the top of the top, he would probably have been knocked to his head by the morning stick several times. Chapter 1093 The Strange Paperman. Lin Shen hit the sand between his fingers. The paperman in the battle drifted away, and actually avoided the sand between his fingers that Lin Shen hit, and at the same time forced Wei Wufu backwards. What a fierce deformed species! Lin Shen had to merge with the destiny, and his attributes instantly surged, and he shot out the sand between his fingers again. The silent sand between the fingers flew towards the paperman along the arc track as Lin Shen's wrist trembled. The paperman actually avoided 2 more strokes of sand between his fingers. Unfortunately, the one behind him could not dodge, and his body was punched with holes. Bai Wuchang's soul on his body was also shattered, which immediately reduced the paperman's ability. The purple light on Lao Wei's body burst out. When he wanted to take the opportunity to break his body, the paperman turned around and rushed to the coffin pulled behind him, crying loudly. Lin Shen and Lao Wei looked at each other and thought that this guy was so strange. The deformed species was beaten to tears, but they didn't plan to give him a chance and launched another attack. But this time, the sand between Lin Shen's fingers was blocked by Wu Chang's light and shadow. Impossible! The Superbase shooting and the finger sand attached to the Superbase soul should be able to penetrate everything and beat the soul. How could it be blocked by the soul? Besides, his soul was broken just now. How could it be condensed again in a short time? Lin Shen was shocked. But after a closer look, Lin Shen realized something was wrong. The soul of Bai Wuchang actually jumped and got rid of the paperman's body and rushed towards Lin Shen and the others. Fuck, it's not a soul, it's a soul. Can this guy actually condense Bai Wuchang's spirit? Lin Shen suddenly understood, but was shocked. The deformed spirit may be Bai Wuchang, but the spirit may not be Bai Wuchang. For example, when practicing the shooting the sun, when you are promoted to the middle position, you may condense Hoi's soul, but it is impossible to condense Hoi's soul.
The fundamental reason is that the soul is essentially a linkage with ghosts and gods, and it is leveraging the power of ghosts and gods, so it is not surprising that it can connect with the original ghosts and gods, and condense the original ghosts and gods as gods. It is equivalent to the arrival of the ghosts and gods, which increases the user's power.
But the spirit is different.
The spirit is produced by the combination of its own power and the power of ghosts and gods.
It contains its own energy and is a single individual. Therefore, even if you practice the great method of shooting the sun and practice the great method of shooting the sun to the extreme, you will not be able to condense the same spirit as Hui. Generally, the spirit condensed by practicing the sun shooting technique is in the form of a sharp archer. Although it is similar to Hui, it is not Hui.
At this time, the spirit that came out of the paperman was the same as Bai Wuchang's soul, no different at all, just like the real ghost and god Bai Wuchang came out of the underworld. This is equivalent to a person monopolizing this series of power and turning a series of ghosts and gods into his own spirit. In this way, this series of power will be occupied by one person, and other gods and deformed species who practice the power of ghosts and gods of Bai Wuchang will lose this power. This kind of thing is obviously unlikely to happen, but it actually happened. Lin Shen's continuous sand between his fingers hit Bai Wuchang's soul, but it could only pause Bai Wuchang's body for a moment, and he could not cause real damage to him at all. Wei Wufu also burst out with all his strength, and the power of justice hit Bai Wuchang with one punch, but it was easily resolved, and he could not do anything to him. The paperman lay on the coffin, crying heartbrokenly, and swinging the morning stick in his hand. The white light on Bai Wuchang's body was shining, and the morning stick in his hand swept across. The sound of ghost crying suddenly made Lin Shen and Wei Wufu feel dizzy and almost avoided the sweeping of the morning stick. Wei Wufu controlled his body to fight Bai Wuchang with his strong willpower. Lin Shen was dizzy by the sound of the stick, and immediately took the little beast out and threw it out. The little beast turned into a black light in the air and rushed towards Bai Wuchang's spiritual soul holding the morning stick. Lin Shen originally thought that the little beast could have a miraculous effect. After all, it was an existence that could kill the superior gods at birth. However, the little beast, which was like lightning, did not pounce on Bai Wuchang, but was hit by Bai Wuchang with a stick and was beaten out like a baseball. Bang! The little beast's body turned into a black light, tearing a shop on the street, and everything inside the shop was in a mess. Lin Shen was shocked, and even the little beast had no choice but to deal with Bai Wuchang's divine soul. What should I do? He took out the folding fan without hesitation and fanned Bai Wuchang's positive and negative skills, and negative skills fell on Bai Wuchang, but it seemed that it was useless. Even the shock style and the fall style cannot be forbidden from Bai Wuchang to pounce on the sky. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong. This thing was unexpectedly powerful. He used the wave step to dodge continuously, and the speed became faster and faster, avoiding Bai Wuchang's repeated blows. Lin Shen's attributes were against the will of heaven, punching the treading fist one by one, and the overlapping fist power continued to overlap, bursting out the power of heaven, forcing Bai Wuchang to retreat. But the paper man on the other side was lying on the coffin and cried even more violently. Lin Shen, who had already controlled the situation and forced Bai Wuchang to get close to him, suddenly felt that Bai Wuchang's power increased greatly. He swept over with a stick and separated the fist force that was higher than the wave like a tsunami, almost hitting Lin Shen's head. Lin Shen banged back, his speed increased instead of decreasing, and another breaking wave punch hit him. Wei Wufu's attributes are too low, and such a battle cannot be involved. He suddenly felt a move in his heart and rushed towards the paperman lying on the coffin crying. He stood up as a knife, and the purple light turned into a phoenix shape, and rushed towards the paperman. The paperman finally got up from the coffin and forgot to cry. He raised the morning stick to block the purple phoenix that Wei Wufu beat. The purple phoenix actually smashed the purple phoenix with one stick. The paperman before was all restrained by Wei Wufu's power of justice, but this paperman was different and was completely unaffected by the power of justice. Bang bang a few beats, Wei Wufu was beaten backwards by him, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Shen discovered the problem. When the paperman fought with Wei Wufu, Bai Wuchang's power was obviously much weaker. The paperman seemed to realize something, and the crying that had stopped because of the battle just now started to ring again. The white light on his body became brighter again, and Bai Wuchang's combat power became stronger as well. Lin Shen further confirmed his guess that Bai Wuchang's combat power was actually related to the crying of the paperman. Lin Shen was thinking about how to get rid of Bai Wuchang and rushed over and fucked the paperman to death first. A black light flashed in the shop next to him. The black light transformed by the little beast rushed to the front of the paperman. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the paperman's battle with Wei Wufu, he grabbed the paperman's neck with one claw, tore his neck apart, and grabbed his head. The paperman's head fell to the ground, and the sound of ghost crying was still making in his mouth. The little beast clawed down and tore the paper head into pieces. The ghost crying stopped, and the headless body of the paperman was still waving the morning stick to fight Wei Wufu, with his power not diminished at all. However, the combat power of Bai Wuchang's divine soul has obviously decreased a lot. Lin Shen burst into full force to fight, and was able to suppress Bai Wuchang's spirit. With the blessing of powerful power attributes, his fist power intervened with Bai Wuchang's stick again and again, and even beat Bai Wuchang backwards. The paperman without his head could not resist the attack of Wei Wufu and the little beast. He was soon torn apart by the little beast and turned into debris all over the ground. Bai Wuchang, who was fighting against Lin Shen, had a white light rising on his body and turned into a divine soul core and fell to the ground. Among the debris on that ground, light flashed, and a distortion source was condensed. Chapter 1094 Filial Piety. Lin Shen first put away Bai Wuchang's spiritual soul, then picked up the distortion source, and tried to activate it. Paper people are superior deformed species. In theory, they need to be able to activate the level of superior rank, so they probably cannot be used now. Who knew that the distortion source changed directly and turned into a white morning stick? The deformed artifact of the upper divine beast, Bai Wuchang's morning stick. Degree, Filial Piety. Use requirements, Filial Piety. Hardness, 80,000. Toughness, 80,000. Distortion characteristics, blessed by ancestors. A superior artifact with no level requirements. Lin Shen was happy at first, but after careful examination, there were different requirements, and the requirements were still some filial piety system I had never heard of before, and he felt a little disappointed. Although it is a levelless artifact, the filial piety system is not too niche. Lin Shen has never heard of it. There must be very few people who practice this type of power. If you want to sell it, the possibility of being able to sell it is relatively low. Of course, if you meet the right person, you may be able to sell for a sky-high price. Lin Shen tried to use his own law matrix to activate the distortion characteristics, and it was easy to activate the blessings of ancestors. Then I saw a white light emitted from the morning stick. The light was like smoke and mist, and it looked a bit like a ghostly aura, but when it shone on the body, it suddenly felt like a ghost possessed by a god, and it was filled with powerful power. The upper-level artifact is amazing, no wonder it is so difficult to kill. Lin Shen put away the morning stick artifact first. This thing looks too unlucky, and the effect is not as good as imagined. It feels worse than the god's protection ring. Lin Shen doesn't want to use it himself. If he has the chance in the future, he can use it in exchange for a magical tool that he can use. Wei Wufu's eyes were staring at the black-painted coffin, guarding against some monsters and other things coming out inside. Lin Shen was about to try to open the coffin and see if there was anything inside. He heard footsteps coming from the depths of the long street. Turning around, I saw that this time the woman who walked out of the long street was a charming woman. There is indeed someone here. Lin Shen and Lao Wei looked at each other and felt that it was not as expected. Even if the deformed species have extremely high wisdom, their nature is just to destroy and generally not to be built. It would be really strange if there were no gods and men in such a big city. The woman walked over, but seemed to have no intention of fighting with Lin Shen and the others. She smiled and said, "The two guests came from afar, and they were welcomed by mistake. I hope to forgive me." As he said that, the woman saluted the two of them. The so-called to stretch out your hand and don't hit people with a smile, not to mention that this is their territory. Lin Shen did not take action first, and looked at the woman and said, "Who are you? Why did you capture our friends? The guest is so bad, how can I use the word catch? My master loves your friend's talents. I invite you to the mansion to meet." The two of them hit it off and had a great time talking.
Now they are in love and have decided to become husband and wife. The two of them are just right here. Since you are good friends of your son-in-law, you are just a testimony to this great event and also to be your son-in-law's family. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were stunned when they heard this. This really meant the black ones to white ones and the dead ones to live ones. Wei Wufu was about to get angry and started. Lin Shen quickly held him down and said to the woman, "Since it is a great joy for our friends, it is also worth our participation, but I don't know who the bride is." "My owner's surname is Yan and his name is Li, and he is the owner of Guasian City." The woman smiled like a flower. "The auspicious time is coming soon. Please come with me to attend the wedding." "Okay." Lin Shen called Lao Wei to follow the woman inside. They can't break out of this street, and even if they kill women, it's useless. Even if they try their best to rush out, maybe the raw rice will become a cooked meal long ago. It's better to follow them in and see what's going on. Lin Shen thought to himself, "I didn't expect that in my life, I would have the opportunity to play a groom at the wedding." He made up his mind to save Dais at the wedding. Under the leadership of the woman, the scenery on both sides of the long street changed strangely, and the three of them quickly reached the end of the long street. At the end of the long street is the yard of the palace. The gate of the yard is open, and red silk flowers and red lanterns are hung in front of the door. When the two walked into the yard, they saw that the yard was full of tables. I was afraid that there would be hundreds of tables, and each table was filled with people. What's strange is that there are so many people in this yard, at least there must be thousands of people, but there is no sound at all. After they came in, everyone's eyes were staring at them, their eyes were indifferent and expressionless, and the people were feeling a little scared. "Please sit in first, the wedding will begin soon." The woman took the two to an empty table and asked them to sit down first. After Lin Shen sat down, he looked at the palace behind. The palace gate was also open, and there was a statue of God enshrined inside. Lin Shen didn't know who the statue was, and there was no plaque on the palace gate, so he didn't know what palace it was. Originally, Lin Shen thought that this palace was the residence of the Lord Yan, but now it seems that it is not the case. Various wedding decorations were arranged inside and outside the palace, which looked very festive, and the rows of red lanterns were also very pleasant, but they just felt strange. It is said that weddings should be lively, but there is no sound here. Everyone sat there like puppets, not talking or eating or drinking. Of course, the table is empty, and there is nothing to eat or drink. Generally speaking, the wedding banquet will not start after the wedding is completed, but before the wedding, some wedding candies and melon seeds should be served. But the table here was empty, not even a plate. Everyone sat so blankly, making people wonder if they were also changed by paper people. But if you look closely, you will find that these are real gods and humans, all with flesh and blood, and are not transformed by deformed species. After the woman said goodbye, several more people came over and sat on their table, and they were all filled. "What do you call a friend?" Lin Shen looked at the man sitting next to him and asked. He wanted to know if these were real people. "Die quickly." The man turned his head and looked at Lin Shen and said. His movement of twisting his neck looked strange, his body did not move at all, only his neck and head were turning. "Brother Kwai is the woman's family?" Lin Shen chatted awkwardly, then asked the man sitting on the other side of him, "What do you call this friend?" "I died early." The man also turned his head and looked at Lin Shen in that strange posture. "I'm dying quickly. I'm dying early. I don't know if it's really called this name, or am warning us by saying a word." Lin Shen pondered in his heart. Chapter 1095 Unexpected. After chatting for a few words, I heard the very strange musical instruments ringing, and the atmosphere seemed to become lively for a moment. But when I looked at the people next to me, they were still sitting there blankly, and there was still no one talking, and no one even moved. Lin Shen was not in the mood to pay attention to them now, because he saw Dais dressed in a red robe, a red hat, a groom dressed in a bride dress, and a red hijack dressed in with the help of the matchmaker and the woman who brought them in before. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at Dais, with a look of shock on their faces, because Dais seemed to be able to walk and run, and they were not coerced. He walked in by himself, and he actually had a smile on his face, looking like a spring breeze. "What's the situation?" Could it be that Dies, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is also greedy for the family business of Guisian City and doesn't want to work hard?
Lin Shen muttered to himself.
But after thinking about it, Dies doesn't seem to be such a person either. He comes from a famous family and has nothing to do since he was a child. He can have whatever he wants. How could he become a son-in-law of his family because of such a little business? What's more, the entire Yinshan Star is Lin Shen. Guisian City is on Yinshan Star. It is also Lin Shen's family business. Even if Dies wants to be greedy for anything, he should come to Lin Shen. Is it because Yanli is so arrogant that even Dies has moved his heart?
Lin Shen thought it was impossible. I have never seen any beautiful woman Dies before, so it is impossible for a woman to become like this just because of a woman.
Old Wei, do you think this person is really Dies? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu in a low voice. Wei Wufu said with a strange look, yes, no. I'm asking you, not asking you to ask me back.
Lin Shen was speechless.
Yes, and, not. Wei Wufu said again.
Lin Shen finally understood what he meant. It was true that this person should be Dies, but something must have happened to him, and he might be unable to control himself. It doesn't look like I'm coerced.
Could it be that I'm confused by someone's mind?
Lin Shen looked at Dies with a spring breeze and felt that this was a very likely situation.
Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know how to break this technique that confuses his mind, so he asked Wei Wufu in a low voice, can you break the technique of confusing your mind? Wei Wufu probably felt that it was too difficult to talk to Lin Shen, so he didn't say anything, but just nodded. That's great. I'll find a chance later and I'll wake up Dies first. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu nodded, but there was no movement. Maybe he was waiting for the right opportunity. Dies looked happy and came to the hall with the bride. There were people attending the wedding next to him, and the ceremony was carried out step by step. Strangely, for such a happy ceremony, except for the sound of the instruments, everyone else looked numb and just watched quietly throughout the whole process. Worship the heaven and earth. When it was the climax of the marriage, the others still did not react. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and saw that he had no movement, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If you continue, you will have to complete the wedding and be sent to the bridal chamber. That would be too late. I don't know what Wei Wufu was waiting for. 2 worships Yan Jun. When it came to the second prayer, Lin Shen felt something was wrong. This wedding form is clearly the wedding form in their hometown. The last 3 worships should be 1 worship of heaven and earth, 2 worship of the high hall, and then the couple worship each other. Worshipping heaven and earth means praying for blessings, worshipping the high hall means worshipping parents, which is to thank their parents for raising them, worshipping husband and wife is respect and commitment to each other. Lin Shen did not see Yanli's parents. The second person they worshipped was not their parents, but the statue of the god in the palace. Just when Lin Shen was confused, he suddenly heard a thunderclap sounding in his ears, which suddenly scared him, and his eardrums were buzzing. Come. Wei Wufu gathers the power of justice, speaks with his breath, and uses his voice to control his power. A roar of justice can break all evil and unhealthy trends in the world. If Dies was really confused, this roar of justice would definitely make him awake. As soon as this sound came out, it really worked miraculously. Not only did everyone in the wedding shocked, but Dies also turned his head and looked at them, his eyes obviously becoming much clearer. Old Wei. Dies spoke and called out Wei Wufu's abbreviation. Lin Shen was happy and thought that Dies had finally woken up. Who knew? Dies said next, what are you doing? My wedding has not been over yet. Don't worry, after the wedding, I will drink with you to reminisce about the past. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both stunned. Dies didn't look like he was confused by his mind. He had clear logic and quick thinking, and he also recognized them. He died sooner or earlier, and came to Wei Wufu's side, one left and one right, put his palm on Wei Wufu's shoulder, and actually sat down directly. Guest, please do not disturb the wedding, otherwise it will be bad if the auspicious time is missed. The woman stared at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu coldly. We are not disturbing the wedding, but according to the customs of our hometown, the second worship should be to worship parents. Why don't you worship parents and statues of gods here? Lin Shen was shocked when he saw that Wei Wufu could not escape the hands of death and early death, and quickly spoke. With Wei Wufu's ability, it is impossible for ordinary middle-level gods to suppress him tightly like this. If you die quickly and die soon, it would be so easy that Wei Wufu could not move. Such strength must be the superior gods. Yan Jun is the parents of our people in Guixian City, and worshipping Yan Jun is the parents. The woman explained. So that's it. We really don't know much about it. I'm disturbing. Lin Shen looked at the death soon and died early, wanting them to let Wei Wufu go. They looked at the woman in the stands, and the woman waved her hand, and died sooner or later than let go of Lao Wei. The wedding continued, and the couple worshipped each other, and then it was sent to the bridal chamber. Lin Shen did not dare to take action. At this time, he not only had to face the enemies of Guixian City, but even Dais might become their enemy. In this case, it would be too difficult to take people out. He had to figure out what happened to Dais first. Fortunately, when I was sent to the bridal chamber, I didn't really need the bridal chamber immediately. I just sent the bride into the bridal chamber, and the groom would come out to toast later. I would have the chance to talk to Dais. The dead were fast and the dead were staring at Wei Wufu and Lin Shen. Seeing that the ceremony was over, the two of them did not move anymore, so they relaxed a little and did not keep staring at them. At this time, paper men came up with plates, and various delicacies and wines quickly filled the table. Old Wei. Look at Dais is too fascinated by it. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu in a low voice. No. Is confused. Wei Wufu shook his head and said. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Judging from Wei Wufu's meaning, he seemed to be sure that Dais's mind was not fascinated. How could he become like this? Could it be that he really fell in love with Yin Li at first sight? Chapter 1096 flipped the table. As the two of them were talking, Lin Shen glanced around and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I saw that everyone on their table, including those who died soon and those who died long ago, were lying on the table, with their faces very close to the dishes and were almost sticking them on the plate. They closed their mouths, their faces moved on the plate, their noses kept sniffing, and then they stood up, with an intoxicated look on their faces, as if they had just tasted some delicious wine and delicacies. Lin Shen looked at the other tables, and the others were the same. They just lie on the table and sniff, but didn't move their chopsticks at all. No one really went to eat the dishes on the table and drink the wine in the cup. Lin Shen felt a little scared when he saw it. Although there were no ghosts in this world, only various creatures, this scene still made him feel a little strange. They don't eat or drink. Could it be because there is something wrong with the dish and the wine? Lin Shen thought again and said that he was not afraid of poisoning. Even if he was really poisoned, it would be in line with his wishes. If you pretend to be poisoned, you may be able to dig out more inside information. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen picked up the chopsticks placed on the table, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, and tasted it first. He would be more energetic when he was full. But after just chewing it for a few times, Lin Shen opened his mouth and spit out the meat he had eaten. It's not that the meat is highly toxic and he can't stand it, but that the meat tastes nothing. It's like chewing wax, but it really can't swallow it. Lin Shen discovered for the first time in his life that chewing wax is either an adjective or a realistic one. It is obviously a piece of braised pork with fat and thinness, with 3 layers of shiny oily braised pork, but it tastes like wax. Seeing that everyone else on the table was staring at him, Lin Shen quickly coughed and went to pick up other dishes. The result was the same. All the dishes on the table had no taste at all, like fakes made from wax. Lin Shen secretly spit out the things he had eaten in his mouth, but he was a little surprised and confused. What's the matter with this? When I was a child, I heard ghost stories and said that the offerings offered to ghosts were gone after being sucked by ghosts, and it was like chewing wax. Could it be that I really met a ghost? Lin Shen felt a little scared, but his face was silent. He must not be able to eat the food, and he could not eat it or not. Thousands of people were sniffing and drinking on the flowing mat, and they sniffed there, but there was still no sound at all. This scene was really strange and bizarre.
Fortunately, these people ignored them, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu sat there blankly, looking a little abrupt. After a while, I finally saw Dais walking out of the backyard, followed by the half-old Su Mom's charming woman.
Old Wei, a Tian, thank you for coming to my wedding.
Dais came to Lin Shen and the others, and he followed two paper men holding plates, picked up wine glasses from the plate and said to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, "I'll give you a glass." The paper man came to the two of them with a plate and handed them a glass of wine. Lin Shen looked at Dais with wine. Dais called him a Tian, not Lin Shen. From this point of view, his mind should be sober and he did not call out his real name in front of outsiders. But Lin Shen really couldn't figure it out. Can people like Dais fall in love at first sight and marry a woman they just met? Seeing that Dais had already picked up the wine glass, Wei Wufu on the side did not lift it up, staring at Dais and asked, "You, heart?" Others couldn't understand what Wei Wufu was saying, but Lin Shen understood that Wei Wufu was trying to ask Dais if he was voluntary and if he wanted to marry Yanli in his heart. Yanli is the best and most perfect woman I have ever seen after so many years of living. Being able to marry such a woman is my greatest luck in life. Dais's face was full of sincerity, which was not like a false act. Then we wish you a happy wedding, a long life together, and a united heart forever. Lin Shen raised his cup and touched Dais. Dais touched Wei Wufu again, then drank it all, and then said with a smile, "It's so good. Don't drink too much today. We have time in the future. You can come to me if you have nothing to do." Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and drank the wine in the glass. This wine is no different from water when drinking, and it is even more tasteless than water. After Dais finished drinking, he left and went to toast on another table, ignoring them. Wei Wufu got up and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Lin Shen. "What are you doing?" Lin Shen asked. "Things, look." Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen also knew that Dais was in trouble, but now so many people are staring at them, it is impossible to check the situation. The words Dais just said sounded like hello to them often, but in fact they asked them to drink less breakfast. Lin Shen guessed that Dais must have something to do. He was threatened by the people from Guixian City, so he had to obey them. How could a person like Dais be threatened? Even if his life is in the hands of others, he will not accept the threat from others. But now Dais cooperated like this. Lin Shen thought about it and there was only one possibility, that is, what others used to threaten Dais was not Dais's own life. Can Yanli threaten Dais with our lives, forcing Dais to compromise? Lin Shen felt that it was probably like this. DC wants to use his own sacrifice to exchange for us to leave safely. Lin Shen sighed inwardly, DC, you are really confused. You really take a Guixian city, which is huddled on the Yinshan star and dare not be born seriously. Not to mention that it is just a Guixian city, even the Star God Palace wants our lives not so simple. Lin Shen thought about this clearly and no longer planned to lie with these gods and ghosts. Old Wei, turn the table up. Lin Shen knew very well in his heart. With Dai's personality, once he and Lao Wei left, it would be Dai's fight to the death. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Lao Wei held the table with both hands and stood up and overturned the table. The table overturned, and the things on it fell all over the ground. Everyone stood up and stared at Lin Shen and the others fiercely. Why are you doing this? Dais, who was toasting, sighed. If you want to fight, go together, and there is no need to say anything else. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu leaned back to their backs, staring at the people who were gradually surrounding him. Since that's the case, let's have a good fight. Dais reached out and tore off the groom's uniform, threw away the hat on his head, and the holy carapace wrapped around his body. Dais, you have to think clearly. If you regret marriage, you and them will die. The woman next to him looked at Dith and said, My friends are not afraid of death, why am I afraid? Dais walked directly towards Lin Shen and the others, meeting with the two, back to back ready to fight these thousands of people. It's not easy to die. You are afraid you haven't tasted the taste of not being able to survive. The woman snorted coldly, and the strange people all had gloomy lights on their bodies, and ghostly spirits rose up, surrounding the three of them. Lin Shen's eyes were a little straightened. The thousands of weird people here were actually all at the level of the gods and men, and they all summoned the divine spirit.
Such a power was so terrible. Now Lin Shen understood why Dai's compromised. The three of them could not defeat these thousands of top gods, and there was no possibility of 1 in 10,000. Chapter 1097. You decide the rules. I wonder if I can still take the table up now and think that nothing has happened before? Lin Shen glanced at the table that was overturned by Wei Wufu. The tabletop was broken, the plates were broken all over the floor, and the wine and food were sprinkled everywhere, and it was probably impossible to recover. Now Lin Shen finally fully understood why Dai's compromised. There were thousands of gods here, even if the three of them had 100 lives, they would not be dead enough here. The old saying goes, it makes sense to demolish 10 temples instead of 1 marriage. This retribution will come soon. If I had known this, I would have let Dais and others enter the bridal chamber. Although I don't know if they are rich and beautiful, I just rushed to these thousands of gods and gods. In the future, I would not dare to do anything to him. Lin Shen thought wildly. He just thought about it that he knew that he would definitely not be able to beat it, and there was no chance for Xiaozuan and Lin Shen's other pets. At this point, Lin Shen can only place his hopes on the Jade Emperor, hoping that his previous guess was correct, and he could use the sentence hurry and as the law to invite the Jade Emperor over. Seeing that the war was about to break out, thousands of divine spirits were about to rush up, and Lin Shen was about to try to summon the Jade Emperor, he suddenly heard a cold voice, "Get back!" Like the spirit of demons and ghosts in the sky, they couldn't help but retreat a little. The crowd separated, and the bride in her wedding dress walked over with a red veil. "Husband, you and I have already married, and have already become a husband and wife. Do you really want to be so kind and be loyal and abandon me?" the bride said to Dais. Dais said, "Only by loving each other can we support each other, and we have different intentions, and there is no good result forcing them, so why bother like this? You have never been with me, so how do you know that we cannot be in love?" the bride said. "I don't know what happened in the future, and you don't know either, so why bother with it," said Dais. "So, would you rather die than try to be with me?" The bride was very calm, and she had always had such a cold voice, making her mood very stable. "I am just an ordinary person, and my life is not that precious. Whether it is life or death, it is nothing," Dais said calmly. Lin Shen really wanted to say to Dais, "Why don't we be so tough first and say something nice to coax her first, maybe this matter will be over." After hearing Dai's words, the bride pondered for a moment before she spoke again. "Your life is not important, is your friend's life not important? It is already a great fate to meet in this life. Being able to go to the underworld together on the same day of the same year, month and day is not a perfection." Dais thought that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had already decided to die. When he looked at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, his eyes were filled with the calmness of having a confidant in this life without regrets. The cold sweat on Lin Shen's forehead was coming out. He didn't really want to die. If he had known that the Yin family in Gixianqing was so terrifying, he would not have let Wei Wufu overturn the table so quickly. At least he had to have a good talk first. It would not be too late to overturn the table if he couldn't reach an agreement. The bride looked at Dais silently, and the woman standing beside her angrily said, "Master, they want to die so much, just make them happy." The other people also had gloomy faces and stared at Lin Shen and the other two coldly. As long as the bride gave the order, they would tear Lin Shen and the other two to pieces. Lin Shen saw that there were many paper people coming from the outer periphery of the palace. The paper people looked different, and many of them were holding mourning sticks in their hands and wearing filial piety. They looked very similar to the one Lin Shen and the others had killed before. I don't know if they had the same strength. Those paper men were lying around here on the periphery, and I don't know how many of them were. Anyway, they all looked very difficult to deal with. Lin Shen was a little confused. Those paper people were all deformed. Judging from their appearance, they all followed the command of the Yin family. It is just like domesticating deformity, which usually only has the opportunity to successfully domesticate when the deformity is just born. Therefore, the number of pets is generally not too large. There are tens of thousands of paper human deformed species here. I don't know how the Yin family tamed so many paper human deformed species. The bride never spoke, and the gods and paper men who were eyeing each other were just eager to try and did not rush up. "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to kill your friends, but if you leave like this, I will not have much face to be the lord of Guasian City in the future. The bride finally spoke slowly, let me make a bet with you. If you can win, let the three of you leave, and I will no longer stop you. If you lose, your friends can still come and go, and you only need to stay with me for 3 years. If you still don't want to be a real couple with me in 3 years, then you can leave freely. Do you dare to gamble? There was nothing I could do just now. Dais had already developed a desire to fight to the death. He heard Yanli say this immediately. Dais looked at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen looked at Yanli and asked, what are you going to bet on? Although he wanted to survive, if Yanli really set a bet that Dais would lose, he would not want Dais to sacrifice himself for them to leave alive. After all, he has not reached the desperate situation yet, and he has not tried to summon the Jade Emperor. If the Jade Emperor cannot summon it, it will not be too late to compromise. Yanli said lightly, you are sure of anything? As long as you have anything that can beat me, you can leave immediately, and I will never stop you. It's better than anything? Lin Shen immediately asked after hearing this. If we compare who is stronger, Lin Shen thinks that the three of them together may not be Yanli's opponents. But Yanli actually said that it would be fine than anything else, which was a bit too arrogant. Lin Shen didn't believe that the three of them customized the competition, and they couldn't beat Yanli. If it really doesn't work, Lin Shen will compete with her who can pee higher. If you don't believe it, you won't win her. Yes, anything is fine, but only 3 times, and you can't compare endlessly. Yanli said. Dieth, what do you think? I think it's okay. Lin Shen didn't believe that they could still lose in such a situation. Then let's take a gamble. Dais nodded slightly, and he didn't believe that they would lose such a bet. Since you agree, then make a contract. Yanli brought someone to come over with paper and pen and made a contract with Dais. If Dais and the others win, let the 3 of them come and go freely. If Dais and the others lose, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu can leave, and Dais must stay for 3 years. Chapter 1098. What's the difficulty? Tell me, what do you want to compare? After signing the contract, Yanli looked at Dais and the other 2 and asked. Don't worry, the city lord, let's discuss it first. Lin Shen said. Okay. Yanli was not in a hurry and sat down next to him, waiting for Lin Shen and the other 2 to discuss. Lin Shen and the other 2 retreated to the wall and discussed together in a low voice. In Guasian City, there are so many superior strong men. Yanli can surpass all the heroes and become the leader of a city. His own strength must be extraordinary. What's more, her courage to make such a bet, which means that her strength must be far above us. It may be difficult to beat her head on. I can only take a different approach. What do you think we want to compete with her? Lin Shen said. Great. Wei Wufu said. I'm afraid I can't win this. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant. He wanted to compete with Yanli in height. Yanli looks petite, probably less than 1.7 meters tall. Wei Wufu, who is more than 2 meters tall, should be a sure victory in comparison with her. But gods and man are not ordinary people. Ordinary people cannot change their height, but gods and man may not have such ability. Even if Lin Shen himself really wants to change his body shape, he can do it, but he can change it very much. After Lin Shen explained, Wei Wufu nodded and said, I didn't think so, more. When the 3 of them thought this way, they thought it was a bet that must be won, but it seemed that it was not that easy to win. Although Lin Shen's fire ability is unique, it may not be impossible for the gods and men to do it. It's like a second leverage to climb the ladder. Although the gods may not be able to borrow the power out of thin air, it is not difficult for her to fly up and do the same thing. When the strength reaches a certain level, it is indeed difficult to have anything to be difficult for her. You can't really compete with her who can pee higher. Even if you compare this, you may not be able to win. Unfortunately, there is no woman among the 3, and Yanli is another woman, otherwise she could have had a baby with her. After thinking about it, I couldn't even think of anything better than the bets I thought I could win easily for a moment. I have an idea, maybe I can give it a try. Dais said. What's the idea? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. This idea is simple, it's just a little bullying her a woman. Dai seemed a little embarrassed to say it. Why are you talking about what's your idea first?
Lin Shen was anxious. We have two people, one gives instructions, and the other follows the instructions, and can say some complicated words and do some complicated actions. No matter how capable she is, she can't let us listen to her, say the same words and do the same things.
Dai said.
A good idea. I'm afraid that her power is too strong and she will forcefully control our bodies. If she can't do it at that time, she will ruin our bodies in anger.
Lin Shen pondered.
So, I can only be the one who obeys the orders.
It's a bit bullying her. Dai sighed. Lin Shen can only say that Dai's moral standards are too high.
It was she who forced you to keep you.
If you do this, it's not considered bullying her.
Lin Shen thought this method was feasible. No matter how strong Yan Li's ability is, at most he can control Dai's like a control puppet.
He can't even control whatever Dai says.
For insurance, Lin Shen and the others thought about some more complicated things, then walked to Yan Li and said, "We have discussed it, and we will compare who can make Dai's obedient."
What I asked Dai's to do? If you can let him do the same thing again, you will win, otherwise you will lose.
Yes. Yan Li agreed without hesitation with such harsh conditions. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other and felt something was not very good. Yan Li agreed so readily, and he looked confident. But they have already agreed that they can't go back on their word, not to mention that Lin Shen and the other two were still somewhat confident in their plans. Lin Shen could only respond to his scalp and said to Dai's according to his previous plan, "Dai's, you say something." Dai's calmed down, eliminated the distracting thoughts in his heart, then let his brain go, and then said something he didn't even know what it meant, Tian Huang Yuk Xingduoren and Jukabato.
Dai said in one breath and didn't know how many words he said.
He deliberately let go of his mind and said casually. He didn't even know how many words he said, nor did he know what those words meant. He said whatever he thought of, jumping around one word at a time, with no connection at all. Even if Yan Lihen has the charming technique and can control Dai's thinking, Dai herself can't remember what she said, and it would be useless to control Dai's thinking. Lin Shen thought to himself, now Dai himself would never say exactly the same if he wanted to do it again.
It should not be repeated, right?
Unfortunately, there was a red veil blocking it, and the expression on Yan Li's face was not visible.
I wonder if he could win safely.
However, Yan Li sat there without any movement, which made the three of them feel a little happy, thinking that the plan should have worked.
Are you finished?
Yan Li suddenly asked.
It's over.
Lin Shen said, feeling it was not auspicious, and changed his words, our performance is over.
It's your turn.
You can let Dai do the same in words as the actions just now, and you will win this game.
What's the difficulty?
Yan Li said, then stood up and walked slowly to the opposite side of Dai's.
She didn't see any movement.
As she walked step by step, black mist rose up on her body, and the mist formed a ghost-like soul light and shadow on her body. After a closer look, Lin Shen found that Yan Li's soul was the appearance of the god worshipped in the hall. The clothes transformed by the black fog are like emperor's clothing, and their momentum is unparalleled, just like the demon among demons and the god among gods, with a momentum that is unique to the eternal. Just the momentum of the soul made Lin Shen and the other two feel as if they were breathless. Behind the soul of the demon god king, there are 6 colored lights that rotate red, yellow, blue, green, purple and white, like colorful space vortexes. Yan Li stood there, just glanced at Dai's, and suddenly the 6-colored brilliance shone on him. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's hearts were tight, and I wonder if Dai's could withstand her power. But the next second, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw an incredible scene. Dai's figure seemed to flash, and then Dai's looked at them and opened her mouth, just like just now, repeating what she said word by word, even her eyes and movements were exactly the same.
Chapter 1099, Playing a Big Knife in Front of Guangdong.
Seeing that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's faces were not right, Dai's realized something immediately, and quickly walked up to the two of them and asked, what happened?
You just said what you said before, word by word.
Lin Shen said, staring at Dai's.
What did you say again? This is my first time.
Before Dai's finished speaking, he realized something, time and space retracement?
It should be a similar ability. Lin Shen nodded. The three of them looked at Yanli, and they were a little shocked. The ability to use this type of technique made Dais pass that time again, and even Dais himself did not realize that this ability to trace back time was really against the will of heaven. What do you want to compare in the second game? Yanli said lightly. Let's discuss it again. Lin Shen had no choice but to come to the wall again to discuss it. She has the ability to go back in time and space. No matter what we compare, it may be difficult for us to win. Lin Shen said. Dais was silent, and he couldn't think of how to win the outrageously powerful Yanli. The key is that they can't even judge whether Yanli uses the space-time ability. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you. No one spoke. Yanli's ability was so strong that they could not think of a better way. Since there is nothing we can do, then we can only play with it. Lin Shen said in a deep thought. Why do you want to? Dais looked at Lin Shen in a daze and asked. No matter what we compare, I'm afraid there is no chance to win. It's because Yanli is too strong, so we can only do the opposite. Lin Shen said. You mean, weaker then? Dais immediately understood. Yes, she is stronger than us in everything. Whether it is strength, skills, or all kinds of strange things, she may have a way to beat us. That is to say, she is stronger than us in everything, so we will be weaker than her. Her level is higher than us, her strength is stronger than us, and her speed is faster than us. This is the condition that we already have, so as long as we are weaker, we will definitely win, but the winning is not very glorious. Lin Shen looked at Dais, wondering if Dais could accept such a winning method that was almost equivalent to self-destructive. Dais pondered for a moment, smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I want to win like this, I'd better stay here. Lin Shen sighed. He had actually thought that Dais might not be able to accept such a way to win. If this method doesn't work, I can only think of a way to win. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. What method? Dais was overjoyed, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen had a solution. Actually, it's simple. We can come up with something unique. No matter how powerful and rich Yanli is, she can't have anything, right? She can't come up with the same thing, that's losing. This is a suspicion of being unfair, but it's also a dignified person. After all, this is the rule she set herself, and we can't blame us for using this method. Lin Shen still looked at Dais, wondering if Dais could accept this method. If he couldn't accept it, he really had no tricks. It's feasible. Dais had no objection this time, but we don't know her. What can we do to ensure that she can't take it out? You don't want to bet with us on ourselves, right? If she can let us appear in time and space at the same time, we still can't win. This is obviously another problem. If Yanli is really a time-space ability, it seems that it is not difficult for her to be able to trace time and space backwards. It seems that the same person or the same thing in different time and space appears at the same time. Lin Shen still remembers that an E of the heavenly human race was able to allow himself, who was different in time and space, to appear in a time and space at the same time for a short time. Yanli's level is higher than an E. She may not be unable to do what an E can do. So, we must come up with something that cannot coexist in the same time and space. Lin Shen said. Dais pondered and said, as long as it exists, it should be able to show it again. Unless Yanli does not have such ability, it will definitely be able to do it. I really can't think of anything that cannot coexist in the same time and space. Do you have to bet on her that she can't do it? I have something that she probably doesn't have, and there is no way to copy it. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. What? Dais couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was talking about for a moment. My identity. Lin Shen said. You mean the identity of the owner of the Star Hall? Dais's eyes lit up. He knew what Lin Shen wanted to do. Entities can be extracted from dislocated space and time, but reputation and position cannot be copied by outsiders. The position that Lin Shen owns belongs to Lin Shen. Even if Yanli can withdraw Lin Shen from other time and space, Lin Shen's title cannot be considered Yanli. Moreover, this position is a senior position in the Star God Palace, which is closely related to the Jade Emperor.
If others want to use any means for this position, it will definitely alarm the Star God Palace or even the Jade Emperor himself.
It is definitely not that easy.
If Yanli could change the title of the owner to his name at will, such a despicable ability would have been so great that he would have long been famous in the immortal court.
This is good.
Dice felt that there should be a great chance to win this time. The three of them discussed and walked to Yanli again, but before Lin Shen could speak, Yanli said, "You don't have to worry about it. It's okay to compare who has a lower level, a lower power, and a slow speed." Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other, and it was no surprise that Yanli could hear them talking. But when Yanli said that he could compare these things, Lin Shen was a little surprised.
What method did she have to win?
If we want to win, we will naturally win openly.
Since you have heard it, I don't have to talk nonsense anymore.
I will compete with you for my position.
I am the owner of the Star Hall.
If you also have the position of the Star Hall owner, then I will lose. Lin Shen said directly.
This is too simple. Are you sure you don't consider changing one?
I suggest you change one, otherwise you will be afraid that you will not accept it if you win. Yanli wore a red veil and could not see her expression, but by just listening to the sound, you can feel her casualness and contempt.
A man is a real man.
Winning means winning, losing means losing, and what he says will never change. Lin Shen can only be a hero.
Who knows if Yanli is bluffing them?
She really has a way, and she still has a chance to lose this game. If she regrets her now and turns around and wins against Yanli, she will also regret her.
Wouldn't she give her an excuse? Okay, you are the owner of the Zhongtian Star God Palace Star Hall, right?
If I use the position of the owner of the other Star Area Star Hall to win you, I will not be convinced if you lose. I will use the position of the owner of the Zhongtian Star God Palace Star Hall to win you, so that you will be convinced if you lose. Yanli said. Instead, he took away the soul like the king of Demon God, and his power was completely restrained. He just took out something from his body and showed it to Lin Shen and the other two.
Star Constellation Talisman.
Lin Shen was shocked when he saw what was in Yanli's hand. He also has one such Star Constellation Talisman, but he has just obtained it not long ago. The Order Talisman represents the identity of the owner of the Star Constellation Hall. Have you ever heard that my Yin clan was originally from the Zhongtian Star Divine Palace? More than a dozen generations of great priests from our Yin clan a long time ago all came from our Yin clan. Yanli said with a smile. Lin Shen and the other two were stunned.
They really didn't know that such a thing was happening. Wasn't this just a trick at Master Guansheng's house?
Chapter 1100. The Star God Palace is not yet the Star God Palace.
You are comparing with us, not your ancestors compete with us. If you don't have the identity of the hostile, how can you be considered a winner? Do you think so?
Lin Shen said.
It's reasonable.
Yanli threw the Xingsu order in his hand to Lin Shen and said calmly, "You might as well see who the name on this brand belongs to." Lin Shen took the sign and looked at the back of the sign. The name of the holder was engraved there, which was also a proof of the identity of the owner.
Yan Li.
Lin Shen frowned slightly. If this star order is real, it can only mean that Yanli is an old monster who has lived for endless years. Otherwise, when Lin Shen was in office, he had never seen her name at all. In fact, Lin Shen had never seen the name of a former owner named Yan.
Lin Shen studied it carefully and couldn't tell whether Xingsu was fake.
No matter how he looked at it, it was exactly the same as his own. This thing should be difficult to fake. Firstly, there are very few people who have seen it, and secondly, the Xingsu order is used to open the Star Sea. If it can be faked at will, wouldn't everyone be able to open the Star Sea and communicate with the Jade Emperor? I have never heard of the great priest surnamed Yan and the host of the Star Hall in Zhongtian Star Palace. Lin Shen said in a deep thought.
It's normal that you haven't heard of it.
Even if you search through the data library of Star God Palace, you still can't see a great priest or Star Hall owner. Yanli continued coldly, because the surname Yan has long been erased from the history of the Star God Palace by the Jade Emperor. Naturally, I dare not let others see the history that belongs to our Yin family.
What you said is a bit bizarre. Why did the Jade Emperor erase the history of your Yin family? Lin Shen asked skeptically.
Because our Yin family discovered the truth of the immortal court and discovered the true face of the Jade Emperor.
Yanli said word by word.
Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other.
Lin Shen looked at Yanli with a strange expression and asked, "The more you talk, you are becoming more and more bizarre. You said you discovered the truth between the immortal court and the Jade Emperor, then what is the truth? Are you sure you want to listen? If you know the truth, you may never go back. Sooner or later, you will walk on the old path of my Yin family and be erased from the immortal court by them." Yanli asked with a smile. "You don't have to exaggerate.
If you can't tell me why, this game cannot be considered your winning, or you go to the Star Hall with me to verify its authenticity,"
Lin Shen said. "Since you want to hear it, it doesn't matter if you know it."
Yan Lian said calmly in Fengqing, "In a long time, the Yin family was not yet handsome at that time, and the Star God Palace was not called Star God Palace."
Lin Shen and the other two felt a little strange when they heard it. What else can the Yin family have no surname? What is the name of Star God Palace not called Star God Palace?
Yanli continued, "The Yin family's original surname is Yin, the Yin of the King of Yin. When our family served the Jade Emperor, the Star God Palace at that time was not called the Star God Palace, but the Yinqiao Underworld."
Are you sure you know what you are talking about?
Lin Shen felt that Yanli was getting more outrageous as he spoke. He had carefully learned about the history of the Immortal Court. Since the Star God Palace appeared, it has been called this name.
How could it be called the Underworld?
The Underworld is the place where people go after their death in mythology. As the management department of the Immortal Court, it is impossible to call such a name no matter how you think about it.
It's normal that you don't believe it. This is incredible.
Yanli said lightly, "When the Star God Palace was still called the Underworld, its function was not just as simple as maintaining the order of the Immortal Court. It can even be said that it was just the most insignificant function of the Star God Palace, and its real and most important function was to control life. The current Star God Palace also controls the power of life and death,"
Lin Shen said.
"What I mean by life refers to the birth and creation of life, not life or death." Yanli said coldly, "The Star God Palace at that time was the place where life was created. To be precise, it was the place where deformed species were created.
The entire Immortal Court and even the entire universe were created by the Star God Palace."
This statement made Lin Shen and the other two feel a little unbelievable. After all, this kind of news was too shocking.
You said that the deformed species was created by the Immortal Court? So why did the Immortal Court do this? What are the benefits of creating the deformed species for the Immortal Court? Is it just to obtain the resources of the deformed species?
Lin Shen asked in contemplation.
If you think so, it would be too naive.
Yanli said,
"In the oldest era, humans broke the shackles of heaven and earth and entered the Immortal Court.
At that time, there were only humans in the Immortal Court, no deformed species, and no other creatures, and there were not even planets that could live in."
What you said is a bit horrible. The Immortal Courtyard is so vast, how could it be that there is not even a habitable planet? If so, where did these habitable planets come from now? They can't appear out of thin air or move from other galaxies, right?
Lin Shen felt that what Yanli said was difficult for people to believe.
Do you think the Immortal Court is big?
If I tell you, the Immortal Court is just a corner of the universe, and outside the Immortal Court is the real universe, you won't believe it, right?
Yanli said disdainfully, "The so-called Immortal Court is not the center of the universe, nor the subject of the universe. It is just a corner of the universe divided by man.
Those ancient realms are the subject of the universe and the real home of our human beings." Lin Shen discovered that knowledge is a reincarnation.
When he was in the ancient realm area, he finally figured out that the Immortal Court is the main body of the universe.
When he arrived at the Immortal Court, Yanli told him that the ancient realm area is the main body of the universe, and this is a reincarnation.
It's a long way to go, so let's continue talking about the Star God Palace, Lin Shen said. Not far away, this is one thing.
Yanli continued, ancient humans rushed into the Immortal Court, and felt that they were transcending from the three realms, not among the five elements, becoming superior to humans, and claiming to be gods. In fact, they are just a group of self-intoxicated fools and a group of experimental subjects that are kept in captivity. The more Yenli said, the more outrageous it became. Lin Shen and the other two stopped talking.
Hearing what else could she say in the end?
The immortal court used those gods to study and create deformities, and wanted to replace the gods with deformities that could be mass-produced and produced.
Why should we use deformed species instead of gods and humans? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. Because the emperor is not a human.
Yenli's words sounded like a swearing person.
Chapter 1101 I am the villain. Isn't the emperor a human?
Lin Shen and the other two were stunned when they heard it.
Yes, it means that the emperor is not a human or a god. From the beginning, they are not the same race as us. To be more precise, they are not the same life system.
Humans or gods are essentially carbon-based creatures, while those so-called immortal court emperors, including the Jade Emperor, are all creatures of another form. Their essence is more like robots, or artificial intelligence. They created deformed species in order to obtain human life, to complete the step of evolving from machines to humans, so that their mechanical life can naturally evolve and continue their descendants like humans or other animals. Yenli said it more and more bizarrely. The Star God Palace, which was the former underworld, had its main function to study human bodies, extract human souls, and even inject human souls into the body of deformed species, or transmit the consciousness of deformed species into the body of human bodies. At that time, there was a special term to describe this kind of experiment, called the 6 paths of reincarnation. What you mean is that the 6 emperors in the immortal court are actually 6 super-intelligent brains. They want to obtain bodies that can be naturally evolved by humans, so they use humans for experiments and create deformed species. Dai said in contemplation.
Not bad.
Yenli's voice became much softer when he spoke to Dai's.
This is wrong. If they were super-intelligent brains, who created them? Dai said.
It is unknown who created them, but it is certain that they are by no means human.
Have you ever heard of anyone who has truly seen the body of the 6 emperors?
At most, they only appear in the form of clones. All the worshipped in the temple are the shapes of their clones. No one has ever seen their body, including the great priests of the past, nor have anyone seen their body, except for the people of our Yin family.
Yenli said. Have you seen the original body of the emperor?
If I hadn't seen the original body of the emperor, the Yin family would not have ended up like this.
Now it should still be the top family in the Zhengtian Star District.
They are still the great priests of the Star God Palace and the spokesperson of the immortal court emperor from generation to generation.
Yenli teased. What does the emperor's body look like? According to your statement, it won't be the host in a room, right?
Lin Shen actually didn't believe in Yenli very much. I know it's hard for you to believe it, but the facts are almost the same. The emperor's body is a super machine, but it may be a bit different from the machine you imagined.
Yenli said.
What you said is just one-sided words, and no one can prove it, let alone prove that the star order in your hand is true.
Lin Shen said. It's actually very simple to prove it.
Yenli stretched out his finger and pointed at the thousands of gods in the yard and said, the Yin family has mastered the technology of creating deformities in the 6 realms of reincarnation. These people are all made using the technology of reincarnation. They look like humans, but in fact they are not humans, at least their souls are not.
What does it mean?
Lin Shen's face changed slightly. From the beginning, he felt that something strange about these people seemed to be wrong. They just cloned the body of the divine human cloned using cloning technology, but their souls and cores come from deformities. In this technology, in the immortal court or the entire universe, except for the Star God Palace, there is only one of our Yin family.
Yenli said lightly.
This time, even Dai's face changed. If it were true as Yenli said, these people were not human, then what she just said might be true. Thinking about the entire immortal courtyard and even the entire universe, it is actually dominated by the super-intelligent brain, which makes people feel a little stuffy in their chest.
Yenli released another bombshell. Do you know the God-making clan?
The immortal court has always said that they are traitors of the immortal court.
Do you know why they became traitors of the Immortal Court and have been fighting against the Immortal Court?
They also discovered the secrets of the Immortal Court and the Emperor.
Dai said.
It is precisely because the founders of the Creation Clan, like our Yin family, discovered this secret, so they rebelled from the Immortal Court. What they had to do was to overthrow the Immortal Court and the Emperor's rule, end the tragic fate of human beings, and let human beings truly become their masters. After hearing what Yanli said, Lin Shen suddenly felt that this world was so damn magical. He always regarded the creation of gods as the biggest villain in the universe, but at this time someone suddenly told him that the creation of gods is just, so what did his previous struggle with the creation of gods be considered?
Could it be that he is the villain?
Lin Shen was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say, nor could he tell whether what Yanli said was true or false.
If it is all true, then wouldn't he be hindering humans from defeating the evil alien rulers now?
It is not an exaggeration to say that it is human traitor. Lin Shen shook his head and removed this ridiculous idea from his mind. He doesn't care what the relationship between the Immortal Court and the gods are, or what it is, or whether the Creator's gods are decent or villains. Anyway, the enemy is the one who threatens him and his family. If he does it 10,000 times, he will not be merciful. If you don't believe it yet, I can take you to see how to turn people into deformed species and turn deformed species into humans. By the way, the place where this process was completed in the past was called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and now it is called the Star Sea. Yanli looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, "Don't you want to verify the authenticity of the Starseal Order? You don't need to go to the Starseal Palace, there is the Star Sea, which is the same technology as the Star Sea of Starseal Palace, and it is more complete. Now the Star Sea of Starseal Palace has castrated many functions, which is not as comprehensive as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation here." Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Now it seems that Yanli is not lying, it seems that he is playing the real thing.
Then go.
Lin Shen also wanted to figure out whether all what Yanli said was true or false. Yanli stood up and walked backwards, and the woman was supporting her arm next to her to guide the way. Lin Shen and the other two followed, and after passing by the main hall where the gods were worshipped, they saw a huge building behind them. However, this building is not high, and the small buildings with ancient appearances nearby are about the same height, but the area is amazingly large. Yanli ordered the woman to open the door lock, but she didn't go in, so she turned to Lin Shen and said, "You can see it for yourself."
"You'd better ask first." Lin Shen didn't even move.
Yanli smiled and asked the woman to push the door open. Lin Shen stared at the slowly opened door and gradually saw the stars inside. Countless stars flowing in the void, almost exactly the same as the star sea in the cabinet. Legendary, everyone was the stars in the sky before they were born. Here, that was not a legend. Yanli threw out her star order.
The entire sea of stars suddenly flashed, and countless starlights spun. Chapter 1102 The Jade Emperor is not okay.
A star fell from far and near, like a meteor. When the stars fell in front of Lin Shen and others, they realized that it was an oval thing. The outer layer looked like a hairless film.
As the inside was rhythmic like a heart, the film also trembled rhythmically.
The next second, the membrane outside cracked, revealing a naked human body. It was the body of an adult man, with three-dimensional facial features, fair skin, and the muscles all over his body showed a popular line. Just looking at this body shape, he was also a first-class man, but he just ignored him, like a robot, sitting there expressionlessly, his face looked dull and soulless. The stars in the void flashed again, and lights like data streams shone on the body, and the data stream entered it. As the light flows into the body, a god gradually appears in the person's eyes. Although this god is not flexible, it can make people feel that there is a soul in the body. Lin Shen and the other two witnessed how a person was created, but this person was obviously a little different from a normal person. He looked weird and behaved strangely, and had a gloomy feeling. He looked a little different from a normal person at first glance, and he looked like a robot. Now Lin Shen and the others began to believe that the thousands of superior gods outside were all created. The 6th Path Reincarnation Site is the earliest star sea in the Zhongtian Star God Palace.
As the owner of this place, do you think I am the owner of the Star Hall?
Yanli said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had nothing to say, mainly because all this came too shocking, which made him a little too digestible.
If the Jade Emperor is a super-intelligent brain, then what is the Jade Emperor I saw when I went to the Immortal Court wearing a sacrificial robe?
Lin Shen did not completely believe Yan Li's words, but it was difficult to judge which ones were true and which ones were false. But this Xingsuhai is indeed true, even the intelligent brain system is the same, but its functions are more comprehensive than the Xingsuhai instruction manual that Lin Shen has read. Lin Shen was a little confused about how the Yan family brought Xingsuhai back from the nose of the Jade Emperor, and became their private property. Lin Shen Yuxin wanted to try it out, whether the smart brain of Xingsuhai would obey his command, but in the end it suppressed the impulse in his heart.
Theoretically, this star C is also a thing of the Jade Emperor. Even if there is no star constellation order, it can be used by him. But now that this thing has been brought back by the Yan family, the system design may have been tampered with, and it may not be recognized by him. If he can control it, then this may be his trump card. You won this game. Lin Shen admitted the loss first, and then asked, can my Xingsu order activate this Xingsu Sea?
No, although it is the Sea of Stars and also comes from the Zhongtian Star God Palace, the two are not the same intelligent brains and require different star orders to be activated. Your star order can only be used to control the Sea of Stars in the Star Hall.
My one can only control this Sea of Stars. Yan Li said. If I could use my star constellation order to control your star constellation C, could I be considered as winning a game?
Lin Shen asked tentatively. Yan Li smiled and said, if you can control the Xingsu Sea here, even if you win, you can leave here immediately, and I will never stop you. After hearing what Yan Li said so decisively, Lin Shen knew that the intelligent brain system here must have been modified by them. I guess even if he has the Jade Emperor Guardian Spirit, the intelligent brain system here will not recognize him. Before Lin Shen said anything, Yan Li continued to say, although this is the Starsea system, it is different from your current Starsea system. I just told you that the current Starsea system has been castrated, and the authority of the Star Hall owner also has great limitations. However, in the early days, several emperors did not strictly restrict the Starsea. At that time, the Starsea Order had much greater authority than you now, so great that you can't imagine it now. The Xingsu Sea here is originally the first generation of Xingsu Sea, and its freedom is the highest among all Xingsu Seas. After so many generations of modifications from our Yin family, let alone the one you are holding is not its activation talisman, even if the Jade Emperor takes the talisman that matches it before for you to use, you will not be able to control this talisman. Yan Li was obviously a little proud, and she actually said again, even if the Jade Emperor came in person, I'm afraid this Xingsuai would not be able to obey his orders.
Now it only belongs to our Yin family and will only obey the orders of the Yin family.
I just said it casually, there is no need to take it seriously. Lin Shen shrugged and looked at the human who had just been created. He still felt that it was a little too magical, and he couldn't help but sigh, the 6 paths of reincarnation is really too magical. When Yan Li heard this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. He was about to say something, but suddenly he heard a mechanical voice sound, Master, thank you for your praise, this is what I should do. The atmosphere seemed to have suddenly solidified. Not only Yan Li and the woman with charm were stunned, but even Lin Shen himself was stunned. He heard Yan Li say so confidently, and he heard that Xingsuai had been corrected so much that even the Jade Emperor came in person, and he thought he would definitely have no chance. The sentence just now was really just casual. Lin Shen himself did not expect that the 6 realms of reincarnation would actually respond to him. Yan Li and the woman looked at Lin Shen in shock, with disbelief on their faces. The 6 realms of reincarnation, which is the first generation of the Starsea, can be said to be their greatest reliance. With the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Yin family can continuously create human slaves with powerful strength, gain a foothold in places like Yinchangxing, and have enough ability to eliminate those who discovered the existence of Yin family in Guixian City. They originally thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation had been completely owned by their Yin family and could not be controlled by the Immortal Court again. Yan Li really thought that even if the Jade Emperor came in person, he would not be able to let the 6 paths of reincarnation obey his orders. But now the 6 paths of reincarnation center gave Lin Shen a response without Yan Li's order, and called him the master, which made Yan Li and the woman feel incredible. Even the Yin family, who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation, will not be respected as the master, which makes Yanli a little at a loss for a moment.
You, who are you?
Yanli's eyes passed through the red veil and stared at Lin Shen and asked, his voice was less calm for the first time.
Chapter 1103 Can't Stay.
Zhongtian Star God Palace, the owner of the Star Hall, a Tian.
Lin Shen said. Yanli stared at Lin Shen without saying anything.
She didn't believe that Lin Shen was just a Star Hall owner. To put it bluntly, the owner of the Star Hall is just a gatekeeper. Although he has certain abilities and permissions and can use some of the functions of the Star Sea, his permissions are not high. Only after the owner of the Star Hall was promoted to the Great Priest can he have real authority and communicate in depth with the Star Sea. Not to mention the owner of the Xingguan Hall, even the Great Priest would not have him called Xingsuhai his master, and it would be even more impossible to have the Yin family call him an outsider's master in the 6 paths of reincarnation.
The Yin family has never enjoyed such a title.
Yanli couldn't understand for a moment why the 6 realms of reincarnation was called Master Lin Shen, but he felt a little frightened.
The 6 realms of reincarnation is the biggest reliance of the Yin family.
If the 6 realms of reincarnation can be used by outsiders, and even the outsiders have higher authority than them, it will be like a catastrophe for the Yin family.
6 paths.
Yanli communicated with the 6 paths of reincarnation again. She wanted to know who has higher authority or the Satian.
Please say.
The 6 paths of reincarnation responded to Yanli, but did not add respectful words like the master.
If it were the past, Yanli would think it was normal and there was nothing worth noting.
But Yanli's face is not very good now.
The 6 paths of reincarnation treats himself and Lin Shen with obvious different attitudes.
She not only has the authority of the star constellation order, but also the authority of the Great Priest, and even higher. Lin Shen is just the owner of the star constellation hall, which made Yanli unable to understand what the problem lies. If this problem is not clear, Yanli will be unable to sleep or eat.
The Yin family in Guixian City looks quite glorious now, but there are not many real Yin family members in Guixian City, or in other words, there are not many people in the real sense.
The Yin family was able to escape and even brought out the 6 paths of reincarnation, which was a huge price. Now there are too few Yan's family in Guixian City, and it is not enough to reproduce normally, so Yanli chose to intermarry with outsiders.
This is also a solution.
Fortunately, the 6 realms of reincarnation can create gods and humans, but these gods and humans cannot be completely considered humans and have no fertility.
They can only be regarded as tool people.
Yanli didn't try again, but just looked at Lin Shen. Lord Yan, you just said that as long as I can awaken the Sea of Xingsu here, you will let us leave.
I wonder if this is counting.
Lin Shen's expression was a little complicated, and he felt it was not very good in his heart.
He had no intention of trying to control Xingsuhai at all.
Even if he wanted to try, he would not be in front of Yanli. So when he spoke just now, he did not use his Xingsu order at all, and he just said so casually.
Who knew that Xingsuhai actually responded to him?
Lin Shen was a little worried about whether Yanli would keep his promise and let them go.
Please stay here for a few more days.
As Yanli said this, Dais and Wei Wufu also frowned.
Finish, show.
Wei Wufu stared at Yanli and said. Dais also looked at Yanli and said, you are the lord of a city and the person who is the Yan family, and you deserve a promise. Yanli just said lightly, the rules are what I decide, so I can change them naturally.
If you want to blame, you blame your strength and do not have the ability to make rules. Xia Gu, take them to the ghost prison and be imprisoned. Yanli ordered the woman who was still charming beside him.
Yes, the city lord. Xia Gu responded, and her body suddenly burst out with an unparalleled speed, which was incredibly fast, and grabbed Lin Shen's neck like a ghost. Lin Shen, Dais and Wei Wufu burst out power at the same time, bombarding terrifying power, forcing Xia Gu back. Xia Gu didn't expect that the 3 of them would be so powerful. She took a few steps back before she could stabilize her body.
She was immediately angry and shined.
Her body burst into light and turned into a ghostly soul with a long-haired woman. The soul held a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, and there was a black pot in front of him. No matter how he looked like the legendary Mengpa.
Master, they are people with some means. I have to be serious. Do you want to drink munpa soup for them? Xiagu did not take action immediately, but looked at Yanli and asked. It's good. After drinking munpa soup, the past will dissipate like the wind in smoke. Let them start over. Yanli said lightly. As for orders. Xiagu's face showed an excitement.
Mengpo's soul shone brightly, her white hair was flying, and her eyes were filled with glory like a ghost. As soon as Lin Shen and the other two met the eyes of Mengpo's soul, they suddenly felt like they had lost their souls, their eyes were out of focus, and they became confused. Xiagu walked towards Lin Shen and the other two, and Mengpo's soul also moved, as if she was a real person. She used a spoon to make a spoon of flowing light from the pot, poured it into the bowl, and put the bowl to Lin Shen's mouth, and then poured it down. This person cannot be capped, so there is no need to waste it. Yanli suddenly spoke. She must not leave anyone who is in the 6 realms of reincarnation and has higher authority than her to live in the world. So Lin Shen must die. Dais and Wei Wufu can keep them alive. After drinking munpa soup, forget the past and marry the Yin family and give birth to offspring. Although it can also wash away Lin Shen's memory, as long as Lin Shen's authority is still there, Yanli will not be at ease. I have long disliked this boy. If it weren't for so many things, today's good things would have been done long ago. Killing him directly is too cheap. I want to pull his soul out and burn it day and night in the ghost lamp, so that he can't survive or die. Xiagu said hatefully. Don't be so troublesome, both souls and souls are destroyed. Yanli didn't want to create troubles, so he must let Lin Shen completely disappear into the world. It's a bargain. Xiagu said hatefully, then stretched out her hand and poked Lin Shen's eyes directly. Her fingers that were flickering with terrifying light not only blinded Lin Shen's eyes, but also pierced his head directly. Seeing that the fingertips were about to touch Lin Shen's eyes were suddenly focused, and at an incredible speed, he moved horizontally to avoid Xiagu's fingertips, and at the same time threw out a sand between his fingers. Bang! Although Xiagu was powerful, the sand between her fingers was silent and the distance was too close. Without any defense, Mengpo's soul on Xiagu was directly broken and her head was also penetrated with a blood hole. Xiagu's eyes widened, her face froze and disbelief froze on her face, and her body fell backwards and fell directly to the ground. Lin Shen originally wanted to act, but who would have thought that Yanli was so cruel that he couldn't drink munpa soup, so he insisted on killing him. Lin Shen couldn't continue acting, so he can only work hard. What a scheming in good means, but this will not allow you to live in this world. Yanli said lightly. Chapter 11:041 Poem. Dais and Wei Wufu stopped pretending and stood side by side with Lin Shen. The power of ghosts and gods rose up, and they wanted to fight against Yanli with Lin Shen. They knew in their hearts that today is probably in danger. Not to mention that they can't beat Yanli. Even if they can beat Yanli, there are still thousands of superior gods outside, and it is almost impossible to complete the task if they want to fight out. Now that things have come to this point, I can only take one step at a time, and I still cannot give up until the moment of death. Just as he was about to rush towards Yanli, Xiagu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up straight, like a zombie getting up. The 3 of them were shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After Xiagu stood up, the blood hole on her forehead had healed quickly, and her eyes quickly returned to clear light. She stared at Lin Shen fiercely and said, I want to cut you into pieces. As he said that, the ghostly ghost energy rose from Xiagu's body. The ghost energy turned into an unrecognizable female ghost spirit and rushed towards Lin Shen directly. Lin Shen and the other 2 immediately burst into full force to attack. Lin Shen's fingers hit the female ghost god and soul, and immediately penetrated several holes. Dais's power was pouring out like a galaxy, but it seemed to hit the phantom and penetrated through the body of the female ghost god. Wei Wufu's power of justice touched the female ghost god's soul, and immediately made the ghost-like body of the female ghost god's soul burn. However, Wei Wufu's power was still a little weaker and was immediately destroyed by black smoke. The female ghost spirit still pounced on Lin Shen, and the rolling ghost energy black smoke directly enveloped Lin Shen and the other 2. Old Wei, Dios, help me! Lin Shen thought to himself and shouted at the 2 of them. The 3 of them had a coincidence. There was no need for Lin Shen to say in detail.
They already understood what Lin Shen wanted to do, and they also had this idea. Almost as they were covered in black smoke, Wei Wufu and Dai stood behind Lin Shen, pressed their palms on Lin Shen's shoulders, and at the same time, they passed their ghost power into Lin Shen's body without reservation. The three-star system in Lin Shen's body was operating, forcibly including the power of ghosts and gods. He raised his hand and sent sand between his fingers to the female ghosts and gods in front of him. This time, the sand between Lin Shen hit the fingers was not silent, breathless, shadowless, but shining like stars, and it was also burning with the power of holy justice. The moment the finger's sand left the finger, it suddenly turned into countless stardust, instantly dispersing the ghost energy in the sky, and even burning the ghost energy. Countless finger sand hit the female ghost god's soul. The star-like sand between the fingers penetrated the body of the female ghost god's soul, constantly pouring out, and the burning power of justice burned the spirit. In just a moment, the sand between the fingers like a galaxy completely washed the female ghost spirit into ashes. The galaxy-like sand between her fingers still kept hitting Xiaogu's body. Amid Xiaogu's screams and fear, she washed her body into ashes and left nothing behind. Lin Shen and the other two themselves did not expect that the attack they combined would be so strong. The power of justice has a clear restraining effect on Xiaogu's power. Dai's dust power transformed a grain of sand between his fingers into a galaxy, which was extremely difficult to count, which was equivalent to magnifying the power of sand between his fingers countless times. There are so many ants that bite the elephant to death, not to mention that the sand between the fingers is blessed by the Superbase magic shoot and Superbase soul, which can penetrate the divine soul. The three of them combined into one, and they actually killed Xiaogu, who was also a first-class strongman in the upper ranks. The power of the three people was still endless, and they were rushing towards Yanli like a torrent. The power of 3 in 1 is so terrifying that Lin Shen and the others have some confidence. Even if they can't kill Yanli in seconds like they did in seconds, they can at least hurt her body. It would be even better if they could cause severe damage or capture Yanli. They could take Yanli away from Guixian City hostage. However, when the sand between the fingers as many as the galaxy reached Yanli, the faces of the three of them changed. Yanli stood there without even moving his hands. The soul like a ghost and god appeared on his body. The sand between his fingers reached the soul, and as if he had automatically turned a corner, he bypassed Yanli, rushed into the 6-color vortex behind the soul, and kept rotating in the vortex. Yanli reached out and took off the red veil, revealing a beautiful face. Dais had seen it before, and didn't think so. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu met for the first time. Even Wei Wufu was a little surprised by Yanli's beauty. But such beauty has no kindness to them, and it cannot make them feel good about it. Let's stop here. Yanli said lightly, stretched out his hand and pressed towards Lin Shen. Her ghostly soul also raised her hand and pressed it towards Lin Shen. At this moment, Lin Shen felt that the whole world seemed to be left with him in that palm. The palm covered the sky and the sun, filling the whole world, leaving him with no escape and no escape. Come again. Dais and Wei Wufu shouted at the same time, and once again spread their ghost power into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen burst out with all his strength, and his 10 fingers shot out the sand between his fingers at the same time. The sand between the 10 fingers was burning with holy light, and it turned into stars in an instant, trying to penetrate the hand that covered the sky directly. However, before the terrifying sand between the fingers reached the palm, it was sucked into the palm and disappeared. The palm continued to slap it as if it was not hindered. The terrifying pressure made the three of them bend down involuntarily. Before their palms fell on Lin Shen couldn't bear it and knelt on one knee on the ground. The hand covering the sky was too terrifying, and it was difficult for the three of them to compete with each other. Stop, I'd like to stay here for their lives. Dais shouted. If you want to stay here, he must die. Yanli's palm slowly pressed down and said coldly, it's useless for anyone to come, he must die today. He is the owner of the Star Hall of Zhongtian Star God Palace. If you kill him, aren't you afraid that Zhongtian Star God Palace will find it here? Dais said. So what about Zhongtian Star God Palace? I have surpassed the level of dislocation and reached the ultimate. The great priest is just an ant to me. Who can do anything to me? Yanli's mouth showed a hint of coldness, and his palm continued to press down.
The terrifying power directly made Lin Shen's armor crack directly.
The terrifying power pressed Lin Shen's other leg almost couldn't bear to kneel down.
This was the effect of the palm of his hand not pressing against Lin Shen.
If he pressed directly on Lin Shen, his body would be broken into nothingness in an instant.
The pressure on Dai's and Wei Wufu was not as great as Lin Shen. Yanli did not want to kill them, and his power was not directed at them. However, the powerful force still made them unable to control themselves. His body was shaken away, and blood was squirting from his mouth. The Supreme Emperor of Haotian Jinj is naturally wonderful. The most true Jade Emperor, hurry up as the law order. Lin Shen half-kneeled, staring at the giant palm covering the sky that was about to fall, biting his bloody teeth, and shouting out the real name of the Jade Emperor.
Chapter 1105 Creating Characteristics. It's useless to call anyone, not to mention that the Jade Emperor is just a machine. He can't hear your call, and he won't come here.
Yanli said disapprovingly and said contemptuously, and his big hand slapped the palm of the soul with all his strength, slapped Lin Shen like a hand that destroyed the world.
Boom!
The space where Lin Shen was filmed was broken, and the soul palm pressed there and did not lift it up immediately. Yanli did this just to stabilize the broken space and prevent this powerful force from overflowing, so as not to cause damage to the 6 realms of reincarnation. Although the 6 realms of reincarnation itself is extremely strong and external forces are almost difficult to destroy, but not afraid of 10,000, but only in case, Yanli does not want all the accidents in the 6 realms of reincarnation. So she not only slapped Lin Shen and the space with her palm, but also suppressed the broken space with her supreme force, without affecting the area outside the palm of the soul. Wei Wufu and Dai's looked at each other, struggled to stand up, the power on their body burst out completely, and they were willing to fight to the death regardless of their own efforts. Although he knew he was defeated, he never thought of retreating. You are so obsessed with it, then you can only be driven into reincarnation and use your innocent body for my own use. Yanli said and withdrew his palm. The soul's palm also raised, and under the palm, the broken space twisted into a strange appearance, like an ice-edged flower blooming in the air. Seeing this, Dai's and Wei Wufu felt completely cold. Yanli is indeed strong enough to be against the will of heaven, and he can actually seal the broken space. Such methods are already against the will of heaven. It is difficult to break the space itself, but there are not a few people who can do it. However, space has the ability to self-correct. Like Yanli, it can prevent space from being self-corrected and fix it in a state. This is not the extent that human power can do it. Although Lin Shen is very strong, he has obviously been knocked into the broken space. If it is just broken into a broken space, with Lin Shen's magical performance, there may be a glimmer of hope. But there is a prerequisite for this, which is to self-correct the broken space to restore the space to stability. Now the broken space Yanli is forcibly sealed in a broken state. Even if Lin Shen has the means of enlightenment, he will not be able to survive in the chaotic space. Even if he is not dead at that time, his body will be crushed by the chaotic space and there is no possibility of survival again. Even the superior gods could not withstand the strangle of the broken space, let alone Lin Shen had not reached that point.
Damn! Wei Wufu is almost a person who won't get angry and rarely get angry. But this time, Wei Wufu was really angry.
The power of justice erupted like a volcano, and his whole body erupted with a purple light that was extremely terrifying, like a purple light phoenix rising into the sky. The white robe danced in the flames, and the purple air gradually condensed on the white robe, forming the word evil on Wei Wufu's back. Seeing Wei Wufu like this, Dai's wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Wei Wufu entered the path of ghosts and gods with the law of justice. He must fight with a righteous heart. As long as he upholds the righteous heart, he will not be afraid of any sins in the world. The enemy is stronger and I will be stronger, and I will be more crazy when I am deeply evil, and I will be almost invincible. But once Wei Wufu's heart of Tao is broken and his heart of justice is lost, justice will inevitably retaliate against his body. Dai's originally thought that nothing in the world could make a human mind like Wei Wufu unstable, but now Lin Shen's death has caused Wei Wufu's Daoxin to be lost and he was directly retaliated by justice ghosts and gods. At this time, Wei Wufu seemed to be overwhelming, and his momentum and strength were rising at a terrifying speed,
which had reached an incredible level. But in fact, Wei Wufu has given up on himself and allowed the backlash to drown him. After one blow, I am afraid that Wei Wufu will no longer be the one in the world. The power of justice that has just appeared in the world will become a terrifying sound again. I wonder when someone will be able to understand the law of justice next time. Dies did not persuade or stop him. He also knew that today was their last battle, and sooner or later they would die, so why bother to stop him? Then let's go crazy for this last time. Dies raised his head, his eyes as bright as stars, and the holy light rose from his body, like countless meteors rising against the sky and rushing into the void. Yanli narrowed his eyes slightly, and she saw the universe, and a small universe-like soul appeared on Dies. But if you look closely, you will find that the universe actually looks like Dies. The Creator's spirit. An excitement flashed in Yanli's eyes. There was a legend in the immortal court that the strongest laws in the world are not time or space, but the soul of the Creator. Among the ghosts and gods corresponding to the 10 magical skills, there are 2.5 creator ghosts and gods. One is the ghost and god Pango corresponding to the magical art of creation of the world, and the other is the ghost and god Niwa corresponding to the origin of life. There are still half of them that are the civilized ghosts and gods corresponding to civilization inheritance technique, but that can only be considered half. Although the laws of these 3 ghosts and gods are different, they all have the same characteristic creation. According to the research of the older generation of the Yin family, if you want to break the rule of the immortal court and destroy the so-called 6 emperors, you must have the characteristic of creation. Because all known laws and characteristics in the world are recorded in the database of the 6 emperors' intelligence brains, any known force, even if it is only related to the existing laws and characteristics, cannot have an effect on the 6 emperor level intelligence brains. Even the ghosts and gods Pango, Niwa and civilized ghosts and gods who have created this characteristic will not cause a devastating blow to the emperor. Because their creative characteristics themselves already exist in the database of the emperor's intellectual brain, there are traces to be found. It can be said that it is changed from unknown to known, and known power cannot kill the great emperor-level intelligent brain. But now Dice has actually evolved a new unknown ghost and god with his own strength, and is even deriving a new small universe. This is obviously a new creator ghost and god with creative characteristics, which is different from any ghost and god in the past. The current level of Dice is still low. If his creator, ghosts and gods, are completely transformed, will be the most likely existence to break the rule of the great emperor-level intelligent brain. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Become a member of my Yin family. Yanli saw the hope of rebirth in Dies. The soul on her body opened her eyes, radiating a divine light, dragging it up with both hands, and the 6 divine lights behind her shone on the heaven and earth, covering both Dies and Wei Wufu. The 6 divine lights of the 6 realms respectively evolved into the 6 realms, the heavenly gods, the human realms, the ghost realms, the hell realms, the evil ghost realms and the animal realms. The 6 realms covered the heaven and earth like a kaleidoscope, directly trapping Dies and Wei Wufu in it. Wei Wufu's face was distorted, and he looked like an evil ghost. His whole body turned into a purple evil ghost. Phoenix rushed towards Yanli, trying to tear these 6 paths to pieces. Dice transformed into the universe, and the power between heaven and earth condensed towards him. With unparalleled terrifying power, accompanied by the purple phoenix transformed by Wei Wufu, he rushed to the 6 realms of reincarnation. The way of humanity, open. With Yanli's whisper, the way of humanity among the 6 paths opened, as if it had opened a tunnel of time and space, and sucked the purple phoenix transformed by Wei Wufu and Dice who had exploded the soul of the universe. They are not at the same level at all. No matter how strong Wei Wufu and Dice are, they are still unable to reach the end. Even if they fight desperately, they have no power to fight back in front of Yanli. After reincarnation, you are reincarnated in my Yin family and become human beings again, becoming an important combat force for my Yin family to return to the peak. Yanli's eyes were shining with excitement. As the human world was about to close, I suddenly saw a little golden light flashing, like a firefly's in the dark night. Yanli turned his head and saw a little golden light shining in the broken space like ice ridges, spreading along the cracks in the space, dyeing the broken space like ice ridges into a golden crystal color. Aren't you dead? Yanli frowned slightly. She didn't believe that Lin Shen could survive under that blow,
but she couldn't figure out where the golden light came from. The next second, the rupture space like a golden crystal flower shattered, and a figure with golden light blooming all over his body walked out of it. The golden light illuminated the entire sea of stars in an instant. The golden figure slowly walked towards him. The golden light on his body was so strong that it was impossible to see directly. He could only see the golden light and shadow of the human figure walking step by step.
I'm not dead. Yan Li frowned even more.
She could see that the golden figure was Lin Shen, but at this time the power on Lin Shen's body made her unable to understand.
Since you are not dead, then enter the animal realm.
Yan Li waved his hand, and the door to the animal realm opened suddenly, trying to include the golden figure in it.
Chapter 1106 One word.
Yan Li practiced the great craft of the underworld, and the soul condensed was King Yama.
The original great technique in the underworld could transform the soul of the Ghost King, not the King of Yama.
Later, the Yin family understood some mysterious methods through observing the 6 realms of reincarnation, and integrated them into the great law of the underworld, which gradually changed the great law of the underworld. By Yan Li's generation, the great law of the underworld was already very different from the previous great law of the underworld. The condensed soul also changed from the Ghost King to the King of Yama, and also possessed the ability of the 6 realms of reincarnation. The reason why the Yin family believed that even if the Jade Emperor personally came, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Institute would obey their orders was because of the power of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation in the soul of King Yama. This power can be said to be the same source as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Institute.
Even if the talisman of the Star Hall Master and the Great Priest, relying solely on the power of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Institute can still control the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Institute.
At this time, the great magic of the underworld is many times stronger than the previous great magic of the underworld. Yan Li relied on the Datha of the underworld to reach the ultimate, and his conscious ability was already far superior to that of the great priests and had the level of fighting against the emperor-level intelligent brain. It's just that because the power of the immortal court is too strong, the Star God Palace is too many, and the number of emperor-level intelligent brains is as many as 6, she has to continue to lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. Although the Yin family has not been able to get out of Yin Shangxing yet, Yan Li is quite arrogant about his strength. Even if the so-called emperor came in person, she felt that she had the power to fight and even had a great chance of winning. With the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation, she can even directly penetrate the emperor-level intelligence into the reincarnation. Yan Li does have the capital to be proud. The combat power of Wei Wufu and Dais who are desperately fighting may be no less than that of the superior gods. However, in front of the 6 realms of reincarnation, he was directly penetrated into the human world and had no power to fight back at all. At this time, she opened the animal path and wanted to suck the forest deep into the animal path. The animal realm can destroy the body of any creature, inject its soul into the body of the deformed species, and allow it to continue to live in the life form of the deformed species. Yan Li has used this method countless times before and has never failed. Where are hundreds of upper deformed species? In front of the animal realm, they can only be sucked into it and reincarnated. However, the open beast path was not able to suck the golden figure into it. Yan Li looked at Lin Shen, who was still walking step by step without any influence in front of the animal realm, and couldn't help but frown. Only then did she see clearly that the dazzling golden light did not emanate from Lin Shen's body, but from the heart of his palm. Lin Shen turned his palm towards his own body, and the golden light shone on him, making his shell shine brightly.
Yan Li, let Dais and Wei Wufu come out.
I can think that what happened today has not happened. From now on, we will go our separate ways and the well will not interfere with the river.
Lin Shen stood opposite Yan Li and said.
At this time, he was still a little nervous because he did not see the true body of the Jade Emperor, but only saw one finger that stretched out from nothingness. The moment the finger appeared, the broken space seemed to be frozen. Otherwise, under normal conditions, Lin Shen could not withstand the damage of the broken space, and his body would have been torn apart long ago. After the finger appeared, even Lin Shen's body was frozen in the broken space. He could only watch the finger coming to him and wrote a word on his palm. Lin Shen didn't feel how hard that finger was, just like an ordinary person slashing a few strokes on his palm with his fingertips. After writing, the finger retreated back into nothingness and gradually disappeared. A golden light appeared on Lin Shen's palm, allowing him to restore his action.
Kneel. Lin Shen looked at the words in his hand and found that the words were written in a crooked manner, not very good-looking, and did not have any artistic beauty. However, the golden light emitted on the characters excluded the broken space. Where Lin Shen is, the broken space is automatically corrected intact. After he left, the space where the golden light could not shine, and the space returned to its previous broken state. Lin Shen relied on this word and rushed out of the broken space. He didn't know how much effect this word could play. Theoretically, the person who wrote this word should be the Jade Emperor, but the Jade Emperor himself didn't come, but just wrote a word in his palm. Can it really suppress Yan Li? Lin Shen didn't know, but he can only give it a try. He couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, the Jade Emperor is really enough. I didn't tell me before that I had to say a code word if I asked him out. I finally figured out the code word myself and pointed at you to help my life. You didn't come out by yourself. I just wrote a word for me with my fingers. If this word doesn't work, I will be your black fan leader in my life. When you see your temple demolish your temple, you will smash your statue of gods, and you will split the throne into 3 sections and throw it into the pit. You are not qualified to talk to me like this. Yan Li snorted coldly, and the divine light on his body surged. The door to the 6 realms of reincarnation opened one after another, trying to force Lin Shen into the 6 realms of reincarnation. When the first door is opened, the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation is twice as strong. The terrifying suction force seems to be able to swallow all living beings in the world. Lin Shen was still a little worried at first, but he found that no matter how the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation soared, it would not pose any threat to him. The golden light emitted by the word kneel on the palm of your hand is like the protection of the gods. No matter how the flood is outside, even the end of the world, it cannot make the golden light ripple. Yan Li's face changed slightly, and he stared at Lin Shen's golden palm. She didn't know what the golden light in Lin Shen's hand was, which could withstand the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Who is this guy? How come he has so many strange means? Yan Li said coldly at Lin Shen and said coldly, no matter who you are, even if you are the reincarnation of the great emperor, you must die today. As he said that, Yan Li stretched out his hand and a magical artifact appeared in her hand. It was an ancient and mysterious booklet, which exuded a monstrous ghostly spirit, floating in front of Yan Li and slowly opened. A Tian. Yan Li called out the pseudonym used by Lin Shen like a judge of life and death. Then Lin Shen saw the 2 blood-colored words Atian appeared out of thin air on the open book. In Yan Li's other hand, a magical pen that seemed to be condensed by ghosts appeared. The black air surging on the pen, and the tip of the pen was pitch black as ink, as if the world's wrong souls and evil spirits were condensed on the tip of the pen. The King of Hell told you to die in the 3rd update, and no one can survive the 5th update. If you can die in my life and death, you are proud enough. Yan Li said, then picked up his pen and typed a fork on the 2 blood words Atian. Chapter 1107 Kneeling. The dark and gloomy ghostly spirit fell on the paper like ink to cover the bloody words. Yan Li looked at Lin Shen coldly, waiting for his death to come. Life and death and judges are the ultimate artifacts that their Yin family has worked hard to create. They kill people invisibly. Even if they are the great priests, they may not be able to escape death if they are called out. This was originally a magical weapon made for the Yin family to return to the immortal court, and it was also created to match the Dafa of the underworld and the soul of the king of Yama. After several generations of research and experiments by the Yin family, any creature whose name is written off will die. Even if it is the ultimate creature, it will be difficult to survive once its name is written off. Of course, there is no absolutely invincible artifact in the world, and life and death are also disadvantages. First, you must know the other party's name. Second, you need to have the soul of King Yama and the great magic of the underworld. And third, you need to pay your own lifespan as a price to kill a person. If the other party's lifespan is still 1,000 years, then using the lifespan to kill the other party will require the user to pay 1,000 years of lifespan. This cost is not too high, so under normal circumstances, Yan Li will not easily use these 2 ultimate artifacts. However, Lin Shen was able to ignore the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation,
which made Yanli feel a little uneasy.
He didn't even use his spirit and soul.
He took out these two magical artifacts. Even if he sacrificed his life, he would kill Lin Shen directly to eliminate future troubles.
The moment Lin Shen's name was written off, Yanli felt his lifespanning rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, 1,000-year lifespan had disappeared.
However, for her, 1,000-year lifespan is nothing, just a drop in the tank. She has achieved her ultimate lifespan, and she can also use other means to continue to increase her lifespan in the future.
Losing thousands of years of lifespan is nothing to Yanli. But soon Yanli realized something was wrong.
Her lifespan was getting faster and faster. Tens of thousands of years had passed in a blink of an eye. However, Lin Shen in front of him was still standing there, with no sign of death at all. The average lower-level gods have only a few thousand years of innate life, the middle-level gods have only tens of thousands of years, and the upper-level gods can reach hundreds of thousands of years. Yanli has consumed millions of years of life, but Lin Shen still has nothing to do.
How is that possible? Yanli looked at Lin Shen in surprise.
The lifespan was passing by rapidly. After a little hesitation, Yanli's lifespan had passed by 2 or 3 million years. If she was not the ultimate body, but just a superior god, she would have no idea how many times she had died. At this time, she could no longer continue. If she continued, maybe Lin Shen would have died before she died.
Puff!
Yanli forcibly stopped the life and death operation and opened his mouth and spewed out blood. This was the backlash that forced the life and death operation. Lin Shen didn't feel anything at all, but he knew in his heart that it should be the golden light emitted from the handwriting on his hand that protected him. Yanli's two magical artifacts should be similar to his destiny-killing monument. If it weren't for this word, he wouldn't have been unscathed. The Jade Emperor is still NB. Yanli used to be so powerful that he didn't even take the Emperor seriously. He thought he was so powerful, but he couldn't even do anything to the word written by our Jade Emperor brother. Lin Shen was very calm at this time, knowing that the word in his palm was much stronger than he thought.
Yanli, don't be stubborn anymore.
If Dais and the others are released, I won't kill you.
Lin Shen said. You are worthy. Although Yanli was surprised and suspicious, he still didn't believe that Lin Shen had the ability to kill her.
After all, the education and philosophy she received has always been taking it as her mission to kill the Emperor. Except for the Emperor, Yanli did not regard other gods as humans, nor would he regard them as opponents. Lin Shen, a Star Hall owner, is also a top figure for others. But to Yanli, he is just an ant. Even though she had some abilities, she didn't think that an ant could do anything to her, it was just hard to kill. Yanli stared at Lin Shen coldly, and the divine light rose on his body, trying to condense his divine spirit and kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not in the mood to watch her perform again. Dais and Wei Wufu were shot into the world by her. She didn't know how to live or die.
1 second later, there would be 1 second more danger.
The moment Yanli summoned his soul, Lin Shen stretched out his palm and shouted coldly at Yanli, "Kneel." Yanli burst into a shocking divine light all over his body. He looked at Lin Shen's words and his terrifying spirit also rushed out of her body, attacking Lin Shen like a phantom. But when Lin Shen shouted out the word kneel in his palm, the golden light shone brightly. Almost in an instant, Yanli's body knelt on the ground uncontrollably, and the spirit flying in the air fell straight from the air and knelt in front of Lin Shen. Yanli's pupils contracted, his body trembled, and his face was full of anger and disbelief.
She is the master of Guaxian City. She is the ultimate being able to compete with the Emperor. How could she be taken seriously by someone with a whisper? Yanli was extremely angry, ashamed and frightened, and at the same time, she could not imagine what kind of power it could have such power. Yanli tried his best to explode his power and wanted to stand up. But it seemed as if the entire universe was pressing on her. No matter how hard she struggled or burst out her strength, her body was pressed to the ground, kneeling there and unable to move, and she couldn't even raise her head. How could it be? How could it be? Who is he? Who is he? Yanli felt strange before. The strange feeling made her body and mind tremble. At a moment, Yanli suddenly realized that this feeling was fear, a sense of fear she had never felt before.
Since her birth, everyone has told Yanli that she is the strongest bloodline of the Yin family, the strongest human being, and a person who can compete with the emperor and break the rule of the immortal court in the future.
She was fearless and never knew what fear was.
If it weren't for the fact that the immortal court was too powerful and had 6 emperor-level intellectual brains, she might have already won the Star God Palace to challenge the emperor. Yanli never thought that he would lose. At least one-on-one, Yanli didn't think that anyone in the world could defeat her, and even if the emperor came, he wouldn't be able to do so. But now she was in front of Lin Shen, unable to even stand up, and could only kneel here and be humble to the dust. At this moment, Yanli felt for the first time what fear was, and for the first time he realized that her life and death were in the hands of others.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a strong human in the universe? Yanli couldn't believe it, nor could she believe it. She burst out crazy about her own power that she thought was unparalleled in the world. Useless, completely useless. Under the golden light, Yanli, the soul and spirit of King Yan, were kneeling on the ground, unable to lift his head.
Chapter 1108 Being a Slave. Yanli tried his best to struggle to get up, but under the suppression of the word kneel with golden light, he really couldn't get up at all. Seeing that Yanli wanted to continue to struggle, Lin Shen couldn't help but press his hands hard, and the golden light surged, and it actually suppressed the soul in front of him. That was the ultimate spirit, and it could not withstand the force of a gentle pressure, and it was broken into ashes. The soul of King Yama on Yanli's body was also blown up in an instant, and the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared directly, and 2 figures fell out of the smoke and clouds. Yanli's mouth was gushing blood, his body was pressed to the ground, and he fell directly into the ground. The golden light disappeared. Yanli barely raised his head, struggled for a few times but could not stand up. She was injured too seriously. He struggled to raise his blood-stained face and looked at Lin Shen, who was standing there like a mortal, without any power fluctuations on his body, but the obviously very ordinary figure made Yanli feel even more terrifying than the demon gods of the heavens. She could not imagine what kind of terrifying power this person had. With just one palm, he had such shocking power, which caused her worldview to collapse. Lin Shen was about to take advantage of her illness to kill her, but when he saw Yanli struggling to stand up, his heart skipped a beat. The word kneeling in his palm has disappeared, and I don't know if I can summon the Jade Emperor to come out to help him again. It is highly likely that it will not work. The Jade Emperor told him that the guardian of the immortal spirit can only be summoned once. Without the help of the Jade Emperor, Lin Shen himself is far from Yanli's opponent. This woman's life is really hard. She is not dead like this, but she can stand up. Lin Shen looked at Yanli, who was shaking towards him, and could only pretend to be indifferent, and felt a little panicked. Fortunately, Dais and Wei Wufu didn't seem to have much problem and had already stood up. If the 3 of them joined forces, facing Yanli, whose soul and soul were completely broken and he suffered severe damage, he might not be able to fight. However, Dais and Wei Wufu's situation was not very good either. After getting up and seeing the situation clearly, he wanted to come and fight side by side with Lin Shen. But there were some problems with their bodies and they were unable to rush over immediately. Thump! When the 3 of them were thinking about each other, they saw Yanli walking towards Lin Shen and kneeling down again. But this time, it was not Lin Shen's power that suppressed her kneeling, but she leaned over and bowed to Lin Shen and said tremblingly, "It's all my fault that I have no eyes and shouldn't be enemies with you. Now the Yin family is only my bloodline. I can't die no matter what. If you can save my life, I will be a slave and a servant. After returning to the fairy city, you will follow your leader and you will never dare to have any disobedience." Dais and Wei Wufu both looked at Lin Shen and Yanli in amazement. They didn't know what had happened, but how did they come out in a blink of an eye? Yanli, who was as invincible as a demon, actually turned into this. Lin Shen looked at Yanli, who was bowing in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He was not sure if the 3 of them could beat Yanli now. Dais and Wei Wufu's situation didn't look very good. Although Yanli's soul and soul were completely broken and he was seriously injured, her level and ability were there. If he could not kill her now, and instead exposed his own strength, it would be bad. These thoughts flashed in an instant. Lin Shen looked at her and said lightly, "If I want to take away these 6 realms of reincarnation, are you willing?"
All the Lord can deal with everything in Guasian City at will, just to save my life. Yanli trembled, and he didn't dare to look up, but he still bowed there and said, "Come here." Lin Shen waved to Yanli with a hypocritical look. Yanli's body trembled again, and he raised his head to look at Lin Shen. His eyes were extremely complicated, with fear and worry, and it seemed that he was choosing something. Lin Shen just stood there, smiled and waved. "What? I just said that I am a slave and a servant, and now I can't help you." "As for orders." Yanli gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. "Did I let you stand up?" Lin Shen said coldly, and the smile on his face disappeared. Yanli was shocked and knelt down again, looking at Lin Shen in surprise and said, "Didn't it that you asked me to go there? I asked you to come over, but I didn't let you stand up." Lin Shen said with a cold face. Yanli suddenly understood Lin Shen's meaning, and his face turned extremely ugly, and it was even redder than the pig's liver. She had never suffered such humiliation, and she felt sad and angry in her heart, and she felt desperate. But seeing Lin Shen's cold eyes, Yanli seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water on his head, and he became a little more awake. Lin Shen's blow completely knocked out her confidence, planting fear in her heart, making her afraid of not wanting to defeat Lin Shen anymore. Just a casual palm can destroy her spirit and soul and severely damage her ultimate body. Such a method has exceeded her cognition. Although she also thought that Lin Shen was so embarrassed at the beginning and did not show such terrifying combat power. Such power should be extremely restrictive and cannot be used at will. Perhaps Lin Shen can no longer use that power now, but she dare not gamble, and fear has penetrated into her bones. Moreover, Lin Shen did not treat her as a human being at this time, but instead made her afraid to act rashly. "I must live. If I die, the Yan family will be completely defeated." Yanli endured the humiliation in his heart, knelt on the ground, and then quickly moved towards Lin Shen. Yanli lowered his head and looked at Lin Shen secretly. She wanted to see some clues from Lin Shen's expression and actions to see if Lin Shen is really so confident. However, Lin Shen's performance disappointed Yanli. She knelt so quickly and moved to Lin Shen, but Lin Shen had no reaction at all, just looked at her indifferently. "Get closer." Lin Shen saw Yanli stop and said lightly. This sentence made Yanli more certain that Lin Shen would definitely be able to use that power, otherwise it would be impossible to be so confident. If she moves forward, she will be about to stick to Lin Shen. If she attacks at such a close distance, Lin Shen will definitely not be able to stop her without that power. She knelt down and crawled towards Lin Shen, raised her head slightly, and looked at Lin Shen who was so close to her. At such a distance, she felt that she was confident that she could hit Lin Shen's key points. Not only did Lin Shen not stop her from moving closer, but instead smiled on her face and reached out to slowly touch her head. Yanli did not dare to take action after all, but instead subconsciously turned his head and did not dare to let Lin Shen's hand touch her hair. But seeing the smile on Lin Shen's face turn cold, Yanli was shocked and resisted the urge to avoid Lin Shen's palm and knelt there and stopped moving. "You are good at this." Lin Shen pressed his palm on Yanli's head, gently stroked her hair, and said with a smile, "You can stay by my side in the future and help me manage the Xinshan star." Yanli was surprised and happy when he heard this. His eyes looked up at Lin Shen, and there was a little more intense. Chapter 1109 A Thought of Good and Evil. As long as Lin Shen doesn't kill her, there will be a chance in the future. Now that she saves her life first, Yanli has become much more at ease. "Get up, besides the 6 paths of reincarnation, what else is worth seeing in Guasian City? Take me to see it." Lin Shen withdrew his palm and said lightly. "Guasian City is the result of so many generations of my Yin family. There are many strange things, but I am seriously injured now. I hope that I will allow me to treat my injuries first, and then take you to patrol Guasian City." Yanli stood up and said, "Okay." Lin Shen glanced at Dais and Wei Wufu, and said to Yanli, "The injuries on their bodies were born because of you, and you should be dealt with. This is simple. They are only affected by the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation, and they are not deeply affected. I will relieve them now." Yanli's ghost energy rose, and a kind of light was emitted, restoring Dais and Wei Wufu, who were affected by the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation. After Dais got rid of the influence of the power of reincarnation,
he immediately returned to normal, but Wei Wufu's situation was not that simple.
After the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation was eliminated, Wei Wufu's physical condition did not improve significantly.
He was backfired by the power of justice, and the evil power produced seriously damaged his body. It was not difficult to make his body better. What was difficult was how to solve the evil power that was filled within his body.
Lin Shen did not rush to leave, and lived in Guisian City, intending to stabilize Wei Wufu's situation before leaving.
Seeing that Lin Shen was not in a hurry to leave, Yanli felt even more sure that Lin Shen was fearless and was holding a big killing weapon in his hand. She wanted Lin Shen to leave quickly, but she didn't dare to reveal it, so she had to find 2 ghosts to follow the orders in front of Lin Shen, and she went to treat the injuries on her body herself. The Yin family called the people created by the 6 realms of reincarnation a ghost, which was different from the gods. Lin Shen was quite familiar with the ghost man Yanli sent to Lin Shen to obey the orders, but he had seen death soon and early at the wedding.
With Yanli's order, the 2 followed Lin Shen and answered questions and did not dare to disobey any of Lin Shen's orders.
Lin Shen is not in the mood to visit Guisen City now, so that those who die soon and those who die will stay outside the gate early. He and Dais are studying Wei Wufu's problems in the house. Wei Wufu was seriously retaliated by the power of evil. He fought with all his strength against the evil power that was filled with his body, and could not suppress the evil power, and it was difficult to even move his body. Dais first checked Wei Wufu's body, pondered for a moment, said, "The evil power formed by the power of justice is too stubborn, and this evil power is actually born by Lao Wei himself. It is almost impossible to peel it out from Lao Wei's body alone.
Is there no way?" Lin Shen didn't think of what to do now. "It's not impossible to get there."
Dais thought for a while and said, "It's difficult to expel the power of evil.
If you can turn the power of evil into your own use, that's another matter. With Lao Wei's character, he may not be able to control the power of evil."
Lin Shen frowned. The power of evil requires the law of sin to be mastered.
How could a person like Wei Wufu, who is stubborn and cannot rub a grain of sand in his eyes, drive the power of evil? That may not be true.
Others may not be able to do it, but Lao Wei will definitely do it. Dai seemed very sure. Lao Wei is dedicated to everything he does, and his personality and wishes are extremely stubborn.
Let him realize this power that is completely opposite to himself.
It seems to be embarrassing him, but it is not.
Good and evil are 2 sides of the same body.
Lao Wei will be backfired, and the power of evil can be nurtured in his body, which means that he has the potential to control this power, otherwise it would not be possible to be nurtured.
What should I do now?
Lin Shen had no idea, so he could only listen to Dais.
We don't have to do anything, it depends on Lao Wei's own understanding and fortune.
Dais said with a smile, "I want to believe that he can do it."
Lao Wei seemed to understand Dais's words and nodded to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no other choice.
He tried to use his own power to dispel the evil power in Lao Wei's body, but it did not produce 2 good results. The power of evil is too strange, just like leeks that cannot be cut. Not only is it difficult to drive away, but it can quickly rekindle like wild weeds.
Lao Wei, good and evil are only in one thought. Power is divided into good and evil. Used in good is justice, and used in evil is evil. Dais told Lao Wei some of his own understanding.
Lin Shen could clearly feel that the evil power flowing freely in Lao Wei's body seemed to be gradually becoming more regular. It seemed that Lao Wei's attempt to control the evil power played a role, which made Lin Shen relieved. Lin Shen walked out of the room and came to the yard. He saw that the death was almost dead and the death was already like 2 pieces of wood, standing outside the gate without moving. They just look like humans, but in fact, the thinking in their brains is not humans.
Lin Shen doesn't know what it is. Die quickly.
Lin Shen called out, and he immediately walked over, standing in front of Lin Shen waiting for his order.
Take me around the city.
Lin Shen didn't want to arouse Yan Li's suspicion, so he had no intention of leaving immediately.
The one who died almost followed Lin Shen's orders, and together with the one who died early, he took Lin Shen to visit Guisian City. Guisian City is bigger than Lin Shen imagined.
The key is that there are many ghosts and paper people here, and the number is more than Lin Shen had expected before, and most ghosts are at the top level.
This is a force that cannot be underestimated.
In the Zhongtian Star God Palace, the number of superior gods is only more than 10,000. The number of superior ghosts here is almost catching up with the number of superior gods in the Zhongtian Star God Palace.
If it can be used for me, it will be a huge help. Lin Shen planned to continue pretending so that Guixian City can be used for him. Not to mention anything else, it's just these ghosts and paper people. If they go out to hunt every day, how much money will they have to make? With this power, even without the protection of the Jade Emperor, he would not have to worry about other star god palaces coming to cause trouble for him again. No matter how strong the Zhongtian Star Temple is, it is not Lin Shen's own power after all, and it is not that convenient to use. Now Yan Li has been scared by my blow.
She believes whatever I say, but after a long time in the future, she may not be able to recover.
She has to think of a way to keep reusing it for me.
While Lin Shen was thinking about these issues, something big happened to the giant ring star in the ancient realm district. Tianxuan is about to give birth, and she also wants to wait until Lin Shen comes back so that the child can see her father and mother when she is born. But this kind of thing is not something she can control, and she doesn't have an appointment.
No one can stop the child from being born. Chapter 11:10, Two people are not in vain.
Lin Miao, Tianxin, Lao Tai and others were all waiting outside, anxiously waiting for the birth of Tianxuan and Lin Shen's children.
Why haven't you been born yet? It's been 5 days.
Tianxin said anxiously, I heard that the pregnancy cycle is long, and it's not uncommon for 3 to 5 years.
But now I'm about to give birth, why haven't I born after 5 days?
Lin Miao said, humans have a fast fertility, and it won't take so long.
I read the book and said that the genius should have a fast fertility. What is the situation? No one could answer this question, and everyone looked at the delivery room with awesome look.
Suddenly, the door of the delivery room was opened, and the midwife of the heavenly tribe walked out of it and said happily, Congratulations, congratulations, my wife gave birth to a girl. Everyone hurriedly surrounded them, and they all wanted to know what the children born from the celestial race and human race looked like. When I leaned over and saw that the midwife was holding a girl with her eyes that had not even opened and her skin was still pink. This child looks no different from humans, has no inherited wings of the celestial race, nor has other obvious inhuman characteristics. Lin Miao wanted to hug the child, but she didn't know how to start. She could do anything in business, and she really had no experience in holding the baby. The midwife raised the child and put it in Lin Miao's hand, and then taught her how to hold the newborn child. When Lin Miao was able to hold the child normally, he could not tell whether she looked like Lin Shen or Tianxun.
Can we go in? Lin Miao looked at the midwife and asked.
It's okay to arrive, but the mother needs to rest, so don't disturb you for too long.
The midwife told her.
Lin Miao thanked the midwife and asked someone to give the midwife a red envelope, then he carried the child into the room. Tianxuan was lying on the bed, and it seemed that there was no big problem, but his face was a little pale. Treat a child is like surviving a disaster.
Xiaowu is not here. I really feel wronged. Lin Miao put the child next to Tianxuan and said with a sigh.
It really cost me half my life to have this child. Tianxun said this in his mouth, but his eyes were full of gentleness and maternal love.
It's strange.
How come your children and Lin Shen have no characteristics of the Tianran race, and they look too weak? I'm afraid they are not even the crystal base. They are all the genes of Lin Shen that guy are dragging them down.
Tianxin said from the side. It's not important.
When I saw her, I felt that those were meaningless. She was the most precious gift to me. Whether she was an ordinary person or a crystal base, there was no difference to me. Tianxuan had noticed just now that this child was just the lowest level of life. Not to mention being born with nirvana, she didn't even have the most ordinary crystal base body in the most heavenly race. But as she said, what level this child is innately, it doesn't matter to Tianxuan anymore. Everyone is also a person with sharp eyes. Naturally, it can be seen that the child's innate level and body are extremely ordinary. It is hard to believe that her parents are so excellent, but her innate level is so low. The overall evolution time of human beings is still short, and it is normal for them to have a low level when they are born. If the hero does not care about their origin,
this child will definitely be more promising than us in the future. Lin now comforted.
Not long after, the midwife drove everyone out and asked Tianxuan, who had just given birth, to have a good rest, and the child was placed in the baby compartment next to her.
Tianxuan was really too tired.
She didn't close her eyes for several days and nights. The birth method of the Tianran race is somewhat different from that of ordinary humans, and it consumes a lot of physical strength, so she fell asleep in a short while.
The little guy was just born, but he was not idle at all. He was curious about everything in this world, his eyes wide open, and his hands and feet were scrambling and kicking around in the air. Unfortunately, she is too young.
Even if she has some bloodlines of the celestial race, it is difficult to walk, run and jump like a pure-blooded celestial being.
She is still a little more like a human.
While she was grabbing randomly, something like a jade ring slipped in for some reason. She came to the baby cabin silently, flew up carefully, and floated above the baby's little face. If Lin Shen or Yan Ruyu are here, you can see the origin of this jade ring at a glance. This jade ring is the foundation of the jade mysteries. Lin Shen saw it before during the war between the heavenly man race, but unfortunately he was unable to keep it at that time. The jade ring is very spiritual and seems to have determined that Lin Shen is the enemy. During the war, the heavenly man tribe wanted to take the opportunity to attack Lin Shen, but unfortunately it failed. At this time, it ran to Tianxuan without knowing it, but had not been discovered by anyone. This ability is terrible. You should know that there are masters such as Yan Ruyu and Lao Tai outside, and it is almost impossible for ordinary Dharma kings to sneak in without being discovered. When the baby saw the crystal white jade ring, he seemed to like it very much.
He reached out and grabbed it randomly. He wanted to grab the jade ring into his own hands, and might even fill it in his mouth. Of course she wouldn't know how terrifying this jade ring was. She probably only needed to shine once to kill the baby 1,000 times and 10,000 times. But it didn't do that, and its body shook a few times in the air, avoiding the baby's little hand. The baby still did not give up and stretched his little hand to the limit. He wanted to take off the jade ring, but his hands were short and weak. The jade ring was not reached, but he turned over and lay down and couldn't turn around. The jade ring slowly descended at this time and landed on the baby's head. As the baby's skull became bigger, the jade ring was barely wrapped, and it was worn on the baby's neck like a collar. After being worn on the baby's neck, the jade ring immediately contracted automatically, tightly pressing against the skin. If it were a sensible child or adult, he would probably be scared to death at this time and would try his best to pull the jade ring around his neck, fearing that he would be strangled to death. The baby didn't have that much thought, and was still holding his little feet up there and sending his white and tender little feet into his mouth. He had such ability just after birth, and his physical condition was quite good among human babies. Yuan did not strangle the baby to death. When it was close to the baby's skin, it stopped closing. A light and shadow rose from the jade ring, like a ghost with only a virtual body. Just looking at that look, it was Yu Xuanji's appearance. The ghostly jade mystery looked at Tianxuan who was sleeping on the bed, and then at the baby cabin gnawing at his little feet. His big eyes flashed at his baby, and he sneered in his heart, "Lin Shen, if you destroy my body, I will pay the debt with your child's body. You and I can be considered as owing each other." I seem to be in the sun. I felt a little sore in my throat 2 days ago. I thought I had a cold with an air conditioner, so I took some medicine and thought it would be cured in 2 days. As a result, it is getting worse and worse. I was coughing and coughing all night last night and couldn't sleep at all. I woke up after just squinting. It seemed that my throat was full of phlegm and I couldn't spit it out. I felt so uncomfortable. Strangely, there are no other symptoms besides this, and I don't know if it is young. Chapter 11:11 Innate Immortality. After Yu Xuanji's body was destroyed, he did not really die. His soul depended on the jade ring of the life base to escape and was not revealed. He wanted to find a suitable body to resurrect the soul, but unfortunately it was not easy to find a suitable body. The physical body of an ordinary person is definitely not good, which will hinder his future strength recovery. It must be of excellent talent and stubbornness, or at least the kind that can achieve the body of the Dharma King. However, there may not be one of those physical bodies in billions.
It is too difficult to find a physical body with such potential in the vast sea of people. In theory, Yen Ruyu's body is the most suitable for Jade Mystery. She is the Dharma King and the Jade system that is in line with Jade Mystery. It can be said to be extremely perfect. It was too difficult to reborn by relying on the body of the Dharma King. Yu Xuanji was not sure at all. In this situation, he could not beat Yen Ruyu. In the end, he could only give up this option and make decisions on children or people who were about to die. Until he heard about Tianxuan's pregnancy, he almost immediately decided to use Tianxuan and Lin Shen's son as his container for resurrecting the corpse. When a baby is just born, it is the weakest time for the soul. It is easiest to succeed by using the method of resurrecting the soul through corpses, and the fusion between the soul and the body is also the most perfect. Tian Sun's talent is top among the heavenly race and has the potential to be promoted to the Dharma King. It is just that because the old Dharma King of Yanling is still alive, she has not become the Dharma King. Yu Xuanji was even more clear about Lin Shen's strange ability, and he had suffered a great loss from Lin Shen. In Yu Xuanji's view, Lin Shen's qualifications should still be above Tianxuan. The hybrid offspring born to such two people is absolutely top-notch, and there is almost no need to consider anything else. Yu Xuanji had been setting up a plan for a long time and used a lot of scheming to sneak in at this time without realizing it. But when he really saw Lin Shen's daughter, he couldn't help but frown secretly. It was not that he disliked his daughter, but that he did not expect that Tianxuan and Lin Shen's daughter would be the most ordinary human body. Not to mention the natural nirvana, he was not even a steel crystal base. Yu Xuanji just hesitated for a moment and decided to choose this body. Although the starting point is relatively low, Yu Xuanji does not believe that the descendants of these two people will not be so poor, and they will definitely have potential, but the starting point is relatively low. Yu Xuanji has another plan. Since he wants to revive himself with a corpse as a baby, then this time, Yu Xuanji will attack the dual-type Dharma King, not the simple Jade Dharma King. With Lin Shen's identity as his daughter, he was able to learn his evolutionary skills from Lin Shen, which is another path that Yu Xuanji wants to take. Moreover, with such an identity, he can also approach Yen Ruyu and kill Yen Ruyu at the right time and regain the Jade Crown. Yu Xuanji had a very good idea in his mind. The ghostly spirit body flew directly towards the baby's forehead. The jade ring locked on the baby's neck exuded a strange force, covering up all the fluctuations here. Even Tianxuan, who was sleeping not far away, could not find out what was happening here. First, Yu Xuanji's methods are too powerful, and second, Tianxuan himself is at the weakest time. In addition, he did not expect that someone would be so bold that he could sneak in under the protection of so many top immortals, which made Yu Xuanji succeed. Just as he was about to rush into the baby's head, Yu Xuanji seemed to have seen his two-type king. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji felt his neck tightening and he felt suffocating, as if he was being pinched to his throat. Yu Xuanji's thinking was a little bit unrealized, and for a moment he didn't react, not knowing what happened. Now he is in a soul state. In this state, he has no physical body and does not need to breathe. How could he feel suffocating? But he really felt suffocating now, and his face was almost pressed against the baby's face, but he could not continue to move forward. When Yu Xuanji saw his current situation clearly, his soul was shocked and was about to leave his body again. I don't know when the baby's fat little hands actually grabbed his neck. The suffocation feeling came from these little hands. How, maybe? Yu Xuanji couldn't understand how a baby who had just been born and had no level could catch his spiritual body. Even though she is gifted and born with the ability to access spiritual bodies, Yu Xuanji's spiritual body is not an ordinary spiritual body, but a spiritual body with the power of the Dharma King. Even if he has no body and only relies on spiritual bodies, ordinary immortals cannot do anything to him under the Dharma King. Being caught by a baby at this time actually made him feel like he was about to suffocate, which was really amazing. What I think is true. This baby has the genes of Tianxuan and Lin Shen. How could his talent be poor? It's just that her talent is hidden, not as obvious as those children with high innate levels. Yu Xuanji was not surprised but happy. The stronger the ability and greater the potential of the baby, the more it will naturally be beneficial to him. When he re-educated with the help of the baby's body, the dual-type Dharma King was no problem.
Yu Xuanji thought secretly and guessed why the baby could touch his spirit body. Yu Xuanji had learned about Tianquan and Lin Shen in detail. As far as he knew, Tianquan had half of the spiritual bloodline. Although the spiritual race is not a top race, the spiritual race itself has extremely strong spiritual talent. Tianquan's spiritual power is half beneficial to her mother's spiritual bloodline.
This baby must have inherited the spiritual bloodline talent and has a stronger talent, so he can touch his spiritual body without consciousness during his infancy, and even feel suffocating.
The stronger the talent, the better.
Yu Xuanji carefully released his energy, trying to get rid of the baby's little hand. Although the jade ring blocked the aura and fluctuations, Yu Xuanji still dared not be too presumptuous to avoid waking Tianquan up. Even if he only had a spirit body left, he was not afraid of Tianquan, but if Tianquan discovered it, his plan would not be able to continue.
This was not the result that Yu Xuanji wanted.
Originally, Yu Xuanji thought that as long as she tried a little harder, she could break free from the baby's little hand. After all, she was just born and had a low level. Even if she was gifted, she could not be too strong. But as Yu Xuanji's power increased, he was shocked to find that he could not get rid of the baby's hand. His power has been increased to the point where he can compete with ordinary immortals, but in the baby's hands, he still cannot escape, and the suffocation on his neck has not weakened at all. When the baby saw Yu Xuanji's funny expression, he was amused all of a sudden and danced happily. The hand that grabbed Yu Xuanji's neck also let go of one, but the other hand still grabbed Yu Xuanji's neck. Yu Xuanji was like a doll, and as the baby's little hand swung around, he was thrown around, making Yu Xuanji a little stupid. This is why this child can actually suppress the immortal power.
Could it be innate immortality?
Yu Xuanji only felt the world spinning, and the things he encountered in his life did not shock him now.
Chapter 11-12 Nickname.
Yu Xuanji wanted to escape from the baby's hand, but he felt that his soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not escape at all.
He was pinched in the baby's hand and swayed. Yu Xuanji thought he was going to be reincarnated. Yu Xuanji resisted the urge to drive Yuan to kill the baby. This body was so good and perfect, and he didn't want to give up.
With such a powerful spiritual talent, it is not inferior to immortality when born. It is unimaginable how far it can grow in the future.
The key is that this is still a baby, which is easiest to take over the body and is also easiest to combine his soul and body. The baby's mind is not mature yet and he does not have strong thinking ability. He will soon get tired of slackness. That is his chance. Sure enough, he was exactly what Yu Xuanji thought.
After playing for a while, the baby felt bored. He let go of his hand holding Yu Xuanji's spiritual body and chewed his little hand on his own. After gaining liberation, Yu Xuanji felt relieved and floated in the air, then flew towards the baby's head again. This time, Yu Xuanji was careful and secretly observing the baby's every move, and still went over the side that the baby could not notice.
Until Yu Xuanji's spiritual body touched the baby's head, the baby did not react at all.
Yu Xuanji was ecstatic and went in directly. When the spirit enters the body, the next step is to devour the original spiritual consciousness of the spirit, erase her will, and thus achieve the purpose of resurrecting the soul through corpses. But when Yu Xuanji entered the baby's body, he found that he actually appeared in the void starry sky.
It's too big, so incredible. This baby's sea of consciousness is actually a universe.
Yu Xuanji was both surprised and happy.
The sea of consciousness of ordinary people is an ocean.
Although it is big and small, if compared with a universe, the sea of consciousness of ordinary people can be almost negligible.
No wonder her spiritual consciousness is so powerful.
She has a cosmic sea of consciousness. It would be strange if her spiritual consciousness is not powerful. Yu Xuanji felt that choosing Lin Shen and Tian Sun's children as his physical body was really correct. With such a strong consciousness, it doesn't matter even if the physical level is lower. It's a little more difficult in the early stage, but the upper limit in the later stage is almost unlimited.
This physical body will be mine in the future. Yu Xuanji exuded spiritual consciousness, wanting to find the baby's spiritual consciousness in the sea of consciousness and swallow it and refine it. This is the best way to seize the physical body.
In the sea of consciousness, what is naturally relied on is not vision, but spiritual consciousness. When the spiritual consciousness of Yu Xuanji disperses, the baby's spiritual consciousness is immediately discovered. I originally thought that it was not that easy to discover spiritual consciousness in such a large sea of consciousness, but Yu Xuanji found that the spiritual consciousness was right next to him. Yu Xuanji was extremely shocked because he discovered that the baby's spiritual consciousness was simply a terrifying thing that he couldn't believe. The spiritual consciousness is the appearance of a baby, but in this sea of consciousness, the infant's spiritual consciousness sits in the void, standing tall, and the entire void universe seems like a toy.
Yu Xuanji's spiritual body is even smaller than an ant before this godlike baby giant.
Yu Xuanji was both surprised and happy. He only saw such a terrifying spiritual consciousness in his life, and he didn't know if he could eat it. But he was unwilling to give up like this and decisively released his spiritual body power. The spiritual body suddenly became bigger and bigger. Yu Xuanji tried his best to amplify his spiritual body, and in the end he only became as big as a mouse. The energy of the spiritual body had reached its limit and could not continue to grow. Yu Xuanji, whose spiritual body has grown bigger, finally attracted the attention of the baby's spiritual consciousness, and he seemed to look at him with curiosity on his face. Yu Xuanji had nodded at this time and rushed towards the baby's spiritual consciousness, wanting to bite the baby's spiritual consciousness to death and swallow it. But as soon as his body flew into the air, he was grabbed by the baby's spiritual consciousness and held it in his chubby hand. Yu Xuanji was shocked. He was already paying great attention to the baby's spiritual consciousness, but the baby's spiritual consciousness was grabbed by one hand, but he was unable to react in time. Yu Xuanji wanted to exert explosive power and break away from the baby's spiritual consciousness's palm, but after he struggled like this, the baby's spiritual consciousness subconsciously grabbed it tighter.
Bang!
Yu Xuanji's spiritual consciousness was actually directly slapped by the baby's spiritual consciousness, turning into spiritual power everywhere, scattering in the sea of consciousness. Yu Xuanji never expected that he would die like this. He wanted to devour the baby's spiritual consciousness, but he couldn't even stop the baby's unconscious force. As Yu Xuanji's spiritual body was destroyed, the broken spiritual consciousness turned into spiritual power, and it also became the nutrients of the sea of consciousness and spiritual consciousness. Yu Xuanji's life memories change in the baby's sea of consciousness like holographic projections. The baby's spiritual consciousness seemed to be watching a movie, looking at Yu Xuanji's life memories. His face was full of curiosity. Unconsciously, the jade ring wrapped around the baby's neck turned into countless jade particles and entered the baby's body. The Lin family finally had descendants, but they were in trouble when naming. Tianxuan originally wanted to ask his elder sister to give him a name, but his elder sister said that the name must be chosen by them themselves, but Lin Shen is not here. If Tianxuan wants to wait for Lin Shen to come back before he can choose a name, then give her a nickname first. Tianxuan asked his elder sister to help her name first. When Lin Shen came back, the couple discussed giving her a name. Lin Miao thought for a while, and said to Tianxuan with a smile, search and search without knowing where you don't know. We don't need any effort to get it. Our family doesn't want to be rich and prosperous. We just hope that she can live a free and safe life, and just have good luck and good fortune. Otherwise, she can call her Laifu. Tianxuan, Tianxin, Yenruyu and others looked at Lin Miao with strange looks, and even Lao Tai's eternal expression changed a little. What kind of nickname do you think we should give the child a nickname? I think the name Kaidai is good and suitable for girls. Not good, it's too vulgar. It's more connotative to call Xian. Everyone was discussing what name they had, and they didn't seem to hear what Lin Miao said just now, nor did they look at her eyes. This made Lin Miao have an illusion, as if she hadn't said what she had just said, but it was just an illusion she imagined. Otherwise, why would they discuss what name they had? Tianxuan. Lin Miao wanted to say something to Tianxuan, but Tianxuan turned to look at Lao Tai and said, "Second brother, what name do you think this child is suitable for?" Xiaojiu. Lao Tai thought for a while and said, "Changjiu, this name is good, then it's called Xiaojiu." Tianxuan said quickly, "Although this name is average, it is much better than Laifu or something." She was afraid that Lin Miao would say something else, so she decided directly.
Chapter 11:13 Lin Shen's Plan. It was 8 days later when Lin Shen and the other two left Guisian City. These days, Yanli can be said to be obedient to Lin Shen. Even though her injuries have recovered almost, she has not dared to disobey Lin Shen's orders and is extremely afraid of Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also afraid that Yanli would turn against him. The problem was that he had never been sure to kill Yanli, so he could only pretend to want to tame Yanli and let her use it for her. He really wanted to kill Yanli, but Yanli was the ultimate body, and he couldn't kill anyone just because he wanted to. Even if he was seriously injured, it was still difficult to kill Yanli. Now it is an excellent result. Yanli is afraid of him and can use it best for him. If he can't use it, he finally escaped from Guisian City. After leaving Guisian City and teleported from Yinshangsing, Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We will not come here in the future,
Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu and Dais.
Dai smiled and said, your attack shouldn't be used for the second time, right? If it can be used, I won't let Yanli live.
Lin Shen sighed, with the Yin family here, we have to give up the resources of Yinshangsing.
I don't think so. You can't come in the future, but Lao Wei and I can come. The fox and tiger power can still be used. Dai said. It's a pity that I'm just a paper tiger,
Lin Shen said with a wry smile.
No one can find that you are a paper tiger, so you are real.
Besides, if we don't come, Yanli will soon realize that she has been fooled, which will be even more unfavorable to us at that time.
Dais pondered and said, the resources of Guisian City and Yinshangsing are extremely important materials for us now. Leave this matter to me.
Lin Shen nodded and said nothing. Dais had his own plans, so he could do it himself. After being separated from Dais, Lin Shen returned to Jing Meishing.
He wanted to try again to see if he could summon the Jade Emperor.
If you can summon it, Lin Shen has already thought about the reason.
You are the Jade Emperor, please come out and help kill someone.
As a result, you will retreat without killing me.
Leave a mess for me. This is not suitable.
As a result, Lin Shen was disappointed. He recited the Jade Emperor's name and the urgent secret code of Ru Ling again, without any reaction. Lin Shen recited it several times in various postures, but there was no reaction, so he could only use it once. It seems that we have to find a way to collect the sacrificial robes and then go to the immortal court to get a guardian immortal spirit. After seeing the power of the guardian immortal spirit, Lin Shen planned to find a way to collect the sacrificial robes and go to the magical immortal courtyard again. But he is here now and cannot return to the ancient realm area, so it is difficult to collect those sacrificial robes. Lin Shen planned to use the Shangxing trading system to collect sacrificial robes and mobilize everyone in the ancient world to find sacrificial robes. But Lin Shen is not in the mood to do this yet. He still has one thing to figure out, that is, without the protection of the Jade Emperor's immortal spirit, can he still control those intelligent brains? Lin Shen put down what he had done, first went to the Zhongtian Star Temple, entered the Star Hall, and communicated directly with Xingsuhai without using the Star Order. Under normal circumstances, if there is no Xingsu order, Xingsuhai will definitely not be able to pay attention to him. As a result, Lin Shen was overjoyed. Xingsuhai actually responded to him. And as before, without Xingsu order, Lin Shen could still issue various orders to it. Xiaoxing, can you clone the body of a god? Lin Shen thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation could clone the body of a god, so he simply asked it. Master, the cloning function has been locked and cannot be used. Xingsuhai replied. Can you unlock the lock? Lin Shen was delighted. It seemed that Xingsuhai also had such a function, but was locked. It can be unlocked, but according to the convention, 6 emperors need to unlock the lock together to reactivate the function. Xingsuhai's answer disappointed Lin Shen. What convention? Lin Shen asked in contemplation. Convention number 23, which was signed by 6 emperors, is not allowed to use cloning functions any longer, said Xingsuhai. Strange, why do you need to lock this function? Lin Shen was a little puzzled. If the 6 emperors are really intelligent brains, this function is undoubtedly an extremely important function for them. With this function, they can clone gods and people continuously and use gods as their helpers, so there is no need for real gods and people in the Star God Palace. For some reason, the 6 emperors would put such a powerful function without using it, and even made a convention to ban this function.
The only one who can be unrestrained now is the only place in the 6 paths of reincarnation in Guasian City. We have to find a way to get that thing over. Lin Shen secretly thought in his mind that if he wanted to get the 6 paths of reincarnation away, would Yenli take the risk of turning against him? As soon as he came out of Xingsu Sea, a star priest was waiting for him outside. Shi Zhongqing had something to find him. When he arrived at the hall, Shi Zhongqing was sitting behind the table, fiddling with his turtle shell and copper coins. Seeing Lin Shen come in, Shi Zhongqing said with a smile, "The other hosts of the cafeteria are coming soon. How are you preparing? What are you preparing for?" Lin Shen forgot about this incident. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen reacted and hurriedly said, "I have such great ability, and I will do my best at that time." "You won't forget this, right?" Shi Zhongqing was so smart that she could see through Lin Shen's thoughts at a glance. Lin Shen said embarrassedly, "The main reason is that there is no way, so I can only see it later." Shi Zhongqing was not angry, and still said to Lin Shen with a smile, "I just received the news from the Star God Palace in Huta District that Jiangxi Mountain should be here tomorrow. I was just going to go to you to tell me about this, but you are just here." "Jiangxi Shan? Why did he come? Didn't he say he rarely came out to walk around? He didn't even go there before so many directors of the cafeteria took office?" Lin Shen felt a little headache. Although Jiang Shishan is nominally the owner of the Star Hall, his strength has long been comparable to that of the Great Priest. However, the current Great Priest in Huta District has not abdicated, so he has been working in the Star Hall. However, I heard that Jiang Shishan has the final say in many of the affairs in Huta District now, and the old priest basically has nothing to do. It's hard to say. In short, you have to be mentally prepared. This Jiangxishan is not easy to deal with. If he makes things difficult for you, you will be in trouble. No matter how Lin Shen listened, he felt that Shi Zhongqing was a little gloating. No matter how strong he is, he will not kill me, right? At worst, it's just embarrassment. I am not afraid of embarrassment. Anyway, I will not lose my face alone at that time." Lin Shen curled his lips and said. Chapter 11-14 Jiangxi Mountain. There are many difficult things in the world, but as long as you can be shameless, at least more than half of the difficult things will no longer be difficult. Lin Shen did not take the other 5 Star Hall owners seriously. They came over to make things difficult for themselves. At worst, they were not as skilled as others and were just a little embarrassed. They can't kill themselves in the Zhongtian Star Temple, so what else is there to be scary? At most, Shi Zhongqing doesn't let him be the owner of this casino, so he doesn't want to be the owner of this casino. Lin Shen has already made plans. When Jiang Shishan comes tomorrow, he will do whatever he says. Anyway, he just admits his conscience, so what can he do to himself? Shi Zhongqing was stunned when she heard this, but in the end she didn't say anything. She just said that Lin Shen could do whatever she wanted, and that was his own business. The next day, Lin Shen followed Shi Zhongqing to the teleportation station to welcome Jiangxishan. Originally, Shi Zhongqing didn't need to take action in person, so Lin Shen could just come forward to greet him alone. But Jiang Shishan is a little different. He is actually a figure of the same generation as Shi Zhongqing. Although his rank is one level different, Shi Zhongqing still gave Jiang Shishan a face. It may also be to prevent Lin Shen from being too ugly, so Shi Zhongqing came to say hello to Jiang Shishan. Lin Shen knew that Jiang Shishan was old, but he didn't expect that he would be so old. He looked older than Shi Zhongqing. His gray hair was already very sparse, so his beard was very long, and the folds on his face were more than Shi Zhongqing. His big bags were almost hanging onto his cheekbones. How old is he? He can't become a great priest now. When it's his turn, he will probably not be a few years. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. Jiang Shishan and Shi Zhongqing exchanged a few greetings, then turned their eyes to Lin Shen, under the drooping eyelids, with only a slit left in their eyes, and you can see that there is a dim color inside. The owner of a Tian pavilion is indeed young and promising. My Star God Palace has finally succeeded. Jiang Shishan praised Lin Shen first. This made Lin Shen feel like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year and was not at ease. I have no reason to show my diligence, but I am not a traitor. Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but said, the owner of the Jiangguan is ridiculous. I still have a lot to learn. If you don't know anything, you can come to me at any time. Jiang Shishan said. What he said made Lin Shen a little unacceptable. Both the owners of the Star Hall, and they said that they were on the same level. Jiang Shishan's words were suspected of belittle Lin Shen. However, at Jiang Shishan's age, he is indeed qualified to say such things. The owner of the Jiang Pavilion has rich experience and knowledge, so he will definitely ask for advice in the future. Lin Shen said. It is better to choose a day than to hit the day, and it is better to be today. Jiang Shishan said. Lin Shen glanced at Shi Zhongqing and saw that he had no expression. He knew that Shi Zhongqing wanted to let him deal with it himself. It's okay, but I haven't figured it out yet, so I need to ask for advice. Why don't you tell me what you are good at? Lin Shen said without being humble or arrogant. I am good at being beaten. If you are interested, you can exchange experiences of being beaten. Jiang Shishan's answer was somewhat unexpected. Lin Shen laughed, then I really want to know what kind of experience I can get when I get beaten. I would like to ask Master Jiang for some advice. The three elements of being beaten are, be handsome, move fast, and expressions are cool. Jiang Shishan became more and more outrageous as he spoke. Lin Shen is a little suspicious now. Is this old guy coming here for nothing? Is he trying to make things difficult for him or to make fun of him? What, don't you understand? Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Jiang Shishan asked with a smile. It's too profound, I really don't understand it. Lin Shen shook his head and said. It doesn't matter if I don't understand. I'll demonstrate it to you. Jiang Shishan said, looking around. Seeing the star priests around, many people were looking at this side, and nodding and saying, it's a wide place here, let's demonstrate it here. As he said that, Jiang Shishan walked back and forth, slowly chose a good location, and then said to Lin Shen, come on, hit me. Lin Shen had never seen anyone make such a request in his life, and his expression became a little complicated, and he turned to look at Shi Zhongqing. Shi Zhongqing stood aside, her expression could not be seen on her face. Obviously, he didn't want to help Lin Shen to solve the problem by himself. Owner Jiang, you are a guest from afar and don't even drink saliva. This is not suitable. Why don't we go in first and I make a pot of tea for you, and let's talk while drinking? Lin Shen said. I'll talk about those things later. I'll demonstrate it to you first, otherwise I'll keep things in my heart, and no matter how good the tea is, I won't taste good. Jiang Shishan stood there, stole a horse, and said to Lin Shen, don't stand there, take action quickly, there's still some serious work after the fight. Since that's the case, it's better to obey your orders than respect. Lin Shen didn't know what this old guy wanted to do, but when he reached this point, he could never retreat. People are already standing there and letting him beat him. If he doesn't even dare to take action, it's not a shameless matter. I'm afraid no one will convince him, the owner of the Star Hall in the future. How should I fight? Lin Shen stood in front of Jiang Shishan, not knowing how to take action for a while. Try your best to do your best and get whatever you are good at. The way to be beaten is to adapt to changes. No matter what tricks you use, what weapons you use, and what abilities you have, it is the same for me. Remember, if a person wants to succeed, he must stand firm when he is beaten. Jiang Shishan educated Lin Shen with righteousness. Okay, then I'll take action. Lin Shen stopped talking nonsense to him, and directly took action just like a stomping punch. Lin Shen used all his strength to this punch, but he did not use other skills to support him, and he relied on a punch with power attributes. Jiang Shishan is so famous and so powerful, it is impossible for such a person to be unable to stop Lin Shen's punch. Lin Shen estimated that Jiang Shishan would not be able to just stand and be beaten. He must have some help, otherwise how could he be considered to be a difficult situation? But Lin Shen couldn't think of what kind of backup Jiang Shishan had. Should I use the rebound skill to bounce back the fist force that Lin Shen hit, or should I directly absorb Lin Shen's strength,
so that Lin Shen's hands are weak and he can't hurt him at all.
Then he said lightly, "You have kidney deficiency, is it powerless to hit people?" Of course, these are Lin Shen's imagination. In the flash of lightning, Lin Shen's fist had already hit Jiang Shishan's chest.
Jiang Shishan stood there, full of immortality, like an old god. Lin Shen punched the old immortal's body suddenly rose into the air, and turned in the air for countless 360 degrees. He turned around like a strong windmill. The last one fell swoop and fell sharply to the ground.
"You are so cruel."
The old god lay on his side like a mermaid. His demeanor was really speechless. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood at Lin Shen, and then said 3 words viciously. Lin Shen was numb and watched the old god tremble and climbed up from the ground. Then he said a harsh word to Lin Shen, turned his head and ran back to the teleportation station he had just come out, and left without looking back.
Chapter 11:15 The 9-5 Supreme Body.
A piece of news spread in the immortal court that Jiang Shishan was in the Zhongtian Star God Palace and was hit by Jiang Shishan with a punch in the new Star Hall. When the news just started to spread, many people thought it was a rumor. A person like Jiang Shishan may not be able to do anything to him even if the great priest comes. A Star Hall owner who was promoted to the extreme is still a 6-star priest.
Can he spit out blood by hitting Jiang Shishan? Isn't this a joke?
Until someone released a video of Jiang Shishan falling to the ground and vomiting blood, the entire immortal courtyard suddenly became in an uproar. Lin Shen had originally made up his mind that after the owners of other star districts came, he would admit defeat at worst. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shishan actually made such a move. Until now, Lin Shen has not figured out what he is trying to do. With Jiang Shishan's ability, if you want to deal with him, you can do it yourself, and there is no need to do so many things. But he did this and sacrificed his reputation. Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, so he could only ask Shi Zhongqing for advice. Shi Zhongqing just said lightly, "Some things you have to solve by yourself.
Now I can protect you. If you become a great priest in the future, no one can protect you. Only you can protect others."
After hearing what Shi Zhongqing said, Lin Shen felt a little relieved. If it really could affect the conspiracy of the Zhongtian Star God Palace, Shi Zhongqing would not care. He would not care, which means that this matter is still within the controllable range.
Even Jiang Shishan is not his opponent. Is this person so strong?
A 9-star God Palace in the South District was muttering to himself as he watched the video.
"Master Ji, you must be careful.
That Atian can come out alive from the cold movie star, which is not something that ordinary gods can do."
Another 9-God star official said, Shi Zhongqing is willing to go to the god-killing platform with Wu Qing for his behalf.
He is fine, but Wu Qing's acting master was killed.
This matter itself is strange. That Atian is not simple. If you want to go, you can't be careless. How capable you have, you will know it by trying it.
Ji Shirsan just said lightly. The other Star Hall owners of the Star God Palace were also discussing Lin Shen's affairs. Originally, several Star God Palaces planned to take this opportunity to find out Lin Shen's background, but in this way, they were a little afraid to take action casually. Even Jiang Shishan was beaten and vomited blood. Although the owners thought they were very strong, no one was sure to defeat Jiang Shishan, let alone beat him and vomited blood. This emergencies forced them to reconsider their previous plans. The other museum owners before were planning to fight with Lin Shen to find out Lin Shen's strength and background. In this way, they had to consider it carefully.
They went to the bottom of the test.
It would be a bad thing if they were beaten like Jiang Shishan and vomited blood on the spot.
But if they don't take action, they can't figure out Lin Shen's background, which puts them in a dilemma. Jiang Shishan came a few days in advance.
When the news spread throughout the immortal court, the real life was coming. Other Star God Palaces have sent people to watch the ceremony, and the team leader is naturally the owner of the Star Hall in each star area. This time it was received by Lin Shen himself, and Shi Zhongqing did not come forward. Perhaps it was because Jiang Shishan was beaten and vomited blood so shocked that several owners of the cafeteria came over and were very kind. Only Ji Shirsan, who was so cold that he didn't say much, seemed to not want to pay attention to Lin Shen's appearance.
Lin Shen didn't think it was wrong.
He destroyed all the great priests in the South District, causing the Star God Palace in the South District to lose such a big face. It was normal for the Star God in the South District to have nothing to do with him. The ceremony was carried out step by step, and there were many people coming to watch the ceremony. When the most important part was that when the directors of other casinos were deeper, several casino owners looked at me and I looked at you, and no one was willing to take this action first. Seeing this, Ji Shirsan sneered in his heart, stood up and walked towards Lin Shen on the stage. When the audience saw Ji Shirsan standing up, they knew that there was a good show today. Although Ji Shirsan is also the owner of the cafeteria who has only become a star in recent years, his background is really good. Apart from Jiangxi Mountain, Ji Shirsan's fame is the greatest among the several owners. Lin Shen and the Star God Palace in the South District have such a big grudge. As Ji Shirsan is the owner of the Star Hall in the South District and is likely to become a great priest, he will definitely not let Lin Shen go easily. Everyone was guessing in their hearts what problem Ji Shirsan would have to make Lin Shen difficult. According to past experience, most of them are exchanges. Sometimes some owners will be creative and come up with some tricks, but that situation is rare. Lin Shen has achieved the record of defeating Jiang Shishan. It is hard to say whether Ji Shirsan will choose to compete. I want to fight with you. Before Lin Shen could speak, Ji Shirsan directly stated his choice. No one found Ji Shirsan's choice strange, and it was reasonable. How do you want to fight? Lin Shen didn't say nonsense. At most, he admitted defeat and had nothing to say. If you can make Jiangguan's mane spitting blood, your strength will definitely be extraordinary. Then I will decide the outcome with you. Ji Shirsan said lightly. How to decide the outcome with strength? Lin Shen thought Ji Shirsan would fight him directly, but now it doesn't sound like that. I remember you were born in the Hardest Gods competition, so you can decide the winner in the Hardest Gods competition. Ji Shirsan said. As soon as this statement was spoken, everyone knew that Ji Shirsan was determined to slap Lin Shen in the face today. Ji Shirsan wants to kill people and kill people. He wants to defeat him in the field that a Tian is best at, so that he can lose nothing to say. Jinxing, the main panel of the North District Star Hall, said with a squinted eyes. Don't say that although Ji Shirsan has never participated in the Hardest God competition, he is born with the supreme body of the 9-5, with 5 gods and 9 real dragons protecting his body. If he fights head-on, he will suffer a loss. Dongfang Buliang, the owner of the East District Star Hall, said. It's hard to say who suffers a loss. I've watched a Tian's game. At that time, he was just a lower-ranking god, but the bullets he fired were very strange, as if he had the attributes of everything. If Ji Shirsan proposed such a tactic, it might be that he would suffer a loss. Yao Ji, the owner of the Star Hall in the West District, said with a smile. Then you underestimate Ji Shirsan's 9-5 supreme body. Even if everything is not broken, you can't do anything to the 9-5 supreme body. Dongfang Buliang said. I really don't know how powerful Ji Shirsan's 9-5 supreme body is. Yao Ji said lightly. The 9-5 is the ultimate. If you get the heaven and the time, the place will be the right, and the harmony of the people, the heaven and the earth will be protected by it, and the 5 directions will be accompanied by spirituality. The 9 heavens will be blessed by it, immortal and immortal, live with the heaven and earth, and shine with all things. The universe will be immortal, and the 9-5 will not perish. Dongfang Buliang said slowly. Only this chapter can be updated at noon, and the remaining 2 chapters are updated in the afternoon. It should be confirmed that it is Yang. After taking the medicine for a few days, there was no effect at all. I coughed so much that I couldn't sleep at night, so I woke up directly. It was so uncomfortable. Chapter 11:16 Come on. The universe is immortal, and the 9-5 will not perish. This tone is a bit too big. How do you know so clearly? Yao Ji asked at Dongfang Buliang with a smile. Actually, I have fought with him in private, and I have tried my best to break through his 9-5 body. Do you think I can't understand? Dongfang Buliang said with a smile. It was obviously a shameful thing, but when he said it from him, it seemed that he was talking about other people's embarrassing things, which had nothing to do with him. When the two of them heard that Dongfang Buliang had fought with Ji Shisan, and even he could not break Ji Shisan's 9-5 body, they couldn't help but be surprised.
Dongfang Buliang's name sounds like a very casual person, and he seems to be very casual in his work.
He smiles when talking to anyone all day long, and others talk to him either big or small, so he doesn't mind.
But Yao Ji and Pan Jinqing knew very well that Dongfang Buliang's strength was not casual at all. They both participated in Dongfang Buliang's inauguration ceremony and fought with Dongfang Buliang, knowing how strong his ability was. In terms of power and destructive power, Dongfang Buliang is not as good as Pan Jinqing. In terms of techniques, Dongfang Buliang is not as good as Yao Ji.
But Dongfang Buliang also has powerful things that Pan Jinqing and Yao Ji are afraid of.
Dongfang Buliang is a weapon expert.
Any weapon, even a piece of paper and a piece of green onion, can exert unexpected power when it comes to Dongfang Buliang's hands. Moreover, Dongfang Buliang also loves to collect various magical artifacts, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is just an arsenal. Dongfang Buliang can use different artifacts to target different enemies and use artifacts to make up for the shortcomings of its own combat power. With bare hands and empty fists, he might not be able to beat Pan Jinqing and Yao Ji, but once he has weapons in his hands, Pan Jinqing and Yao Ji will also give him 3 points. Pan Jinqing knew that Dongfang Buliang had a top-quality artifact in his hand, and the destructive power it burst out was no less than his full-strength attack. Even Dongfang Buliang said that he could not break Ji Shisan's 9-5 body, so Ji Shisan's 9-5 body was probably even more powerful than they thought.
Did you use magical tools when you fought with him? Yao Ji wanted to confirm again.
It's just that I can't break it if I use it, so I said, Tian has no chance.
Dongfang Buliang said.
If this is true, Tian really has no chance of winning. Pan Jinqing pondered and said, but Tian is also a bit miraculous, and he can't say he has no chance at all. After all, he injured Lord Jiang. I don't know whether this matter is true or not. As for whether he has a chance, I'll know if he has seen it.
Dongfang Buliang said with a smile. Do you take action first or I take action first?
Lin Shen said lazily to Ji Shisanjuo.
Since he wants to compare this, it would be better. If I take action first, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to take action, so you'd better take action first.
Ji Shisan stood proudly, as if he was the best in the world, and the others were like garbage. Lin Shen was not polite at all.
Ji Shisan asked him to take action first, so he took out the sniper rifle and aimed at Ji Shisan while saying, is it the same as the hardest godlike competition that you can't hide?
Of course, Ji Shisan replied.
Okay, then you're careful.
Lin Shen aimed at Ji Shisan and pulled the trigger directly, without saying anything nonsense.
This person is so interesting, so I really shot first.
Pan Jinqing said in surprise.
This is the Zhongtian Star Temple. As the owner, Lin Shen should have let the guests take action first.
He actually took action first, without even a polite word, and he didn't even want any demeanor. Everyone stared at the bullet shot from the sniper rifle, without blinking. He injured Jiang Shishan with one punch, which was almost invincible in the hardest Godman competition. They all wanted to see with their own eyes how capable this God-responsive Star House owner was. Because there is no space bullet used, the flight speed of this bullet is not particularly fast, and everyone can see the flight trajectory of the bullet clearly. Ji Shisan naturally saw clearly, stretched out his palm and directly faced the bullet. In his palm, there was a strange black symbol exuding extremely terrifying power fluctuations. The black symbol was like a little black turtle. At this time, the light was blooming, like a shield, blocking the bullet. That is the Xuanwu spirit among the 5 gods, which has unbreakable characteristics. When I changed 17 kinds of weapons, none of them could break through the Xuanwu spirit.
Dongfang Buliang explained.
Yao Ji and Pan Jinqing couldn't help but look at the strange symbols radiating from Ji Shisan's palms, and they were a little afraid. But the next second, I saw the bullet hitting the strange light. The situation where I thought the bullet would be blocked did not happen. Instead, Ji Shisan's palms and arms were directly penetrated by the bullet like paper, and blood suddenly flowed out of the bullet hole.
I'm going, it shouldn't be, how could it be penetrated? Dongfang Buliang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Yao Ji and Pan Jinqing were also slightly stunned. Although Dongfang Buliang looked a little unreliable, they knew very well that if Dongfang Buliang was really unreliable, they would not be able to take the position of the owner.
His surprised look was obviously not like a fake, and he should be really surprised. Others who watched the battle were also surprised and happy, while most of the star priests in the Star God Palace were overjoyed. With such a star hall owner in Zhongtian Star Temple, sure Zhongqing is also a successor. The other priests of the Star God Palace were a little surprised. It seems that the rumors may really be true.
Such a method may really hit Jiang Shishan until he vomited blood. How old he has been, how could he have such terrible abilities? I remember not long ago, he was still a lower-level godman. When he participated in the hardest godman competition, he was also the lower-level group. How long did it take? Why was it so powerful? Everyone was talking. Ji Shirshan frowned and looked at his pierced palm and arm, then looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand and said, "Good gun." In Ji Shirshan's opinion, Lin Shen's ability to penetrate his Xuanwu true spirit should be the problem with that gun. Do you still want to continue?
Lin Shen put away his gun and said. His shot did not hit Ji Shirshan's head, which was considered a mercy. After all, today is his good day, and there is no need to kill people in front of so many star priests.
You can try it and shoot it here. Ji Shirshan pointed to his head. He understood what Lin Shen meant, which was telling Lin Shen that he did not need to show mercy. Lin Shen didn't spoil him at all. He shot him with one shot. He directly picked up the sniper rifle and shot Ji Shirshan in the head. Bang! Ji Shirshan's head was directly penetrated by a bullet, and blood holes appeared in front and back, and his head was uncontrollably leaning back. Damn! I'll fight if I say it. This is too honest. The star priests were all shocked. Chapter 11:17 The Sun Star appears. Dongfang Buliang and the others were also shocked. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen listened to the advice so much. If someone asked him to beat him, he would really beat him. What if Ji Shirshan just wanted to brag? Seeing Ji Shirshan, who was tilted back to a strange angle after being shot, but his body was still standing there without moving, and seemed extremely strange, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Suddenly, the golden light on Ji Shirshan's body flashed, and the armor and outer robe on his body could not stop the golden light from rising. It seemed as if golden real dragons appeared on him, and then he saw countless stars suddenly appear in the sky. It's now broad daylight, and stars hang above your head. Under such strong light, you shouldn't be able to see other stars in the starry sky. But at this time, the stars were shining brightly in the starry sky, and even the stars seemed to become dim. The star in the sky appears. That guy Ji Shirshan. Dongfang Buliang looked at the stars in the sky and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The starlight emitted by the stars in the sky shone on Ji Shirshan like beams of spotlights. Ji Shirshan, who stood there with his head raised in that strange posture, was bathed in the sky with stars. The wound on his forehead healed quickly and healed in a blink of an eye. Only then did he slowly turn his head back, stand in the stars, staring at Lin Shen like a son of God, and said lightly, "You can continue." Ji Shirshan was so powerful that everyone was surprised and envious. Lin Shen seemed to be stunned and stared at Ji Shirshan, who was bathed in the stars. Oh no, Atian seems to be suppressed by Ji Shirshan. Dongfang Buliang looked at Lin Shen's expression and thought he was suppressed by Ji Shirshan's powerful aura and miraculous ability. The others also had the same idea as Dongfang Buliang. Although Lin Shen's gun was very strong and could penetrate Ji Shirshan's body, he could not beat Ji Shirshan at this level. Atian was already scared. It seems that the outcome of the game has been decided. Atian's gun is very powerful, but unfortunately, it's useless to win against Ji Shirshan just by relying on a powerful artifact with strong destructive power. I wonder how Aishan's defense ability is. It should be far less destructive than the gun in his hand. I can't win this, so there should be no chance. Seeing that Lin Shen did not speak, Ji Shirshan did not attack again, and was like everyone else, thinking that Lin Shen was scared by him. Since you don't take action, it's my turn. If you injured one of my arms, I will also destroy one of your arms. Ji Shirshan didn't want to kill Lin Shen in such a place, so he chose to destroy one of his arms. Whether he has the ability to regenerate his arms is his own business. Lin Shen then came to his senses as if he had woken up from a dream, but the expression on his face was still a little complicated. He looked at Ji San and said, "Come on." At this time, Lin Shen's thoughts were not entirely above this battle. Ji San used the body of the 9 dragons to trigger the appearance of the sun star, which allowed Lin Shen to see something different. What others see is the stars in the sky, each of which shines. But these stars fell in Lin Shen's eyes, but they were not so simple. There seemed to be a line connected between the stars and dicks in the sky. The stars and dicks were connected together by lines, forming a real dragon pattern with fangs and claws. Lin Shen could even sense the terrifying power emitted in the star dragon map. In the eyes of others, Ji San seemed to be bathed in the starlight, but in Lin Shen's eyes, Ji San was bathed in not the simple starlight, but the dragon breath emitted from the star dragon map. The dragon breath poured into Ji San's body like a river of heaven. Through the 9 dragon spirit patterns emitting golden light on his body, it was transformed into pure energy, used by Ji San, making his power and momentum continue to rise, and it has reached a level that makes Lin Shen feel terrifying. The reason why Lin Shen could see these was because the dragon vein fire seed in his body was automatically activated when the sunstar appeared. Since obtaining this fire, Lin Shen has not used it yet, and he has never figured out what practical value it has. The moment the dragon vein fire was activated just now, Lin Shen finally understood what this fire was used for. The dragon vein fire seed was eager to try in Lin Shen's body, as if he wanted to rush towards the dragon breath that Ji San was bathing. Lin Shen suppressed this impulse. When he came to his senses, Ji San had already said that he was going to take action, and it was too late to regret it at this time. If he hadn't been so stunned just now and hadn't noticed that Ji San asked him to continue fighting, he would have definitely continued to take action. Lin Shen is not only ashamed as he is, but only as shameless as he can be happier and more comfortable. But now that people are about to take action, Lin Shen is not good at saying anything. If you want to fight, it is not shameless, but that you have no character. Lin Shen silently took off the immortal shield on his back and stood in front of him. Seeing that Lin Shen was ready, Ji San slowly raised his hand. He raised the hand into the air, and immediately made the thousands of starlight gather towards the palm he raised as if he had come alive. The strong starlight wrapped around his arm, like lightning, and soon wrapped his entire arm. The palms are even more dazzling, like a dragon head. Ordinary star priests just felt the terrifying power next to them, and they felt like they were about to suffocate and didn't even dare to let out the atmosphere. Ji San is much better than when he fought with me before. Dongfang Buliang exclaimed. Man says that Ji San is the darling of God and the illegitimate son of the emperor. This statement really makes some sense. Even if others practice this talent and ability for another million years, they will not be able to reach his level. This is what they have in their destiny. Yao Ji looked at the starry dragon light on Ji San's arm and sighed. He has the 9 dragons and 5 spirits to protect his body, and he can use the power of the universe and stars. Who can compare with him? Pan Jinqing said with a smile. He didn't envy Ji San, but he also sighed at Ji San's strength. You are ready. Ji San supported the sky with one arm, and the lightning on his arm roared like a dragon, and the entire planet was dazzlingly shining by the shocking light. Many people are worried whether Ji San's attack will directly destroy the entire planet. It's been a long time ago. Lin Shen said expressionlessly. He felt the power of that power, and at the same time he felt the hunger of the dragon vein fire. Your arm, I want it. Ji San slashed down with one hand, and the shocking light flashing on his arm actually turned into a roaring light dragon and devoured towards Lin Shen. It's so incredible that it's so strong that it's impossible to look at it. Chapter 11:18, Mingzhe. The light dragon directly hit the shield. According to Ji San's idea, with the help of the power of the star dragon vein, the shield was shattered again, breaking Lin Shen's arm. Others felt the terrifying energy contained in the light dragon, and many people were even worried about whether Lin Shen would be beaten to death directly. But when the light dragon really touched the shield, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. There was no sound of breaking as imagined, and there was no sound, and the shield did not crack. The light dragon was like a loach entering the water and penetrated into the shield.
The entire shield and the armor on his body immediately lit up a strong starlight.
The immortal set does not have such ability. This is the power of the dragon vein fire, which sucks the power of the light dragon in. Because the power was too huge, Lin Shen's body could not completely absorb it for a while, and some of it overflowed, making the entire immortal set look like it was glowing. After seeing this, others thought that this was the ability of the immortal suit, and swallowed the light dragon. Only Lin Shen knew that the real mastermind behind the scenes was the fire. What made Lin Shen feel strange was that such a powerful force was not converted into Lin Shen's own power after being sucked in by the fire, and it seemed to disappear out of thin air. Chi luck +1. When the energy of the light dragon was about to completely disappear, the dragon vein fire seeds had some changes. What's the use of luck? Is it a way to increase the lucky value? Will the chance of winning the lottery be higher? Will you pick up your treasure when you go out?
Lin Shen thought to himself.
It's actually like this. This new owner has something to do. Pan Jinqing said.
The artifact on him should be a suit, it's really something. But Ji San hasn't really exerted his strength yet, so it's hard to say whether he can withstand this artifact.
Dongfang Buliang said. It's you. Ji San bathed in the stars, waiting for Lin Shen's attack.
With the blessing of the star dragon vein, he is almost immortal and his energy is endless.
Since we can't hurt each other, what if this battle ends here?
Lin Shen said lightly without taking action.
It's rare to have such an opportunity, so it's better to decide the winner. Ji San refused to let Lin Shen go.
Since that's the case, then continue. Lin Shen said, then stood up and walked towards Ji San. Ji San thought he wanted to attack him from close range and did not dodge, so he just watched Lin Shen walk over. But seeing that Lin Shen was about to walk less than 2 meters away from him, he still had no intention of stopping.
He didn't know what he wanted to do.
Everyone's eyes were also attracted by Lin Shen, and they didn't know what he was going to do when he got so close. The distance was too close, so they didn't use their strength. They couldn't think of what kind of technique Lin Shen had to get so close. Lin Shen had already walked to an arm's distance from Ji San, but because of the light-gathering effect of the stars in the sky. It seems that Ji San is standing in the spotlight, and although Lin Shen is not standing in the darkness, it makes people feel like they are standing in the shadows.
Do you really want to continue?
Lin Shen looked at Ji San and asked calmly.
Of course. Ji San did not shy away from Lin Shen's gaze.
Lin Shen stopped talking and directly reached out his palm and grabbed it. Everyone thought Lin Shen was grabbing Ji San's hand, and even Ji San thought it was like this, but he couldn't see what Lin Shen's light grab could be. Lin Shen did not grab Ji San's hand, but reached into the starlight.
The next scene stunned everyone. After Lin Shen's palm touched the starlight rushed towards his body like a waterfall. When Lin Shen's palm was retracted, the thousands of starlight that had originally shined on Ji San's body actually moved away from Ji San's body and shone on Lin Shen's body as if it was pulled back by Lin Shen. This scene was too amazing.
Ji San seemed to have been snatched away the protagonist's halo, and her whole body looked dim, as if she was shrouded in shadow. In contrast, Lin Shen, thousands of stars gathered on him, just like the protagonist in a stage play is monologue.
Damn it, what's the operation?
Dongfang Bulian widened his eyes, as if he had hit a ghost in broad daylight. Yao Ji and Pan Jinqing also looked at each other, and they had never seen such an outrageous scene. Other star priests were even more talking, and no one had seen this situation before. The stars appear in the sun, and the light source emitted by thousands of stars condenses into one person. This is something that only with extremely powerful talent and ability can one do. Although it is rare, if Lin Shen can do it, it will only make people feel a little surprised. But Lin Shen actually snatched the starlight triggered by Ji San.
This operation was unprecedented and unheard of.
Although the 9 dragon spiritual patterns on Ji San's body were still flashing with golden light, they could not borrow any of the power of the dragon vein. The dragon vein fire directly intercepts the power of the dragon vein and converts it continuously into luck value. Lin Shen could see that the luck value was increasing continuously. In this moment, he had reached 5 points, but he had not yet figured out what the luck value had. Ji Shirsan changed his face for the first time. Since he was born, he has been a highly anticipated son of heaven and a natural supreme body. He had never encountered such an outrageous thing. The power of the dragon vein caused by the 9 dragon spirit pattern was actually snatched away by someone else. The power of the dragon vein cannot be used by anyone who wants to use it. It must have a special physique and talent. Even if ordinary people bathe in the power of the dragon vein, they will not get any benefits. In fact, the power of the dragon vein is the blessing of the rules of heaven and earth. It needs to be recognized by special rules to inspire it. There is no problem of whether it can be snatched or not. Lin Shen forced the power of the dragon vein to take away the power of the dragon vein, which made it difficult for him to absorb the power of the dragon vein. He never dreamed of this operation. Are you ready? Lin Shen looked at Ji Shirsan and asked. Ji Shirsan did not answer decisively for the first time. He himself lost the blessing of the power of the dragon vein. Instead, Lin Shen was blessed by the power of the dragon vein. He hesitated for a moment. But it was just a moment of hesitation. Ji Shirsan immediately said, "You can take action." While speaking, a soul appeared under Ji Shirsan's hands and feet. The green dragon in the left hand and the white tiger in the right hand, the vermilion bird and the black trunk under his feet. In the middle is a soul like an ancient god, which makes everyone envious and jealous. Others can only cultivate one soul in their lives. 2 souls are rare in the world, and Ji Shirsan is actually the 5 souls. He was able to cultivate the 5 souls, thanks to the 9-5 supreme body, protected by the 5 gods, otherwise he would never be able to practice. Chapter 11:19 Give up. Lin Shen smiled. The 5 spirit souls are indeed very strong, but what he is most afraid of is that others have strong souls. Under the starlight, Lin Shen's immortal siege emitted a dazzling starlight. He took back 2 steps, took out his sniper rifle, pressed it on his soul, and pointed the muzzle at Ji Shirsan's eyebrows. Bang! The moment the gun was fired, the bullet directly shattered the souls of the 5 gods, and the power of the 5 souls could not stop the bullet. Ji Shirsan was angry and subconsciously reached out to block it. The bullet penetrated his palm again, hitting his eyebrows, and pierced his head again, and shot his head on the spot. There was a silence like death in the square of Star God Palace. Ji Shirsan, who had the 5 souls, was still shot by Lin Shen. They could no longer imagine where Lin Shen's limit was. What kind of magic weapon is that sniper rifle? This is too powerful. Dongfang Buliang stared at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hand. He is a weapon expert and loves to collect various artifacts, but it is the first time he has seen such a domineering artifact. A bullet that doesn't look very strong can explode everything. Others also thought that Lin Shen could blow up Ji Shirsan because of the power of a sniper rifle. There are also some people who keep looking at the immortal suit, and they think that the immortal suit is the immortal suit. Where did you get these super attack artifacts and super defensive artifact sets? Dongfang Buliang looked at them more and more, and he wanted to get all the artifacts on Lin Shen now to see what attributes it was. Ji Shirsan still did not fall down, but the wounds on his palms and head recovered significantly slower and did not heal immediately. Without the blessing of the dragon vein, the souls of the 5 gods were broken again, which caused his body to suffer severe damage. Ji Shirsan looked at Lin Shen, bathed in the stars, and his eyes obviously changed. Although he has more than these skills and has more powerful means, so far, he can't see where Lin Shen's upper limit is, and can't think of how to win. Moreover, the soul of the 5 gods was destroyed, his body was damaged, and he could not reach his peak state. It seems that there will be no good results if he continues to fight. I am worthy of being the owner of Zhongtian Star Hall. I lost this battle. Ji Shirsan turned around and left after saying that. This battle came suddenly and ended suddenly. Ji Shirsan did not stay to watch the ceremony, but went back to the Star God Palace in the South District. Pan Jinqing and others did not challenge Lin Shen anymore, and watched the ceremony with everyone in a harmonious manner. The following ceremony went very smoothly, and since then, Lin Shen has become the real owner of the hall. The images of this battle were circulated and caused a lot of discussion and controversy in the fairy court. It's just that the point people discuss is a bit different from what they imagined.
What people are mainly discussing now is whether Lin Shen's strength is strong himself or his magical artifact is strong. Judging from the duel, most people think that his artifact should be strong enough. The artifact set that can capture the power of starlight and the sniper rifle that can explode everything. Now some people have started to buy the same artifact sniper rifle and immortal suit online, and some even offer 100 million yuan to buy Lin Shen's sniper rifle. If you hadn't sold your sniper rifle, you could pretend to be a sniper rifle. Maybe you could make 100 million yuan and directly realize your financial freedom. Long Xiuzi said to King Lungzi with a smile. The appearance looks the same, but the attributes are much different. How can you get confused? And the characters who can spend 100 million Taishu coins to buy magical artifacts, even if we cheat them, do you think we can escape? King Lungzi sighed. You think, is there a possibility that the one in a Tian's hand is the same gun as yours? Long Xiuzi joked. How is that possible? No matter how long the glass looks like a gem, it is always just glass, and it cannot become a gem. King Lungzi shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right, brother Ray Tian is a top-quality gem. I knew he would shine for a long time, but I didn't expect it to shine so much. How long has it been? He is now the owner of the Zhongtian Star Hall. In the future, he will probably take over the Zhongtian Star Lord and become a great priest. It's a very different story from us. Long Xiuzi sighed. Brother Atian is not the kind of person who turns his back and ruthlessly step on the lower and praises him. It is a great thing for us. Now, who dares to come and cause trouble for us again? Even if we stand in front of the ancestor Nippon, he will not touch a single finger of our finger. Maybe he will treat us well. King Lungzi said with a smile. Of course I also hope that Brother Atian will get better and better, but I am afraid that the identity gap in the future will be too big and it will be difficult to get along like before. Long Xiuzi said. You're thinking too much. Brother Atian is not that kind of person. King Lungzi said. It has nothing to do with character, but the levels are different and the vision is different. It is difficult to have a common topic. When we talk about it, we will feel embarrassed by it. Long Xiuzi shook his head. In the Tianqing pavilion of Zhongxing Temple, Shi Zhongqing sat around a table with 3 other great priests in Jiang Xishan. These people can almost be said to be the most powerful people in the immortal court. They can all influence countless galaxies with stomping their feet. What do you think? Shi Zhongqing said with a smile at the 3 great priests. What else can we say? Since Ji Shisan has admitted defeat, as agreed, I will give it to yours for this opportunity to go to the Fengshan platform. Fei Wuliang said coldly. Then let it go. Shi Zhongqing's smile became deeper. Don't be too happy too early. If your family relies on external forces to win. If you really go to the Fengshan platform, external forces will be useless there. If you die inside, it will be more than worth the loss. Fei Wuliang teased. It won't bother you. If he dies in it, his life should be like this. No one is wrong. Shi Zhongqing said lightly. Fei Wuliang couldn't get a good deal from Shi Zhongqing, so he looked at Jiang Xishan and said, You don't want to go to Fengshantai, and your acting skills are also bad. I am so old, why don't I do there? It's better to live a few more years of peace and stability. Maybe after my master goes, I can be a great priest for 2 years. Jiang Xishan said calmly. I'm afraid you have never been a great priest in your life. You can hide from this catastrophe of the Fengshantai. There will be no such good thing next time. Fei Wuliang said coldly. Jiang Xishan smiled and said, It's time to hide once, who knows what's going on next time? Maybe there's no next time? Fei Wuliang didn't say anything this time and got up and left. The other 2 great priests also said goodbye and left, leaving only Jiang Xishan and Shi Zhongqing in Tianqing Pavilion. Old Shi, are you really sure he can come out of the Fengshan platform alive? Jiang Xishan looked at Shi Zhongqing and asked. Don't worry, no one else may not be able to get out, he will definitely get out. Shi Zhongqing said confidently. Chapter 11:20 Xiaoyu's plan. Lin Shen returned to Jing Meixing. Xiaoyu sat in front of the desk,
holding a pen in one hand and holding a pen in the other hand. The tip of the pen was bitten in his mouth, his eyes were out of focus, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing Lin Shen's voice, Xiaoyu came to her senses. I thought about collecting robes. The price we paid at the beginning should not be too high. If it is too high, others will notice the true value of robes. But it cannot be too low. If it is too low, it may not be easy to collect. I thought of a solution. Listen to see if it is okay. What's the solution? Lin Shen asked. Let's sell the sacrificial robe first. Xiaoyu said. Where can we sell the sacrificial robe? Lin Shen said in confusion. If he has a sacrificial robe, would he still need to find a way to buy it? Have you seen those sacrificial robes? What's the difficulty of imitating one? We sell it ourselves, and we sell one relatively high, but not outrageously high. If we sell a few more pieces, our transaction price will become the market price. When someone wants to sell the real one, we can take it back. As long as we give a little more, he will feel that he has made a profit, and we will be happy to sell it, and we will be happy. Xiaoyu told the plan he thought of. Fake is fake after all, and its functions are different. What should I do if I am discovered? Lin Shen pondered. We sell ourselves and buy ourselves. If we don't say that, who would know that this is fake? Xiaoyu said with a lip silence. It's also a solution, but what if they don't want to sell it? Lin Shen asked. That's simple. Let's stop selling sacrificial robe first. You will open a high-priced urgent post. If it is urgent, you will only charge 2 or 3 items, only 3 days. If you want to buy at a price of 50% of the market price, if you don't have it, double it. Think about it, if someone sells something for 10 yuan for the market price, you will also want to take action. If no one takes action, don't be too anxious. If you say you will take action for 3 days, you will take action for 3 days. If you can't receive it, wait for a while, continue to sell fake goods, and wait for a while. Xiaoyu said. The solution is a good solution, but there is a problem. Lin Shen said with a complicated expression. If you have any problems, I can solve them. Xiaoyu has absolute confidence in her plan and does not think there are any problems. The problem is, I don't remember what those sacrificial robes look like. Lin Shen said helplessly. What are the things that grow in your head? You can't even remember what they look like? Xiaoyu stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes. He had calculated everything but couldn't even calculate it. Lin Shen didn't even remember what those robes looked like. For creatures of level rank like Lin Shen, the memory should not be so poor. It should be a basic operation to remember some important things. I didn't know that this thing was so useful at that time. If I had known this, I would have drawn them down. Lin Shen was helpless. His memory in the past was indeed very poor, and now he is better, and he is only at a normal level. After so long time passed, how could he remember what the style of those sacrificial robes were, only the color and rough appearance, and it was almost impossible to copy a very similar imitation. I have been thinking about it for so many days and came up with such a careful plan. Xiaoyu said suddenly, as if he had thought of something, looked at Lin Shen and asked, did the fat boy be there at that time? Have he seen those sacrificial robes? It should be there, it seems to have seen it. Lin Shen was not sure, he really couldn't remember it clearly, only remembering that Fatty should be there. Xiaoyu said angrily, call out the fat boy. What did you tell him to do? Lin Shen was a little confused. Fatty could not speak. Even if he was smarter, he would not describe what the sacrificial robe looked like, and Fatty might not necessarily remember it. You ask it out, I'll tell it. Xiaoyu really didn't want to talk to Lin Shen anymore. Lin Shen took out the fat man who had settled in the space capsule. This guy ate, slept, and ate all day, and his body became fatter. Fatty, have you ever seen the Zixing sacrifice robe? Xiaoyu asked Fatty directly. Lin Shen thought to himself, Fatty, a foodie, cares about everything but cares about food, how could he care about these things? Who knew that Fatty tilted his head and seemed to think for a moment, then nodded to Xiaoyu. Okay, you draw the purple star sacrificial robe.
The more detailed the drawing, the better it is.
It is best to replicate it in 1:1 size. Xiaoyu said as she made a huge touchscreen, put it flat on the ground, and then handed a special stylus to Fatty.
How is this possible?
Lin Shen felt that Xiaoyu was in a hurry to seek medical treatment. He asked Fatty, a foodie, to draw, to be a pity. The fat boy opened his mouth, bit his pen, jumped directly to the screen, and drew on the screen with his pen in his mouth. Lin Shen quickly stretched out his head to see, and the four brothers of wine, sex, wealth and energy surrounded him curiously. The little beast also stretched out his head from his pocket, and his big eyes seemed to be watching. I'll just say, how could Fatty Z have these? Lin Shen saw that Fatty Z was drawing pieces on it, with different depths and shapes, and there was not even a decent line.
He was just a blind painting, and he didn't look like a robe. Xiaoyu did not interrupt Fatty, staring at the screen and taking a closer look.
Lin Shen looked around for a while and gradually felt something was wrong. The fat boy held the brush in his mouth and painted it around the east and west.
There was no rule at all.
At first, he looked like nothing, but there were too many places to paint, and he looked at it and it actually had a little robe.
Fatty boy actually has this trick? Lin Shen asked the question mark.
He hadn't learned much about drawing, so he could draw a few stickmans, which was not even a good start. Lin Shen couldn't understand Fatty's painting method, so he could only see that Fatty did not draw the outline of the purple star robe, but instead drew the shadow part of the purple star robe in the light. Although there is no overall contour line, when the fat boy finished it, a purple star sacrificial robe was already lifelike and very three-dimensional. Lin Shenrun was stunned. Xiaoyu gave him a blank look and said nothing, but Lin Shen felt that he was scolding him dirty.
Fatty, let's add another color.
Xiaoyu opened the color palette and asked Fatty to choose from thousands of colors. Fatty made a choice without hesitation, and Xiaoyu raised the tone and made some other adjustments. Lin Shen looked at it and remembered it a little. Isn't this the purple star sacrificial robe he wore before, and it looked exactly the same? Xiaoyu didn't ask Lin Shen, but asked Lin Shen to go out to customize a few sets with the paintings and sizes, and the same was true for the other sacrificial robes. When the customized imitation comes back, Xiaoyu can start his trading plan.
Fatty, you're doing a pretty job. When Fatty came back, Lin Shen praised it as if he was flattering.
But the fat boy seemed to have done something insignificant, nodded and plunged into its nest in the space capsule. When Lin Shen was depressed, he received a message from Shi Zhongqing that he would go to work on time tomorrow and have work tasks to be assigned to him. Chapter 11:21 The Land of Ghosts and Gods. Lin Shen, the owner of the museum, has nothing to do, and Shi Zhongqing has no requirements for him, so Lin Shen does not necessarily have to stay in the cafeteria. Shi Zhongqing notified him to go to work in advance, so Lin Shen naturally could not neglect it, so he arrived at the Star Hall early the next morning. Because he came half an hour in advance, Shi Zhongqing was not here, so Lin Shen opened the door and entered the cafeteria. I originally thought that Shi Zhongqing asked him to go to work on time so seriously, so there should be something important to find him and he should come on time during working hours. Who knew that I waited around and waited until it was almost noon, and Shi Zhongqing came late.
Master, you said yesterday that you have a job to arrange for me. I don't know what job it is.
Lin Shen had nothing to complain about. Shi Zhongqing did much more for him than he did. As the owner of the Star Hall, in addition to managing the Star Hall, there is actually a task that must be completed. Shi Zhongqing sat cross-legged across from Lin Shen and said with a smile.
What task? Why didn't you see it in the work manual? Lin Shen asked in confusion.
This task was not recorded in the work manual, nor was it a separate work for our Zhongtian Star God Palace, but a work carried out by the 6 major Star God Palaces. This time it was our Zhongtian Star God Palace's turn to carry out the work.
Shi Zhongqing told Lin Shen in detail.
The gods and people in the immortal court practice the techniques of ghosts and gods, and these ghosts and gods all exist, but they do not live at the same latitude as the gods and people. Only through meditation can ordinary gods and people be able to contact ghosts and gods. In fact, there is a place in the fairy court that leads to the residences of those ghosts and gods, and can truly have a direct contact with those ghosts and gods.
This place is the Fengshantai.
Through the Fengshantai, you can reach the place where ghosts and gods are located. Every 100 years, the 6 stars temples need to let one person enter the land of ghosts and gods through the function platform and patrol there.
Parking? Is there a place that still needs patrol?
Lin Shen felt a little incredible.
If those ghosts and gods really exist, they must be extremely powerful beings, gods of various laws, so how could they need to patrol? I have said that I am going to inspect their safety?
Shi Zhongqing said lightly.
Isn't it?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned, and a guess came into his mind that he couldn't believe it.
Of course not.
The reason for patrol is to determine whether the ghosts and gods are still staying there honestly and to ensure that they will not cause any trouble. Shi Zhongqing's words shocked Lin Shen. The Immortal Court is clearly a place where ghosts and gods worship, and even the magical skills they practice are believed in by ghosts and gods. However, when Shi Zhongqing said, he seems to have no respect for ghosts and gods, and even has a little contemptuous attitude.
This surprised Lin Shen and looked at Shi Zhongqing in confusion. Why look at me with that look? Is there anything strange about this?
Our Zhongtian Star Temple worships the Jade Emperor, and we only need to be responsible to the Jade Emperor.
What other ghosts and gods have to do with us?
Shi Zhongqing's words once again subverted Lin Shen's 3 views. Lin Shen always thought that the star priests should be devout gods.
Those ghosts and gods have bad tempers.
You may encounter some trouble when you go to patrol, but you think you can deal with it with your ability. Shi Zhongqing took out something and handed it to Lin Shen. If you don't go there, there are not only bad things but no benefits. Where you can see the ghosts and gods you are visualizing with your own eyes and feel the power of their rules up close will be beneficial to your future practice.
Moreover, if you have good luck enough, you may have unexpected gains. What unexpected gain? Lin Shen asked.
If you are lucky enough, you will know it naturally. If you are not lucky, knowing it will be a burden, so it is better not to know it, let it be natural. Shi Zhongqing did not intend to tell Lin Shen.
Can you not go? Lin Shen asked with a bitter face.
The ghosts and gods he observed were definitely not in the place of ghosts and gods, because his soul was not any kind of ghosts and gods at all.
No.
Shi Zhongqing broke Lin Shen's fantasy. Lin Shen had no choice but to take the card handed over by Shi Zhongqing. Where is the function platform? Use this card to unlock the hidden permissions of the Sea of Stars, and it will take you there. Shi Zhongqing looked at the stars in the sky, stood up and walked out of the stars. You have a year to complete the patrol work of the ghosts and gods. If it goes well, it will take about a month to patrol there.
You can seize the time yourself and go anytime.
After seeing off Shi Zhongqing, Lin Shen directly activated the Star God Sea, Star Sea. Transfer all the information from the land of ghosts and gods to show me.
Okay.
Xingsuhai quickly transferred all the information about the land of ghosts and gods. The result was a little disappointed. Xingsuhai didn't have much information here, but it only said that it was the residence of ghosts and gods. Every 100 years, a star hall owner needed to patrol, which was basically what Shi Zhongqing said. However, the existence of the land of ghosts and gods has given Lin Shen a lot of speculation.
Can I say that the Immortal Court I went to wearing a sacrificial robe was actually a place of ghosts and gods?
Lin Shen thought about it more and more that it was possible. He believed that the benefit Shi Zhongqing mentioned was most likely to protect the fairy spirit.
However, Lin Shen cannot confirm 100%.
Only after he arrives at the place can he be sure that this is the case. As soon as he thought about this, Lin Shen thought that it would be better to go early, but he would go sooner or later. Lin Shen sent a message to Wei Wufu and Dais, telling them the cause and effect of going to the land of ghosts and gods, so as not to Lin Shen not go back for a long time and what else they would do. After doing all this, Lin Shen returned to Xingsuhai and sent a message with Shi Zhongqing, and then asked Xingsuhai to teleport him to the land of ghosts and gods. The moment the Sea of Stars started, Lin Shen saw endless stars rushing towards him, so fast that he couldn't even see clearly. Countless meteors passed by him, as if they had entered a time tunnel. When all the meteors disappeared and the environment stabilized, Lin Shen found that he appeared on a familiar planet.
No. This is the Temple Star. Lin Shen saw that there was a dilapidated mountain temple not far away. The shape of the mountain temple looked very familiar. Lin Shen hurriedly flew into the sky and glanced around from the sky. Sure enough, he saw temples in the distance. I'll go, the land of ghosts and gods is the temple star. I just don't know which temple star is here, and I didn't see any temple tower. Lin Shen identified the direction and headed in a rough direction. He has been to two very similar temple stars. The only difference between these two temple stars is whether there is a golden Buddha temple. The temple star with the golden Buddha temple is a normal temple star, and another temple star will have the gate of the immortal courtyard and the jade steps to emerge at night. Through the jade steps, you can enter a strange immortal courtyard with only the jade bridge. Chapter 11:22 Old Place? It is still during the day, and the temples Lin Shen saw are dilapidated temples, and it is impossible to tell which temple star it is. It can only be judged by whether there is a golden Buddha temple. When Lin Shen saw Suanio Temple, he completely confirmed that it was a temple star. When he arrived here, he was already the old horse and soon arrived at the location of the golden Buddha temple. This is the temple star with an immortal courtyard. Lin Shen found a dilapidated temple and walked around. The statue of the god in the temple was hung on the beam, exactly the same as what he had seen before. Before the sky was dark, Lin Shen went to several temples, and the result was the same. The statues of the gods in the temple were hung on the beams. Oh no, I used to have a sun-shooting bow to protect myself, but now the sun-shooting bow is gone. I wonder if something will happen at night. Lin Shen was a little worried that something would happen at night. After all, he was able to come and go freely on the temple star before, and he was relying on the sun-shooting bow. Then I thought about it, the previous owners were able to come in to patrol, but I think it should be fine. It is impossible that they will have to face those ghosts and gods after they come in, right? When Lin Shen thought of this, he figured out another thing. No wonder Shi Zhongqing doesn't like ghosts and gods and doesn't respect them much. He has been the owner of a casino before, and must have come here to patrol. Seeing that the statues of ghosts and gods are hung in the temple, no matter how much he respects them before, he will have some other thoughts in his heart. This is also strange. The ghosts and gods practiced by the immortal court, and the ghosts and gods I visualized were actually ghosts and gods on the temple stars. It was really unexpected. Lin Shen still couldn't understand why these ghosts and gods were on the same planet, and during the day, they were just a broken statue of gods hanging on the beams of the house. This made Lin Shen somewhat disappointed. He originally thought that the land of ghosts and gods would be the place where he first saw the Jade Emperor, but he didn't expect it to be here. There was no hope of protecting the immortal spirit. Until it was dark, Lin Shen was still a little nervous. When the night really came, the card on his body actually emitted a hazy fairy light, like clouds and clouds, wrapping Lin Shen's entire body. With this strange power to protect, Lin Shen no longer felt like he was staring at in the darkness. What made him strange was that there was no immortal court or jade staircase here. No, at this time, the gate of the immortal court and the jade step should have appeared. How could it not be? Lin Shen was extremely puzzled. There is neither the golden Buddha temple nor the gate of the immortal court. Which of the two temple stars is here? Or is this another temple star? Lin Shen was a little confused at this time and it was difficult to tell. But soon Lin Shen thought of something, took a space capsule, opened it and shook it a few times, and a fist-sized color-shelled snail fell out. Damn bastard, you finally remembered me. I thought you would imprison me in the whole life. After the little star fell out, he immediately started to yell. But before it finished cursing, it found where it was, and was shocked. Why are you here again? Little Xingxing, is this the mysterious magic star we came last time? Lin Shen remembered that Xiao Xingxing called the temple star the mysterious magic star. Isn't it possible? Are there two mysterious stars in this world? Xiao Xingxing frowned and looked around again. As she looked at it, Xiao Xingxing's eyes changed a little. No. This is not like the mysterious star we went to last time. It looks like. What do you think? Lin Shen asked immediately. Like the mysterious star that the ancient world king took me to. I didn't tell you. The ancient world king once took me to the mysterious star, and then entered the fairy court from the mysterious star. The fairy court and Jade Palace there were surrounded by fairy energy, like a fairyland,
completely different from the fairy court where we only saw the jade bridge. Xiao Xingxing paused and said, "Later I thought about it carefully. The mysterious star that the ancient world king took me to was indeed a bit different from the mysterious star that we teleported through the box."
"What's the difference?" Lin Shen asked.
"The gate of the immortal court we climbed was from ourselves, and the gate of the immortal court that the king of the ancient realm took me away was summoned by him."
Xiao Xingxing looked at the starry sky and said, "The gate of the immortal court appeared here.
I think this is like the mysterious god star that the king of the ancient realm took me past."
"How did he summon the gate of the immortal court?"
Lin Shen's heart moved. Listening to Xiao Xingxing's description, Lin Shen felt that the immortal court where the king of the ancient realm had been to was probably the immortal court where he had been to using his sacrificial robe. If we can really get there here, even if we don't have a sacrificial robe, we can get a guardian immortal back.
"How did I know?"
"He didn't tell me how it's summoned. I only saw him take out a note and chant it. The note spontaneously ignited without fire and was thrown into the night sky by him. When the note burned out, the gate of the immortal court appeared."
Xiao Xingxing said. "Have you ever seen any words written on the note?"
Lin Shen asked in deep thought. "It seems to be some words, but I didn't look carefully. The note burned quickly, and it was no longer complete when I saw it."
Xiao Xingxing thought for a while and said, "What else do you know?"
Lin Shen couldn't think of a reason, so he could only let Xiao Xingxing recall the memories. Xiao Xingxing recalled it again and finally shook his head and said, "I really know so much.
I am a tool spirit. What secret can you expect me to know? Forget it."
Lin Shen reached out and grabbed Xiao Xingxing, sucked it in, and threw it into the space capsule.
"You are killing the donkey."
Lin Shen stuffed it back amid Xiao Xingxing's curse. "Since you have no clue, follow the work task guide and complete the tasks assigned by Shi Zhongqing first.
Maybe there will be new discoveries."
Lin Shen walked towards the nearby mountain temple. According to the work task guide, he must inspect every ghost and god to see if they are still there. Lin Shen didn't know where to patrol before, and he was still wondering in his heart that there were so many ghosts and gods in the land of ghosts and gods. How would he patrol one by one?
"Now I finally figured it out.
I was originally going to inspect these temples. As long as I was sure that the ghosts and gods inside were still there, his mission was completed. If you encounter a temple where ghosts and gods are gone, Lin Shen only needs to record it, so he doesn't need to do anything." Lin Shen did not enter the mountain temple, but just looked outside, looked at it and turned around and left. The statues in the mountain temple were shining light, and they could see them without going in. He just needed to see that the temple had no light, and most of the ghosts and gods there should be no more.
Chapter 1123 Are you back?
Looking at the temples in the forest, the temples at night are no longer dilapidated during the day, with light flashing, as if gods are shrouded on the temple, and the dilapidated temples are completely refreshed as if time has flowed back. Although I have come here a lot in the past, I have not looked at the temples carefully. Lin Shen discovered that in the temples here, many of the ghosts and gods worshipped are unseen and have not been heard of, and most of them have never been heard of. Lin Shen is more familiar with ancient ghosts and gods like Nuwa.
Lin Shen stayed away from the temple he didn't know.
Shi Zhongqing reminded him that some ghosts and gods had strange powers, so that Lin Shen would not be too close to them.
If it was affected unknowingly, it would be troublesome.
As Lin Shen walked, he saw a temple without any lights, and it was still as dilapidated as during the day.
What kind of temple is this? Are the ghosts and gods inside no longer there?
Lin Shen was shocked. This was the most troublesome. You can see the light in other temples, so you don't need to go in and see if the statue is still there.
Entering the temple at night is not a good thing.
Lin Shen was wondering whether to wait until the daytime before going in. Looking from a distance, I saw a plaque hanging on the gate of the temple that was half over, and the word Donghuang could be seen under the dust. I don't know where the other half of the plaque went. Judging from the gap, it seemed to have been cut off with a sharp blade, and the breaking point was very neat.
It seems that the only one who can be named Donghuang in mythology is that Tai god?
When Lin Shen got the Chaos Bell before, he also studied it specifically. The legendary real Chaos Bell is the artifact of this great god, so he is familiar with it. Lin Shen really didn't know this great god before, but there was only the word Donghuang here, so it's hard to say whether he was that great god. Lin Shen looked at it a few times and found that the temple was very dilapidated. The main hall was not damaged too much. The doors were still there and were still closed, and they could not see the situation inside. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. He went to inspect other temples first and came back during the day to see if the statues in the Donghuang temple were still there. Before Lin Shen could leave, a vague voice suddenly came into his ears. The sound seemed to be far away from the sky, and seemed to be sounding in his mind. "You are here." The voice was faint and sounded like a string sound, and it sounded like a woman's voice. Lin Shen was shocked and immediately became energetic. He opened all kinds of skills and directly summoned the destiny to merge. He raised his gun and aimed at the direction of the ancient temple. Although the voice is ethereal, it makes people feel that it is coming from the Donghuang temple. Lin Shen remembers that in the information he has read, it is hard to say whether Donghuang Taiyi is a human being, but his general image is a man. But here is the voice of a woman, so this Donghuang may not be the great god Lin Shen thought of. Lin Shen has never entered the Donghuang temple a few times before, and he doesn't know which god is worshipped inside. "I knew, you will definitely follow the agreement and come back. It's not in vain that I have been waiting for you for so many years." The woman's voice sounded again. But this time, with the woman's voice, the gate of the main hall of the Donghuang temple actually opened slowly with a creak. Lin Shen looked in from the place where the exterior wall collapsed. He saw that although the main hall door was open, it was dark inside and could not see clearly what was there. The woman here doesn't know what origins it is, and it sounds like she recognizes the wrong person. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Is it because I look like that person? I think the chance of this should be relatively low, so how could she mistake me for that person? Could it be that the relationship between Chaos Xiaozhong, the Chaos Xiaozhong really has something to do with the Donghuang temple? But this is not right. If this is really the temple of Donghuang Taiyi, how could the sound inside be a woman? "Why don't you come in? I've been waiting for too long. I haven't even wanted to wait for a second." The woman's voice sounded again. "Don't worry, if you can keep the promise, I will also abide by the agreement. After I get out of trouble, that thing will belong to you." Lin Shen wanted to ask her, "Who are you?" But just asking this, wouldn't it be revealed? However, when Lin Shen heard the other party reveal that he was trapped, he felt a little relieved. Since the other party is difficult to get out of trouble, as long as he doesn't enter the Donghuang temple, there should be no big problem. It seemed that because Lin Shen had not replied for a long time, the woman continued, "Did you go to the places I told you, and find that it was a little different from what I said, and think I deceived you?" The woman sighed softly and continued, "If it's because of these, you're wrong about me. The things I know are from the ancient fairy court era. The modern fairy court was rebuilt later. It's normal that it's a little different from before. I've told you all these before, and you should know them." The woman waited for a while, and saw that Lin Shen still didn't say anything. She said again, "If you blame me for this, then I have nothing to say, but if you can come back here, you must have benefited from those places. You should be able to offset your merits and demerits, right? Ancient Immortal Court? Judging from her meaning, did I say that the Immortal Court was destroyed once, and the current Immortal Court was rebuilt later?" Lin Shen suddenly figured out a lot of questions. No wonder he felt that the current Immortal Court was strange, which made him feel very confused, and he couldn't tell which one was the real Immortal Court. There are 3 Immortal Courts that Lin Shen knows now. One is the dilapidated Immortal Court with only Jade Bridge, the other is the Immortal Court that was taken to by the sacrificial robe, which is really like a fairyland, and the current Immortal Court divided into 6 major star areas. The 3 places are different. Which one is the real Immortal Courtyard? Lin Shen is still in chaos. Now that the woman said this, Lin Shen suddenly realized whether there was a possibility that one of the Immortal Courts he went to was actually the ruins of the ancient Immortal Court. If you think about it this way, many questions can be explained. But this can only explain part of it, and there are still many questions that cannot be explained. Why don't you say a word? If you don't want to keep your promise, why do you have to come back? Since you are back, why don't you say a word?
Or, you, the king of the ancient world, are coming back to see my jokes. The woman seemed a little angry, her voice obviously had a little anger. But what she said surprised Lin Shen. The woman in Dongwang Temple actually mistakenly recognized him as the king of the ancient realm, which was a bit beyond Lin Shen's expectations. He thought that the other party mistakenly regarded him as Tai. After all, he only had the chaos Xiaozhong on him in the Dongwang Temple. Chapter 11:24 Lin Shen's speculation. Lin Shen felt as uncomfortable as if there was a kitten scratching in his heart. He wanted to ask women some questions, but he was not the king of the ancient realm. He was afraid that the other party would not continue to say anything once he spoke, and he would not even hear any news. But not speaking like this is not a matter of being a good thing. It is impossible for the other party to keep talking alone, and sooner or later they will realize that there is something wrong. How did she mistake me for the king of the ancient realm? Is it like the king of the ancient realm? Or do I have a similar aura to the king of the ancient realm, or is there something on me who belongs to the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen thought carefully. It is difficult to stand firm if he looks like the king of the ancient realm. He has been wearing armor all the time, and the other party can't see what he looks like. This possibility should be unlikely. That's the breath or something on my body that made her mistakenly think that I was the king of the ancient realm. But what could it be? Lin Shen thought about what was related to the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen has 4 things that are directly related to the king of the ancient realm. The 2 pets Xiaoyi and Xiaona, as well as Lin Shen's The Undying Sutra and Treading to the Immortal Court. I have always collected Xiaoye and Xiaona very well. No one has ever discovered them. This person is trapped in the temple and cannot even come out. I cannot tell my true identity. If she could sense Xiaoye and Xiaona, how could she feel wrong? Lin Shen thought again, the Immortal Court has been changed beyond recognition by me. Even if the original author comes, it is afraid it will be difficult to recognize it, let alone I have never used it. So many people have seen me use the Immortal Court, but no one recognizes it related to the Immortal Court, and the probability of being recognized is not high. Then the only thing left is the Sutra of Greeting in Life and Fear of Death. I can't practice other evolutionary techniques, or I can only practice after revision. This Sutra of Agelessness has hardly been modified, and it has been running in my body all the time. Even the theory of evolution is difficult to assimilate it. Could it be that this is really the evolutionary technique practiced by the king of the ancient world, and was sensed by the women in the temple? Lin Shen thought about it, and the possibility of this was the greatest. Lin Shen didn't speak for a long time, and the woman couldn't help it again. Are you really here to come and laugh at me? You ungrateful and ruthless person, you forgot who saved you from water and fire when you entered the South Heaven Gate and were chased by gods and men, and saved your life? You forgot who helped you open the Immortal Gate and enter the Immortal Court, and you have that unseen fate? Without me, you would have long known how many times you have died. Now you are here to see my joke. What qualifications are you? The woman became more and more angry as she spoke, and her originally gentle voice gradually became sharper. Lin Shen remembered the news that he heard about the king of the ancient realm in the Star God Palace. Although it was not very complete, there were only a few words, he could also infer some things from it. Like the king of the ancient realm, Wei Wufu and others, they both entered the 6 major star areas from the South Heaven Gate, and they also had conflicts with the Star God Palace. The difference is that the king of the ancient realm was not captured by the Star God Palace like Wei Wufu and Dai's, but escaped from the Star God Palace. Lin Shen used to think that the reason why the king of the ancient realm was able to escape was because the Nantian Gate at that time was not as rigorous as it is now, and the king of the ancient realm was stronger than Wei Wufu and Dai Si, so he was able to escape. Now that Lin Shen heard what the woman said, he realized that there was another important reason why the king of the ancient realm could escape, because of this woman. So, she is not a ghost here, but a god from the 6 major star zones? It is difficult for ordinary gods to enter the Star God Palace, and it is impossible to get close to the South Heaven Gate. Moreover, she has to save a person from the ancient realm area in the Star God Palace. These are not something that ordinary people can do, unless she is a star priest or a high-level star priest. There is this possibility. Since she is a star priest,
the immortal sect and immortal court she mentioned should refer to here, right? Xiaoxingxing said just now that the king of the ancient realm can summon the immortal court here. Ordinary priests do not have the chance to enter here, and they cannot come in unless the woman is a Star Hall owner. After speculating at this, Lin Shen felt that the whole incident seemed to have become much clearer.
Lin Shen re-examined it.
According to normal logic, this woman should be the owner of the Star God Palace in the South District. When the Ancient Realm King entered the South Heaven Gate, this woman helped him for some reason and gave the Ancient Realm King many benefits. She even brought him to this place of ghosts and gods, allowing him to enter the real immortal court from the Immortal Gate, and gained great benefits. As for why this woman was trapped in the Donghuang Temple, Lin Shen couldn't guess. Wait a minute, this woman was already the owner of the Star Hall in the era when the King of the Ancient Realm entered the South Heaven Gate. Then she has a great chance to become a great priest in the future.
The great priest in the South District, the one before Wu Qing, seems to be missing, right? Could she be the great priest in the South District before Wu Qing, right?
Lin Shen regretted it now and did not have a good understanding of the information about the Star God Palace in the South District. He didn't even know what the former South District priest was named as a man or a woman, and he couldn't confirm his guess.
However, the era of the King of the Ancient Realm is very long now. Can that great priest live to such a long time? Then he thought about it again.
Shi Zhongqing, the oldest priest, was known as the longest-lived master. He also sat in the position of the great priest for the longest time. He seemed to have experienced the era of the King of the Ancient Realm. If the South District Master was not much different from Shi Zhongqing's age and was a woman, then this possibility would be very high. Since you don't keep your promise and don't want to save me from the trap, then leave.
If you don't leave, I will scold you.
The woman's voice was cold and shy and angry. Lin Shen did not dare to respond, but still stood there silently. The woman did what she said and soon started to curse. Perhaps he was already very hated for the King of the Ancient Realm, and the woman scolded her very dirty. Although she knew she was not scolding herself, Lin Shen still had a strange look when he heard it. I originally thought that women could tell some news while scolding, but the result was that pure country curses, and they really gained nothing except for dirtying their ears and hearts. The woman was not tired either. All kinds of swear words were like the Yellow River flooding, and Lin Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly in secret. You are a killer, you are despicable, shameless, dirty, despicable, those vulgar ideas. If you were not close to the brainless things you got close to and got married, you wouldn't think of
refining your daughter into a pet. Only you can do this kind of thing.
The woman scolded her and talked endlessly, and suddenly there was a sentence that stunned Lin Shen.
Chapter 1125 Infinite Evolution. Refining your daughter into a pet.
Lin Shen was stunned for several seconds. This sentence reminded him of the story of the three treasures box, as well as Xiao Yi and Xiao Na.
Damn! Xiao Ye and Xiao Na, can't they really be the daughters of the King of the Ancient Realm? Lin Shen's expression became strange, and he wished he could get Xiao Ye and Xiao Na out and ask clearly now.
Lin Shen was very surprised before. Why there were only 2 martial arts and 2 pets in the 3 treasures box, and why did he say that if he took these things, he would become a public enemy of the universe?
If Xiao Ye and Xiao Na are really his daughters, it seems that they can understand part of it.
If Xiao Ye and Xiao Na are really the daughters of the King of the Ancient Realm, then why would the King of the Ancient Realm turn them into pets?
Lin Shen wanted to hear the answer from the woman's mouth.
The relationship between this woman and the King of the Ancient Realm is definitely not simple. She seems to know many secrets of the King of the Ancient Realm. Not only did she save the King of the Ancient Realm, but she might have had a relationship between them. Lin Shen heard the woman scolding for a long time, but unfortunately the woman did not mention any other useful information, and never mentioned the matter of her daughter becoming a pet. Until the woman seemed to be tired of scolding and stopped, Lin Shen did not get any useful information.
How can I get some useful information from women?
Lin Shen was so itchy, and was afraid that he would reveal his flaws as soon as he opened his mouth.
You bitch Gu Ji, you are just here to scold me, right?
The woman seemed to be confused and continued to scold me again. After cursing for a few words, the woman seemed to suddenly think of something, and instantly turned angry and laughed. I understand, you discovered you finally discovered the book evolution you took was wrong.
The wrong theory of evolution.
Lin Shen was stunned. Lin Shen practiced the wrong version of theory of evolution, but theory of evolution is one of the 5 basic evolutionary techniques in the ancient world, and it seems to have nothing to do with the immortal court, right? Even the authentic theory of evolution only reaches the immortal level, and it has nothing to do with the faction of ghosts and gods.
It should be a coincidence?
Lin Shen said in his heart.
The woman laughed even happier. Yes, the theory of evolution I wrote to you is wrong. It is normal for you to not practice it. It is not because you lack talent or understanding.
Speaking of this, the woman deliberately paused, as if the storyteller was keeping her insincere. Lin Shen wanted to ask why, but unfortunately he didn't dare to ask.
You don't want to know why I gave you the fake theory of evolution?
Seeing that Lin Shen was not talking, the woman started talking to herself.
Okay, if you don't ask, then I won't say it.
There was still no response, and the woman didn't even say it this time.
Lin Shen thought that a woman's personality would probably say it again in a while. Who knew that she really stopped talking and didn't even say anything?
Lin Shen looked at the time and there was not much time left before dawn.
Thinking that if this continued, I would really not be able to hear anything. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen finally couldn't help but ask, why?
You really came because of theory of evolution. I knew how could such a ruthless and unrighteous person keep his promise and come back kindly to save me from the trap.
The woman's voice became cold. Is my voice a bit similar to that of the king of the ancient realm?
Lin Shen originally thought that he might be recognized if he spoke, but he did not expect that the woman had no doubt at all.
The woman continued coldly, do you think I deliberately changed the theory of evolution, and I want to use this to threaten you? You are not that kind of person. Lin Shen said.
Lin Shen's words were not casually said, he really felt that women should not be that kind of person. If a woman really wants to use this thing to threaten the king of the ancient realm, she should have said it just now, instead of scolding people in anger. In fact, she didn't seem to have thought of this at first.
You can still speak human words.
The woman snorted coldly, when I copied the theory of evolution, the theory of evolution was incomplete. In order not to disappoint you, I had to make up for the incomplete parts myself. It is not wrong for me to write the theory of evolution that I deliberately wrote, but you don't have to think about it anymore.
There is no complete theory of evolution in this world.
The woman didn't hear Lin Shen's words, so she continued mockingly, you are very disappointed. You tried your best to practice evolution, but you didn't have any hope at all, only despair. Your hard work in this life is in vain, and you deserve it.
How could it be incomplete?
Lin Shen tried to speak as little as possible to avoid being heard of flaws.
Of course you didn't expect it to be incomplete. The evolution calculated by the 6 great emperor-level intelligent brains will not be incomplete. Unfortunately, you were wrong, and I was wrong.
The evolution has not been fully calculated from the beginning to the end, or in other words, there is no complete theory of evolution in this world at all.
From the beginning, this idea was already wrong.
The woman mocked, the emperor-level intelligent brain wants to deduce a technique that can transform their intelligent life into flesh and blood.
Unfortunately, this is impossible.
The two are completely different from the same species, nor are they the same living body, and they cannot evolve towards each other. No matter how talented you are, never before, and no one comes, you can't do anything that is not true at all. You still want to reverse the martial arts and turn them into a martial arts that evolved from humans to intelligent brains, which is impossible to do, and the foundation does not exist, it is wrong. The woman sarcastically said without any mercy, there has never been any infinite evolution in this universe.
Whatever you are originally, you are human. No matter how you evolve, you can't become a stone. No matter how you evolve, you can't become a human. You are too delusional.
Lin Shen changed his color as he listened, because he felt at first that the theory of evolution mentioned by women should have nothing to do with the theory of evolution he practiced, and it is not the same.
But now it sounds like how the theory of evolution that women talk about seems to be talking about the theory of evolution he practices?
The evolution theory he practiced mainly focuses on infinite evolution, in which mutations or evolution can be generated that match it in any environment.
Surviving in water will evolve the ability to breathe in water, and may even evolve organs that are conducive to survival in water. In high-temperature areas, the ability to resist high temperatures will evolve, and the body will also produce certain mutations, making itself more suitable for survival in that environment. This evolution is infinite, just like poison resistance. The more toxins Lin Shen eats, the more species the more poison resistance can evolve. Lin Shen had never considered what his body would look like if the theory of evolution had kept evolving. Now, after hearing what a woman said, if the body evolves infinitely, will it evolve into an existence like an intelligent brain in the end? Chapter 11:26. It's really a wrong version. It shouldn't be the same book. My book was found in the third brother's study. How could it be related to the evolution theory of the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen thought this in his heart, but he felt something was wrong. At that time, he took out the Age of the Sutra and the Immortal Court from the treasure chest of the ancient realm king. There was nothing in the third treasure chest, but someone took the lead. Thinking about it now, the third brother and the fourth brother have been to the king of realm before. With the skills of the third brother and the fourth brother, it seems that it is not strange that they find the treasure chest. The most important thing is that the life-saving talisman that the third brother gave him looked like a method of the Immortal Court. Where did the third brother get it? In addition to being in the Immortal Court, only the king of the ancient realm can obtain those methods. The God Cultivation clan itself has an enemy relationship with the Immortal Court, and people from the God Cultivation clan should not be able to be protected by the Immortal Court. Isn't it possible that the theory of evolution that I practiced is really made by the king of the ancient realm? Is it such a coincidence? Lin Shen didn't dare to determine for a moment whether this was a coincidence. The woman felt resentful in her heart and continued to mock her. I told you a long time ago that the Ageless Sutra was created by the first immortal in the world. After practicing the Ageless Sutra, it is immortal and immortal. Even if it is a death disaster, it will not be able to find you. It will be comparable to the Emperor in the future. But you are more proud and have to practice the evolution theory. After taking so many detours, you have not yet returned to this path. You still have to practice the Ageless Sutra like me. After hearing the woman's words, Lin Shen was finally sure why the woman mistakenly thought him as the king of the ancient realm. It turns out that women practice the Ageless Sutra, so they can naturally sense the Ageless Sutra on him, which will mistake him for the king of the ancient realm. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that the book Theory of Evolution he practiced might have been left by the king of the ancient world. Among the 3 treasure chests left by the king of the ancient realm, one is the Uniged Sutra and the other is Treading the Immortal Court. If there is also a martial art in the last treasure chest, then the one that was taken away is likely to be evolution. If I really practiced the theory of evolution from the king of the ancient realm, then I would count it. I would be equivalent to a true disciple of the king of the ancient realm and learn all his strongest skills. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that there might be something wrong here. If the king of the ancient realm practiced the Ageless Sutra, according to women, he would be an immortal body and would not even find him in the death disaster. Then what Xiao Xingxing said before is not true. Xiao Xingxing said that the king of the ancient realm robbed its original chaotic world in order to avoid the death disaster. Since he will not have a death disaster when practicing the Sutra of Immortality, what else can he avoid? Lin Shen couldn't figure out what was wrong with this. Who said that if you practice the Ageless Sutra, you cannot practice the theory of evolution? Lin Shen said coldly, wanting to talk to women more to find out more secrets. When the woman heard Lin Shen say this, she immediately sneered, "It seems that you still don't give up. You don't have to think about placing my words, because I'm telling the truth." The 6 emperor-level intellectual brains jointly deduced the theory of evolution, and have not been able to deduce it successfully after endless years. This means that this is the wrong path. Just like that pie, no one can count as the end, and it is impossible to deduce it completely. If you really don't give up, I can point out the part 1 added to you to see if you can make up for it. Peer is not counted, or it may be that it has not counted yet, which does not mean that there is no end. They have not deduced the theory of evolution intact, which does not mean that the theory of evolution is really not complete. Lin Shen talked casually, and he didn't know what he was saying, but just wanted to induce the woman to say more. After hearing this, the woman said in a sarcastic tone again,
if you have the ability, just make up for the theory of evolution by yourself. Why waste your time with me here?
Okay, then let's talk about what the real theory of evolution is like. You added those yourself? Lin Shen said.
The woman didn't talk nonsense to him and started memorizing it directly. Lin Shen was happy and hurriedly listened carefully. Sure enough, the first sentence of the theory of evolution he practiced was exactly the same as what a woman said. After the woman recited a few sentences, Lin Shen could already be sure that the theory of evolution she practiced must have been left by the king of the ancient realm, and the content was exactly the same. In this way, the king of the ancient realm has completed the theory of evolution and changed it to a way that humans can practice.
This makes sense.
Why does the king of the ancient realm still need to enter the chaos world to avoid the death disaster? Because he did not practice the Ageless Sutra at all, but practiced the evolution theory. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart. Sure enough, the content of the woman recited next was exactly the same as the misprinted theory of evolution that Lin Shen learned, and even the same word, from beginning to end. At first, Lin Shen felt that his guess was correct, but after the woman recited the full text, Lin Shen felt something was wrong again. The full text recited by a woman is exactly the same as the evolution theory he practiced. In other words, the king of the ancient realm did not change the evolution theory into a version of human cultivation, and basically did not complete the theory of evolution. At least this theory of evolution left by the king of the ancient realm does not do this. In this case, how did Lin Shen cultivate the theory of evolution based on this book?
This is the version I told you.
In fact, many of the key points are added by myself. The original version is not so complete. The woman's words made Lin Shen even more confused. Lin Shen's mind was about to be fucked and smoked for a moment. According to the woman's wishes, the theory of evolution he learned was really a real and misprint. It is a version that women use their imagination and completed will, and this is not a version that is for humans to practice. Lin Shen was now full of doubts. How did he practice such a non-human and wrong martial art? Fuck, can't I only practice the wrong version of my physique? I can't practice the serious version, right? Lin Shen realized that it was really possible. Otherwise, why can't he practice those serious evolutionary techniques? Instead, it's just that he can achieve this wrong one. Also, why can he see those fire seeds, and the characteristics of those fire seeds are obviously inconsistent with objective laws? Now Lin Shen is very suspicious whether he is born a talented person who is rebellious and reincarnated by the rebellious thief. Otherwise, you can't even play the normal exercises yourself, and you can get started with abnormal exercises. The woman recited the theory of evolution again, but this time, there was a lot of content missing. This is the true chapter of the theory of evolution derived from the wisdom of the emperor.
Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't even understand what he was practicing.
Bitch, do you know why I told you this happily? The woman's voice suddenly became very happy, and she felt a sense of revenge.
Why?
Lin Shen felt strange from the moment.
How could a woman hates the king of the ancient realm so much? Because the Ageless Sutra you practiced also has problems. Since you have practiced it, if you don't save me from the trap today, you will definitely die.
The woman smiled happily, as if she smiled all the anger in her belly.
Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned.
It was not because he was afraid that there would be problems with the Ageless Sutra, but because he listened to the woman's meaning. The woman did not realize that he was practicing the Ageless Sutra at first. That is to say, his guess just now was wrong again. It was not because of the Ageless Sutra that women recognized him as the king of the ancient realm.
Chapter 1127 Women's Special. Oh, what's the problem with the Ageless Sutra? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice.
The woman's voice eased a little. Don't think I was deliberately harming you. The word underage sutra I gave you is not bad, and there is no problem in itself. The only problem is that underage sutra is not for men to practice.
What does it mean?
Lin Shen was stunned.
The woman smiled and said, it was only after you left that I realized that the Ageless Sutra is a technique specially practiced for women.
If a man practices it, it will have certain effects, but it is far from the effect of a woman's practice, and there is also a huge disadvantage. Lin Shen didn't answer her words, but just waited quietly.
You have not changed at all, and you will always be so silenced, as if nothing can be difficult for you. Unfortunately, this time you will really have big problems, and it is a problem that you cannot solve. The woman sneered, don't think I'm exaggerating.
After a man practices the Ageless Sutra, his physiological characteristics will gradually change towards a woman, and eventually he will completely become a woman.
At that time, it will be your death period.
I don't know when you started practicing the Ageless Sutra, but as long as you practice, your body should have changed. You should know whether some male organs are getting smaller and smaller.
Lin Shen was startled by what she said and subconsciously wanted to check out an important part of her, but he immediately realized that it seemed that the situation did not appear as the woman said. However, Lin Shen was still a little worried, not sure if it was because he had been practicing for too short and had not responded yet. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that there might be no problem with the old age scriptures he practiced. Perhaps the old age scriptures passed down by the king of the ancient realm have been modified by him, and the disadvantages have been removed. Who told you that the Ageless Sutra is a special practice for women? Lin Shen asked calmly.
Have you heard the story of Chang'e flying to the moon? Said the woman.
Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir, and her heart is always in the blue sea and the blue sky.
Lin Shen said casually.
The woman said, only people only know that Chang'e was able to ascend by stealing elixirs, but they don't know that there is no elixir in the world. Even if there is, the energy of that medicine cannot be withstood by an ordinary human body. If a mortal person really takes that level of elixir, he may immediately explode and die. What do you mean is that the so-called elixir is the ageless meridian?
Lin Shen pondered.
Yes, the reason why Chang'e was able to ascend is not because she took the elixir, but because she practiced the Ageless Sutra created by the first immortal in the world. Moreover, this technique was specially created for women, and only women can practice it.
The woman continued, I didn't know it before, and I didn't know it until I was trapped here for many years. The book The Undying Sutra I accidentally obtained is the technique passed down by Chang'e.
Why do you know that you are trapped here? Lin Shen asked.
The woman smiled and said, because I saw Chang'e herself, she told me.
She is still alive?
Lin Shen pretended to frown. Lin Shen remembered that Lin Wan also mentioned the name Chang'e. At that time, Lin Wan said that there were very few people she had seen in the fairy court, and one of them was a woman who accidentally entered the fairy court.
After Lin Shen arrived at the immortal court, he no longer believed what Lin Wan said.
But now thinking about it, the immortal courtyard that Lin Wan mentioned may not refer to the 6 major star areas, but to the real immortal courtyard.
If that's the case, it seems to make sense. Are you confused? How could a person who practices the Eternal Sutra die easily?
The woman curled her lips and said, besides, she has long become a real immortal and is already in the immortal class.
You can't imagine that the dilapidated temple nearest to the southeast with a broken incense belongs to Chang'e. I really didn't expect it.
Lin Shen sighed lightly.
I talked to Chang'e about the Ageless Sutra, and she also told me a lot about the Ageless Sutra.
If a man practices the Ageless Sutra and his body becomes a woman completely, it is the time of death, and he also told me a solution.
If you don't want to die, save me, I will tell you that method.
The woman said her ultimate goal. You can tell the age of the age first, let me see if I remember or practice it wrongly.
Lin Shen whispered.
How could you remember wrongly with a person who is so scheming like you? The woman teased. Seeing that Lin Shen did not speak again, the woman pondered for a while and then recited the Ageless Sutra. Lin Shen was originally holding a glimmer of hope, thinking that the old-fashioned scriptures he practiced might have been modified by the king of the ancient realm. But after listening to the woman recited it, my heart was also cold. The eternal scriptures he practiced were exactly the same as those recited by women, and there was no bad word. The king of ancient realm is also a big pit. Among the 3 techniques left behind, there are actually 2 fatal problems, which are simply a scam.
Then there are no problems with the immortal court, right? Lin Shen felt a little uneasy. If you practice the Ageless Sutra, you will have the risk of becoming possessed by the devil.
Lin Shen is not very afraid. After all, he has the theory of evolution and should be able to survive.
But if this agelessness becomes more and more like a woman, and in the end she becomes a woman, will evolution have an effect on this? Lin Shen is not sure. Lin Shen doesn't want to become a woman. The key is that once he practices his age, he can't control himself, and even if he doesn't want to, he will operate on his own. Even when he is sleeping, all the organs in his body are resting, and he is still practicing on his own, and he can't stop even if he wants to. Although my body has not changed much now, who knows whether I will become a woman in the future? How, have you practiced wrong? The woman said mockingly after memorizing it. No. Lin Shen said helplessly. Help me get out of trouble, give you away. From now on, you and I will clear your mind. You will walk on your Yangguan Road, and I will walk on my Independence Bridge. The woman seemed to be sure that Lin Shen would definitely help her escape. Tell me the method first. Lin Shen did not dare to agree to her. First, he was afraid that the woman would turn against her after she came out, and second, he was not the king of the ancient world at all, and he didn't know how to save the woman from the trap. Since the woman has seen Chang'e here, even the characters have not saved her, I think there must be a problem here. Either the woman has a problem, or it will be very troublesome to save her from the trouble. Guji, do you really think I am stupid? Will you still believe you now? The woman laughed. If you want to help me, help me. If you don't help me, leave by yourself. I'll wait for the day when you become a woman and die. Lin Shen pondered silently. He really wanted to get this method, so he was prepared for any trouble. But he had no choice but to save this woman from the trap. Even if he had a solution, he would not dare to rescue him casually. Do you still remember treading to the immortal court ? Lin Shen asked suddenly. Chapter 1128, Holding a Treasure. Since you can't figure out what the woman said for the time being, let's first find out if there is any problem with another skill left by the king of the ancient realm. Stepping on the immortal court is a relatively strange technique. It itself is between techniques and techniques, and its external expression is more inclined to techniques. However, while using the immortal court, it actually has a certain effect on the evolution of the body, especially when breaking through. Stepping on the immortal court is like an experience card that transcends one's own experience card. By constantly using stepping on the immortal court, you can fully stimulate your own strength and potential, and constantly impact to a higher level until your body is overdrawn and you will not be able to support it in the end. Although this kind of experience that breaks through the conventional world cannot stay in that state, it will be much easier to break through with the experience. After Lin Shen's repeated modifications, the immortal court has been unrecognizable and is very different from the original immortal court, but this feature has been preserved. Lin Shen didn't think there was any problem before, but now he suddenly knew that there were problems with the Ageless Sutra and theory of evolution, so he was a little worried whether there was any problem with treading to the immortal court. What's the place to step on the fairy garden? The woman frowned slightly. I was a guest on Earth, but I had no intention of walking at night. Heaven wanted to wait for me, so I walked onto the fairy courtyard. Lin Shen recited the 4 sentences he had read. After hearing this, the woman immediately sneered, "You are so arrogant. Unfortunately, with your current ability, at most, you are equal to an intelligent brain with an emperor. If you want to break through the immortal court, you are still far from being." Lin Shen saw that the woman didn't know the technique of treading to the immortal court, so he didn't say anything more. It seems that this treading to the immortal court should be a martial art obtained or created by the king of the ancient realm later. Lin Shen sorted out the information he knew now. The kings of the ancient world are most likely not dead, and it is very likely to hide in the chaotic world. He shouldn't have practiced the Ageless Sutra, otherwise he wouldn't have to hide. The 3 treasures box was indeed left by the king of the ancient realm. The 2 little princesses' pets are likely to be the 2 daughters of the king of the ancient realm. Why did the king of ancient realm turn his daughter into a pet? Why did he leave them and 3 martial arts in the treasure chest? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out when he thought about it. If the king of the ancient realm knew that there was something wrong with these skills and that he left them to harm others, then there was no need for him to take care of his daughter, right? I don't know if there is the same pet in the 3rd treasure chest. Does he still have a daughter? It seems he has a son. Lin Shen thought about it and felt a little depressed. The Ageless Sutra did not harm the king of the ancient realm, but he had cheated himself. If there is no woman's method, will he become a woman in a few years? It's fine if you become a woman, but you will die immediately. This is too cruel. Does it help me get out of trouble? I'll give you a happy word. I haven't seen you for so many years, so why did you become so mother-in-law and mother? It doesn't look like your style at all. The woman seemed a little impatient. Oh, I really want to help you get out of trouble, but unfortunately I don't have that ability anymore. Lin Shen saw that the woman was already suspicious and could only give her another dose of a fierce medicine, hoping to cheat more news. Sure enough, when the woman heard Lin Shen say this, she was stunned. What does it mean? It's literal. Lin Shen said lightly. You are not that bitch from Guji. The woman's voice suddenly became cold like the cold wind in winter. Who are you? How dare you play tricks on me like this? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't know what was wrong with his words, so he asked the woman to directly confirm that he was not the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to stay away from here, but it was too late. He saw a strange light rising from the ruined temple, instantly turning into a spiritual body like a mysterious woman in the 9 heavens, standing on the ruined temple. Lin Shen burst out with all his strength and retreated quickly, but no matter how he retreated, he seemed to be still in place, and he could not completely stretch the distance between him and the ruined temple. The 9 heavens mysterious woman-like spiritual body looked down at Lin Shen from a high place, but her eyes were like blind people, without any focus. You dare to pretend to be him? Who are you? The woman's cold voice sounded again with anger. I have never said that I am the king of the ancient realm. You have always said that I am the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen said. The woman paused slightly, but immediately said coldly, it doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth. Since you have the great emperor's artifact, mutton fat jade bottle and purple gold red gourd, you must have a close relationship with that bitch in Guji. You are either his successor or his descendant. You dare to play with me here and pretend that you have no reason, and you will die. As he said that, a divine light burst out from the fairy-like spiritual body. In this dark night, half of the sky was dyed into illusion, and the terrifying majesty also enveloped the terrifying majesty. Lin Shen rushed left and right desperately, but his body was not moving as if he had originally been moved. The illusory glow had already descended. The fluorescent light that the star card bloomed could not resist the illusion of colorful glows, and was directly crushed. I am afraid that the weak pressure would instantly press on Lin Shen's body. Wait a minute, I can save you from the trap. Lin Shen has met many strong people, but compared with this fairy spirit, they are far behind them and are hard to match. The fantasy rays of light that had been pressed on Lin Shen's body, just as soon as they came into contact, made Lin Shen's immortal suit shatter like tempered glass. The power suddenly appeared and disappeared, coming and going quickly. After Lin Shen shouted, the illusionary glow disappeared without a trace, and the shattered immortal suit fell down, and ding-ding fell all over the floor. Like that bitch Guji, he has a bunch of bad meat. If you don't deal with it, you won't be a good person. The woman said coldly. I do have some relationship with the king of ancient realm, but it is different from what you think. I just got some of his inheritance, and I can't even count his successor. Lin Shen said. It seems that if you don't kill you, you don't even tell the truth. Don't say that bastard Guji won't die. Even if he dies, he will not be able to leave the mutton fat jade bottle and the purple gold red gourd to others. That is the basis of his life and life. He regards those things more important than life. With his personality, if he really wants to die, he will not leave them to others even if he is destroyed, the woman snorted coldly. When Lin Shen heard these two names just now, he thought of the jade bottle and gourd in Xiaoye and Xiana's hands. He had thought that they were the objects that the two pets were born with. Although they were a bit special, they were not unique. Xiaoyu itself also carries similar objects, and is born with it. Now Lin Shen realized that it might not be the artifacts brought by Xiaoyi and Xiana, but the real wealth left by the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen wished he could summon Xiaoye and Xiana immediately, snatch the jade bottle and gourd to see what was inside. He had lived in the treasure of the king of the ancient realm for so long that he didn't realize it at all, and his regretful heart was blue. Chapter 1129 The Emperor's Artifact. Whether you believe it or not, I really have nothing to do with the king of the ancient realm, but these are not important. What is important is, what can I do for you? Can you tell me how to help you get out of trouble?
Lin Shen didn't want to really let the woman go, but now he seems to have no choice.
The woman is likely to be the former owner of the cathedral, or even the great priest.
The strength she showed just now, even if the deity was trapped in the temple, Lin Shen was far from her opponent.
There is no other way now, so I can only give in and save my life first.
The nine heavens' mysterious girl-like spiritual body still had no focus on his eyes, but he did not continue to take action.
After a moment, he said, "You are right. Whether you have anything to do with Guji does not matter. Since you said that you have obtained Guji's legacy in the breath of mutton fat jade bottle and purple gold red gourd, no matter how you got it, the bitch of Guji should indeed be on you, so do you have a chaos bell?"
Lin Shen finally figured out that the reason why women recognized him as the king of the ancient realm was because of the bottles and gourds in Xiaoye and Xiaona's hands. Lin Shen was not only grateful, but also frightened at this time. The king of the ancient realm said that if he takes his things, he will become a public enemy of the universe.
This statement seems to be true.
Before, Lin Shen had never dared to let Xiaoyi and Xiaona show it to others easily. Unexpectedly, even if they were not summoned, they would still be hidden tightly, and they would be seen through.
Now a woman can see through it, and will anyone else be able to see through it in the future?
He himself doesn't know that he is carrying such a big-time bomb.
What surprised Lin Shen was that what could help women get out of trouble was the chaos bell.
This thing is inside Lin Shen's body, but it is not the legacy of the king of the ancient realm, but it fell from Deng Adhua.
If the chaos bell was originally the king of the ancient realm, how could it fall into Deng Adhua's hands?
Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, but what is certain is that the chaos bell is indeed related to the Dongguan temple.
Can I ask a question first?
Lin Shen said in contemplation.
You said. The woman was happy. Lin Shen asked, "Do you think the mutton fat jade bottle and the purple gold red gourd are the great emperor's artifacts?" What exactly are the great emperor's artifacts?
Lin Shen now just wants to figure out how to make others unable to discover these two things, otherwise he would be too dangerous and might be exposed at any time.
Don't you know?
The woman was a little surprised.
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you. Lin Shen sighed.
Are you really not the descendant of that bitch of Guji? The woman asked in confusion as if she was surprised.
It's true.
Lin Shen shook his head.
Where did you get his stuff? The woman asked again. I got those things from the 3 treasure chests.
Lin Shen did not hide it, and told me about how he found the 3 treasure chests and how he opened them, and obtained 2 martial arts and 2 pets.
If you want to get rewards from women, you must first come up with some benefits.
After listening to it, the woman didn't speak for a long time, as if she was judging whether what Lin Shen said was true or false.
So, have you practiced the ageless meridian?
Finally, the woman spoke again.
Yes. Lin Shen nodded.
He did not say that he had practiced evolution.
This is the best.
Since you have practiced the ageless scriptures, you should understand that if you don't have my method, you will definitely die in the future.
The woman said.
So, I want to cooperate with you. This matter was originally something Lin Shen said to women on purpose, making women feel that they could only cooperate with him with confidence if they had held his handle.
A master of the times is a hero. You are better than that bitch of Guji.
The woman's tone was very pleased, and then continued, the 2 little princess pets you mentioned should be the daughter of Guji. The bitch made his 2 daughters into pets. I was a little confused before, what he wanted to do and why he did such a perverted thing. You said this, it was clear that his move was to hide the 2 great emperor artifacts.
What is the great emperor's artifact? Lin Shen asked again.
The creatures in the world, except for humans, all come from the immortal court. The emperor's intellectual brain divided them into 3rd-class and 4th-class grades, upper-middle level grades, lower-level grades, that is, upper-level creatures, median-level creatures and ancient-level creatures. Each creature is divided into 4 qualities: ordinary, mutated, divine beasts and ultimate. In other words, the strongest creature in the world is the ultimate creature of the superiority. Most gods believe that the great emperor's intelligence brain is also the ultimate creature of the superiority, but in fact it is not the case. The great emperor's intelligence brain itself has transcended this level, and they position themselves as the great emperor.
I don't know why. Although these great emperor-level intelligent brains have unparalleled power, they rarely or almost never participated in the battle. Even if they encounter problems that the great priest cannot solve, they will only use their clones to solve the problem. If even the clones cannot solve the problem, then they will give the great priest a kind of artifact. The power of the artifact is transcendent to any creature or artifact, and can be regarded as a manifestation of the power of the emperor, so it is also called the Great Emperor's Artifact, which is only 6 top divine weapons in the universe. Every emperor seems to have only one Great Emperor artifact. No one has seen them use the second Great Emperor artifact. In fact, nothing is wrong in the universe. It cannot be solved by the Great Emperor artifact, unless it is another Great Emperor artifact. The woman seemed to be trapped in memories and murmured to herself, "I was the great priest of the Nantian Star Temple, and I was given the gift from the emperor to hold the jade bottle of the emperor's divine artifact to solve a problem." Lin Shen heard the woman slowly tell a shocking secret. The 2 artifacts left by the king of the ancient realm were actually all the artifacts of the great emperor. The woman was really a great priest in the South District. Because the Creation Clan caused a big mess in the chaotic galaxy outside the South District, she took the jade bottle given by the Emperor Changxing of the Antarctic to suppress the Creation Clan. But she never expected that because of this incident, she almost lost her life. He got the jade bottle and was about to leave the Star God Palace to suppress the rebellion, but because someone from the ancient realm area broke in, he took a look. Unexpectedly, the person from the ancient realm area was surprisingly powerful. The star priest guarding the Nantian Gate was no match for him at all, and even the superior gods could not do anything to that person. The great priest was a little curious about the man, so he did not kill him, but just used a jade bottle to put the man away, intending to suppress the rebellion and decide what to deal with him when he comes back. Who knew that when he went there, he was actually caught in the conspiracy of the God-making clan and had a conflict with another great priest who came to suppress the rebellion of the God-making clan. 2 emperor artifacts fought head-on, destroying countless galaxies and almost burning them. In the end, the man trapped in the ancient world of Yuping reaped the benefits of the fisherman and took advantage of the 2 great priests' chances of losing both sides and snatched away 2 great emperor artifacts. What's hateful is that after the man seized 2 great emperor artifacts, he refused to give up and captured 2 great priests. Chapter 11:30 Low IQ. Lin Shen finally knew the woman's name Huainanxing, but now Lin Shen's mind is not on her name, because his whole heart is shocked by another thing and thumping. Together with the Southern District Grand Priest Huainanxing, the Western District Grand Priest Mu Shui was captured by the King of the Ancient Realm. According to Huainanxing, this Mu Shui is the mother of the 2 daughters of the King of the Ancient Realm. Too strong! Lin Shen secretly exclaimed in his heart. When they came to the immortal court from the ancient realm, Lao Wei and Dais were also considered among the people, but after they came, they could only become prisoners. The king of the ancient realm came to the immortal court and grabbed 2 great emperor artifacts and 2 great priests, one of whom gave birth to him and gave birth to children. It was so powerful. Although Huainanxing didn't say the details, he just mentioned it in 1 or 2 sentences. He thought that what happened after they were captured by the king of the ancient realm must be very tortuous and bizarre. The reason why Huainanxing mentioned this matter was related to the 2 daughters born by Mu Shui. Huainanxing accidentally discovered that the king of the ancient realm actually used Xingsuai to turn Mu Shui's 2 daughters born to pets. At that time, Huainanxing only felt that the king of the ancient realm was too perverted and actually did such a thing to his biological daughter. It was not until now that I realized that the Great Emperor's artifacts are closely related to the Great Emperor's intelligence brain, and their aura is too strong. It is almost impossible to hide them all the time and not be discovered by the Great Emperor's intelligence brain. The king of the ancient realm used the Sea of Stars to transform the Emperor's artifact and his daughter into a deformed species, so that the 2 Emperor's artifacts became part of the 2 girls, or a symbiotic relationship. With some special means,
they could cut off the connection between the Emperor's intellectual brain and the Emperor's artifacts, so that they could not lock in the position of the Emperor's artifacts. However, if you have close contact, Huinangxing can still agree to the faint breath of one of the great Emperor's artifacts. After all, that great Emperor's artifact was used by Huinangxing. The mutton fat jade bottle and the purple gold red gourd are the names given to them by the king of the ancient realm. These two Emperor artifacts were not originally called this name. The purple gold red gourd was originally called the Immortal Gourd or the Emperor Gourd. It is the Emperor artifact of the Immortal Emperor of the Southern District. This is the one that Huinangxing can sense. Lin Shen learned that he had such a valuable treasure on him, and was also a little depressed while being surprised. If he had known that he had such a treasure, he would have been busy all around him. However, if this thing is discovered by someone, the two emperors will definitely recover it with all their might, and other forces will inevitably have some plans. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are public enemies of the universe. What made Lin Shen depressed was that these two great emperor artifacts, because they were reincarnated with the two little princesses, have become exclusive artifacts for the two little princesses. Apart from them, it should be difficult for others to drive these two great emperor artifacts. Is that chaos bell inside the two great emperor artifacts? Huinangxing asked. I really don't know this. I don't know the origin of the two little princesses, nor do I know that the things in their hands are actually the artifact of the great emperor, nor do I know that there is the inheritance of the king of the ancient realm inside. Lin Shen said. Summon them out and let me see. Huinangxing said. Summoned here, you won't be discovered by others, right? Lin Shen said cautiously. This is the closest place to the Immortal Court. It should be difficult to let the Emperor's magical artifact appear here without being discovered. Don't worry, with me here, no one will find them. Huinangxing said. I can summon them, but this matter has nothing to do with me. No matter whether you can find what you want from them, you must let me go. Lin Shen also knew that promises are not reliable, but he had no choice. Now that his life is in the hands of others, life and death are not the final say. Okay. Huinangxing agreed immediately. Lin Shen also wanted to know whether Xiao Yi and Xiao Nao were as Huinangxing said, so he summoned them out. After Xiao Yi and Xiao Nao were summoned, they stood there as if they were not very IQ. It's indeed the two of them and the Emperor's magic weapon. Huinangxing's voice immediately sounded. But I think they seem to have low IQ. Did they get damaged when they are reincarnated as deformed species? Lin Shen said, looking at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. I think the person with a low IQ should be you. Huinangxing snorted coldly, and the spirit body, which was like a fairy, had two rays of illusion like rays in his eyes, illuminating directly at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. The next second, Xiao Yi and Xiao Na's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the gourds and jade bottles in their hands were radiating, and they actually blocked the illusion of rays like rays outside. The illusion of rays that the spirit bodies kept radiating could not get close to their bodies at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen was so angry. Lin Shen didn't block this illusion of rays for even a second just now, and the immortal condom was directly broken, as crisp as paper. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na can easily block the illusion of the sunset, which shows that their abilities are extremely powerful. But after so long, he encountered so many dangers, these two guys ignored him and didn't help at all, but he was a bit troubled. The old saying is right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will be able to lie. It's so painful to deceive me. Lin Shen was secretly depressed. Little Jewer, little lemon, do you still remember me? The smoky light disappeared, and the spirit body's unfocused eyes looked at Xiao Ye and Xiana and said, Aunt Nanxing. I didn't expect to see you here. You're okay. Xiao Ye and Xiana looked at each other, and Sister Xiaoye spoke. Seeing that they were so smart, Lin Shen didn't look like he had a low IQ, and knew that he had been deceived by them all the time. Do you think I'm okay? Huinangxing said lightly. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na looked at each other, and no one spoke. My grudges and your father have nothing to do with you. As long as you hand over the chaos bell, I won't make things difficult for you. Huinangxing said. Xiao Yi said, Aunt Nanxing, we want to help you too, but Chaos Xiao Zhong is really not here with us. Humph, Guji gave you the Emperor's jade bottle and the Emperor's gourd.
Where is the Chaos Xiaozhong not here? Hui Nangxing obviously didn't believe what they said.
There are indeed many things in the jade bottle and gourd, but there is really no chaos bell inside.
Xiaona couldn't help but speak. Hui Nangxing naturally didn't believe it, but Lin Shen knew very well that the Chaos Xiaozhong was indeed not with them, unless there were two Chaos Xiaozhongsha in the universe.
Since you don't want to give it to me, I can only take it myself. Hui Nangxing said, and the long sleeves of the 9 heavens like mysterious woman brushed the sky and the illusion of the rosy clouds immediately covered the world, and endless power came towards them.
Xiaoye and Xiaona's faces changed slightly.
They raised the jade bottle and gourd, emitting dazzling light, blocking the illusion color outside. The two of them struggled to resist the illusion of the sunset, and Xiaona took the time to glare at Lin Shen fiercely, as if she blamed Lin Shen for causing such a big trouble for them.
Chapter 1131 Dilemma. Lin Shen thought to himself, "You are still glaring at me?
I have sheltered you from the wind and rain for so long, and I have no benefit.
I have always been taking the blame. I should be the one who should glare at me, right?"
On the porcelain-like jade bottles and gourds, the light is as bright as the sun, blocking the magnificent rays of Huainan star outside. Lin Shen looked at it, but he was a little confused in his heart. Hui Nangxing said that the Emperor's artifact was so powerful, as if there was nothing in the sky and no underground, and any one of them could be invincible to the universe.
Why does it look like this now? The two Emperor's artifacts can't do anything to one Hui Nangxing trapped in the temple. This is too expensive. While Lin Shen was thinking, what Hui Nangxing said answered his doubts.
In order to get rid of the connection between the Emperor's artifact and the Emperor, ancient times let you reincarnate with the Emperor's artifact. Although this method has cut off the connection between the Emperor's artifact and the Emperor's intelligence, unfortunately, because of the reincarnation, the level has also dropped to the same level as your physical body. Speaking of this, Hui Nangxing seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, so that's it. Ancient Qi not only wanted to cut off the connection between the Great Emperor's artifact and the Great Emperor, but also wanted you to use the power of the Great Emperor's artifact to grow together with the Great Emperor's artifact, and finally break through to the Great Emperor's realm that cannot be achieved by human power.
It is really easy to plot.
It's a pity that even with the power of the Great Emperor's artifact, it's not that easy to enter the realm of the Great Emperor. On the contrary, you have not reached the Great Emperor's level, because you are now in a symbiotic relationship, and the Great Emperor's artifact cannot return to its peak.
Aunt Nanqing, we really don't have the Chaos Xiaozhong.
Even if you kill us, it's useless.
Xiao Yi said.
Since there is no chaos bell, then return the Emperor's artifact. Huainan star's increased power seemed to be distorted, presenting a bizarre scene in the illusion.
Lin Shen retreated quickly to avoid being affected by the battlefield.
But I found it was too late, and the fuzzy actually enveloped him.
Xiaoye raised the jade bottle, and a strange suction force emerged from the mouth of the jade bottle, sucking the icy light of the sky into the bottle like a whale swallowing a cow. After all, the Great Emperor's artifact is the Great Emperor's artifact.
Although it has not returned to its peak, no one can bully it at will.
Xiaoyi looked at Hui Nangxing's spirit body calmly and said, "Aunt Nanqing, if you have to force us, then we have to fight for life and death with you. You are not qualified to threaten me."
Hui Nangxing's voice was as deafening as the mysterious girl in the 9 heavens, like thunder and abyss, shaking the 4 fields and igniting the world. Above the divine night, govern the heavens, among the 10 poles, slaughter all things, the 9 heavens Ingyuan thunder sounds become the heavenly lord, urgently as the law order. With the sound of Huainan star, the spirit body like the mysterious woman in the 9 heavens wrote a talisman flashing lightning in the air with illusion. The moment the talisman was formed, the world instantly turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, submerging everything around it in the sea of thunder.
"Don't implicate me."
Lin Shen was shocked when he saw the thunder and lightning around him flowing from all directions. Lin Shen had never seen liquid lightning. The lightning was like green magma, carrying endless energy, surging towards them from the world and the earth, without any way out. There are stormy liquid lightning everywhere in the sky and the earth, and there is no way to avoid it and no way to retreat.
Check. Xiaona raised the porcelain gourd and slapped the bottom of the gourd at the surging lightning. The endless lightning was suddenly sucked into the gourd. Xiaoya held the jade bottle and sucked the tidal lightning from the other side in front of the other side.
Lin Shen rushed to the middle of them and avoided the bombardment of lightning. The jade bottle and the gourd constantly absorb lightning, but the lightning flows around it, like a sea, like an ocean, a waterfall, like a tide, as if it is endless. With the help of the gourd in the jade bottle, the liquid lightning flowing around it has not decreased at all. They could only maintain this small piece of space without lightning, but it seemed that the situation was not very good.
Damn, women are indeed unreasonable creatures. If you want to fight or kill them, just look for them. What you involve me in is simply unreasonable.
Lin Shen secretly scolded Huinangsing in his heart, and deserved to be trapped here, and he didn't keep his word.
Xiaona said angrily, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't exposed us, how could it end up like this?
You used to pretend to be crazy and didn't tell me anything, but now you're blaming me."
Lin Shen snorted coldly. Okay, stop arguing, save your life first.
Xiaoyi paused and said to Lin Shen, "We have just been promoted to the lower position and cannot stimulate the true power of the mutton fat jade bottle and the purple gold red gourd. We can barely resist the power of Huinangsing's divine knight, but it is definitely not a solution for a long time. Once our physical strength is exhausted and we can no longer activate the great emperor's artifact, it is our death period."
What should I do?
Lin Shen asked casually, but he was thinking in his heart how to escape alive.
The power of Huainan Star is too terrifying. It is not difficult to destroy the galaxy with such thunder and lightning. It is difficult for his power to fight against it.
If he rushes out, he may not be able to hold on for a second and will be struck into ashes by lightning.
There is only one way now. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Shen and said, "My Yujing bottle has a top-notch ultimate artifact called a Yezhou.
It has the ability to travel through time and space, which may help us escape from here. But now Yujing bottle is absorbing the thunder and lightning of the divine knight and cannot get things out."
"Then you should take it first," Lin Shen said. "I can't take it, Xiaona can't deal with the thunder and lightning alone.
If I ask Yujing bottle to stop absorbing the thunder and lightning, even if it's just a breath, the three of us will be turned into ashes by the thunder and lightning."
Xiaoyi looked at Lin Shen and said, "So I need you to buy me some time and let me take out a boat. I can't stop those lightning."
Lin Shen looked at the blue lightning that looked like liquid, just the energy contained in a drop of lightning, which made him feel extremely terrifying and impossible to stop. Xiaoyi and Xiaona couldn't stop them, and they were all relying on the Emperor's artifact in their hands to save their lives. It's a pity that the Emperor's artifact has already had a symbiotic relationship with them, and they have just reached the lower level. The Emperor's artifact is only at the lower level at this time, and it is incredible that it can withstand such a terrifying offensive. It is simply impossible to use the Emperor's magic weapon to kill Huinangsing.
Chapter 1132 True and False.
Xiaoyi said, "You can't stop it, but why bother to stop it?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned and immediately understood what Xiaoyi meant. At the same time, he also knew that Xiaoyi and Xiaona would definitely be able to sense the situation outside and know whether he had the ability to be invincible.
These two little women don't know how to secretly peep at me. It's really sinister.
Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but said, "You should know that my thing is flawed, and I'm afraid it's useless. Don't worry, the power of the Yujing bottle has blocked the place."
She can't hear what we say.
Xiaoyi continued, "Although your invincible power is flawed, it is definitely not enough to hurt her, but you just need to scare her and give me a second to take out a boat. You just need to hit the sand between your fingers according to the position I pointed, and we will be able to get out of the trap."
"What do you want to do?"
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
Huinansing's soul is the nine heavens Yingyuan Thundershen heaven, which is actually one of the clones of the Antarctic Emperor Changshen.
Her ability has surpassed the superior position and is not inferior to the real clone of the Emperor.
If Yu Jingping and I can be promoted to the upper level, we can fight with her. Now we can only rely on you. I know she has a vital point.
Xiaona and I will burst out all our strength later to buy you some time so that you can see her figure clearly. You only need to take the opportunity to attack her vital point, and you don't need to really hurt her.
Just scare her and buy me some time. Where is the key to Huinangsing? Lin Shen asked.
Between her eyebrows.
Xiao Yi said.
Lin Shen pondered silently, he didn't know whether what Xiao Yi said was true or false. Don't listen to her, she wants to harm you. A voice sounded in Lin Shen's mind, and it was the purple butterfly girl who had not made a sound for a long time.
How do you know she wants to harm me?
Lin Shen had no expression on his face, and communicated with the Ziming butterfly girl in the chaos bell with his thoughts.
Hoof, she asked you to attack Hui Nangxing's eyebrows.
Hui Nangxing practiced the Shinxiao Lei method. The place between the eyebrows is where thunder is, also known as the Shinxiao court, and it is where the Ninexiao divine thunder is nurtured. It is not only not the weakness of Hui Nangxing, but also the strongest part.
She asked you to attack there, but what would it be if it hurts you, said the Ziming butterfly girl.
Why did she do this?
What are the benefits for her?
Lin Shen continued to communicate with Ziming butterfly girl with his thoughts, but he did not believe her in his heart.
Don't you understand?
She wants to take your invincible power to catch Hui Nangxing off guard, and then she wants to take the opportunity to take Hui Nangxing off guard.
The purple butterfly girl snorted coldly, this woman is very scheming.
Hui Nangxing's body is trapped in the temple and can only fight with her soul and soul. These two things are the most true and pure energy, which is of great benefit to the evolution of their sisters and the great emperor's artifact. If she can swallow it, at least one of them and one great emperor's artifact can be promoted to the ultimate position.
Does she have that ability?
Lin Shen still didn't believe it. So, when you see a beautiful woman, your IQ becomes a negative number.
You believe whatever she says? The power of the great emperor artifact in their hands is not just that.
Now she is just secretly hiding her weakness and has not really exerted the power of the great emperor artifact, in order not to let Hui Nangxing have any chance to escape. The purple butterfly girl said contemptuously, now that their identities are exposed, you have helped her attract Hui Nangxing's attention.
She used the great emperor artifact to clean up Hui Nangxing.
It would be best if you were killed by Hui Nangxing. If you are lucky enough to survive, she can also kill you, so that their sisters can gain freedom, and no one knows that their sisters are still in the world, and they can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Lin Shen heard that he was skeptical and didn't know who to believe.
Are you ready? Xiao Yi asked again when he saw Lin Shen didn't say anything. Wait a moment.
Lin Shen was really embarrassed now, and he didn't know who was lying to Xiao Yi and Ziming butterfly girl. The Ziming butterfly girl said again, if you don't believe me, just ask her one word to tell whether she wants to run away or kill Hui Nangxing.
What do you mean?
Lin Shen asked hurriedly. Do you ask her if she knows the thunder of the sacred night? Said the purple butterfly girl.
What happened? Xiao Yi stared at Lin Shen and asked with a frown. Xiao Yi, do you know the thunder of the sacred night? Lin Shen repeated this sentence according to what the Ziming butterfly girl said.
While speaking, Lin Shen kept staring at Xiao Ye.
Seeing that Xiao Ye's face changed significantly after hearing these 4 words, and he thought to himself, Xiao Ye actually has something wrong. Xiao Ye's face quickly returned to normal and said calmly, I didn't expect you to know the divine Xiao thunder. Yes, the place I asked you to attack is the place where Huainan Star gave birth to the 9 Xiao divine thunder. The reason I don't tell you is because I not only want to escape, but also want to subdue it. I am afraid that you are too stressed and dare not cooperate with me, so I said that. I know now. This woman is full of lies and is not trustworthy at all. The proud voice of the Ziming butterfly woman sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Since you know, I don't have to hide it from you anymore.
If you use Finger Sword Sha to cooperate with our 2 sisters, we can use the Great Emperor artifact to suppress Huainan Star, so that we can truly solve the problems we are facing now. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to escape her pursuit on this mysterious star.
Xiao Yi continued to persuade Lin Shen seriously.
Don't listen to her, she just wants you to die. The purple butterfly girl said immediately, I have a way to make your fisherman profit. Not only will she not be plotted by them, but she can also seize the Great Emperor artifact in their hands. The Great Emperor's artifact has been reincarnated with them and has become their natal artifact.
How can it be taken over? Lin Shen asked in surprise. Of course others don't have this ability, but who am I?
I am a fairy in the Purple Palace. This little thing is difficult for others, but it cannot be difficult for me.
You just need to follow what I said to take back 2 Emperor artifacts and suppress them in turn.
The purple butterfly girl said with a smirk, you have 2 Emperor artifacts in your hands at that time.
Even if the Huainan star summons the spirit, you can't do anything to you.
Although the universe is big, with 2 Emperor artifacts in your hands, you can still be free to come and go.
Tell me.
Lin Shen was really moved.
Xiao Yi and Xiao Na obviously have nothing to do with him.
It is better to have 2 great Emperor artifacts on them than to be safe on themselves.
It is naturally better to get them back. I have a magical skill called the Dark Marriage Technique.
This magical skill can use to marry 2 great Emperor artifacts from them, so that you can become the new master of the great Emperor artifact. However, this method has one disadvantage. You must apply your blood on the 2 of them and the Dark Emperor artifact respectively, so that I can use the Dark Marriage Technique and take away their natal artifacts, said the purple butterfly girl.
Chapter 1133. What are your conditions? If you want me to let you out, then there is no need to say anything. I can't control the chaos bell.
Lin Shen communicated with the Ziming butterfly girl with his thoughts. He didn't believe that Ziming butterfly girl would be so kind and help him seize the emperor's artifact for nothing. At this time, the Ziming butterfly girl jumped out, and must have had some intentions and would not be kind to help him. The purple butterfly girl giggled, I know you can't control the chaos Xiaozhong, so naturally I won't ask you to let me out. The reason I help you is purely because if you die, the chaos Xiaozhong will definitely fall into their hands. My fate will only be even more miserable. It's not so much to help you, but it's for myself. Lin Shen couldn't find any fault for a while, and what the Ziming butterfly girl said was normal. Lin Shen could not control the chaos Xiaozhong, nor could he do anything to Ziming butterfly girl. She was just trapped. If it falls into the hands of Xiao Yi and Xiao Na, they are the daughters of the king of the ancient realm, and they are likely to know how to use the chaos bell, and the purple-black butterfly girl will feel uncomfortable at that time. How should you use your ghost marriage method? Lin Shen asked in deep thought. If you believe me, you just need to apply your blood on their foreheads, and at the same time you also need to apply some on the 2 great emperor artifacts. At that time, I can use the dark marriage method to make those 2 great emperor artifacts marry you. The artifact that is married is like water splashed out, and it has nothing to do with them from now on, and can only be used by you. However, this method has one disadvantage. From now on, you need to offer the great emperor artifacts with your own blood every day, otherwise you will be devoured. The purple butterfly girl paused and said, if you can't believe me, I can teach you the great art of ghost marriage, and you can just use it yourself. But this method is not easy to practice. Whether you can practice it in a short time depends on your luck. Okay, teach me the great method of ghost marriage. Lin Shen said without hesitation. He could not believe in the purple-black butterfly girl. If she was asked to use it, it was hard to say who would become the emperor's magic weapon. The purple butterfly girl did not hesitate and directly introduced the Tao of misconception into Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen memorized it carefully, but because it was too profound and complicated and had a lot of words, he couldn't remember it for a while. Lin Shen was not in a hurry, but Xiaona was a little anxious and said to Lin Shen directly, do you want to cooperate with us? You can decide what your mother-in-law and mother do? You have just lied to me once, how do I know if I am lying to me again this time? Lin Shen said calmly. What are the benefits of us lying to you? Xiaona said a little annoyed. Xiao Yi was much calmer than her. He knew that it would be useless to lose his temper when he wanted Lin Shen to trust them at this time. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said, Lin Shen, why did you give us such a name? It's up casually, and it's easy to say. Lin Shen said casually. Xiao Yi smiled and said, when you were chatting with others, you once talked about the ancient times of your mother star, there was a very famous female emperor named Yekaterina. I heard that you highly admire her in your words, so our name must be taken from the beginning and end of the name of this female emperor, right? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi knew the meaning of his name, but said calmly on the surface, so what? What's the point of saying this now? You give us such a name, and you know that your intention is to hope that we can become the most powerful existence in the world in the future, and to be kind to us in our hearts, and we understand these things in our hearts. Xiao Yi continued, because of our identity, it was not convenient for us to reveal it to you before, but our hearts are like you, and I hope you can become stronger and better. Do you still remember that you fought with Night Crow and were forced to escape into the giant god cemetery, and fell into a coma in the resting woods, but later they were safe and sound? Lin Shen's heart moved. What did you do then? It's nothing. I just injected you with a dose of endurance and stole the lifespan, which treated the injuries on your body so that you would not be sucked away by the tree of rest. Xiaona said with her lips curled. Lin Shen also had doubts at that time why he suffered such severe injuries and had recovered after sleeping in the resting woods. What Xiao Ye said is indeed credible. Seeing Lin Shen's expression calm down, Xiao Yi continued, man is not a plant or a tree. We have been together for so long, even if we are with a dead object, we will have some feelings, not to mention that we are all human beings with flesh and blood. Besides, there is no conflict of interest between you and me. On the contrary, you and I are both humans, and you are outstanding men among humans. In the future, we will definitely be the existence of the top strong people in the universe. If we want to gain a foothold in this universe in the future, it will only benefit us but not harm us. How can we do the thing that destroys the Great Wall? Lin Shen couldn't help but nodded slightly, and Xiao Yi made sense what he said. What Ziming Butterfly Girl said was just her one-sided statement. Killing him did not seem to be of any benefit to Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. Don't be bewitched by their words. The Emperor's magic weapon was born. Whoever holds this thing is the public enemy of the universe and will be chased by the entire universe. How could they allow you, an insider, to live? Ziming Butterfly Girl also said to Lin Shen. I have my own sense of responsibility. You can tell the Tao of Misfortune's marriage a few more times. Lin Shen communicated with him with his thoughts, and then said to Xiao Yi, please let me think about it first. After saying that, Lin Shen closed his eyes and stopped talking. He was seriously remembering the magic method of Ziming Butterfly Girl's ghost marriage. The dark marriage method is strange and bizarre, and I don't know who created the technique. It's really weird and has the power of unpredictable gods and ghosts. Although Lin Shen has not started practicing, after studying the content, he knows that this thing is not only impossible to practice in a short period of time, but it is even impossible to practice it. Because the dark marriage is a magical skill, just like the sun shooting magic, it is a skill of cultivation. If you want to practice the dark marriage, you have to abandon the magical skill you practice and practice the dark marriage again. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the Daowei Dao has requirements for both physical constitution and system, and it is not that anyone who wants to practice it can practice it. The purple-black butterfly girl told Lin Shen about the dark marriage method. She did not really let Lin Shen practice it. She just wanted Lin Shen to know the principle of the dark marriage method so that he could know that even if the purple-black butterfly girl used the dark marriage method, the Emperor's artifact would not fall into her hands, but would only fall into the hands of the person who made a contract with the Dark Emperor's artifact using blood. Now do you believe me, said Ziming Butterfly Girl. It's so that you can use the dark marriage technique. It's probably not easy to apply blood on their foreheads and the Great Emperor's artifact. Lin Shen pondered. Now is a good opportunity. They want to gain your trust. You can just pretend to cooperate with them, but you show distrust of her. I hope they can swear with blood. Ziming Butterfly Girl said her idea. Chapter 1134 Blood Oath. When will you wait? If you don't want to cooperate with us, then just slap and disperse. We have the ancient god bottle and the ancient god gourd in our hands. If we want to leave, Wei Nangxing can't keep us. Xiaona said uneasy and said with an unhappy look. She had a lot of objection to Lin Shen, thinking that Lin Shen shouldn't believe them. Lin Shen opened his eyes, ignored Xiaona, looked at Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, you should understand that trusting such things will be difficult to re-establish once you lose them. If you just made it clear to me, even if the risk is high, it is my own choice, and no one is wrong. It is really difficult to let me trust you again now. If you don't believe it, forget it. At worst, you can go your own way. If you had known that you were such a person, we shouldn't have saved you when we were in the giant god cemetery. Xiaona said angrily. What should we do to make you trust us again?
Xiao Yi sighed. With the great emperor's artifact in hand, if they are determined to leave, it will be difficult for Huinangxing to keep them. But they exposed their identities. If the news of Huinangxing bringing the emperor's artifact in their hands spread, even though the universe is large, there may be no place for them to live. They have been using the resources left by the king of the ancient realm and the jade bottle and gourd to practice. They have only reached the lower level, and are still far from the realm of the emperor. Now that they are being hunted by the entire universe, they are not 100% sure to protect themselves. The time is too short. If you give them a few more years, even if you advance to the upper level, there will be not many people in the universe who can threaten them. Now it is only the lower level. With the power of the Emperor's magic weapon, it is difficult for ordinary upper level to kill them, but it is already capable of threatening their own safety. So no matter what, Xiaoyi wants to get rid of Huinangxing, an insider, and cannot let her leak the news. Let's do this. If you are willing to make a bloody oath with me, I can feel at ease to cooperate with you. Lin Shen said. What blood oath? Xiaoyi asked with a frown. Lin Shen took out a big bowl from the space capsule, then bit his fingers and let the blood flow into the big bowl. You also drip blood in. We will make blood as an alliance according to the customs of my hometown. Lin Shen brought the bowl to them. Who wants to make an alliance with you? Xiao Na said angrily. Okay, let's take blood as an alliance. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Shen's blood dripping in the bowl, pondered for a moment and nodded. Sister, why are you spoiling him? We have the Emperor's magic weapon in our hands and you can leave as soon as you want to leave. Huinangxing can't do anything to us. It's him, once we leave, he will definitely die. He doesn't believe us, let him die by himself, and he doesn't care what he does. Xiaona was very angry. We must take down Huainan Star. We cannot let the news of the Emperor's artifact leak out. Cooperation is the best choice. Xiaoyi said, putting his finger next to his red lips, biting the edge of the white lace gloves, taking off the gloves, then biting his fingers and dripping his blood into the bowl. Xiaona has always followed Xiaoye's horse's head. Although she was still a little indignant when she saw that Xiaoyi had already done this, she still imitated Xiaoyi, took off her white gloves, bit her fingers, and dripped blood into the bowl. Then let's follow the customs of our hometown, let's make a swearing blood together. Lin Shen reached out and stirred the three of them, mixing the blood from their fingers together, and then smeared the blood on his forehead. Follow me to learn how I do, how you do, I will say something, and you will say something. Xiaoye and Xiaona looked at each other, and Xiaoye reached out to dip the blood mixed with the three of them, and smeared it on her own white forehead. Xiaona also imitated her and wiped the blood on her forehead, but her expression looked very unhappy. You must also apply the jade bottle and gourd. Lin Shen said. What bad idea do you want to make? Xiaona immediately stared at Lin Shen alertly. Although Xiaoye didn't say anything, her eyes were also staring at Lin Shen, as if she wanted Lin Shen to give an explanation. You and the Great Emperor's artifact are in a symbiotic relationship. You must use the Great Emperor's artifact to swear so that I can feel at ease. Lin Shen said. Xiaoyi stared at Lin Shen without saying a word. Lin Shen had no intention of giving in and looked at him with squinted eyes. Okay, I will follow you. Xiaoye stretched out his tender white fingers, dipped some blood in the bowl, and applied it to the jade bottle. Sister, he is weird and must have no kindness. How can you agree? Xiaona said anxiously. Xiaoyi said lightly, we asked him to trust us just now, but we felt that he shouldn't trust us. Now if we need to give him trust, we naturally have to believe him, otherwise how can we blame him for not trusting us? Lin Shen, swear, we believe in you unconditionally. From the moment you brought us back from the ancient god treasure chest, our destiny has long been tied together. We believe in you, just as we believe in each other. Xiaoyi said seriously to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was stunned. Xiaoyi was so embarrassed that he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiaona broke Lin Shen's inner embarrassment. She muttered inside, but she still imitated Xiaoye's appearance and wiped the blood on the gourd. I, Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised his hand and sweared. I. Xiaoye. I. Xiana.
Xiaode and Xiana also raised their hands and said in unison, imitating Lin Shen's appearance. I swear to advance and retreat with Xiaoye and Xiana, live and die together, live and die together. If you live and die together, if you violate this oath, the sky will be hit by 5 thunders. Xiaoye and Xiana were slightly stunned. They thought Lin Shen wanted to make some law-based blood oath, but now it seems that it is just an ordinary swear. They were about to learn from Lin Shen's oath, but who knew that Lin Shen's oath was not over yet, and they were connected later.
It's not good to die.
It's 1,000 swords, a heart-wrenching and eyes, a cramp and skin, a father and mother, a grandparent, a 18th generation of ancestors was dug out and whipped the body for 10,000 years. When they make friends, they were immediately cuckolded when they get married. When they go out, they are knocked out of half of their body. They fall into cerebral palsy at home, choke to death by eating, drink water, have sores on their heads, pus flows from the soles of their feet, and itchy the more they scratch. The more they get scratched, it's better to die. Whoever they love dies, what they like, what they explode in place, and all relatives and friends cannot die, and their enemies are big fish and meat every day. Lin Shen said more than 3,000 words in one breath, and didn't even breathe. Xiaoye and Xiana stared at Lin Shen in a daze, with a strange look. It was not until Lin Shen reminded them to swear that they came to their senses, with complicated expressions on their faces, and they said it again as Lin Shen said. I have to say that their memory is really good. After listening to so many words, they just remembered them word by word.
Chapter 1135. Please give me the immortal pill. Let's start.
After all the 3 of them swore, Lin Shen said to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi said solemnly, Xiaona and I break through the Thunder Sea, so you can find an opportunity to attack her Shengxiating. Just disturb her rhythm, Xiaona and I can take the opportunity to destroy her soul with the Great Emperor's artifact.
Okay.
Lin Shen agreed happily. The purple butterfly girl had just explained clearly to Lin Shen that if she used the dark marriage method now, the success rate would be extremely low. When Xiaoyi and Xiaona fought with Huinangsing with all their might, they took the opportunity to use the dark marriage method, and the success rate would be much higher, so Lin Shen cooperated so much. Seeing that Lin Shen had no problem and was ready to take action at any time, Xiaoye and Xiana looked at each other, and suddenly raised the porcelain bottle and porcelain gourd in their hands at the same time. Originally, the 2 great emperor artifacts were always swallowing the cows. I don't know how many sacred thunders have been swallowed during this period. The moment the artifact was lifted, the emperor's artifact not only stopped swallowing lightning, but instead sprayed out a huge amount of thunder. The lightning in the Yujing bottle poured out like a flood, and it was also liquid lightning. The lightning ejected from the Yujing bottle became even stronger, like a thunder and lightning waterfall, rushing through the ocean of lightning. The lightning spurted out of the gourd was like thunderballs, and it was sprayed out like sprinkled beans. Balls of spherical lightning exuded terrifying power, and everything close to spherical lightning was directly produced into ashes by the lightning shot from spherical lightning. The thunder ocean instead of the power of lightning broke away, and the blocked world was immediately broken away, and the soul like the 9 heavens profound girl outside was seen. The thunder waterfall and thunder pill rushed straight towards the soul. The 9 heavens mysterious girl-like soul just snorted coldly and drew in the air. Lightning flashes emerged from her fingertips, drawing a true talisman of lightning. The lightning waterfall hit the lightning true talisman in the void and disappeared in an instant. Instead, the light on the lightning true talisman became stronger and stronger. The thunderball full of explosive power hit the thunder and lightning talisman, and it also fell into the sea like raindrops, causing only a little ripples and disappeared. Your level is too low. Even with the Emperor's magic weapon in hand, it is difficult to exert its true power. Huinangsing's cold voice came, and the thunder and lightning talisman also suppressed it. The lightning spurted out from the jade bottle and the gourd were pressed down, making it difficult to stop the power of the true talisman of the lightning. Seeing the thunder and lightning talisman with the terrifying energy that destroys the world, it was about to suppress it. Xiaodi looked at Xiaona, and Xiaona immediately understood. She held the Emperor's gourd with both hands, and a strange red halo rose on her body. The gourd, which was originally just like a porcelain pot, actually had a blood-red color on it. In a blink of an eye, the gourd turned into a blood-red color, as if it was completely jade turned cinnabar or without a trace of impurities.
Red gourd, please give me a fairy pill." With Xiaona's voice, the blood-red gourd in her hand turned into a bottom, diagonally facing the sky and the earth, pointing the soul of Huainan Star. The next second, Lin Shen saw a strange scene. The thunder and lightning talisman that was about to be suppressed actually shrank instantly and was sucked into the blood-red gourd. Even the soul in the temple was pulled away by powerful forces and flew towards the red gourd. The original huge figure became smaller and smaller, and was sucked in the blink of an eye. All this happened so quickly that Lin Shen didn't react. He didn't take action, and his soul was sucked in. Then the red light was made of red light on the red gourd, and the body of the gourd trembled continuously, as if some strange change was going on inside. The Emperor's artifact is indeed perverted. It can easily suck Huinangsing's soul directly in, as if it is effortless. Lin Shen praised the horror of the Emperor's artifact, and at the same time he was a little confused. The Emperor's magic weapon is so powerful, what else can Xiaoye and Xiaona cooperate with him? But the gourd in Xiaona's hand is already invincible. Xiaona used the red gourd to suck Huinangsing's thunder and lightning talisman and soul. When the light on the red gourd stopped flashing, she held the red gourd and shook it a few times, then turned her hands down, and a thunder and lightning ball exuding fairy energy poured out of the gourd. Xiaona threw the thunder balls that emitted fairy energy into her mouth, chewed them a few times and swallowed them in her belly. Then she saw lightning rising on her body, and blue lightning coiled around her like a real dragon, swelling along her fingertips. This little Na was able to control the power of lightning. Wherever her fingers were facing, the lightning like the ocean suddenly split into two and moved to both sides. Lin Shen was stunned to see it and had a deeper understanding of the horror of the great Emperor's artifact. The red gourd actually refines the true talisman and the soul of the lightning into an immortal pill. Xiaona, who eats the immortal pill, can directly control the Shinshao Lei Ting. Using the Emperor's gourd in front of me is simply a show of a fist. In the dilapidated temple, Huinangsing's voice was extremely cold. The fantasy color rose again and turned into a soul like a mysterious woman in the 9 heavens. However, this time, something was added to the hands of the soul. It was an ancient cloud pattern mirror. The soul held the ancient mirror and looked at the red gourd, and the red gourd suddenly appeared in the mirror. Lin Shen did not blink, but he didn't know when the ancient mirror in the hand of Xinhan actually turned into the appearance of a red gourd. Red gourd, please give me a fairy pill." Huinangsing and Xiaona's voices almost rang out at the same time. Then I saw blood shining on the two identical red gourds, and blood seemed to flash in the mouth of the gourd. Boom! The space between the two gourds collapsed directly, time and space shattered, and everything around it seemed to have become a kaleidoscope. "I'll go and fight again, time and space will be destroyed." Lin Shen saw that the space and time around were distorted. The past and the future are constantly emerging in the broken space, making Lin Shen wonder if he is in the broken river of time. But the dilapidated temple was completely unscathed under such terrifying power. The wall that seemed to collapse at any time actually resisted the power that could break time and space. The powers of the two great Emperor artifacts interact with each other, and no one can do anything to each other, but everything in them is in trouble. Xiaona's body slid forward uncontrollably, and the red gourd in her hand was pulled forward. The real Emperor artifact was at a disadvantage when it faced the fake Nan Huixing. Xiaoye raised the jade bottle without hesitation and spewed out 7 colors of light at the red gourd in the hands of the soul. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na were able to gain the upper hand against one, but they were not able to gain the upper hand. Nan Huixing could not take advantage now, and it was difficult to suck Xiao Na and the red gourd over again. The three of them were in a stalemate, and Lin Shen suddenly realized in his heart that this was the opportunity Xiao Yi mentioned. Lin Shen no longer hesitated, swung his wrist, his fingers trembled, and he made a sand between his fingers. The silent and invisible sand between the fingers, along the wonderful strings, passed through the broken time and space like a kaleidoscope, and flew towards the eyebrows of Huainan Star's soul. Chapter 1136, Rebellious. Lin Shen did his best, and the speed of Sha between his fingers was comparable to that of the upper level, and even faster. When the sand between the fingers flew silently to the soul, the clue was discovered. It is mainly because when passing through the broken space and breaking through the cracks in the space, fluctuations inevitably arise, which makes Huainan Star notice.
But at this time, her soul was playing with Xiao Yi and Xiao Na with all her might. Although she found the sand between her fingers, she was unable to distract herself and could not take action to deal with it. A gap suddenly broke into the center of the soul's eyebrows, and endless lightning was fostered inside, like a purple eye of lightning. Purple lightning burst out from his eyes, trying to smash the sand between his fingers directly. Huinangsing did not take this strange finger force seriously in his heart. The place where the thunder of the divine night was born, and the place where the strength was the most powerful. Under the emperor, almost no one could defeat her sacred thunder.
Lin Shen naturally didn't need to pay attention to the attacks.
Huainan Star thought that as soon as the thunder of the divine night came out, the power would be destroyed in an instant. But when the two collided together, Huinangsing couldn't believe the attack that happened now. The invisible and shadowless power directly penetrated the immortal thunder of the divine Xiao and drilled into the divine Xiao court, which looked like the eyes of thunder and lightning.
Impossible. Huinangsing couldn't believe that Lin Shen's power could actually penetrate Shengxiating.
But it's too late to regret now. Shen Xiaoting was penetrated, and Shen Xiao thunder leaked out. The purple lightning overflowed over the head of the soul, making the soul lose its inch. The red gourd in his hand suddenly changed, constantly changing between the ancient mirror and the red gourd. Red gourd, please give me a fairy pill. Xiaona took the opportunity to hold up the red gourd high and crazily activate the strongest power towards her soul. The red gourd is facing the sky, the mouth is facing downward, facing diagonally to the soul. The terrifying suction instantly sucks the ancient mirror and the soul and incorporates it into the gourd. The ancient mirror and soul entered the red gourd, and the blood suddenly burst out inside the red gourd, trembling all over, as if the nuclear should be piled up in intense movement.
Damn! Huinangsing was shocked and cursed.
Seeing this, Xiaodia knew that the time had come, so he raised the jade bottle in his hand and muttered the words, jade bottle, purify this dirty creature. As soon as Xiaoya finished speaking, he saw a spring-like light gushing out of the jade purity. After the light surged out, it disappeared immediately. But a scream came from the ruined temple. Lin Shen turned his head and saw that a spring-like liquid gushing out of the almost indestructible ruined temple. The ruined temple actually melted rapidly in the liquid, like a snowball encountered boiling water. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Although these temples were destroyed, they were condensed by ghosts and gods, and contained a series of laws and power. In the fierce battle just now, the space was broken and it was not damaged. At this moment, it was melted, refreshing Lin Shen's understanding of the great Emperor's artifact. This is because the Emperor's artifact has not returned to its peak state, which is only equivalent to the lower level.
It is hard to imagine how terrifying the Emperor's artifact would be in its heyday.
Lin Shen's heart was even more excited and wanted to get these two Emperor artifacts. The red gourd in Xiaona's hand flashed continuously, and she was still refining the ancient mirror and soul that was sucked in. The difficulty of refining this time seemed to be much higher than before, and I don't know when it will be able to be refined. Xiaodia's jade bottle kept gushing out of the spring light, and the temple was soon melted. In the main hall where the ghosts and gods were originally worshipped, a figure was also revealed because of the melting of the main hall. He looked like a woman, with purple lightning blooming all over his body, like a purple electrician. The fountain surging outside her body, submerging her entire body in the fountain light. The spring light and purple lightning were constantly blending fiercely, and it was difficult to decide the outcome for a while. But listening to the woman's shrill voice, it seemed that her situation should not be very good. Xiaoyi couldn't take Huainan Star for a moment, so he could only try his best to activate Yujing Bottle, allowing Chuanguang's big stalks to surge out. Lin Shen saw that the purple light flashed, there was a black chain connected to Huinangsing's ankle, and the other end pierced into the ground, and he didn't know where it was. If I hadn't been trapped here, you would have been dead at this time. Huinangsing made an angry voice. Xiaoyi ignored her and tried his best to urge Yujing in his hand. As the purple light on Huinangsing gradually became weaker, he was obviously about to lose.
Xiao Na, it's against the Tiangang technique.
Xiaoyi suddenly shouted to Xiao Na.
Xiao Na was stunned when she heard this. Sister, why are you using the anti-Tiangang technique now?
Do as I said. Xiaoyi did not explain, but said in an orderly tone. Xiaona habitually acted as Xiaoyi said, and she activated the anti-Tiangong technique, and saw a strange light rising from Xiaona's body. With the emergence of this strange light, Lin Shen suddenly felt something broken on his body. Too many pet keys broke through the space capsule and flew out, landing in front of Xiaona.
Xiaona was slightly stunned, and then she realized what Xiaoye was going to do.
She was overjoyed and reached out to grab the 2 pet keys. These 2 keys were the pet keys they gave to Lin Shen at the beginning. They were the pet keys that belonged to their sisters.
With the keys on Lin Shen, they still had some concerns.
When the key was back in their hands, the 2 of them had no scruples anymore. When Xiaoyi saw Xiaona get the key back, he immediately raised the jade bottle in his hand, and the spring light in the jade bottle was even more powerful. Lin Shen felt something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but a fountain light gushed out of his body. He suddenly felt like his whole body was soaked in strong acid, about to be corroded. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the spring light of the Yujing bottle actually gushed out of his body. No wonder even Huinangxing couldn't resist it and even made such painful screams.
Bang!
Lin Shen's body fell to the ground and groaned in pain.
But unlike Huinangxing, Lin Shen's painful voice was mostly pretending. Although Quan Guang was powerful, the damage to him was not as strong as he imagined. Maybe it was because most of the power of Yu Jingping was dealing with Huinangxing, but he only divided a small part of the power to deal with him, so Lin Shen felt that he was not that strong. But Lin Shen didn't want to have a conflict with Xiaoye now, so he pretended to fall to the ground, in pain, unable to move. Lin Shen cursed in his heart, Xiaoyi, that poisonous woman, was so sincere as he said just now, as if we were our own people. Now he would turn against each other, and he was indeed the most poisonous woman. Sister, what are you doing? Xiaona stared at Lin Shen, who was surging with fountain light on her body. Obviously she didn't know what Xiaoyi was thinking.
How can you and I regain our freedom, but we can continue to be controlled by others?
Xiaoyi said lightly. We have already got the key back, so we don't have to kill him, right? Besides, we just swear. Xiaona looked at Lin Shen, who was moaning in pain on the ground, and seemed to feel a little reluctant. Chapter 1137. Everyone has their own plans.
Lin Shen listened to their conversation and said in his heart, although Xiaona is a little bit arrogant, she is much better than Xiaoye's poisonous woman. Xiaoyi said coldly when he heard this, a greedy person like him, who has seen the power of the great emperor's magic weapon, can he tolerate the greed in his heart? Sooner or later, it will be a disaster and must be eliminated now.
Not.
Xiaona whispered. You don't have to worry about this matter.
Just concentrate on refining Huinangxing's soul and artifacts. Xiaoyi didn't say anything to Xiaona.
Obviously, when the 2 of them were together, Xiaoyi was the decision-maker. Xiaona looked at Lin Shen and moved her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say, so she didn't speak in the end.
Dual girl, aren't you taking action yet? I'm almost unable to hold on, my body is about to be burned.
Lin Shen communicated with Ziming Butterfly Girl with his thoughts.
The purple butterfly girl smiled foolishly and said, I'm taking action? How can I take action? I'm trapped in the chaos bell, and I can't use any power, so how can I take action? Lin Shen was furious when he heard this. Are you fooling me? I didn't fool you.
The Tao of the ghost marriage I told you is true.
It is true that I can help you regain those 2 great emperor artifacts.
The problem is, I have to leave the Chaos Xiaozhong, otherwise I will be trapped here and cannot use power.
How can I help you? Now I really can't help it.
Ziming Butterfly Girl said calmly. If I die, you will fall into their hands.
With Xiaoye's evil nature, do you think she will let you go? Lin Shen said. Of course not, but unfortunately, they can't find me.
The purple butterfly girl said lightly, although they have some skills, they have always been your pets before. When you haven't summoned them, they can use some abilities to peek outside, but that's not a small amount of money.
They can't peek outside anytime, anywhere.
The most important thing is that when the Chaos Xiaozhong is here, they can't peek outside.
Didn't you find it?
They don't know that the Chaos Xiaozhong is on you. If they know, they will definitely peel your skin, remove your bones, and take the Chaos Xiaozhong away first, said the purple butterfly girl.
How did you know that when Chaos Xiaozhong is here, they can't peep outside? Lin Shen asked, holding back the pain. The Chaos Little Clock has the function of blocking the laws of the universe. Even if it is an emperor-level existence, it cannot deduce and peek at the master of the Chaos Little Clock, let alone those two half-baked guys. They are far from each other. The purple butterfly girl said with a smile, after you die, they can't find the Chaos Little Clock, and naturally they won't find me. At most, I've stayed here forever and be with your corpse. Although it's not good, there's nothing I can do about it. What is the origin of the Chaos Bell? Lin Shen asked. Diet to the point of death, you still have so many questions. Do you want to know the origin of the Chaos Xiaozhong or want to survive? Zimming Butterfly Girl said with a giggle. Of course I want to live, do you have a way? Lin Shen said immediately. Of course there is a way. If you release me from the Chaos Bell, I can help you seize those two Emperor artifacts. At that time, you will not only be immortal, but also get those two Emperor artifacts, said the purple butterfly girl. I really want to let you go, but Chaos Xiaozhong doesn't listen to my command at all. Lin Shen sighed. What's the difficulty? Have you forgotten the dark marriage method? Dark marriage method can be used on other people's magical tools, and naturally it can be used on the Chaos Xiaozhong. How to use it? The Chaos Bell is in my body. How can I apply blood on it? Lin Shen said in confusion. You are really rigid, young and gentle, and you don't know how to adapt at all. It's already in your body, so why do you still wipe blood? You just need to use yourself as a medium, and I can use the Dao marriage method to get the actual control of Chaos Xiaozhong and let you become its real master. Ziming Butterfly Girl said seriously. Seeing Lin Shen hesitating, the purple butterfly girl said again, you also know the methods of the dark marriage method. I have no direct media, the Chaos Xiaozhong and the Emperor's artifact, so it is impossible to take them away. What are you worried about? What should I do? Lin Shen asked urgently as if he had caught a life-saving straw. You follow my instructions. The butterfly girl of Ziming issued instructions seriously, but was extremely excited. My opportunity is here, a great opportunity, to seize the Chaos Clock and two great Emperor artifacts in one fell swoop. Who else in this universe can compete with me? What is the Deng family? What is the great Emperor? What is the great Heavenly King? All of them will be trampled by me. At this time, the purple butterfly girl was already so happy that she was indescribable. How could she help Lin Shen seize the great Emperor's artifact? From the very beginning, she was planning to seize the great Emperor's artifact and the Chaos Bell herself. Because she was trapped by Chaos Xiaozhong, she had no way to snatch her own actions, so she could only lure Lin Shen into her plan step by step. The method of ghost marriage she gave to Lin Shen was not the real method of ghost marriage, or it was not the current method of ghost marriage. The dark marriage technique is a magical skill created by the Great Heaven and the King of the Great Heaven, but this magical skill was just created and could not be practiced at all. Later, I found that the theory was wrong and I could not practice it at all. The theoretical basis used by the Dao Ming marriage method is a pseudo-theory. The theory itself is wrong, so naturally no one can practice it. After searching for many deformities for experiments, the Big King finally discovered the problem of errors in the basic theory and recompiled and revised the Tao of the ghost marriage, which was the current Tao of the ghost marriage, which is the type of purple nether butterfly girl practicing. In order to deceive Lin Shen, the magic method of ghost marriage given to Lin Shen by the Ziming butterfly girl is the wrong version of the theory. That thing seems to make sense, but it cannot be practiced at all and cannot be used in practice. After Lin Shen read it, as long as he believed in the fake ghost marriage method, he would think that what she said and did was reasonable. In fact, the purple butterfly girl does not need her own blood at all. She can also use special techniques to use the dark marriage method to regain the Emperor's artifact and the Chaos Bell. The purple butterfly girl was extremely proud and sneered in her heart. He thought that without his own blood, he could not seize the magical artifact, but he didn't know that what he did was already the best wedding dress, and in the end all the results would be picked by me. Seeing Lin Shen implementing it step by step according to her statement, the purple butterfly girl seemed to see that her own era was about to come. Come on, my beautiful era. The purple butterfly girl saw Lin Shen complete the last condition and immediately burst out all her strength.
She wanted to directly subdue the Chaos Xiaozhong, then escape from the trap, and then take away two great Emperor artifacts, becoming the highest existence at the pyramid of the universe.
Chapter 1138 Marrying.
The purple butterfly girl was happy, as if she was about to ascend to heaven. Take down the Chaos Bell, seize the Emperor's artifact, and reach the peak of life.
Everything is right in front of you, and everything seems to be within your reach. The purple butterfly girl crazily broke out the dark marriage technique, trying to turn the Chaos Xiaozhong into her own.
With the operation of the Daoming marriage technique, the chaotic small bell began to emit Hongmeng brilliance, and mysterious spiritual patterns of heaven and earth appeared on the black iron-like bell wall. This method is indeed feasible.
The Chaos Xiaozhong is mine.
The purple butterfly girl screamed excitedly.
What do you mean? Didn't you agree to help me control the Chaos Bell? Lin Shen asked. What does it mean? You ruined my good deeds, imprisoned me. How could I let you go with you? Everything you did just now is just a wedding dress for me.
I will be able to control the Chaos Clock immediately, seize the magic weapon of the great Emperor.
For the sake of your obedience, I will save you a little life. But death penalty is avoidable, living crime is hard to spare. I will imprison you in the Chaos Clock. Let you be like a bird in a cage. Let me see how I can cross the universe and become a god master. When I am happy, I will feed you 2 bites. If I am unhappy, you should ask for more blessings.
The purple butterfly girl was extremely arrogant, and her purple light rushed up from the night, trying to lift the Chaos Clock. There was no movement, there was no movement, there was no movement, there was no movement. When there was no movement in the third time, the purple butterfly girl changed her color.
What's going on? Chaos Xiaozhong has been triggered by my Dao marriage method. How could he not be able to hold it up? The purple butterfly girl's face was gloomy and she couldn't understand for a moment what was going on.
Is there a possibility that it is not the Chaos Bell you triggered? Lin Shen's voice of thought sounded, no longer had the previous panic, but seemed particularly confident.
Impossible, that's the reaction of the dark marriage method. If I weren't me, I'd be, who?
The butterfly girl suddenly realized something and shouted in disbelief, it's impossible, you can't know the dark marriage method, the only one in the world, I and Dadian, know the dark marriage method.
That's right. Only you and Dadian Dao know the dark marriage method. Isn't my dark marriage method taught me?
Lin Shen said calmly. He learned the method of ghost marriage. When Ziming Butterfly Girl taught him, he learned it just once. Lin Shen knew at that time that there must be problems with the method of ghost marriage taught by Ziming Butterfly Girl. If it is a method of serious ghost marriage, he will definitely not be able to learn it, and it is even more impossible to learn it once. So after Lin Shen learned the Tao of misunderstanding marriage, he did not reveal it. He continued to plead with the Ziming Butterfly Girl to see what she wanted to do. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to use the Tao of misunderstanding marriage, and secretly developed a bond with the Emperor's magic weapon. In the eyes of Ziming Butterfly Girl, the method of ghost marriage she taught Lin Shen was of no use at all, and those actions were of no use. But Lin Shen really felt that some special connections gradually emerged between him and the Emperor's artifact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he asked the Ziming Butterfly Girl how to use the dark marriage method to control the Chaos Xiaozhong, which solved the big problem that has always been. The purple butterfly girl thought she was using Lin Shen and played Lin Shen around. She never thought that she really helped Lin Shen. It's no wonder that she can think that Lin Shen can actually practice the wrong method of ghost marriage and can be used so quickly. Impossible, the method of ghost marriage is wrong and cannot be practiced at all. You must have practiced the method of ghost marriage or similar. The purple butterfly girl could not believe it at all. Lin Shen used the method of ghost marriage she taught. The Ziming Butterfly Girl can accept failure and accept that her skills are not as good as others. However, if she is asked to admit that she handed the knife to someone else and insisted on getting her up and letting someone stab her hard, she will look like she is mentally retarded, which is something she cannot accept. How can the things you asked me to do succeed if it weren't for the great method of ghost marriage you taught? Lin Shen's words made the purple butterfly girl stunned. Yes, Lin Shen's actions are only effective by the fake Tao of ghost marriage. If he practiced the real ghost marriage method, these methods would not work, and it would not be possible for him to control the chaos Xiaozhong, and would only make wedding dresses for others. Although he already had the answer in his heart, the Ziming butterfly girl still couldn't believe that Lin Shen could actually practice the fake ghost marriage method. But even the great heavenly king cannot practice it. I have personally confirmed that it is a false theory and false practice. How could it be practiced? In a daze, the purple butterfly girl saw the light on the chaos bell shining brightly, and at the same time the blood was scattered down, like a red veil, draped on the chaos bell, reflecting the rays of the chaos bell. Chaos Xiaozhong was like a bride waiting to be married, and his breath gradually converged, allowing Lin Shen's thoughts to come into contact with him. At this moment, the purple butterfly girl was completely stunned. The bloody light covers the top, Hongshou wedding dress. Oh my god, what did I do? I actually gave him the Tao of the ghost marriage. This is exactly the vision that the fake Tao of the ghost marriage should have caused. The purple butterfly girl always thought that it was impossible to see such hypothetical vision appear. But now this kind of vision really appeared. The purple butterfly girl seemed to be stupid and stared at the chaos Xiaozhong blankly, and was completely confused. Now there is no doubt that Lin Shen has practiced the fake ghost marriage method she gave. The purple butterfly girl felt that she was just an idiot now. She handed the knife to Lin Shen, and she jumped repeatedly in front of Lin Shen again and again, as if she was shouting that Lin Shen would stab her. Lin Shen's thoughts were connected with the chaos bell, and a large amount of information suddenly surged out of the chaos bell and passed into his sea of thoughts. The various information about chaos Xiaozhong himself was handed over to Lin Shen as much as the dowry. From this moment on, Lin Shen truly owned the chaos bell and was able to use it to control it. Then let me be this bird in the cage as you said. Lin Shen thought to himself, and chaos Xiaozhong suppressed it, suppressing the purple-black butterfly girl even more dead. The purple butterfly woman was already numb and stood there blankly, leaving chaos Xiaozhong to fall without any reaction. Lin Shen has no time to care about Ziming butterfly girl now because there are more important things waiting for him to do. Xiaona's red gourd has reached a critical period to refine the soul and artifact, and Xiaoye has also reached the last moment to suppress and purify Huainan Star. Now is the best time for Lin Shen to plunder two great emperor artifacts. The Tao of Misfortune was activated again, and a strange blood red appeared on Xiaona, Xiaoye, red gourd, and Yujing bottle. Chapter 1139. Who else can it be? Xiaoye kept urging the jade bottle in his hand to completely purify Huinangsing. However, the Yujing bottle has not yet fully returned to its peak state, and Huainan Star is also an ordinary person, and it is difficult for him to completely purify it for a while. The spring light of the Yujing bottle gushed out from the human body, burning inside like fire to roast the whole body. Even the mute could not bear such pain and would scream. Huinangsing has tried his best to endure it, but he still can't help but make heart-wrenching and painful sounds. This is not a pain that will control. Thunders came from the middle of her eyebrows and went deep into her body to fight against the spring light. The two forces use Huinangsing's body as the battlefield. No matter who wins or loses, they will cause irreversible damage to Huinangsing's body. This is the horror of Yujing bottle. The power of Yujing bottle uses other people's bodies as the battlefield. Victory and defeat are not damaged by oneself, and will only destroy the body foundation of the enemy. This is because the Yujing bottle has not been able to exert all its power. If it can exert all its power, it may be able to turn Huainan Star into a pool of blood in an instant. Huinangsing knew that there was no possibility of survival, and he immediately became desperate. His eyes opened between his eyebrows and eyes, and suddenly burst out. The purple lightning burst out inside. A fairy like the lightning turned into thunder and lightning flew out from it, rushing towards Xiaoye with endless thunder. This is the spirit of Huainan Star. When summoned at this time, it is to die with Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi snorted coldly, the jade bottle in his hand became even more brilliant, and the flying spirit actually gushed out of the body. The soul screamed and fell from the air. The lightning on his body intertwined with the spring light, crackling. Shenpa bit her feet and walked towards Xiaoye step by step, without caring about the fountain light on her body. This is Huinangsing's belief, and even if you die, you must pull Xiaoye as your back.
Xiaoye tried his best to urge Yu Jingping, and his face became very ugly.
He kept sweating, soaking the white gauze skirt on his body, making the originally fluffy white gauze skirt stick to his body, and his concave and convex figure fully revealed.
Her face also had an abnormal blush, obviously she was seriously overdrawn.
She was only at the lower level, and Huinangsing could be regarded as a half-step emperor. Xiao Yi was also very uncomfortable when he tried his best. Fortunately, Yujing Biao is worthy of being an emperor's magic weapon. Even if it is not in its peak state, it still exerts unimaginable powerful power. The soul of the divine soul walked towards Xiaoye step by step, and the spring light and lightning on his body kept ringing, and the space also fluctuated continuously with the sound of the sound.
In other words, the temple star is extraordinary.
If it were on an ordinary planet, I am afraid that the planet would have been destroyed by this terrifying force for many times.
Xiaona looked at Xiaoye and Shinpa worriedly, but she was anxious but had no choice.
Her red gourd was still refining her soul and artifacts and could not be used for the time being. Her own strength is far less than Huinangsing. Even if she intervenes now, she will not play a big role in the battle situation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the divine spirit flowing in with the thunder spring, it was getting closer and closer to Xiaoye, less than 3 meters away.
The lightning explosion on his body was almost touching Xiaoye.
A cold light flashed in Xiaoye's eyes, and suddenly gritted his teeth, then opened his red lips and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the Yujing bottle. The blood was stained on the jade bottle, and it was like a sponge absorbing water, sucking the blood in instantly. The Yujing bottle, which absorbed the blood, suddenly burst into bright light, and the fountain light surged out like a fountain, and its power increased greatly.
The fountain light on Huinangsing, Shinpa and Lin Shen all surged, like a bonfire soaring into the sky.
The soul was trapped by this powerful force, and her steps could not continue to move forward. She walked forward desperately trying to get close to Xiaoye. Xiaoye's little face was pale, and she obviously suffered a heavy blow to her body. She forced her to destroy the Yujing bottle, which completely overdrawn her and she had no more energy. The soul forced forward, and the body melted in the spring light, and the body condensed by lightning dripped like blue magma. She moved forward with difficulty, her body was like a rapidly melting ice cream. Wherever she walked, the ground was covered with blue liquid lightning. As Shinpo was about to walk to Xiaoye, he stretched out his finger to touch Xiaoye's face.
"Kill that little bitch!" Huinangsing roared sharply.
At this time, she no longer pursued life and just wanted Xiaoye to bury her. Her own body was melted by the spring water, her body was covered with blood, her body was ulcerated, her face was covered with corroded muscles, and she was as ferocious as an evil ghost.
The divine soul raised its strength, raised its arm that was dripping with liquid lightning, and swung it hard at Xiaoye with a punch.
Although Xiaona knew that her power should have no effect, she rushed forward and wanted to help Xiaoye.
Xiaoye sprayed out another mouthful of blood, spraying it onto the Yujing bottle, increasing the power of the Yujing bottle again.
The light that Xiaona made was directly shattered by the divine soul, which could not stop her power at all. Seeing that the divine fist was about to fall on Xiaoye's face, Xiaoye's pupils had dilated, and a look of horror appeared on his face. When the fist was less than half a foot away from Xiaoye's face and the lightning on the fist had already burst into Xiaoye's face, the fist actually stopped. "What are you doing? Kill her, kill her." Huinangsing was shocked and angry, and roared heart-wrenchingly. Under Huinangsing's urging, Shinpa's face twisted and she tried desperately to continue to wave her fist. Her fist finally moved again, but after this movement, her body, which had reached its limit, suddenly collapsed and burst out directly, turning into a green liquid lightning all over the ground.
Huinangsing was extremely desperate and unwilling to suffer, while Xiaona was overjoyed.
Xiaoye, who had escaped from death, had her pupils gradually recovered, and the expression on her face gradually transformed from fear to joy. Huinangsing, go with peace of mind. Xiaoye believed that the overall situation was decided, and after completely solving Huinangsing, she would be the biggest winner. Dragging her overdrawn body, Xiaoye was about to completely turn Huinangsing into blood, but suddenly she felt something was wrong. The jade bottle in her hand shook violently uncontrollably, and a red glow appeared from the top of the jade bottle, scattering down like red gauze, slowly covering the jade bottle. Xiaoye was shocked and angry, not knowing what was going on,
but suddenly he heard a scream from Xiaona. He turned around and saw that the red gourd was like a jade bottle, with red glow appearing on the top, covering the red gourd, like a red gauze. Xiao Yi immediately turned to look at Huinangsing. She thought it was made by Huinangsing, but Huinangsing was at the end of her strength at this time, dying, and it seemed that she was half dead. It should not be her doing it. But who else can be there besides her? Chapter 1142 Magical Artifacts in Hand. Xiaoye felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shen's location. After seeing this, Xiaoye's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Shen was still lying on the ground, and the fountain was surging like a fountain. It seemed normal, but in fact it was not normal at all. The spring light on Lin Shen's body was always there, but his body did not erode and corrode like Huainan Star, and there was not even a slight damage. This is absolutely abnormal. Even a person like Huinangsing has been corroded and melted by the spring light. How could Lin Shen have nothing to do? Xiaoye wanted to destroy the Yujing bottle, but suddenly felt a pain in his heart. The Yujing bottle, which was covered with the rays of light in his hand, flew out of her hand, and was no longer under her control. Xiaoye was panicked and wanted to grab Yu Jingping, but Yu Jingping had already left her and could only watch Yu Jingping fly away and then be grabbed by one hand. Xiaoye saw clearly that it was Lin Shen who grabbed Yu Jing bottle, and was both shocked and angry. Suddenly, a scream came from Xiaona, and the red gourd also escaped from her control and flew to Lin Shen, and was grabbed by Lin Shen. Looking at Lin Shen with one hand, the jade bottle and the other hand, the red gourd were both stunned. For a moment, they couldn't even speak. The Yujing bottle and the red gourd were snatched by Lin Shen. The Yujing bottle stopped operating. Huinangsing, whose body had melted in an incredible state, temporarily got rid of the fate of death and looked at Lin Shen, who was holding two great emperor artifacts in his hand. She didn't expect that Lin Shen would be delirious in the end. This scene made her unable to help but recall a moment in the past. History seemed to be surprisingly similar, as if it had been repeated. Xiaoye reacted and immediately communicated with Yu Jingping with all his strength, wanting to make him obey his orders again. She was reincarnated with Yu Jingping and coexisted together, forming a community of shared destiny. It can be said that the two are one whole. Xiaoye didn't believe that Lin Shen could truly control the Yujing bottle. Even if he used a certain special ability and temporarily controlled the Yujing bottle, it would be impossible to truly cut off the bond between her and the Yujing bottle. Xiaoye was right. She was able to contact Yu Jingping and even sense the bond between Yu Jingping and her, but she could not control Yu Jingping. I will rescue you from that box and give you protection. It's okay if you don't know how to be grateful, but you will even repay your kindness and revenge. Now that the retribution is coming, you can try the taste of the great emperor's artifact yourself. Lin Shen said as he directly destroyed the Yujing bottle. The red gourd is still refining the magical artifacts and souls, and it is not possible to use them for the time being. Lin Shen held up the jade clean bottle, and the jade clean bottle suddenly emitted the spring light. The next second, a spring light appeared on Xiaoye and Xiaona. Xiaona screamed in pain, but Xiaoye gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. You are quite able to endure it. Lin Shen felt even more angry when he saw Xiaoye's appearance and ordered Yu Jingping to continue to increase his power. Don't let yourself say so noble. If you bring us out of the treasure chest, you are greedy. When you opened the treasure chest, you already reminded you that you had to take it away. What does it have to do with us? Xiaoye gritted his teeth, his voice as if he was squeezed out from his teeth. You are right, let's continue to talk about it in the next life. Lin Shen raised the Yujing bottle high, making the Chuanguan burst even more violently. The Tao of Demon Marriage is really easy to use. With his Nirvana level, he can actually activate the Emperor's magic weapon, and he almost doesn't need to pay any energy. Even if he doesn't use energy, he can make the Yujing bottle burst out its own power. You can't kill us. Xiaoye continued. Why can't it? Lin Shen curled his lips, without any intention of stopping. We and the great Emperor's artifact are already a community of shared destiny. When we live, the great Emperor's artifact is there. When we die, the great Emperor's artifact will also disappear with us.
And without us, the Great Emperor's artifact will not continue to grow, will never return to the peak state, and will never be a real Great Emperor's artifact.
Xiao Yi said. Is that true?
Lin Shen was willing to believe her nonsense, and continued to use the jade bottle to deal with them, which actually strengthened the power. The white veil on Xiana and Xiaoge's bodies were melted, and traces of corrosion appeared on their naked bodies, which surprised Lin Shen. There were also traces of corrosion on the surface of the jade bottle and the red gourd. Your sister, this is really the case. Lin Shen could only stop the Yujing bottle's Quan Guang first. As soon as the spring light stopped, the injuries on Xiana and Xiaoye began to heal, and the corrosive traces on the red gourd and the jade bottle gradually disappeared as the injuries on their bodies healed.
Lin Shen's face was gloomy and he thought to himself, this is a bit troublesome. They are bound to the Emperor's artifact. If they are killed, the Emperor's artifact will be destroyed. Even if they are not killed, the Emperor's artifact is linked to their level. If you want to restore the original power of the Emperor's artifact, it means pushing them to the Emperor's artifact, which is absolutely not possible. No, I have to kill them.
This woman Xiao Yi is too dangerous. Lin Shen wanted to take action, but he was a little reluctant to let go of the Emperor's magic weapon.
This is a magical artifact with only 6 pieces in the universe. If you get any piece, you can dominate one side. 2 pieces in your hand can almost be said to be invincible across the universe. With these 2 great Emperor artifacts, he can basically compete with the immortal court with his own strength. If he just gave up like this, he would be really reluctant to let it go. As if seeing Lin Shen's thoughts, Xiao Yi said, it's better to cooperate with us instead of killing us.
You have the magical artifact of the Great Emperor, which means you control our lives. If you want to kill us, you can be your most loyal and reliable partner. If you want to cooperate with me, then show sincerity first.
Where is the things left by the king of the ancient realm?
Lin Shen originally thought that the treasure left by the king of the ancient realm should be in the Yujing bottle and the red gourd, but he did not find anything inside, or something inside, he didn't know where it was, and he couldn't take it out.
There will be a long time in the future. We can provide you with whatever you need. Xiao Yi said. Do you really think I can't kill you?
Lin Shen said with a cold face.
Of course it can be killed, but can you give up 2 Emperor artifacts and so many treasures of the realm king?
Xiao Yi saw through Lin Shen's greedy nature and was not worried that Lin Shen would kill them.
Yes, I can't bear to leave it, but if you want to kill you, you don't need to give up anything.
Lin Shen said as he stretched out his hand and a black light flew out from his fingers. Xiaoye initially disagreed, but when she saw clearly the black light that turned into a black clock, her face suddenly changed. The Chaos Small Bell, how could it be with you?
Chapter 1141 Secret Word. Xiaoye pulled Sha Na and was about to run away.
Without the Emperor's artifact, their strength was amazing and their speed was incredibly fast. Lin Shen said nothing, and a mysterious spiritual text appeared on the Chaos Bell. With the distant bell ringing, Xiao Yi and Xiao Na fell directly from the air, feeling confused as if their heads were broken, and they couldn't even stand steadily.
Chaos Xiao Zhong suppressed him and directly covered him into the clock.
Lin Shen stretched out his hand and the Chaos Bell swirled in the air and returned to his hand. The Chaos Xiao Bell shines brightly in his hands, and the ancient mysterious spiritual literature on it flows continuously. Inside the Chaos Xiao Bell, there are also waves shrinking, locking Xiaoye and Xiana's bodies.
Although they are in the Chaos Xiao Zhong, Xiao Yi, Xiao Na and Zi Ming Butterfly Girl cannot meet each other, and they cannot even find each other's existence.
They could only see the chaotic fog around them, and they could not see their 5 fingers. It was just a small bell, but it seemed like another world inside. Lin Shen stretched out his finger and flicked the Chaos Bell, which immediately made a sound of the bell ringing. Inside the Chaos Bell, rings of sound came out of thin air, stuck on Xiaoye's body, constantly shrinking, sinking many parts of her already convex body, and blood also seeped out of it. Lin Shen looked at the jade bottle in his other hand, and saw that the jade bottle was not damaged at all, and he was immediately overjoyed. Chaos Xiao Zhong has the function of the law of the screen universe.
Xiao Yi is trapped in Chaos Xiao Zhong.
Her bond with Yujing Bottle is isolated. Killing Xiao Yi at this time will not destroy Yujing Bottle. The only disadvantage is that once Xiaoyi dies, Yu Jingping may never grow again and cannot return to the ranks of the great emperor's magical artifacts.
However, Xiaoyi was scheming, ruthless and scheming.
Lin Shen was really worried about keeping her alive. He would rather let Yu Jingping lose the opportunity to return to the emperor's artifact than kill her. It's Shana, although she is a bad person, she doesn't have that much scrupulousness and is easier to control. The legacy of the king of the ancient realm may be able to get answers from her. It's not too late to deal with her when she finds the king of the ancient realm's treasure. The sound ring kept shrinking, and Xiaoye tried his best to explode, but he could only delay the contraction speed of the sound ring and could not break free from the constraints of the sound ring.
The Chaos Xiaozhong is a bit powerful. I don't know what the origin of this thing is. Lin Shen was thinking secretly when he suddenly heard a trembling voice. You help me get out of trouble, I can teach you the real way to use the Emperor's gourd.
Hui Nangxing, covered in blood and like a maggot, said in a trembling voice. She was in pain too much. Her general injuries can be recovered quickly with her physical constitution, but the injuries caused by Yu Jingping are useless even if they have super self-healing constitution and ability. Now Hui Nangxing has no good skin on his body, and the pain can be imagined.
What is the real way to use it?
Lin Shen looked at her and frowned. You should seize the magic weapon of the great emperor, which is the dark marriage of the great heavenly king. I have studied this method before and is divided into two versions. One of them was considered a misprint a long time ago.
No one could practice it in my era.
I didn't expect that someone would practice it after I was trapped for so many years. Hui Nangxing endured the pain and said, no matter which version of the Tao marriage method is, the artifacts retrieved from marriage are only controlled, and they cannot have 100% understanding of the artifacts like ordinary people who refine artifacts.
They will not even know what the artifacts have. They can only explore slowly in the future. You are very clear.
Lin Shen did not deny it, and it was indeed the case. The Tao of ghost marriage still has many flaws, but no matter how many of its flaws, it still does not hide its flaws. After all, he forced the artifact from others. This ability itself is already against the will of heaven, and Lin Shen didn't expect to be able to understand it 100% thoroughly immediately.
The method of using the Great Emperor's artifact is very complicated. If you don't know the method, many of its functions cannot be activated. You have not found anything in the Yujing bottle and the red gourd, right?
That does not mean there is nothing inside. It's just that you haven't found the correct way to open it, so you can't find the things inside. If I guess correctly, the treasure of the ancient kingdom you mentioned just now should be within those two great emperor's artifacts. As long as you help me get out of trouble, I will teach you the real way to use the great emperor's gourd.
Only teach the use of red gourd?
Lin Shen frowned slightly. The usage method of each great emperor artifact is not exactly the same. The great emperor Gaurus is the great emperor artifact in my southern area. It was used by me before, and I only knew how to use it. The usage method of the Yujing bottle. I also know some of the simple ones, but it is not complete. Hui Nangxing paused and said, but from my point of view, if there is really the treasure you mentioned, it should probably be hidden in the emperor's gourd, because although the jade bottle can also store objects, the energy inside is too destructive and it is easy to damage items. If you store them for a long time, you should not choose to put them in it.
It makes sense. Lin Shen nodded slightly. How can we save you?
I was locked in my life by the Donghuang temple and could not leave the scope of this temple. Only the chaos bell can solve it.
Hui Nangxing said hurriedly. How to unlock the temple? Lin Shen asked again.
You use the dark marriage method to control the chaos small bell, and then say a secret word to the chaos small bell, and then you can turn on its chaos divine light and shine the divine light on me. I can get rid of the lock of the temple and leave outside the temple.
Hui Nangxing said.
What secret words?
Lin Shen asked again. Chaos, chaos, return, return.
Hui Nangxing hesitated for a moment and then spoke a secret word.
Chaos. Chaos. Return. Return.
After Lin Shen said the secret words, a different light burst out from the chaos bell. The previous golden spiritual text disappeared,
replaced by the blurred illusion on the bell. That's it, the snapshot is on me.
Huinangxing said excitedly.
Tell me all the secret words of the Emperor's gourd first.
Lin Shen did not use the Chaos Divine Light to shine on Huainan's star, but instead extinguished the Chaos Divine Light.
You can help me get out of trouble first. If I tell you now, what if you don't save me? Huinangxing said. If you don't believe me, how can I believe you?
Lin Shen said lightly. You have Chaos Bell and 2 Great Emperor artifacts in your hand, and I'm seriously injured.
If you want to kill me, how dare I break the contract? Huinangxing said. What I said makes sense.
Lin Shen nodded with a smile. I swear that as long as you save me from the trap, I will definitely teach you all the usage of the Emperor's gourd. If you hide your own private parts, you will not die if you hit thunder.
Huinangxing directly made a poisonous oath in order to gain Lin Shen's trust. Well, I believe in you. Lin Shen said. Then save me quickly. Huinangxing was overjoyed. I believe in you, but it doesn't mean I will save you.
If you didn't implicate me when you dealt with Xiao Yi and Xiao Na before, it would be okay to spare your life at this time.
What a pity. Lin Shen said to Yu Jingping, You bottle. Jade bottle. Purify this dirty creature. As soon as Lin Shen's voice fell, the mouth of the Yujing bottle suddenly surging, spewing out the divine light that soared into the sky.
This is the secret word Lin Shen heard from Xiao Yi, and it is indeed much better to use than he ordered Yujing bottle at will. Huinangxing's body was immediately wrapped in spring light and screamed.
Not me, you can't find the treasure in the Emperor's gourd.
Huinangxing screamed heart-wrenchingly. Lin Shen ignored her at all and let her scream in the spring light, screaming and scolding for a while, begging for mercy, but continued to shout and scolding for a while. In the end, the voice gradually disappeared and turned into a pool of blood. Lin Shen watched Huinangxing turn into blood, and then he turned his attention to Xiao Yi and Xiao Na in the Chaos Xiao Zhong. Lin Shen had already allowed Xiao Na to see Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi's body was about to be cut off by Yinhuan. Xiao Na kept crying and wanted to rush over, but no matter how she rushed towards Xiao Ye, she could not get close to her as if she was close to her. Xiao Ye was always only in front of her. Seeing this, Lin Shen knew that the time was almost right, so he planned to use Xiao Ye's life and death to threaten Xiao Na. After she told the use of the Emperor's gourd and the jade purple, she would kill Xiao Ye. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Xiao Na crying to the sky with a collapse, You can't kill her, you can't kill her. Why can't I kill her? Lin Shen asked coldly. Because, you are our father, dear father, how can you kill your own daughter? Xiao Na said something that made Lin Shen confused. Chapter 1142 Reincarnation. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Xiao Na's words really made him speechless. Not to mention that he can't give birth to such a big daughter. Even if he can give birth to such a big daughter, Xiao Yi was determined to kill him just now, so how could his daughter have to kill his father? Originally, you think you are still simple, but I didn't expect that you would be so shameless in order to survive. Lin Shen didn't take what Xiao Na said seriously, thinking that Xiao Na was talking nonsense to save Xiao Ye's life. No, it's true, you are really our father. Xiao Na said anxiously. If I were really your father, just those actions of killing your father just now would be even more damn. Lin Shen said coldly disdainfully. That's because we didn't know you were my dad just now. Xiao Na said anxiously when she saw that Xiao Ye's body was about to be cut off. You didn't take out the Chaos Xiao Zhong before, how did we know you were my dad? After you took out the Xiao Zhong, we realized that you were my dad. Dad, let Xiao Yi go quickly, she is almost out of reach. Xiao Na was too panicked and said a little confused, but Lin Shen still understood it and said in his heart, what is this fallacy? If the Chaos Xiao Zhong is their father, then in the future, I can upgrade to their grandfather by passing the Chaos Xiao Zhong to my son. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe what Xiao Na said, but he still let the dark ring temporarily shrink and let Xiao Yi be alive for the time being. Since Xiao Na wants to use family affection to save Xiao Ye, he happened to take advantage of this opportunity to ask Xiao Na about where the treasure is, as well as how to use the red gourd and jade bottle. If she refuses to say it, then her story about being close to relatives will naturally be self-defeating. Why is the Chaos Xiao Zhong your father?
Lin Shen asked this question first, wanting to hear what Xiaona said.
Seeing that the sound ring was temporarily stopped. Although it was not lifted, at least Xiaoye's life was saved. He took a breath and his words became more organized than before. The chaos little clock is your natal artifact. Only you can use it in the world. No matter how your appearance changes, even if you are reincarnated and regenerated, the fact that the chaos little clock is only you can use it will not change. Why do you think that only your father can use the chaos bell? Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Lin Shen said coldly.
He doesn't think there is really any magical artifact in this world that belongs to someone.
The so-called exclusive artifact cannot be used by others, but the conditions or technology have not yet been met.
When I first saw the Chaos Xiaozhong, I doubted it so much. After all, the universe is so great.
Maybe some coincidences have happened, allowing an irrelevant person to use the Chaos Xiaozhong. Xiaona became more and more confident as she said it, as if she had decided that Lin Shen was her father. But one thing may be a coincidence, it is impossible that everything is a coincidence, right?
After saying that, Xiaona stared at Lin Shen and said, "You have practiced evolution, right?" "Not bad."
Lin Shen nodded.
"You have practiced the Sutra of Greeting in Life and Afraid of Death and Agelessness, right?" Xiaona asked again.
"Yes."
Lin Shen nodded again.
"You have also practiced Treading to the Immortal Court, right?"
Xiaona's voice raised a little more.
"That's right."
Lin Shen denied it.
Xiaona and Xiaoye were with him for so long, so it was not surprising that they knew about him.
"That's right.
My dad told us before leaving that only he can practice these 3 techniques after he is reincarnated and reborn. When he is reborn, it will be the day to restart his cultivation and complete these 3 techniques. These 3 techniques have problems and require different cultivation conditions.
In addition to the father who was reborn and returned, who can practice these 3 techniques at the same time? And you can also use the Chaos Xiaozhong. Who can you be if you are not your dad? Xiaona became more and more sure. What do you mean is that I am the reincarnation of your father's king of the ancient realm?
Lin Shen was a little unconfident at this time.
It's absolutely impossible to be wrong.
Xiaona said affirmatively.
Maybe this is just a coincidence.
It is because I have practiced those 3 techniques that I can use the Chaos Bell.
Lin Shen pondered.
No, the Chaos Xiaozhong has nothing to do with those 3 martial arts. The Chaos Xiaozhong is the gathering of the martial arts and divine power you practiced before your reincarnation. At that time, you had not practiced these 3 martial arts. As if he was afraid that Lin Shen would not understand, Xiaona explained in detail, you borrowed the throne to become a god, seized the throne of the Eastern Emperor, and condensed the natal artifact Chaos Xiao Bell to attack the way of the Emperor. Although it was not successful in the end for some reasons, the Chaos Xiao Bell already has the divine nature of the great Emperor, and is not inferior to the real Emperor's artifact. Only you can use such things that can be used by yourself. You chose to reincarnate just to rebuild these 3 techniques. Now you can use the natal artifacts of your previous life. Unless you are your father, how could such a coincidence be possible? Lin Shen was shaken a little by what Xiaona said, and said in his heart, is there really a possibility that I am the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen thought of the various abnormalities that happened to him, why only he could see the fire seed and use it, which made him always have a guess that he might have an extraordinary identity, so he is so special. So now when I hear these words from Xiaona, I feel that there is a little possibility. Otherwise, even if Xiaona speaks lotus flowers, he will not believe a word. Apart from this, what evidence do you have? Lin Shen just felt that there was a little possibility, but the possibility was not high. It was too early to determine that he was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Xiaona looked at Xiaoye, who was also strangled and could not speak, hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there is a very simple way to prove that you are our father immediately. You won't want to say that you recognize your relatives, right? I'll go to school for a few days, don't fool me with that, Lin Shen said. Xiaona said, Dad, you have become a god by borrowing the position of Donghuang, so Donghuang Temple is your temple. Now the Donghuang Temple has been destroyed, but as long as the true god returns to the position, the Donghuang Temple can be recast and restored as before.
Although you have been reincarnated and reborn, the God position should still be there. If you are not my father, you will not react in the scope of the Donghuang Temple. On the contrary, as long as you walk in, the Donghuang Temple will definitely recast the glory. Lin Shen was a little moved when he heard this and looked at the ruins of the Donghuang Temple.